Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 138, 242, Adam and Eve's Apple. When the second Hydra agent frantically threw open the door, prepared to escape through the emergency exit, he froze the instant the door swung open. Standing directly in front of him was Hawk. The agent's eyes widened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hawk smiled politely. "Hello there. I'm looking for Dr. Merrick." The agent, standing face to face with Hawk's pleasant smile, swallowed hard, forcing down the terror rising in his chest. Poof. The Hydra agent vaporized on the spot. The agents behind him, still crowding the doorway, confused about why the first man hadn't moved, barely had time to react before they saw the searing crimson light. One by one, every agent blocking the exit turned to white smoke and evaporated where they stood. In an instant, the congested command center doorway was spotless. Clean, as if there had never been a crowd there at all. But Dr. Merrick was already gone. While the majority of Hydra agents had swarmed toward the main exit, he and his personal assistant had taken the command center's secret elevator down to the lowest level. The elevator doors, disguised as part of the mountain itself, slid open on both sides, revealing a speedboat waiting quietly in a sheltered cove, bobbing gently on the water. Dr. Merrick and his assistant stepped out, one after the other. "Eli, untie the mooring rope." "Got it." Eli, Merrick's assistant, who'd been broken out of a shield prison alongside him, nodded and hurried toward the safety line keeping the boat from drifting out to sea. Dr. Merrick, meanwhile, abandoned all pretense of dignity and jumped into the cove with a graceless splash, scrambling onto the speedboat in 2 clumsy steps. After all, when survival was on the line, who cared about appearances? Image or life? For Dr. Merrick, that had never been a difficult choice. He also understood another fundamental truth. When running for your life, move fast, stay focused, and don't bring dead weight. On the dock, Eli, having just finished untying the mooring rope, looked up with relief. "Doctor, we're ready to..." Bang. Eli's eyes widened. His right hand instinctively pressed against his chest as blood began seeping through his shirt. He looked down at the wound, then slowly raised his head, staring at Dr. Merrick standing on the speedboat with a pistol aimed directly at him. "Doctor. Sorry." Bang. Thud. Eli took a bullet between the eyes and collapsed backward. Dr. Merrick, ruthless and efficient, immediately fired up the speedboat. The engine roared to life, and the vessel tore out of the hidden cave at full throttle. The moment he cleared the cave mouth, he pulled a remote detonator from his pocket and slammed his thumb down on the button. Boom. The cave exploded in a thunderous blast. But it wasn't just the cave. The instant Merrick pressed that button, the entire mountain seemed to come alive. It shuddered violently, like a person suddenly struck by cold, shivering uncontrollably. And then... eruption. Boom. The first explosion tore through the mountain's surface with enough force to rip open the sky itself. Trees, boulders, and debris launched skyward in a shower of destruction, not lava, but the mountain's own flesh and bone. Everything on the surface was hurled into the air by the outward blast, raining down like an inverted storm. Then... boom. The second detonation followed immediately. The base's interior structure collapsed entirely, and the mountain's outer shell disintegrated along with it. The massive shockwave spread outward in a devastating ring, tearing across the landscape. A gray hurricane of dust and debris roared toward the ocean. Merrick, piloting the speedboat at full speed toward international waters, adjusted his glasses without looking back. Very much the image of a man who doesn't look back at explosions. Of course, Merrick wasn't avoiding the view because he was cool. He was terrified. Terrified that if he turned around, he'd see Hawk, completely unharmed, chasing him down. So... he kept his head forward, a single thought dominating his mind. Faster. Go faster. Under Merrick's relentless push, the speedboat tore across the water like a wild animal unleashed, racing toward the endless expanse of the Pacific. The sun set. Molokai Island vanished into the distance behind him. The last backup fuel tank ran dry, and the engine finally sputtered out. Only then did Dr. Merrick, completely drained, collapse onto the deck with a graceless thud. He turned his head, squinting back toward where he'd come from in the moonlight. No sign of Molokai. No sign of Hawk. He exhaled shakily, finally allowing himself to relax. The next second, Dr. Merrick clenched his fist and slammed it against the deck, venting his frustration. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, my calculations couldn't have been wrong. Dr. Merrick couldn't comprehend how his most powerful creation, Hydra Captain, perfected through 6 iterations of fine-tuning, had been destroyed by Hawk without even getting a chance to fight back. It made no sense. It defied all logic. Before the London incident, Hydra had possessed incredibly detailed data on Hawk. After London, however, their intelligence became significantly less reliable. Because their only direct contact with Hawk, Anna Pierce, had gone dark. But that hadn't mattered. The analysis of the surplus recovered after the London incident had confirmed one critical fact. Hawk without his surplus and Hawk with his surplus were two entirely different combatants. Hydra's data had supported this conclusion. Without the surplus, Hawk's physical body contained energy levels roughly comparable to Captain America, Steve Rogers. But with the surplus, his power output was explosive. Every major attack Hawk had ever launched had been while wearing his armor. So, the surplus was the key. They'd successfully replicated it. In fact, the data had proven it. Vibranium combined with meteorite fragments, forged under gamma radiation, created a suit with unique properties. While it didn't quite match their initial projections for Hawk's surplus, adding the vibranium energy technology acquired from Wakanda had brought their iron armor to a level that could rival the original. But the clone had been the problem. The first 5 cloning experiments had failed catastrophically. The moment the iron armor's vibranium energy system activated, the clones' bodies couldn't handle the absorption. They exploded. Every single time. No hesitation. No warning. Their clones couldn't match Hawk's physical durability. But Merrick had found a solution. Super Soldier Serum. While the original formula had been lost, General Thaddeus Ross's tireless efforts to recreate it over the years meant they had access to a working, if inferior, version. After one more failed experiment, Merrick had finally succeeded in creating a clone infused with Super Soldier Serum whose physical capabilities reached 60% of Hawk's baseline. He'd named it Hydra Captain. While it couldn't match the original, when equipped with their iron armor, even though Hydra Captain could only handle half the suit's full output, the combination of vibranium amplification, a vibranium blade, and a Hydra-forged vibranium shield had dominated every computer simulation. Perfect victory. Every time. And yet, dreams were beautiful. Reality was cruel. Hawk had proven one undeniable truth. A knockoff is a knockoff. If the original Hawk was 4K Ultra HD, then Hydra Captain was 270p quality, recorded on a handheld camera in a movie theater. Dr. Merrick couldn't understand it. Hawk, standing silently behind Merrick at that very moment, leaning casually against the speedboat's railing, was equally confused as he watched the doctor alternate between manic laughter and furious pounding on the deck. He'd been watching for a while now. Hawk was certain this was the real Dr. Merrick. He hadn't revealed himself or attacked because he'd been waiting. Waiting to see if the angels would show up. After all, the fight earlier had barely qualified as a warm-up. It had ended before he'd even broken a sweat. As for the so-called Hydra Captain, if Hawk had to evaluate it honestly, stripping away all the equipment, that thing didn't even possess 1% of his current physical strength without using his Cosmo. Once again, a saint who'd awakened the sixth sense and achieved Silver Cosmo could move mountains and split seas. Literally. Physically. That Hydra Captain. Without Hydra's custom iron armor, it probably couldn't even break through a C-140 reinforced concrete wall. So, Hawk hadn't gotten the fight he wanted. He felt unsatisfied. Incomplete. Which was why he'd followed Merrick all this way, to see if God, or at least an angel, would answer the doctor's prayers. If they did. Perfect. He'd chop down an angel for fun. And if he got really lucky, maybe he'd get to kill a god and have something to brag about. Sure, he'd spent his childhood living in a church. Sure, he'd sung in the church choir. Sure, he'd even volunteered at the community church with Gwen. But none of that meant God got a free pass if he crossed the line. Not happening. Just like he'd told Gwen, instead of working hard to earn his way into heaven through faith, he figured it was easier to just kill Jehovah and storm the gates. Besides, Gwen wanted heaven. Mephisto wanted Jehovah. So Hawk had followed Dr. Merrick all this way, curious to see if God would make an appearance. And yet, watching Merrick, still sitting on the deck, crying and laughing and muttering impossible under his breath, Hawk was starting to consider just revealing himself and reminding the men to pray already. He was running out of patience. Just as Hawk was about to speak up, Merrick suddenly thought of something. He shot to his feet and started frantically patting himself down, searching for something. When he didn't find it, his expression twisted into panic. Then, Merrick's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, "Right. My bag. My bag." He dropped to his knees and began searching the deck frantically. Hawk, leaning against the railing, glanced down at the backpack near his feet. He watched Merrick, who looked about 2 seconds away from tears, raised an eyebrow, bent down, picked up the bag, and held it out. "Here." "Oh, thank God." Merrick took the bag instinctively, glanced at Hawk, mumbled a quick thanks, then tore it open. He reached inside and pulled out something that looked completely ordinary, a bright red apple with a single bite taken out of it. He set the bag down, clutched the apple with both hands, and let out a shaky breath of relief. "Thank," Merrick muttered under his breath. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his body went rigid. His head turned mechanically, like a zombie, eyes wide, slowly rotating to look beside him. There stood Hawk, smiling brightly. "Hello." The next second, Hawk reached out and snatched the bitten red apple from Merrick's hands. Merrick froze. Then he lost it completely. He lunged at Hawk like a rabid dog, screaming as he tried to grab the apple back. "Give it." Snap. Hawk glanced at the charging Merrick with mild annoyance. A flicker of thought, and the doctor froze mid-lunge, locked in place by telekinesis. Hawk turned his attention to the apple in his hand, examining it carefully. He hadn't noticed the backpack at first. But now, as he studied the bitten red apple, he detected something familiar. Something that felt faintly like an infinity stone. But it wasn't an infinity stone. More like a divine relic. Hawk's mind worked through the implications as he looked at the red-faced, furious Merrick frozen in front of him. Then his gaze returned to the apple, and a thought occurred to him. He raised an eyebrow and looked back at Merrick. This wouldn't happen to be that apple, would it? The one from the Garden of Eden. The one Adam and Eve took a bite out of. According to legend, after Adam and Eve were created, they lived in the Garden of Eden, naked, carefree, innocent, until Eve was tempted by a serpent. She and Adam ate from the tree of knowledge, gained shame, and were cast out by God. This was the legendary fruit of knowledge. Hawk stared at Merrick, though he didn't really expect an answer. He didn't particularly want to hear one, either. Instead, he focused his sixth sense on the red apple. The next moment. Hawk's consciousness pierced through something, like breaking the surface of water, and he found himself inside a circular space with a missing corner. Then, his sixth sense swept across the interior, and Hawk sucked in a sharp breath. So many people. No, not people. Souls. Countless souls, densely packed, filling the entire space. But unlike the restless, chaotic souls in hell, these were pure. White. Pristine. Blank as fresh paper. Like they'd been wiped clean. Formatted. Wait. Brand new, formatted souls. Hawk pulled his consciousness out of the apple and looked back at Dr. Merrick. This is why your clones worked, isn't it? You used the souls in here. You gave the clones their own souls. Just like Adam and Eve, who ate the apple and gained shame. But shame had nothing to do with it. The real story was simpler. Adam and Eve had been created without souls. The serpent tempted them to bite the apple. The apple gave them souls. Souls gave them self-awareness. Self-awareness gave them individuality. So, this isn't the apple of good and evil. It's the apple of souls. Hawk's mind crystallized around the revelation. Without hesitation, he expanded his cosmo and hurled the red apple directly into his underworld. One simple truth. This was his prize now. With this apple, even if he hadn't made a deal with Mephisto, even if he never stormed heaven, at the very least, when his cosmo finally manifested in reality, the first life forms in his universe would have a proper origin. Hawk smiled, then released Merrick from the telekinetic hold. Thud. The instant Hawk let go, Merrick, still frozen in his lunging posture, stumbled forward and smashed his head into the deck. But Merrick's mind was still on the apple. Blood streaming down his face, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at Hawk again. "Give me back the apple. It was a gift from God." Crash. Hawk vanished. Merrick charged straight through his afterimage, slammed into the speedboat's railing, flipped over headfirst, and plunged into the ocean with a loud splash. Merrick surfaced moments later, thrashing and flailing in the water. The cold seawater stung the cuts on his face, shocking him back to clarity. He looked up at Hawk, standing calmly on the deck, and his expression twisted into pure terror. "Hawk. You can pray now, Dr. Merrick. I'm giving you the chance to pray to your God." Hawk had no intention of pulling Merrick back onto the boat. Hands in his pockets, he stood on the deck, smiling down at the men struggling in the water. "I'll give you 5 minutes. That's enough time to beg your God to show up, or at least send one of his angels to save you." Right. Night had fallen. The ocean water had turned frigid. Dr. Merrick, shivering and soaked, stammered, "Hawk, no, wait, Mr. Phoenix, I was wrong. It was Hydra. They forced me. They made me clone you. I'm sorry. Please, spare me." Hawk's smile didn't waver. "I told you to pray to your God, Merrick. Not to me. I'm not your God. The clock's ticking. Pray." With that, Hawk stopped looking at Merrick entirely. His gaze dropped to his watch, tracking the second hand as it ticked forward. 5 minutes. That was all the time God had. Either show up and give Hawk an explanation, or Hawk would march straight into heaven and demand one himself. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 139, 243, God didn't come, but the Sea King did. The sky was pitch black. The ocean stretched endlessly in every direction. Dr. Merrick, face pale, lips turning blue, struggled to keep himself from sinking into the increasingly turbulent water. His hands frantically paddled as his eyes filled with desperation, his mouth moving constantly, his voice trembling. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. May your glory shine like the light of dawn, illuminating. Hawk stood on the deck, one hand in his pocket, looking down at the stopwatch on his wrist. The second hand ticked forward relentlessly. Then, he looked up at Dr. Merrick thrashing in the water and smiled faintly. Time's up. No, no, no. Dr. Merrick, hearing Hawk's calm voice and seeing his equally calm expression, immediately panicked. His prayer became more frantic, more desperate. Even when Hawk used telekinesis to lift him out of the water, even as Hawk's hand closed around his throat, Merrick's prayers grew more rapid, more fervent, his hope for divine intervention painfully visible. And yet, nothing happened. Hawk glanced up at the night sky, where not a single star was visible, then looked back at Merrick, who was still praying nonstop. Your God isn't coming. Hawk wasn't particularly disappointed. If God didn't show, that was God's loss. Not his. When Hawk stormed Heaven Dimension, God would figure it out then. But Dr. Merrick was utterly devastated. No. No. God wouldn't abandon me. I'm God's most devout follower. I've bled for God. I've been imprisoned for God. Merrick's voice grew more agitated as he stared at Hawk. God wouldn't abandon me. Wait, it must be the wind. Too loud. Or the water. Too cold. My prayers didn't reach him. Yes, that's it. Let me go. Let me go back to land, and I'll pray for God to forgive you. Hawk watched Merrick, dangling from his grip, his expression cycling from desperation to self-delusion to fanatical fervor, even offering to have God forgive Hawk, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Merrick's expression turned rapturous. I am the new Noah. Believe me, I'm the only one who can lead humanity to survival in the coming war between angels and demons. Noah. Yes, I am. You look more like an idiot to me. Hawk cut him off, staring at the doctor in his grip with a frown. I'm starting to think you're not actually a believer in God at all. Just a fraud using his name. Merrick grabbed Hawk's arm with both hands, his voice rising to a frantic shout. No. I am. I'm the new Noah. God told me himself. Oh, really? Otherwise, how would I have God's gift, the red apple? You mean this? At Merrick's words, Hawk's mind flickered. He pulled the bitten red apple back out of his underworld and held it up. Merrick's eyes lit up at the sight. He reached for it immediately. That's mine. Give it back. Hawk withdrew the apple and smiled at Merrick. Tell me how God found you, and I promise I'll reunite you with your red apple. Merrick stared at Hawk, his expression suspicious. Really? I never lie. Hawk's tone was calm as he met Merrick's skeptical gaze. He released his grip, let Merrick drop to the deck, then stepped back and leaned against the railing. The ocean breeze ruffled his hair as he smiled at the doctor. Tell me your story. When you're done, I promise I'll reunite you with your red apple. Merrick, soaked, shivering, even shaking slightly, sat slumped on the deck, staring at Hawk. Swear to God. Sure. I swear to God, as long as you tell me the truth, I promise I will reunite you with your red apple. If I'm lying, may I be barred from heaven and captured by God himself after death. Hawk raised his hand without the slightest change in expression, swore his oath to God, then lowered his hand and gestured to Merrick. Your turn, Doctor. Go ahead. It all started when I was invited to help S.H.I.E.L.D. solve a case. Merrick, seeing that Hawk had sworn an oath to God, lowered his guard. After a moment of silence, he began recounting the entire story of his encounter with God. The story was long. And tedious. The short version, as a global expert in the biological sciences, Dr. Merrick had naturally worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. before. On one particular job, he'd been sent to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sandbox warehouse, the facility that stored strange and unusual items S.H.I.E.L.D. had recovered or confiscated from around the world. His task was to analyze some kind of gooey substance that appeared to have its own biological activity. The analysis took a month. Since he and S.H.I.E.L.D. had worked together multiple times before, Merrick was given certain privileges during his time at the sandbox. For instance, he was allowed to browse the warehouse's collection of bizarre artifacts during his breaks. Things like a mirror that bled. A talking comb. A severed reindeer head that still spoke. The red apple was something he discovered during one of those browsing sessions. And he'd become obsessed. According to Merrick, the moment he laid eyes on the red apple, he heard God's voice. God told him the reason his secret cloning experiments kept failing was because the clones lacked souls. Because of Merrick's devotion, God, who had long ago abandoned Earth, was moved. His attention returned to this world, corrupted by demons after his departure. God told Merrick he would be the new Noah. The new Jesus. He would use the tens of thousands of pure souls stored inside the red apple to create a new humanity. Soon, God would descend to Earth and unleash a second great flood, cleansing the world of demonic corruption. Only Merrick and his newly created humans would board the new ark and survive into the cleansed world. Merrick believed every word. He stole the red apple, used it to attract wealthy investors under the pretense of providing perfectly matched replacement organs, and expanded his cloning operation. He intended to create an unprecedented population of new humans, an entire race of his own design. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. caught him. But Merrick was convinced this was God testing him, just as Jesus had been tested when foolish humans nailed him to the cross. His arrest didn't shake his faith. It strengthened it. He, Merrick, was the new Jesus. Then Hydra broke him out. At first, Merrick had been reluctant to work with them. After all, he was God's chosen. And Hydra. They looked like servants of the devil. But he quickly rationalized it. Hydra had saved him. S.H.I.E.L.D. had persecuted him, just as they'd persecuted Jesus. So, Hydra wasn't evil at all. Merrick struck a deal with them. Hydra would provide funding in a cloning facility. In return, Merrick would help them use Hawk's blood to create their own Hydra captain. Hawk listened to Merrick's story, his tale of being chosen by God as the new Jesus and new Noah, then looked up at him. What about the mass graves outside the base? The ones filled with clones. You said you were building a new human race. So why did you create them just to kill them? God's will. Oh. After God left humanity in disappointment, demons took control of hell. For God to bring his light back to this world, he needs devout souls as his vanguard, souls to fill hell and reclaim it. So. Hawk's expression turned thoughtful as he looked at Merrick. You kept cloning me, then killing the clones, so the formatted souls from the apple could pass through my clones' bodies before going to hell. Merrick nodded. Exactly. You were using my clones as a washing machine for souls. There was no other way. True believers are rare in this world. God has lost faith in them. That's why he chose me. Merrick explained, puffing out his chest with visible pride when he mentioned being chosen by God. Hawk's expression remained flat. Why me? What? If you're washing souls for God, why single me out? Why not clone someone else? I couldn't. Why not? God said you're Samuel. Who? Hawk blinked, then his eyebrow rose. Lucifer. The morning star. Merrick looked surprised, then seemed to realize something and smiled. Yes. You were raised in a church, Hawk. That wasn't a coincidence. You're Samuel. The former archangel. Hawk let out a dry laugh but didn't argue. He gestured for Merrick to continue. So I'm the archangel Samuel. And God told you this? Yes. You are Samuel. At least, part of you is. God told me your soul has been corrupted by this demon-occupied world. So cloning you, then killing the clones, is actually helping you. Merrick nodded with absolute certainty, then looked at Hawk with fanatical eyes. The souls that pass through your clones will eventually become part of your own soul. As they develop, grow, and mature, they'll cleanse your corrupted soul and allow it to evolve. And you will return as the Archangel Samuel. Hawk understood. He nodded, looking at Dr. Merrick. So God wants to use those souls to possess me. No, no, no. Merrick shook his head vigorously. Not possession. Evolution. Your soul has been tainted by demons. Only by merging with pure souls can you remember your true identity. You are Samuel. You are an archangel. You are. Enough. Hawk raised his hand, cutting him off. Merrick, who'd been working himself into a frenzy, immediately fell silent, staring at Hawk. Hawk looked back at him. One last question. Yes, Samuel. Hawk's mouth twitched again as Merrick tried to rename him. He forced down the urge to vaporize the doctor on the spot and spoke curtly. Strucker. Where is he? Do you know? Merrick shook his head. No. You really don't know. I've told you everything I know. After all, you're the new Samuel. I'm the new Jesus. We're on the same side. This guy's brain has been turned into mush. Hawk thought to himself, then smiled at Dr. Merrick. Merrick stood up from the deck and shrugged. So, can I have the red apple back now? Of course. Hawk's smile didn't waver. His eyes flared crimson. Poof. The phoenix beams lanced out. Dr. Merrick, still smiling, still dreaming of serving God, vaporized instantly. Hawk lowered his gaze, watching as Merrick's soul was pulled into his underworld and dragged down into the infernal prisons. He wrinkled his nose in distaste. When had he ever said he'd give the apple back to Merrick? When had he ever said he'd let Merrick go? He'd promised to reunite Merrick with the red apple. The apple was currently in his underworld, being played with by his sister, Anya. And Merrick had just gone to the underworld too. So, Hawk hadn't lied. He hadn't broken his promise. Though honestly, he'd been tempted to break it just to see if God would show up. But he decided it wasn't worth burning his integrity for God. God wanted to kill two birds with one stone. Manipulate the poor, delusional Merrick into cloning Hawk's body like some kind of spiritual money laundering scheme. Wash the souls through the clones, let them seep into hell unnoticed. Meanwhile, develop the death angel in secret, and gather those cleansed souls, now imprinted with Hawk's essence, to eventually use them to possess him. TSK. The ambition. It rivaled old-school Hydra. Back in the day, Hydra fought on two fronts, battling the Soviets while also fighting the West. This god was doing the same thing. He wanted to wage war on Mephisto while simultaneously taking down Hawk on the side. Yeah. Truly befitting of God. Hawk had called Hydra's strategy monumentally stupid. But for God's plan, he'd use a different phrase. Bold. Admirably bold. But if you've got that kind of courage, why not show your face and talk to me directly? You're new Jesus. You're Noah. Even the red apple you used to infiltrate Earth, I've got all of them now. And you still won't show yourself. Not even a projection. Not even a single threatening line. At least pretend to care about your image. You're supposed to be God. Act like it. Hawk stood on the deck, looking up at the still black night sky, hoping, just for a moment, that God might make an appearance. But once again, when he told Merrick to pray for God's arrival, God hadn't shown. Now that he'd killed Merrick, taken his soul, stolen the apple containing tens of thousands of souls, God still wasn't showing. Clearly, God was offline. Hawk sighed, mildly disappointed he wouldn't get to meet God tonight. But something else did. Splash. 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 Just as Hawk lowered his gaze from the sky and glanced at the turbulent ocean surface, 4 columns of water exploded around the speedboat. 4 mermaids. No. Black mermaids. 4 figures that blended perfectly with the darkness, blue-gray skin, wielding spears, burst from the water in unison. Their eyes burned with rage and hatred as they stared at Hawk and shrieked in unison. Genocidal murderer, die. That voice. That language. Wakandan. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He looked at the figure frozen midair in front of him, apparently a Wakandan survivor, then reached out, grabbed her by the throat, and pulled her closer for a better look. Up close, he realized she wasn't actually from Wakanda. Wakandans were black. This woman's skin was a blue-gray color, like certain deep-sea fish. And her features were distinctly different from Wakandans. She had webbing between her fingers. Not just her hands, her toes too. Translucent membranes stretched between each digit. Her ears were pointed. Her eyes were large and deep-set. Her exposed blue-gray skin was covered in faintly glowing patterns. Clearly, these 4 weren't Wakandan survivors. But they'd definitely been shouting in the Wakandan language. Hawk was certain of that. But when he'd wiped out Wakanda, he hadn't seen any blue-gray skinned, webbed, pointy-eared new species. Were they from the coast near Wakanda? Underwater Wakandans? Hawk frowned, puzzling it over. He looked at the woman in his grip, her blue-gray skin gradually turning red, and assumed he was squeezing too hard. He loosened his hold, letting her breathe. Her pupils continued dilating. Her face turned redder. And it wasn't just her. The other 3, still frozen midair around the speedboat, spears in hand, were reacting the same way. Hawk released the telekinetic hold on her mouth. The next instant, her mouth opened. She looked at Hawk, her eyes filled with fear and desperation. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 140, 244, Marvel's Sea King, Namor. It wasn't just the blue-gray creature in front of him. The other 3, held in mid-attack by Hawk's telekinesis, suspended around the speedboat like frozen statues, were also gasping out the same desperate cries once their mouths were freed. Hawk ignored them entirely, watching with detached interest as the blue-gray creature before him slowly asphyxiated. Her face, once dull and lifeless, was now flushed with color, rosy, almost vibrant, though still hideously ugly. The creature's voice grew hoarse, as if someone had a knee pressed against her throat. Her protests became weaker and weaker until they were barely audible. She was at death's door. And then... boom. Bang, 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 bang. The ocean beneath the speedboat suddenly came alive. The water surged upward with explosive force, tearing the boat apart in an instant. Hawk's eyes flared crimson. In less than a tenth of a second, he incinerated all 4 blue-gray creatures with concentrated phoenix beams. Then his body vanished. Suddenly. Crash. The speedboat was shredded by the suddenly violent water, torn into chunks small enough to chew like beef jerky. Hawk floated expressionlessly above the sea, his gaze dropping to the water's surface. A silver object shot up from the churning waves, gleaming in the light as it streaked toward him like a lightning bolt. Hawk raised an eyebrow and threw a punch. Clang. The sharp ring of metal on metal echoed across the water. Hawk got a clear look at the silver object colliding with his fist. A fork. Technically, a trident. Boom. The impact between fist and trident sent a shock wave rippling outward. The trident was immediately launched backward, spinning once in midair before shooting back across the water's surface. It tore through the waves with a roar, skimming just above the ocean as it hurtled back toward its owner. Hawk let out a cold laugh. He stepped forward with his right foot, locked onto the retreating trident and the water beneath it, and threw another punch. A massive wave surged up from the ocean at the same moment. Boom. Hawk's fist collided with the rising tsunami. The impact produced a deafening roar. The wave managed to halt his punch's momentum, but the moment they made contact, the water exploded into countless droplets that rained back down into the sea. The next second, a figure appeared from behind the collapsing wave. He wore emerald battle armor, had small wings protruding from his ankles, and bore the same blue-gray skin as the creatures Hawk had just killed. His upper body was bare, revealing a powerful, muscular frame. He caught the trident mid-flight, and as the wave receded, he came into full view. Hawk watched as the newcomer, who had been racing toward him underwater at supersonic speed while Hawk had been enjoying the slow suffocation of those 4 creatures, commanded the broken wave back into the ocean. The men hovered in the air, just like Hawk. Unlike Hawk's effortless levitation, though, this man's ankle wings were flapping erratically, almost spasmodically, to keep him airborne. The visual was absurd. After recalling the water, the newcomer floated in place, his ankle wings beating rapidly, gripping his trident as he locked eyes with Hawk. Hawk Phoenix. And you are? Mackenzie. Namor Mackenzie. The voice was cold, like seawater. But dark seawater. Namor Mackenzie, king of Talokan, an underwater kingdom hidden from the world just like Wakanda, held his trident steady, his tone as frigid as the ocean depths. Hawk listened to the introduction, his mind racing. Inside his memory palace, files on every notable figure in the Marvel Universe flipped open, scanning through at the speed of light. A moment later, he found the match. Namor Mackenzie. The Sea King. Not DC's Aquaman, though. This was Marvel's version. DC's Aquaman ruled the underwater kingdom of Atlantis. Marvel's Sea King also ruled an underwater Atlantis, except here, it was called Talokan. DC's Aquaman was a half-breed between surface dwellers and ocean people. Marvel's Sea King was, also mixed. As for why DC's Aquaman was a half-breed while Marvel's Sea King was something else entirely, Hawk wasn't going to explain. DC's Aquaman wielded the Trident of Neptune. Marvel's Sea King also wielded the Trident of Neptune. Namor could breathe freely underwater and even thrive at high altitudes. He could move at supersonic speeds beneath the waves and run like the wind on land. His strength rivaled Thor's. In fact, according to some editors in interviews, when Namor was in the water, even Thor couldn't match him. Though the movies didn't exactly showcase that. Hawk's thoughts churned. Then he remembered something, the blue orb filled with seawater he'd found when he destroyed Wakanda. He looked at Namor, who still held the Trident of Neptune, and spoke a single word. Wakanda. Yes. Namor met Hawk's gaze, his expression unchanged. You're exactly as my wife described. You have a heart of ice. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Your wife. Shuri. The Wakandan princess. Hearing that, Hawk's expression darkened briefly before he looked back at Namor and let out a dry laugh. I thought she died with her brother T'Challa when I wiped out Wakanda. Namor smiled faintly. She would have. If I hadn't married her. His kingdom hadn't actually been closely tied to Wakanda. At least, not before Hawk exposed Wakanda to the world. Before that, the two nations had simply shared one thing, both guarded the secret of vibranium. After all, Wakanda had vibranium. So did Talokan. But just before Wakanda's previous king, T'Chaka, died and passed into the ancestral plane, he had come to Namor. And he'd offered Shuri's hand in marriage. Namor had brought Shuri back to his underwater kingdom. And then, almost immediately afterward, Hawk had annihilated Wakanda. Talk about timing. You're cruel, Mr. Phoenix. Thanks. Hawk accepted the compliment with a blank expression, then looked at Namor. So you're here for revenge? Namor shrugged. You killed my wife's entire family. Here's some advice. Go ahead. Hand over your wife. Then get the hell out of my sight and never show your face again. Otherwise, I guarantee your underwater kingdom will vanish from the world just like Wakanda did. Hawk's tone was calm. Matter of fact. He thought Wakanda had been completely wiped out. Turns out, there was one fish that slipped through the net. And now that fish had delivered itself straight to him. Namor listened to Hawk's suggestion and laughed. Hawk watched Namor laugh, and he laughed too. Soon enough, Namor's smile faded. You're not just cruel. You're arrogant. And here's my advice. Let's hear it. Kneel. Bow toward Wakanda's ruins. Do that, and I'll let you leave. Namor's expression remained calm as he offered his own suggestion. Hawk's smile didn't fade. If anything, it grew wider. His gaze locked onto Namor, sharp and predatory. You. A mongrel with wings on his ankles. Ha. Hawk let out a cold laugh, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Mongrel. Namor's expression darkened instantly. Watching Hawk laugh without restraint, he didn't waste another word. He raised his trident, his ankle wings beating furiously, and charged straight at Hawk. I'm gonna kill you. You think you can? Hawk's laughter stopped instantly. His expression went flat. His right fist shot forward once again. Boom. An even louder explosion erupted. A sonic boom formed the moment fist met trident. Both Hawk and Namor were launched backward. But Hawk's retreating form vanished in an instant, leaving only a scattered afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already behind Namor, who was still flying backward, and his fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing down. At that moment, Namor seemed to react. His body twisted sharply, and the trident of Neptune, glowing with an eerie blue light, whipped around like a returning spear and collided with Hawk's fist once more. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Not just the air, the ocean itself trembled. The shockwave created by the collision of Hawk's energy and Namor's power slammed downward into the sea below them. In an instant, it carved out a massive crater in the water, dozens of meters wide. Around the crater's edge, the displaced water surged upward, forming towering walls that seemed to connect sea and sky, creating an impenetrable barrier. Beep. 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 Shield satellites detecting massive energy fluctuations in the North Pacific. Analyzing energy data now. Beep beep beep. Phoenix signature confirmed, plus. Unknown energy detected. Running database comparison. Comparison complete. Thor level signature detected. Commander, we have high-intensity energy readings in the North Pacific. Phoenix confirmed. Unknown secondary energy source, intensity comparable to Thor. Activate the shield energy satellite. Understood. Diverting satellite feed. 5 minutes to full uplink. Uplink successful. Put it on screen. Commander Victoria Hand immediately gave the order, then turned her attention to the main display. Just then, the command center doors slid open. SHIELD Director Maria Hill, having just received the alert, walked over to stand beside Victoria Hand. She looked up at the screen, which was still syncing with the satellite feed. What's going on? I thought we were tracking down Merrick. Where the hell did a Thor-level energy signature come from? No idea. But, satellites online. Commander Hand shrugged. Fortunately, at that moment, the screen finished syncing with the satellite, cutting the conversation short. The next second, the previously dark display, still showing signal connecting, suddenly flared to life. And then, through SHIELD's advanced satellite technology, the pitch-black North Pacific was rendered in crystal-clear daylight on the main screen. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 141, 245, The Common Weakness of Gods. As the SHIELD satellite feed came online, Commander Victoria Hand and Director Maria Hill both turned their attention to the main screen. What they saw. In the middle of the ocean, a massive crater had formed. At the bottom lay calm water, while the crater's edges were bordered by towering walls of seawater that seemed to touch the sky itself. Fortunately, SHIELD's satellite was positioned high enough that, despite some interference causing occasional static snow on the feed, the two figures continuously colliding, separating, and clashing again were clearly visible. The crimson energy signature was unmistakably Hawk's. But the deep blue energy, dark as the ocean depths. Can we zoom in? Negative. The shield tech responded immediately. This is maximum resolution. The energy output is too massive. Hill nodded. Capture as much footage as possible. Archive it and run identification protocols. Understood. Boom. Hawk's strike was brutally simple. Once again, his fist slammed into the trident of Neptune as Namor thrusted toward him. The collision of fist and trident echoed through the temporary arena constructed from seawater. The trident vibrated violently. Namor used the momentum to retreat to the water wall. He glanced down at his right hand, now aching slightly, then looked back up at Hawk. Hawk floated effortlessly in midair, completely relaxed. I could do this all day. So could I. Namor laughed, then shot forward in a blur. He avoided Hawk's next punch, gliding along the water wall like a surfer, rapidly descending to the calm surface at the crater's bottom. With a powerful thrust, he planted his trident into the water before him. The endless walls of water surrounding them responded as if they'd received a command. They immediately collapsed inward. Hawk didn't hesitate. His eyes flicked upward, and his form vanished. In the instant the water walls began to fall, he reappeared high above the ocean surface. Crash! The massive volume of water instantly filled the crater, swallowing Namor, who stood gripping his trident at the bottom, completely. Did we get him? One of the shield techs monitoring the satellite feed couldn't contain his excitement as he watched Namor disappear beneath the waves on screen. Phoenix had helped S.H.I.E.L.D. take down Hydra. That made Phoenix a friend of S.H.I.E.L.D. And if Hawk was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s friend, then Hawk's enemies were, by extension, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s enemies. So the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were firmly Team Hawk. Victoria Hand and Maria Hill remained silent. They kept their eyes fixed on Hawk, still hovering above the water on the main display. Hawk stared down expressionlessly at the ocean surface. Dead? Impossible. Namor was the Sea King. He could die anywhere, except in the ocean. Just like Mephisto. Unless you could destroy hell itself, Mephisto was immortal within his own dimension. The same logic applied to Namor. And in the ocean, Namor's power rivaled Thor's. Case in point. Hawk's sixth sense locked onto his target. He could feel Namor moving beneath the waves. In a flash, Namor, now back in his element, shot through the water at supersonic speed, diving deeper as if trying to escape. But the next second, Namor reversed course. In the blink of an eye, he returned, bursting upward and raising his trident high above the surface, aiming directly at Hawk. Boom! A massive column of water, as thick as Yggdrasil itself, formed instantly, drawing in the surrounding ocean. It spiraled upward like a volcanic eruption, breaking through the surface and surging toward Hawk with terrifying speed. And then, the enormous water column hit nothing but air. Namor rode the rising column, standing firmly atop it with his trident in hand. He looked across at Hawk, who had reappeared a short distance away. I thought you weren't the type to run. Heh. Hawk, having dodged the water attack, let out a dry laugh. Says the guy who just dove into the ocean. Namor spread his arms wide, still standing on the water column. The ocean is my home. You're the one who barged in uninvited. No. Hawk stared calmly at Namor, whose skin had begun to darken after exerting himself. Remember, you attacked me first. Namor paused for a moment, then scoffed. And? Nothing. I just want you to remember that. So when I destroy you and your kingdom the same way I destroyed Wakanda, you won't have to wonder why I did it. Just like your wife's brother. After I annihilated Wakanda, he was still alive. He asked me why I destroyed Wakanda. You know what I told him. Hawk smiled faintly, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. Namor's brow furrowed. What? I said. Your destruction has nothing to do with you. So I'm telling you now, in advance. That way, when I wipe out your kingdom, you won't ask stupid questions. I'm giving you fair warning. Hawk's smile widened. The next instant, he vanished. Sixth sense, teleportation. Namor, standing atop the water column, felt danger surge from behind. He immediately swung his trident in response. But Hawk appeared at his side instead. With a devastating punch, he sent Namor flying off the column. Bang, bang, bang. Namor crashed into the ocean surface but didn't sink. Instead, he skipped across the water like a stone, using the churning waves to regain his balance. With a furious roar, he hurled the trident of Neptune straight at Hawk. Boom. This time, Hawk didn't meet the trident head-on. He sidestepped, and as the weapon passed within inches of him, his fist slammed into the shaft. The trident of Neptune spun wildly through the air like a meteor. Namor saw this and opened his right hand, attempting to recall his weapon. But the next second, Hawk reappeared behind him again. The air tore apart with a shriek as Hawk's fist crashed heavily into Namor's back. Boom. Namor plummeted toward the ocean like a falling star. Crash. A massive spray of water erupted. This time, Namor's entry wasn't graceful or smooth. He hit the surface like a meteor falling from the sky, sending up an explosion of water as he plunged beneath the waves. Your power really is about equal to Thor's. Actually, you two are a lot alike. One's the hammer god. The other's the fork god. What's the matter? Without the trident of Neptune, you can't control the ocean anymore. Hawk watched as Namor quickly adjusted underwater and resurfaced. Then he glanced toward the distant trident of Neptune, still spinning through the air after being knocked away. Suddenly. Whoosh. Hawk's form shot forward, racing at top speed toward the trident's location. Namor saw this and immediately dove back into the ocean, accelerating to supersonic speed as he pursued his weapon underwater. Hawk in the sky. Namor in the sea. And the spinning trident of Neptune, still gliding across the water's surface, was the finish line. The difference was, Hawk didn't care about the prize. Namor did. Hawk glanced downward, tracking Namor's form beneath the waves. The Sea King's speed nearly matched his own. Through his sixth sense, Hawk caught sight of something interesting. On Namor's back, just above his right hip, the scales appeared slightly duller than the rest. If he wasn't mistaken, that was Marvel's Sea King Namor's Achilles heel. Achilles was a Western mythological figure, invincible, immortal, and impervious to all weapons. But he had one weakness, his heel. When someone shot him there, he died. Yes. The supposedly invincible, immortal god Achilles died because his heel wasn't protected. It sounded absurd. But it was a common trait among gods. Every god, no matter how powerful, even those claiming omnipotence and omniscience, had a weakness. And Marvel Universe followed the same rule. So, Hawk had found Namor's Achilles heel. The next instant, his form flickered. He dove into the ocean, his right fist cocked back. In a blur of motion, he struck directly at the weak point on Namor's lower back. Namor, racing through the water to reclaim his divine weapon before Hawk could reach it, was mere moments from grasping the trident of Neptune when alarm bells suddenly exploded in his mind. At the exact moment his hand closed around the trident's shaft, he twisted his body to the side. But Hawk's supersonic punch, thrown with full force, still connected. Not completely, but most of the impact landed squarely on Namor's fatal weak point. Splurt. Namor's face flushed crimson. He coughed up a massive spray of blood, and his body plummeted toward the ocean floor at lightning speed. So fast, it was nearly the speed of light. Already underwater, Hawk raised an eyebrow and gave chase. Boom. Namor, still clutching his trident, slammed into the seabed like a cannonball. The ocean floor cracked on impact. Bubbles erupted from the fractures, and the surrounding water turned murky at a visible rate. Just as Hawk closed in, and Namor, now unconscious, was about to be swallowed by the collapsing seabed, something emerged from the depths. A massive creature, ancient beyond measure and the size of two Titanics combined, revealed itself. The giant octopus unfurled countless tentacles and sent them surging toward Hawk. As Hawk disappeared beneath the waves, the North Pacific surface began to calm. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. Maria Hill and Victoria Hand kept their eyes locked on the ocean. Every tech in the command center had stopped working. They'd forgotten to breathe. All of them stared at the main screen without blinking. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Time crawled by. Until. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 142, 246, Hawk commands the Big Five. Dawn broke across the horizon. The calm ocean surface suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. A 200-meter radius of water exploded upward, and from the churning depths emerged a creature of nightmare proportions, a giant octopus so massive it seemed to blot out the rising sun itself. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center, every agent who had been holding their breath while watching the main screen let out a collective gasp. The appearance of the monstrous octopus hit them like a jump scare in a horror movie. Just when you thought the suspense was over, the monster appears. Even Hill and Director Hand flinched, their eyes widening involuntarily. But they were a director and a commander, respectively. And they were women. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies were a man's world, or at least, that's what everyone believed. Which meant any woman who wanted to lead in that world had to be tougher than most of the men around her. So Hill and Hand forced down their instinctive reactions and managed not to join the chorus of startled exclamations. Just then, a female tech, who'd been covering her mouth, suddenly lit up. Wait, look. It's Phoenix. Thank God. He's alive. So does that mean the merman's dead? Merman. I was going to call him a mermaid, but do you really think he qualifies as beautiful? Let's just stick with merman. Hill and Hand exchanged a glance, then turned their attention back to the main screen. There, holding something above the water's surface before casually tossing it aside, was Hawk, shirtless, floating effortlessly in midair. His suit was completely ruined. When that giant octopus had stirred up the underwater currents, his suit jacket had been shredded to ribbons in seconds. Good thing Hawk had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be shirtless right now, he'd be completely naked. Still. How long had that octopus been alive? 20,000 years, at least. Hawk hovered in place, frowning as he looked down at the massive octopus corpse spread across the ocean surface like a giant, lifeless tarp. Its head was caved in. Hawk's gaze lingered on the creature that had appeared at the most inconvenient moment, right when he'd been about to finish off Namor. His thoughts turned to the trident of Neptune. No doubt about it. This giant octopus had shown up to protect Namor. Everyone knew the drill. DC's Aquaman wielded the trident of Neptune, which could control the ocean and communicate with sea life. Marvel's Sea King, Namor, had the same abilities with his version of the trident. Killing the octopus hadn't taken long. What had taken time was searching for Namor. And the results were obvious. Namor had escaped. Beneath the collapsed seabed where Namor had been buried, Hawk had discovered a deeper fissure. Namor's presence had vanished into that crack. He'd followed the trail for a while, confirmed Namor was long gone, then given up. Instead, he'd grabbed the giant octopus and hauled it to the surface. After all, it counted as a trophy. Besides, he'd never tasted 20,000-year-old takoyaki before. And back in Forks, he remembered Gwen eating octopus balls at the town's Christmas food festival. She'd said they were her favorite snack. So, Gwen would definitely love some 20,000-year-old octopus. Hawk was still contemplating this when... V-room. 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 5 speedboats appeared on the distant horizon, arranged in an attack formation as they raced toward him at top speed. Hawk glanced over, raised an eyebrow, and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing on one of the speedboats. The 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on board jumped at his sudden arrival. Sharon Carter, however, had been ready. The moment Hawk appeared, she handed him a black t-shirt emblazoned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo. Here. Thanks. Hawk accepted the shirt, then glanced down at it and looked back at Sharon. How many S.H.I.E.L.D. shirts does this make for me now? Sharon thought for a moment. 4. Hawk shook his head. 5. The first S.H.I.E.L.D. shirt had been after his show of force at Quantico. The second was in Wakanda, courtesy of Hill. The third was in London, from Natasha. The fourth was in Texas. And now this one made 5. Hawk pulled the shirt over his head, then looked at Sharon. Gwen mentioned last time that she wanted to ask you guys who your supplier is. She's thinking about getting a custom women's version. Matching couples shirts. Sharon smiled. Gwen already asked me. I gave her the contact yesterday. She didn't tell me. It was yesterday when she got back to New York. I picked her up at the airport. Thanks. Hawk looked at Sharon for a moment, then thanked her. His gaze lingered on her face, she was smiling, but there was a faint trace of exhaustion around her eyes. It was obvious. Sharon had come straight here after picking up Gwen from the airport. No rest in between. Hawk felt a flicker of gratitude and looked at Sharon. All right. Ask me anything. I'm an open book. Sharon's eyes crinkled with amusement. Anything. Anything. Hawk sat down on the deck, spreading his arms wide. Right now, I'm an open book. Nothing off limits. Oh, and you guys can have the octopus. Just save me 3 tentacles, nice, fat ones. Sharon immediately turned and nodded to the agents on the other speedboats. One of the techs on another boat immediately radioed the nearest S.H.I.E.L.D. vessel. Sharon then sat down on the deck across from him. That merman you were fighting. Merman. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Sharon explained. That's what the command center started calling him. Hawk nodded in understanding. Fair enough. His name is Namor Mackenzie. He's the king of an underwater kingdom called Talokan. Talokan. Atlantis. Talokan is what Atlantis became. Wait. Sharon sucked in a sharp breath. The lost city of Atlantis. Talokan. She'd never heard of it. But Atlantis. That was a name everyone knew. A legendary civilization that existed only in myths and stories. Some scholars even argued it had never existed at all. Sharon used to be in that camp. Until now. Atlantis is real. Of course. It just changed its name. Now it's called Talokan, the Undersea Kingdom. Their people live beneath the ocean. Hawk flipped through the files in his memory palace, pulling up everything he knew about Sea King Namor Mackenzie and Talokan. Talokan's current location should be somewhere in the Atlantic. The Atlantic. Yeah. Sharon nodded, processing that, then her thoughts returned to the merman. So that merman escaped. Escaped. Sharon looked genuinely shocked. Her eyes widened as she stared at Hawk. Hawk noticed her expression and couldn't help but laugh. You seem more surprised than I am. Of course. Sharon nodded instinctively, then caught herself and clarified. I mean, this is probably the first enemy who's ever escaped from you, right? Hawk blinked, looking at Sharon. Is it? There was that Eternal on Skull Island. Oh, right. S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been on Skull Island, so they didn't know about that. Hawk let out a dry laugh. Namor Mackenzie's title is Sea King. Just like I can't kill the Lord of Hell inside his own hell dimension, I can't kill the Sea King in the middle of the ocean. At least, not yet. It was the truth. Even though he'd found Namor's weakness, that didn't mean he could finish him off on the spot. If they'd been on land, the punch Hawk had landed on Namor's weak point would have been fatal. No question. But this was the ocean. Namor's home turf. So, by the time Hawk had dealt with the giant octopus Namor had summoned to protect him, Namor had already slipped away. Still. Even if he's not dead, he's at critical health. Barely hanging on. He won't recover for at least a year. Hawk thought back to Namor, who had dodged his full power strike at the last second but still taken most of the impact, coughing up blood instantly. A faint smile tugged at his lips. People tended to forget something important. Right now, Hawk was constantly manifesting the full power of his sixth sense Silver Cosmo. Even without his saint armor, every punch and kick carried a trace of Phoenix energy. Phoenix was fire. Namor was water. Fire and water didn't mix. Even if Namor was the Sea King, so what? If he could control his ocean powers without relying on his trident, maybe he'd recover in 10 days or 2 weeks. But the current Sea King Namor was just like Thor, who people called the Thunder God but should really call the Hammer God. Namor was the Fort God. So without that trident, Namor wouldn't recover for a year. And during that entire year, he'd be suffering constant agony from the Phoenix flames Hawk had punched into his body, burning him from the inside out. That was why Hawk hadn't been the least bit upset when he realized Namor had escaped. Sharon listened, her expression turning serious. We'll keep a close watch for him. The moment he surfaces, I'll let you know immediately. Relax. I said he won't be able to come out for a year, and I meant it. Don't be so tense. Hawk looked at Sharon, who seemed even more concerned than he was, and laughed. Then he raised an eyebrow as a thought occurred to him. Oh, by the way. Yeah. Talokan has vibranium deposits too. And they've got this special herb down there. The original Talokan people ate it and gained the ability to breathe underwater. If the Big Five are interested, they can go looking for it. When you find it, let me know. Same deal as Wakanda, I'll clear the place out for you. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 143, 247, Heaven is not heaven. A man's word is his bond. Say you'll repay a debt, and you repay it. Say you'll wipe out someone's entire family, and you wipe out their entire family. Hawk kept his accounts balanced. He'd given Namor a chance. Hand over that Wakandan survivor Shuri, and Hawk would pretend nothing had happened. But Namor hadn't just refused the offer, he'd attacked instead. So Hawk couldn't be blamed for what came next. If that was how it was going to be, then Namor and his underwater kingdom Talokan would follow Wakanda into oblivion. But Hawk knew Marvel's Sea King Namor and his underwater kingdom were somewhere in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. He just didn't remember the exact location. If Namor hadn't been injured, Hawk would have flown straight to the Atlantic and conducted a carpet search of the entire ocean floor. But now Namor was wounded. He wouldn't recover for at least a year. So, Hawk thought of the Big Five. He was confident that once the Big Five learned Talokan had vibranium deposits and some kind of magical herb that allowed people to breathe underwater, they'd be extremely interested. They might even take the initiative themselves. Once the Big Five moved, all he had to do was sit back and wait. He had no direct conflict with the Big Five. In fact, their collaboration during the Wakanda operation had been quite pleasant. Hawk had gotten what he wanted, Wakanda destroyed. The Big Five had gotten what they wanted, Wakanda's vibranium deposits divided among them. Now Talokan was just another Wakanda. The Big Five would handle finding Talokan. Hawk would handle destroying it. Then the Big Five would pay Hawk for his services and take care of the cleanup afterward. Perfect. After listening to Hawk explain that Talokan also had vibranium deposits and some kind of magical herb, Sharon immediately understood his plan. The next second, her expression turned somewhat peculiar as she looked at Hawk. You're probably the first person in the world to order the Big Five around like this. Hawk glanced at Sharon, smiling. Just tell me, will they listen? Sharon nodded without hesitation. They will. Without question, the moment she reported that vibranium deposits identical to Wakanda's existed at the bottom of the Atlantic, the Big Five would dispatch a joint fleet to the Atlantic immediately. Even knowing full well that Hawk was using them, they wouldn't be able to refuse. Because Hawk was offering too much. Bottom line, Hawk had no interest in vibranium. But the Big Five were very, very interested in vibranium. So, Sharon pulled out her satellite phone and first reported the Atlantic vibranium discovery to Director Hill and Commander Hand. After hanging up, she looked at Hawk. The director's already contacting the Security Council. Excellent. Let me know the moment they find it. Hawk smiled faintly at Sharon. Anything else you want to ask? Sharon nodded. Merrick. Dead. So the one we captured really was a clone? Yes. But didn't you say clones couldn't have souls? Then how? Look. Hawk opened his right hand and once again summoned his trophy from the underworld, the red apple that appeared to have a bite taken out of it. Sharon stared at the apple materializing in Hawk's palm and blinked. An apple with a bite taken out of it. I'll give you a hint. Hawk smiled. Think mythology. Sharon pondered Hawk's hint while studying the red apple in his palm intently. An apple with a bite taken out of it. What could that represent in mythology? Her mind raced, flipping through mythological stories at high speed. The next second, Sharon seemed to realize something. Her pupils dilated instantly, and her hands involuntarily covered her mouth. Her gaze kept shifting between Hawk's face and the red apple in his hand. Are you saying this apple with a bite taken out of it is from the Garden of? Yes. Holy cow. Getting Hawk's confirming nod, Sharon sucked in a sharp breath. Hawk returned the apple to his underworld. Sharon was a professional SHIELD agent, so she quickly recovered from her shock and regained the composure required of her position. But wait, that doesn't make sense. What does this have to do with the clone's soul? This apple is the fruit of knowledge. Where does knowledge come from? Consciousness. Where does consciousness come from? The soul. Sharon's expression cleared with understanding, then her brow furrowed again. But where did Merrick get this thing? Hawk smiled faintly. From SHIELD. What? Merrick said so himself. He said he found it while helping you identify some unusual creature at something called the Sandbox. Found it in that warehouse. Hawk left out the part about Merrick finding it under God's guidance. After all, Sharon wore a cross around her neck. He was a kind person, and Sharon was his friend. He didn't want his friend's faith to collapse. Like the fact that God wasn't exactly a good guy. Mephisto at most treated Earth as his soul ranch. God wanted to turn Earth into his personal farm. The Sandbox, it does store many strange and unknown objects. But I've never been there. After hearing Hawk mention the Sandbox, Sharon frowned thoughtfully, then continued, when I get back, I'll request access to the Sandbox intake logs. See when this apple was brought in. Hawk made a sound of acknowledgement, then stood up from the deck. Sharon followed suit. After standing, Hawk stretched, preparing to return to New York. But before leaving, he looked at Sharon again. Any more questions? Yes. Go ahead. Those numerous clones discovered after the Molokai explosion. Burn them. Hawk looked at Sharon's hesitant expression. You know me. I've never worried about these clones. If you guys want to clone me too, be my guest. Really? Just don't let me know about it. Sharon immediately waved her hands. No, no, no. We won't. Burning them is good. Burning them is very good. Hawk laughed. Relax, Sharon. I'm joking. I know that with you, Maria Hill, and Commander Hand around, SHIELD would never try to clone me. Sharon let out a breath of relief. Thank you. So does this mean the clone crisis is over? Yes. That's good. Sharon nodded, then seemed to remember something. She looked at Hawk. One last question. Earlier in Georgia, after Natasha confirmed that the Merrick we captured was a clone, you said this was connected to a dimensional war. Hawk looked at Sharon and said nothing. Sharon watched as a somewhat strange expression gradually appeared on Hawk's face. Her heart sank, and she asked cautiously, can't I ask? You just said I could ask anything. Hawk shook his head. Don't be nervous, Sharon. Again, we're friends. You can ask me anything. If I know the answer, I'll tell you. But with this question, I'm just considering whether you really want to know the answer. From their first meeting until now, Sharon hadn't given him as much timely assistance as his first friend Anna had. But there was no denying that Sharon was genuine. Even if Sharon had approached him with an agenda, trying to build a good relationship with him. But judge by actions, not intentions. Sharon's phone number was saved in his rarely used cell phone's contacts. First name only. No last name. That kind of friend. Hawk looked at Sharon. This answer might be difficult for you to accept. So think carefully. If you really want to know, ask me again. I'll tell you the truth. Sharon listened to Hawk's words, her eyes flickering, but she didn't hesitate long before looking at Hawk and nodding. Yes. I want to know. All right. Then ask. The dimensional war. The heaven dimension and the hell dimension. Wait. Sharon's eyes widened. Heaven. As in, that heaven. The heaven I'm thinking of. Hawk nodded. Yes. Jesus Christ. Sharon sucked in another sharp breath. Hawk looked at Sharon's shocked pupils and smiled. Are you sure you want me to continue? What comes next might shatter your faith. I remember you're a believer. Sharon's expression regained its composure. She took a deep breath and looked at Hawk. My faith and my work are separate. Besides, aren't you a believer too? I remember you were even in the church youth choir. I have a good voice. And they paid me $50 every time I sang at a baptism ceremony. Hawk shrugged. Sharon looked at Hawk, who had just bluntly admitted he'd only joined the choir for money. Her mouth opened, then she shook her head and pulled the conversation back to the dimensional war. So. A war between heaven and hell. Yes. How does that affect my faith? I don't understand why it would shake my beliefs. Unless. Sharon frowned, then seemed to realize something. She looked at Hawk with disbelief, her pupils rapidly contracting again. Heaven isn't heaven, and hell isn't hell. Hawk met Sharon's gaze, his expression calm. Yes. Heaven isn't the heaven you think it is. Hell isn't the hell you understand. What do you mean? Sharon took a deep breath, then looked at Hawk with determination and a hunger for truth in her eyes. Please. Tell me. That requires starting from Earth's creation. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 144, 248, Hawk's devotion to friendship. When Earth wasn't Earth yet, when it was still Midgard, it belonged to the World Tree's parallel universe. Thor's universe. Later, Earth fell from the World Tree. At that moment, Earth became just Earth. A seed fell with it and took root. Yahweh brought his heaven dimension along for the ride. He came with a mission. Just like Mephisto is a death lord serving death herself, Yahweh was created by someone too. Earth was meant to be Yahweh's farm. Its purpose was to provide nutrients for the celestial seed gestating within it. When Earth's life reached critical mass, that sprouted seed would burst through the surface. But Yahweh wasn't the only one with designs on Earth. Mephisto had plans too. And then. Mephisto defeated Yahweh and his heaven dimension. He won Earth. Now Yahweh and his heaven dimension are making a comeback. That red apple is proof. Yahweh must have left it behind deliberately when he retreated. All for this moment. Because Merrick claimed he received divine revelation from God. He used the apple to continuously clone bodies, essentially laundering the formatted souls inside it, like money laundering, but with souls. Then he killed them and sent those souls to hell. They're trying to manufacture a death angel. By doing this, they hope to defeat Mephisto, seize hell, and reclaim Earth. That way, they can accelerate the celestial seed's growth. This is the truth behind this dimensional war. Sitting back down on the deck steps, Hawk kept his word and told Sharon everything without holding back. Sharon's expression shifted exactly as Hawk had anticipated. As the story unfolded, her face cycled through emotions like acts in a play. Shock. Disbelief. Confusion. The three expressions alternated across Sharon's features, performing their own dramatic production. Her inner world was in turmoil. In the face of truth, her faith began to crumble. Sharon tried desperately to stabilize her collapsing beliefs. But it was useless. Defeat comes like an avalanche. Faith works the same way. The moment Hawk finished speaking, Sharon's faith shattered completely. After a long silence, Sharon looked up at Hawk, her voice hoarse. So God is coming back to destroy us? Hawk nodded. Yes. Sharon opened her mouth, looking at Hawk. I need a minute to process this. Hawk made a sound of acknowledgement. Understood. Thanks. Sharon, whose faith was collapsing into ruins at that very moment, forced a weak smile onto her face. So what does S.H.I.E.L.D. need to do? Hawk stood up from the deck again, looking at Sharon, who, despite her faith crumbling, still held firm to her professional duties, and smiled. Nothing. This war has nothing to do with ordinary people. This was a dimensional war between hell and heaven. Mortals need not apply. Sharon also stood. But you said if God defeats Mephisto, he'll destroy Earth. Ah. Hawk blinked, looking at Sharon's agitated expression. So you don't want God to win? Sharon shook her head. I want world peace. If she had to choose between her faith and world peace, she'd choose the latter. World peace. She believed in God because her mother told her to when she was little. But believing in world peace, that was her own choice. It was also why she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in the first place. If forced to choose between faith in God and faith in world peace, once again, she'd choose world peace. So, Sharon exhaled deeply, swept the ruins of her God faith into the mental trash bin, and looked at Hawk with determination. What can S.H.I.E.L.D. do to stop this from happening? Hawk looked at Sharon, whose entire demeanor seemed to have shifted in an instant, and raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. You really don't need to do anything. But don't forget, God dragged me into this mess. Hawk's lips curved upward as he looked at Sharon. When it's time to ask for help, I won't be shy about it. Sharon finally caught on. Oh, right. Every single clone Dr. Merrick had used was a clone of Hawk. Good grief. They'd picked one sheep and kept shearing it. Sharon thought back to the mountain of ruins on Molokai after the explosion, all those Hawk clones in various states of decay, scattered everywhere, and then looked at the smiling Hawk standing before her. For some reason, she suddenly pictured Hawk destroying heaven the same way he destroyed Wakanda. Soon enough, Hawk stood, shot into the sky, and flew toward New York City at high speed. Sharon, standing on the speedboat, watched him disappear into the distance. She withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, pulled out her satellite phone, and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. High above, Hawk used the reality stone to lower his presence as he flew toward New York at a steady pace. At the same time, his consciousness sank into his cosmo. Whoosh. The underworld. One of the 8 prisons, the ice prison. On the endless frozen wasteland, Alexander Pierce was no longer alone. He now had company. Merrick. At this moment, Alexander Pierce walked numbly through the eternal tundra, facing into the endless blizzard. He completely ignored Merrick, who had just arrived and seemed to still be confused about where he was, and his shouting. Just then, Hawk appeared suddenly before both of them. Merrick stared at Hawk's abrupt arrival, froze in place, then immediately erupted. Samuel. You truly are a traitorous angel. God gave you a second chance, and yet you betrayed him again. Boom. Hawk's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he launched the idiot who still couldn't grasp reality tens of thousands of miles away. He had no interest in talking to this moron. The longer you talk to idiots, the more your own IQ dropped. Alexander Pierce looked up, his numb gaze briefly meeting Hawk's before he looked away again. He didn't spare a glance at Merrick flying into the distance. He simply walked past Hawk mechanically, continuing his march forward. Hawk smiled faintly, turning to watch Alexander Pierce ignore him and walk by. Has the cold broken his mind? The thought crossed Hawk's mind. With a flicker of will, he temporarily froze the ice prison itself. Pierce. Alexander Pierce's footsteps halted at the sound of his name. He felt the blizzard around him suddenly freeze in place, along with the ever-present cold. After a moment of silence, he slowly turned around and met Hawk's gaze. Mr. Phoenix. Still calling me Mr. Hawk looked at Alexander, whose voice sounded like deadwood from lack of use. How many times have you died? Alexander's face remained expressionless. I lost count. After I died 13,500 times, I stopped keeping track. That many? Hawk raised an eyebrow at the number Alexander had just quoted, then smiled. Do you regret it? If you do, I can let you leave this place. A flicker of light appeared in the depths of Alexander Pierce's numb eyes. No one who hadn't experienced the ice prison could understand its despair. An endless frozen wasteland you could never escape. A blizzard that never stopped howling, never stopped falling. Alexander Pierce had tried suicide more than once, attempting to escape this place. But he'd been deluding himself. He couldn't escape. Not without Hawk's permission. Now. Alexander Pierce almost instinctively glanced at Hawk. You'd really let me out. Hawk's expression remained calm. I've left you here long enough. You've died enough times. By now, you should know why I put you here. Alexander was silent for a moment, then nodded. Anna. Yes. Hawk nodded, looking at Alexander Pierce. Tell me where you've hidden Anna. I'll pardon you. You can leave the ice prison. Maybe you won't make it to the Elysian fields, but you can live in the regular underworld. Alexander Pierce's lips twitched. Then he looked away. This place is fine. Ha. Hearing that, Hawk actually laughed. Pierce, didn't you see Merrick? I did. I already know you and Merrick were cloning me. Merrick's here now. So you should understand that your plan to clone me and kill me has failed. So. What's the point of holding out? I said before I wouldn't give you another chance. But I'm giving you one now. Anna. Where is she? Tell me, and I'll pardon you. I never give anyone a second chance. But you. I'm giving you a second chance, Pierce. One last time. Don't disappoint me. Hawk didn't have many friends. You could count them on one hand. Actually. You could see them all at a glance. So far, however many people were in his phone's contact list, that was how many friends he had. And among those few numbers, there was one friend whose phone never picked up. So, yes. He missed Anna. It had nothing to do with anything else. Just friendship. Just like he'd always said, he didn't judge friends by their faction. As long as he recognized you, you were his friend. Anna was his friend. And Alexander Pierce, standing before him, was the only person who knew where Anna was. So for Anna's sake, he was willing to give Alexander Pierce one more chance. The last chance. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 145, 249, Loose Lips Sink Ships. The moment Hawk returned to New York City, the SHIELD agents discreetly stationed around 521A Bleecker Street received the signal and quietly withdrew. Gwen, who had been digging away in the backyard garden with a small shovel, suddenly found her vision going dark as a pair of warm hands covered her eyes. The next second, a low voice with a playful rumble spoke behind her. Guess who? Mojo Jojo. Mojo, who? A lunatic trying to take over the world. Oh. That's not me. Guess again. Dr. Draken. Drac, who's that? Blue-skinned scientist in a blue robe. Also obsessed with world domination. Gwen shrugged, playing along with her fiancé's little game. Standing behind her, Hawk's mouth twitched. So in your mind, I'm just some villain trying to rule or conquer the world. Mojo Jojo is from the Powerpuff Girls. Dr. Draken is from Kim Possible. Gwen smiled as she turned around to face Hawk. Mojo Jojo wants to rule the world, sure, but he's not actually evil at heart. He just commits crimes to get Professor Utonium's attention. Dr. Draken's just too radical in his thinking. But my Hawk isn't bad at heart, and he's not a radical either. Right. Hawk looked at Gwen, whose sparkling emerald eyes were smiling up at him, and shook his head. You're just saying that to make me feel better. Yes. Gwen smiled, pulled off her gloves, wrapped her arms around Hawk's neck, and kissed him. Then she asked, Do you feel better now? Hawk's gaze drifted upward. He thought about it, then looked back at Gwen. I do. Then I do too. Gwen's smile widened. She kissed him again, then felt Hawk's hand start to wander upward. Smoothly, she placed the small shovel in his hand instead. Help me with the gardening. Hawk looked down at the shovel now in his grip, blinked, then glanced at Gwen's expectant expression. He couldn't help but laugh, shake his head, and crouch down to finish digging the holes she hadn't completed yet. Gwen put her gloves back on, sat down on a small stool nearby, and started cleaning the flowers and plants that had been shipped back from her grandfather William's place. It's okay if you didn't catch Dr. Merrick. Really, Hawk. You can fail 100 times. But he only has to fail once, and you'll get him. Dr. Merrick's been dealt with. And the clones. Also dealt with. Gwen had known it was Hawk the moment he'd covered her eyes. She'd also known his mood wasn't great. Because when Hawk was in a good mood, or even just a normal mood, he didn't play games like this. So she'd figured things hadn't gone smoothly with Dr. Merrick and had gone along with it to cheer him up. But now. Gwen looked curiously at Hawk, who was digging flower holes beside her. Then what's wrong? Hawk shrugged, glancing at Gwen. Alexander Pierce. I really want to grind his soul into dust. Alexander Pierce. Gwen blinked, then caught on. Isn't he already dead? Yes. His soul's still being punished in the ice prison. Merrick's there now too. And their sentences are eternal. Then why? I gave Alexander Pierce another chance. Told him to tell me where he's imprisoned Anna. After all, Hydra's plan to clone me, kill me, and then conquer the world has officially failed. You know what he said. He refused. Gwen let out a dry laugh, looking at Hawk. If he'd agreed, you wouldn't be making that face. But why? Hawk frowned. I'm guessing it has something to do with Strucker. Strucker? Wolfgang von Strucker. Remember when I flew to Sokovia and the place was already empty? He's old school Hydra. Your reasoning. Strucker probably has another plan targeting me. And if I'm not mistaken, Anna's with Strucker too. That's why Alexander Pierce won't talk. Obviously, he's still holding out hope. He's willing to die for Hydra. That's understandable. Gwen analyzed calmly. But another plan. You suspected Merrick and this Strucker were working together before. Didn't Merrick say anything? Hawk scoffed. Oh, Merrick talked. He's an idiot who got played. His brain's complete mush. I swore on God I'd let him go if he told me everything. And he believed me. Did he not realize God already screwed with me? Even if Hawk hadn't used verbal manipulation on Merrick, the men wouldn't have survived. God. Please. Merrick's God had already picked a fight with him. Hawk had been hoping for an excuse to break that oath just so the old bastard would show up. But at the end of his confession, I asked Merrick if he knew where Strucker was. He said he didn't know. Clearly, they weren't working together. Maybe he was lying. He's too stupid. I made an offhand promise, and he bought it completely. Trust me, he doesn't have the brainpower. Fair point. Gwen looked at Hawk's confident expression, thought about it, and nodded in agreement. If someone came to her and said she wouldn't die if she confessed everything, she wouldn't believe a single word of it. So you think Strucker has another plan targeting you? It's the only explanation. Hawk gripped the shovel with his right hand, gesturing toward Gwen with the other. Anna's even in Strucker's custody. That's the only reason Pierce saw Merrick and still chose not to talk. Gwen's brow furrowed into a knot. Is Strucker also trying to clone you? No. You're sure? I suspected that at first, so I confirmed it with Merrick. The core cloning technology was Merrick's alone. Even the clone decoy he created to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have access to it. That was also why Hawk's sixth sense had warned him when he'd considered asking that Merrick clone to create a body for his sister Anya. Put it this way, if the clone had tried to create a body for his sister, the result wouldn't have been a perfect vessel. It wouldn't even have been a body at all. It would have been something that looked perfect from a distance but would collapse into rotting meat the moment you touched it. Strucker's not cloning. It has to be something else. Something else. What else can he do with your blood? Gwen, sitting on her small stool, frowned. Use your blood to extract your DNA and then create a DNA-targeted bioweapon. Hawk shook his head. I'm immune to everything, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I said DNA bioweapon. Finding flaws in your DNA and weaponizing them. Not a virus. Still impossible. Hawk shook his head, looking at Gwen. I could stand at ground zero of a nuclear explosion, and the nuke wouldn't do anything to me. Radiation can't even give me a cold. You really think they can cook up a DNA-targeted bioweapon more powerful than nuclear radiation? Obviously not. Northwest bioweapon comes close to what nuclear radiation does to human DNA. Gwen said as much, then sat on her stool, thinking about what Hydra could possibly do with Hawk's blood. But aside from cloning and bioweapons, she couldn't think of anything else. Well, actually. She did think of one other thing. The simplest option, framing him. Fake a crime scene, leave Hawk's blood behind, get him globally wanted, isolate him completely. But that tactic might work on other people, but it was completely useless against Hawk. The reason was simple. Hawk actually killed people. So yeah, that approach might work on Iron Man or Captain America or Natasha. But against Hawk? Completely pointless. Gwen thought it through from every angle and finally shook her head. I honestly can't figure out what else they could do with your blood besides those two things. Then stop thinking about it. Hawk looked at Gwen's frustrated expression and smiled. You know why I really want to grind Alexander Pierce's soul into dust but haven't done it. Gwen caught the smile on Hawk's face and laughed. You want to catch Strucker. You want to see the look on Pierce's face when he sees Strucker. Otherwise, why would Hawk want so badly to destroy Pierce's soul but hold back? It certainly wasn't out of love. Hawk's smile widened. I said Dr. Merrick's cloning plan had zero effect on me. And the facts proved you right. Strucker's the same. No matter what he's planning. Just like when I went to Sokovia and he projected himself to meet me. I told Strucker he'd better hide for the rest of his life. Pray I never find him. Because if I do, he'll die horribly. Hawk was irritated because his good friend Anna still hadn't been found. Not because of Strucker. Even though Strucker had the Mind Stone he wanted. He wasn't in a hurry. No matter how much he wanted the Mind Stone, he wouldn't show it. Loose lips sink ships. He'd mistaken Alexander Pierce for Anna and mentioned the Mind Stone. That mistake had caused Strucker to grab it and go into hiding. The same trick doesn't work twice on a saint. Because, a saint never makes the same mistake twice. I believe you. Gwen looked at Hawk's serious expression for a moment, then smiled faintly. All right. Then let's wait for this pest hiding in the dirt to crawl out on his own. You know what you should do now. Hawk's eyes lit up. Sleep. No. You need to take off that shield shirt. We're supposed to be at my parents' house. We brought gifts back, remember? Remember. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 146, 250, Hawk gets played. Gwen had returned to New York yesterday morning. Helen had prepared a lavish dinner and was waiting at home for both of them. But Hawk hadn't shown up. So, Gwen had lied. Wait, what? I had diarrhea and missed my flight. On the drive to the Stacy apartment, loaded with gifts, Hawk glanced at Gwen in the passenger seat. She was looking down, biting her lip, clearly trying not to laugh. This is what you call a harmless little white lie. Gwen looked up at Hawk. It's better than saying you broke a bone. Hey, guess what, this time you don't even need a cast. I'd rather have the cast. I didn't say I'd play nurse this time. I'd still rather you said I tripped at the airport and broke something. Hawk shook his head helplessly. A cast would just make me less mobile. But you saying I missed my flight because of diarrhea? That's social suicide. Gwen blinked. No one's going to know, Hawk. Doesn't matter. Hawk shook his head, firmly rejecting the excuse. When we get there, if anyone asks, you say it was actually you but you were too embarrassed. Gwen, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Hawk's face, which was written all over with resistance to this excuse. Not even if I agree to wear that nurse outfit you bought. Gulp. Hawk fell silent, swallowing hard, and looked at Gwen, whose lips curved into an enticing smile. Gwen winked at him. It's a rare opportunity. You're blackmailing me. Yes, Mr. Phoenix. I am blackmailing you. Jesus. Hawk parked the car, looked across the street at the apartment building, then at his fiancée smiling in the passenger seat. He closed his eyes. All he could see was Gwen in that pink nurse outfit. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes again, and looked at her. I just figured out why you wouldn't tell me this at home. Why you refused to shower with me this afternoon. Gwen looked at Hawk with a radiant smile. Hawk sighed. Add another one. What? The cop uniform. Hawk stared at Gwen intently. Add the police uniform, and I'll take the blame. Otherwise, I'm backing out. Once again, he'd never hidden his identity or planned to. Hawk wanted to play the overwhelming power route. Like in Forks, when he'd used his reputation to make the original vampire Klaus back down. But Gwen liked him playing the undercover route instead. So, if Gwen wanted him to keep a low profile, she needed to show some sincerity. One costume to make him take the blame for missing a flight due to diarrhea. How could that be allowed? At least two. Gwen's expression went from surprise to amusement. She extended her right hand. Deal. Deal. After shaking hands with Gwen, Hawk opened the car door and headed toward the trunk, glancing back at Gwen as she climbed out of the passenger seat. You know, if you'd held out a little, I would have accepted just one. Gwen smiled at Hawk. I know. But my bottom line was actually 3. After all, you bought 3 sets of costumes, didn't you? Hawk, who had just opened the trunk, froze at those words and looked at Gwen. Gwen's smile widened even more. Top floor of the apartment building. The door opened. Helen, who answered the door, saw Hawk standing outside holding 2 bags of gifts. Her face lit up, and she opened her arms to hug him. Oh, Hawk. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, ma'am. Hawk smiled back. After entering, he extended his right hand to George, who was already waiting in the living room. Happy New Year, sir. George, habitually playing the stern patriarch, gave a stoic grunt. Happy New Year. Dad. Gwen stepped forward with a bright smile, replacing Hawk and hugging George. George's serious poker face instantly blossomed like a flower. Hawk watched this scene, walked to the side, and whispered to his future mother-in-law Helen, I've always thought George not pulling his gun and shooting me when he found out I was dating Gwen showed incredible restraint. Helen shook her head, smiling at Hawk. Wrong. That was a miracle. I agree. Hawk thought about it, nodding solemnly at his future mother-in-law's words, then looked around the somewhat empty living room. Where are Howard and Simon? Helen's smile instantly vanished. She let out a cold laugh. Their rooms. Doing homework. School starts tomorrow, and neither of them has finished their assignments yet. Public schools with their happy education naturally had no homework, or very little. But elite private schools. Homework wasn't just plentiful. It was cutthroat. Hawk was genuinely surprised. No way. Yes way. They're in there frantically writing as we speak. I told them if they don't give me a miracle tonight, I'll give them a miracle tomorrow morning. Helen laughed coldly. She was baffled. Gwen was also her child, yet Gwen had never needed supervision. Straight A student, scholarship winner every year. But when it came to Gwen's two younger brothers, Howard and Simon. Good grief. Helen felt like she was losing her mind. Hawk. Yeah. When you and Gwen have kids, have daughters. Hawk shook his head, looking at Helen with a smile. We're having both. 3 of each. Gwen said we'd leave them all with you. She'll provide the money. After all, you've got experience. Helen raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Gwen said that. Yes. I swear, Mrs. Stacy. Very good. Helen took a deep breath, then looked at her dear daughter, who was sitting on the couch showing vacation photos to George. Her smile was brilliant. Gwen. Gwen turned her head. Mom, what's up? Come to the bedroom with me. We need to talk. Helen smiled, walked to the couch, took the somewhat confused Gwen's right hand, and led her upstairs. Gwen, being pulled along by her mother, looked back at Hawk. Hawk gave Gwen a look that said, "You're on your own. That's what you get for cutting my costume count. I can't deal with you, but someone can." Hawk smiled at the thought. And then, he realized something. With Gwen and Helen, the family's social lubricants, now in the bedroom, and Howard and Simon, the atmosphere generators, in their rooms attempting a miracle, the living room was down to just him and George. It seemed the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped several degrees. Hawk looked at George sitting on the couch. George, projecting the authority of a patriarch and future father-in-law, was also looking at Hawk. Their eyes met. Hawk looked away first, sat down on the adjacent couch, coughed, and chose to break the silence. Gwen said you were working a case on Christmas. Is it wrapped up yet? Not yet. George was economical with words. Oh. Hawk nodded in understanding, then had no idea what else to say. After all, the times he and George had been alone were few and far between. Most, no, 99.9% of the time, Gwen was present. The reason it wasn't 100%. Because right now, Gwen wasn't here. Just then. Ahem. George, sitting on the couch, also coughed and looked at Hawk. Gwen said you had diarrhea at the airport yesterday and missed your flight. Are you feeling better? Did you go to the hospital? Hawk's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Just ate something bad. I'm fine now. You should get checked out at a hospital. Ah. George looked at Hawk seriously. Have you had your physical this year? Hawk instinctively shook his head. Was he kidding? With his level of physical fitness, he needed a checkup. Unless Earth exploded, he wasn't dying. Wait. Even if Earth exploded, he'd be perfectly fine. No. You should get one. George seemed to have prepared for this. He pulled out a business card and handed it to Hawk. Dr. Mary at New Amsterdam Hospital is a friend of mine. When you have time, go get checked out. Hawk took the card George handed him, and under George's serious gaze, he instinctively nodded. He looked at the card in his hand, then at George, who had returned his attention to the TV program after saying his piece. For some reason, Hawk suddenly felt like George had been looking at him with the expression of a father who didn't want his daughter to become a young widow. Oh no. George didn't actually think he was one of those guys who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside, someone who might not be able to make his daughter happy, so he was sending him to his doctor friend for a checkup to verify, did he? Hawk's thoughts churned, and his mouth couldn't help twitching again. After dinner, on the drive back to Bleecker Street. The air was dead silent. Gwen sat in the passenger seat, arms crossed, face set. Hawk, driving, glanced over. Tonight I want the cop uniform. Gwen's composure instantly cracked. She actually laughed in exasperation, looking at Hawk. I'm angry, Hawk. Mom lectured me. When did I ever say I wanted 3 boys and 3 girls and that Mom should help raise them? Hawk calmly glanced at Gwen, then pulled the business card for Dr. Mary from his pocket and handed it to her. This is Dr. Mary's card. Gwen took it, glanced at the card, somewhat curious. Why are you giving me this? Hawk's tone was flat. Your father gave it to me. Dad. Why would he give you Dr. Mary's card? He wants me to go see Dr. Mary for a physical. Out of nowhere, why would he? Gwen instinctively frowned, then halfway through her sentence seemed to realize something. Her expression turned strange as she looked at Hawk. Hawk met Gwen's gaze. So. Officer Stacy, is that acceptable? Acceptable. Gwen nodded, biting her lip. Then, Gwen looked at Hawk. So when are you going for that physical? Shut up. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 147, 251, The Spider's Reversed Fate. Experience. Experience what, exactly? Physical examinations were never happening. Not in this lifetime. Did his body need a checkup? Please. Calling it a body of steel wouldn't just be insulting to steel, it would be insulting to him. So, Hawk didn't go. Besides, he had more important things to do than get examined. Like finding himself an internship at a law firm. For second-year law students, the summer internship wasn't just important, it was essential. For most students, it was the golden ticket to employment. The vast majority of large firms, and many mid-sized ones, treated this period as their primary pipeline for future full-time attorneys. If you performed well during your internship, you'd receive a full-time job offer for after graduation before the summer even ended. In other words, you'd have a job lined up before you'd even graduated. Before you'd even passed the bar exam. Most importantly, the compensation was damn good. Everyone knew doctors and lawyers were the golden professions in America. Setting aside doctors for a moment, a typical 10-week legal internship paid around $50,000 before taxes. And that was just base salary. It didn't include housing stipends or bonuses. That was why Hawk had been so determined to study law in the first place. Not just to avenge his sister, but also to secure himself a solid future. Though he'd already accomplished both of those goals by now. Still, there was an old saying. Stay true to your original purpose, and you'll achieve your ultimate goal. So, after classes started, Hawk rarely visited Empire State University next door. Instead, he spent his time after class huddled with classmates, gathering the latest intel on New York's top-tier law firms. Not that he could visit Empire State much even if he wanted to. Gwen had her own work to handle. While Hawk was hunting for internships, Gwen was preparing for her doctoral dissertation defense, scheduled for 2 months from now. Yes. Doctoral defense. While Hawk was grinding away looking for internships, Gwen was about to become Dr. Stacy. It sounded absurd, but considering this was the Marvel Universe, it made perfect sense. Bruce Banner had 7 PhDs by his mid-20s. Tony Stark built circuit boards at 4, designed engines at 6, entered MIT at 15, and graduated with dual bachelor's degrees in physics and engineering at 17. Compared to them, Gwen earning her first doctorate at 20 was practically late. Still, there was one thing Hawk was curious about. Leaning against the doorframe, Hawk looked at Gwen, who had just finished a video call with Helen Cho and was sitting in her desk chair. How did Dr. Cho convince Empire State to hold a special doctoral defense for you? Helen Cho. Another top-tier genius in the Marvel Universe. Not only was she a close associate of Tony Stark's, but her intellect was widely acknowledged to rival his. She was an absolute authority in regenerative medicine, tissue regeneration, and biotechnology. She held honorary professorships at multiple universities and served as a guest faculty member at Empire State University. Thanks to Tony Stark's connections, Gwen had earned the opportunity to work with Helen Cho. 2 years ago, when Helen Cho had come to New York to conduct postoperative observations on Tony and pitch him for funding for a regeneration cradle project, Gwen and Helen had met formally for the first time. And then, Helen Cho became Gwen's mentor. She taught remotely while designing an extremely accelerated curriculum for Gwen, bypassing all upper-level undergraduate courses and diving straight into doctoral-level research. In Helen's words, genius doesn't follow rules. Rules bend for genius. But even if Dr. Cho is an authority in regenerative biology, getting Empire State to go along with this still seems pretty unlikely. You remember Dr. Kurt Connors, right? I do. I worked as his assistant for a while. Gwen caught the reaction and grinned even wider. Oh, Mr. Phoenix, are you jealous that I'm about to become a doctor? Hey, when we graduate from law school, we're doctors too. Juris Doctor. Will people actually call you doctor, though? Good night. Hawk took a deep breath, looked at Gwen's smiling face, left that parting shot, turned on his heel, and walked out of her study. He immediately pulled out his phone and started texting his academic advisor. He'd made up his mind. He was going to make people call him doctor too. Sure, graduating from law school made him a Juris Doctor. But that was a professional doctorate, not a traditional academic one. Just like Gwen had pointed out. Even after graduation, people would call him Mr., not Doctor. Think about it. Next year, after he and Gwen got married, when they met people, strangers would call him Mr. while addressing Gwen as Doctor. That wasn't acceptable. How could he allow that? So Hawk decided he needed a doctorate too. Bottom line, Hawk never settled for second place. Late March. Hawk held in his hands a certificate printed on Empire State University's signature deep blue and gold cardstock, adorned with an embossed university seal and intricate vine-patterned borders. Empire State University. To all whom these presents shall come. The Board of Trustees and Faculty of the Department of Biological Sciences, by virtue of the authority vested in them to confer academic degrees, do hereby certify that Gwen Stacy has fulfilled all requirements prescribed by this university and, in recognition of outstanding academic achievement and research contribution, is hereby awarded the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. Field of study, biological sciences. Her doctoral dissertation represents a significant breakthrough in the field, titled Cross-Species Mammalian Limb Regeneration Mechanisms Based on Arthropod Genetic Templates. This research not only demonstrates theoretical innovation but also exhibits tremendous translational medical potential. We hereby confer upon her all the rights, honors, and privileges pertaining to this degree. In witness whereof, we have caused this certificate to be issued. Chair, Department of Biological Sciences, Professor Miles Warren, Ph.D. Dissertation Advisor, Professor Helen Cho. Empire State University. Date conferred, March 24. New York, New York. Hawk stared at the freshly minted doctoral diploma, let out an appreciative whistle, then looked at Gwen sitting in the passenger seat and smiled. Congratulations. Gwen's face lit up with a radiant smile. You already congratulated me yesterday after my defense. It's just a doctorate. No big deal. Come on, let's go to the hospital. Hawk couldn't help but laugh at that. No big deal. Who was tossing and turning last night, terrified something would go wrong? That was. Gwen's brow furrowed. She thought for a moment, then looked at Hawk as he drove toward St. Cecilia's private hospital. I had a stomachache last night. Yeah. That's what it was. A stomachache. Hawk let out a bark of laughter at Gwen's transparent excuse. All right. Does it still hurt, Dr. Stacy? Not anymore, Mr. Phoenix. Hawk shot a glance at his fiancée, who had deliberately emphasized the word Mr. He wisely chose to shut up, stepped on the gas, and headed straight for St. Cecilia's private hospital. Last night, Felicia had successfully given birth to a baby spider. Peter had called first thing this morning. Hawk and Gwen were heading to the hospital to visit Felicia. Funny enough, according to the due date, Felicia should have delivered at the end of January. The hospital's examinations had also predicted late January. But the baby in Felicia's belly had stubbornly stayed put for an extra 2 months. And yet all the indicators remained perfectly normal. Eventually, Hawk, Peter, Gwen, and Felicia had concluded it probably had something to do with the time dilation on Skull Island. Fortunately, both mother and child were healthy. Peter, congratulations. Felicia, congratulations. Hawk carried a portable baby crib into the hospital's luxury suite, where Peter and Felicia were waiting. He and Gwen both offered their congratulations. Peter's smile was radiant. Where's Aunt May? She just left. She stayed here all last night. Hawk gave Peter a hug, then congratulated him once more. Genuine, heartfelt congratulations. After all, whether it was Spider-Gwen, Spider-Man, or any version of the spider, their fates were universally tragic. What was the point of traveling to another world? At the end of the day, wasn't it to fix the things that went wrong? And Peter was his friend. So seeing Peter Parker, who in every timeline always carried a hint of melancholy in his expression, now wearing a smile of pure, unfiltered happiness filled Hawk with genuine joy for him. Gwen, who had already peeked at the baby, called out excitedly to Hawk. Hawk, come look. He's so cute. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 148, 252, The Birth of Godfather Hawk, George in Hospital. Felicia Hardy, her face tired but glowing with happiness, cradled her newborn son, hers and Peter Parker's, in her arms. Hawk and Gwen stood beside the hospital bed, looking down at the baby. The little guy was tiny, but those eyes were unmistakably Felicia's. He'd inherited her signature gray-blue gaze perfectly, that slightly hazy, dreamy quality that made her eyes so distinctive. A layer of soft, silk-like platinum blonde fuzz covered his head. No question about it. That came from Felicia too. Peter's hair was black, no blonde genes there. But Felicia's hair was pure gold. Gwen stared at the tiny bundle nestled against Felicia, completely transfixed. Wow. He's so cute. Felicia smiled at Gwen. Do you two have plans? We do. Gwen looked at Felicia, smiling. 2 boys and a girl. That's my dream family. Just like her parents. 2 sons, 1 daughter. Gwen was happy. She wanted to carry that happiness forward. Hawk, meanwhile, turned to Peter, who stood on the other side of the bed, carefully reaching out to touch his son's tiny head. Have you picked a name yet? Peter nodded. Ben. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Your Uncle Ben's name? Peter nodded. Yes. Uncle Ben taught me something important when I was lost. So my son's name is Ben. In the East, naming your child after an elder would be considered disrespectful, like treating the elder as your child. If Hawk ever had a son and named him George, George wouldn't be offended. He'd be honored. Because to George, using his name wouldn't be an insult. It would be a sign of respect. But George was never going to happen. Hawk filed the thought away, then looked at the baby in Felicia's arms before turning back to Peter. "So, Ben Parker." Peter opened his mouth to respond. Felicia, still holding little Parker, looked at Hawk. "His full name is Ben Hawk Parker." Hawk paused, then looked at Felicia. She smiled. "Peter wants you to be little Ben's godfather." Hawk turned to Peter. Peter grinned sheepishly. Hawk smiled. "Of course. I'd be honored." He genuinely hadn't expected Peter to use his name as his son's middle name. Again. In America, using a friend's or elder's name as your child's name or middle name wasn't disrespectful. It was a sign of respect for the elder and the value you placed on that friendship. And Peter hadn't just used his name as his son's middle name. He wanted Hawk to be little Ben's godfather. Godfather and honorary uncle were not the same thing. Honorary uncle was just something people said. But godfather? That was a formal role, officially recognized during the baptism ceremony. The godfather was typically someone the parents deeply trusted and respected. Usually, the godfather had to be baptized himself. Because the godfather's primary responsibility was guiding his godchild's religious faith. Hawk had been baptized. He'd been left on a church doorstep as an infant, after all. Whether he liked it or not, that was a fact. But again, believing in God and planning to storm heaven weren't mutually exclusive. Bottom line, storming heaven didn't mean he didn't believe in God. It just meant the throne rotated. And it was his turn next. Anyway. The godfather wasn't just a spiritual guide. He was a witness and guarantor of the baptism ceremony. Simply put, baptism wasn't something you could just show up and do. You needed someone who'd already been baptized to vouch for you. So, Hawk thought for a moment, then looked at Peter. "I'll stop by St. Mark's Church later and check with the priest about scheduling the baptism." Not all churches were created equal when it came to baptisms. St. Mark's Church, with its long and storied history, might not be the absolute best in the city, but it was definitely one of Manhattan's top-tier churches. Most importantly, Hawk turned to Felicia with a smile. "Wow. My godson. I'll have to think carefully about what kind of baptism gift to give him." Felicia smiled. "Yes, you really should think about it, Hawk. After all, that's the whole reason I did this." Peter immediately looked at Hawk. "Hawk, she's joking." "Peter." Hawk quickly cut him off, smiling at Peter. "Please. Relax. Today's a good day. You have a son. I have a godson. Congratulations, Peter." Peter looked at Felicia, then at his son still wrapped in her arms, and smiled shyly. Hawk and Gwen stayed at the hospital a while longer. Once Ben Hawk Parker yawned and drifted off to sleep, they hugged Peter and Felicia one more time and left. Outside the hospital. Gwen looked at Hawk curiously. "Weren't you planning to tell Peter you got your doctorate so you could rub it in a little?" Hawk started the car and pulled out onto the street, heading toward Bleecker Street. "Not today. Today should be a happy day for Peter. He deserves that." Hawk glanced at Gwen. Today was a happy day for him too. Not because Peter had asked him to be Ben Hawk Parker's godfather. But because he'd changed Spider-Man's fate, a life that had been written as one tragedy after another in the original timeline. That gave him a deep sense of accomplishment. Not the kind of satisfaction that came from getting stronger. But the kind that came from somewhere deeper, a quiet fulfillment that settled in his chest. Gwen smiled, hearing Hawk's words. She thought he was referring to Peter losing his parents and Uncle Ben. She nodded in agreement. "Hawk. Yeah. You're actually a really kind person." "I know." Hawk glanced at Gwen, who was watching him with a warm smile, and returned it with one of his own. He'd always considered himself a kind person. Honestly. Since he'd started down this path, he'd killed plenty of people. But he could say with absolute certainty that he'd never killed an innocent bystander. Every single battle he fought, he made a point of avoiding cities and crowds whenever possible. No exceptions. Unlike those superheroes, who seemed to run toward crowds whenever a fight broke out. Hawk was different. Maybe it was because he'd been caught in the rain before. So now he chose to hold an umbrella for those who came after. So yes. He was kind. After Hawk and Gwen returned to Bleecker Street, they didn't go straight home. Instead, when they passed St. Mark's Church, they parked and went inside to speak with the priest about scheduling the baptism. A major church like St. Mark's held baptisms almost daily. Some parents even made reservations while they were still pregnant. Because baptisms had a time-sensitive nature. Typically, baptisms were held within a few weeks or 3 months of the baby's birth. The earlier the baptism, the sooner the newborn's original sin could be absolved by God. After flipping through the baptism reservation book, the priest, recognizing Hawk as one of the church's major donors, found an opening on April 25th, next month. Hawk made another donation to St. Mark's, left the church, and called Peter to let him know. As the baby's parents, Peter and Felicia would need to attend a pre-baptism preparation course. Hawk didn't need to. He'd been a member of St. Paul's church choir, after all. Forget baptisms, he could probably step up and deliver a sermon without any training. No choice in the matter. Orphan life. With a sister to take care of. Living under the church's roof, the only thing he could do was make himself look as devout as possible. Just like Samuel before he became Lucifer Morningstar, the most devout angel before God's throne. After hanging up, Hawk raised an eyebrow, as if something had just occurred to him. He looked at Gwen. You don't think Peter's broke, do you? Maybe that's why he asked me to be his son's godfather. So I'd cover the baptism costs. The sacrament itself was technically free. No fee required. After all, baptism was sacred. But churches had operating costs. And supporting the church wasn't called a fee. It was called a donation. A baptism ceremony at St. Mark's typically cost around $2,000. Gwen laughed, opening the car door. As Hawk walked around to the driver's side, she climbed in and replied, "It's the godfather's responsibility to pay for his godchild's baptism. You could always decline being Ben Hawk Parker's godfather." Hawk closed the door, smiled, and looked at Gwen. "Can't do that. The Hawk in Ben Hawk Parker is my Hawk. I'm the only one qualified to be his godfather. No one else gets that honor." The biggest reason, though, was Peter. Like he'd always said, out of the 3 Spider-Man versions, his favorite was the original. So, Hawk started the car again and glanced at Gwen. "What do you think I should give my godson as a baptism gift?" Gwen looked at Hawk's expression and smiled. "You already have an idea, don't you?" "Yeah." Hawk nodded. The moment Peter had asked him to be his son's godfather, he'd already had a rough idea of what to give. Gwen was curious. "What gift?" "It's..." Hawk was about to answer when Gwen's phone suddenly rang. Gwen said, "Hold on," and pulled out her phone. She glanced at the screen. "It's Mom." Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Probably asking about your doctorate." Gwen hummed in agreement and answered the call. She'd just opened her mouth to tell Helen the good news about her doctorate when. The next second, Helen's voice came through, thick with tears. "Gwen, get to the hospital. Now. Your father's been shot. He's in surgery. Hurry." #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 149, 253, George in the ER. The moment Helen's tearful voice came through the phone. Hawk, who had been driving, was already moving. Screech. The black Audi A8's tires shrieked against the pavement. The car whipped into a sharp turn right in front of 521A Bleecker Street, then used its momentum to cut across the front lawn before rolling to a stop at the garage entrance. Hawk and Gwen had already vanished from inside the vehicle. New Amsterdam Hospital. Gwen's vision blurred for a split second. When it cleared, she found herself standing in front of the emergency room, staring at Helen, who was still holding her phone, the call not yet disconnected. MOM. Gwen. Helen, who had always been composed and gentle, now looked completely lost. Seeing her daughter appear before the phone call had even ended, she clearly wasn't thinking straight. She rose immediately and pulled Gwen into her arms. Helen's voice trembled. "Your father's in surgery." "What happened?" Gwen's voice shook as she held her mother. Hawk's gaze shifted to the lit-up operating room. Using his sixth sense, X-ray vision, he saw George on the operating table with perfect clarity. Already anesthetized, intubated, undergoing emergency surgery. His sixth sense sank deeper, penetrating George's body. What he saw, George had been shot in the abdomen, shoulder, and neck. The neck wound wasn't too bad. Just a graze. But the abdomen was a through and through. Same with the shoulder. Jesus. One shot to the gut, one to the shoulder, and a final shot aimed at the throat. Professional work. Hawk took a mental breath as he observed George's condition, then withdrew his gaze. Following Gwen's eyes, he turned to the female detective who had been waiting with Helen. Her name was Hale. Detective Hale was one of Captain George Stacy's best investigators at the 21st Precinct, and she had a good relationship with Helen. So Hawk didn't look at her with any bias. Just like Hawk had always believed. His moral code had a certain flexibility to it. Hale, also too worried about George to question how Hawk and Gwen had arrived so quickly, explained what had happened. She'd rushed here from the 21st after receiving word. The specifics were unclear to her as well. Because the incident hadn't occurred in the 21ST's jurisdiction, it had happened in the 12th Precinct's territory. Earlier that day, 2 patrol officers from the 12th had been making their rounds. When they passed a multi-level parking structure in their district and stopped to grab coffee, they suddenly heard gunshots coming from inside. The 2 officers didn't hesitate. They called in the shots fired code and went in. Then, by the time backup arrived on scene, the gunfire had stopped. The 2 patrol officers were lying in pools of blood. So was Captain George Stacy. The responding units immediately called out a 999. Police radio traffic had countless preset codes. Each code corresponded to a specific type of incident. Code 221, for example, meant robbery. That was the most serious code in the book. Calling 999 meant one thing: officer down by gunfire. Every available unit in the area responded immediately. New Amsterdam Hospital's ambulances were dispatched without delay. After loading all 3 victims into ambulances, one of the EMTs recognized George. That's when the 21st Precinct received word that their captain had been shot and his status was unknown. Which explained why an officer had gone to get Helen and bring her to the hospital. Hale, who was both a detective and close to Helen, had rushed over as well to keep her company. However, Mahoney's already at the scene. The deputy captain's also negotiating with the 12th's captain to see if we can get jurisdiction over the case. But it probably wasn't happening. The incident occurred in the 12th's territory. And unlike George, who was still in surgery, the 2 patrol officers from the 12th had already been pronounced dead. The 21st would be furious about their captain being shot. The 12th would be just as furious about losing their own. So as Hale explained all this, her expression grew increasingly worried. Hawk frowned. Detective Mahoney? Yes. Hale nodded. Hawk borrowed Gwen's phone, stepped aside, found Detective Mahoney's number in the contacts, and dialed. Hale was one of the 21st Precinct's finest detectives. So was Mahoney. Hawk had met both of them at the Stacy apartment before. They were the only 2 detectives he'd actually encountered. You could say these 2 were George's right and left hands. The 21st Precinct's solve rate was basically built on these 2 detectives' work. At that moment, Mahoney, currently standing at the multi-level parking structure where the shooting had occurred, pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, frowned briefly, then thought for a moment before stepping aside to answer. Mahoney speaking. Detective Mahoney, it's Hawk. Hawk. Detective Mahoney let out an involuntary sigh of relief hearing Hawk's voice. He'd been afraid it was Gwen or Helen calling. If it had been either of them, he honestly wouldn't have known what to say. He'd only just arrived himself. Hawk, you and Gwen made it to the hospital. How's Helen holding up? What about George? What are the doctors saying? Gwen and Helen are both really worried. George is still in surgery. Hawk didn't hide anything from Mahoney. He gave him the current situation at the hospital, then asked, what happened? Mahoney rubbed his temples. I was afraid you'd ask that. Why? I just got to the scene myself. Still trying to figure out why the captain was in the 12th's jurisdiction this morning in the first place. You don't know either. No. I just got the captain's schedule from his assistant. He was supposed to have a budget meeting today, but the assistant said the captain called last night and cancelled this morning's meeting. Didn't say why. Just cleared his morning schedule. Hawk frowned at that, then seemed to remember something. Could it be related to that case you guys were investigating? I remember George mentioning it when we got back from Christmas. Said you were still working it. That was right before he and Gwen had left for Forks. George had been investigating something. And when they'd returned from Forks, George was still on that same case. George wasn't a detective anymore, he was a captain. The commanding officer of the 21st Precinct. As precinct captain, George had the highest decision-making authority and day-to-day management responsibilities for the entire station. Technically, a precinct captain didn't need to be on the front lines anymore. But George had come up through the detective ranks. So even now as captain, he still stayed personally involved in major cases. In George's words, his career had already peaked anyway. Precinct commander was both the summit and the end of his professional trajectory. Mahoney seemed momentarily taken aback hearing Hawk mention that case. What? Oh, you mean that case? That one's been closed. Closed. Hawk blinked. When did it close? Mahoney's tone hesitated on the other end. I can't really say much more, you know the rules, Hawk. But the captain officially closed it last month. Hearing Mahoney's tone, Hawk picked up on something off. You mean closed on paper? Yeah. Mahoney hesitated, then, considering that Hawk was his captain's future son-in-law, spoke in a lower voice. The captain and I chased a lead for 3 solid months. Then suddenly this suspect shows up and confesses. All the physical evidence and witness testimony pointed to him. And you know how much pressure was on that case. So the captain chose to close it. He paused there. Then footsteps came through the phone. After a moment, once Mahoney had apparently found a more private location, his voice returned. The captain's thinking was that there had to be a bigger fish behind this. So he had me keep digging under the radar. Hawk frowned. But you don't know anything. Right. Though the captain did mention something a few days ago. Said he might have a CI. A confidential informant. Who? No idea. Mahoney shook his head. We were supposed to meet up during lunch every day to exchange notes. But then. Hawk finished the thought. Then George ends up critical in the ER. Mahoney made a sound of agreement, keeping his voice as low as possible. I think the captain might have been set up. Hawk's mind raced. The informant. Yeah. Yesterday at lunch, the captain said the CI who supposedly knew the inside story had made contact. He was trying to get the informant's information. I offered to go meet him. But the captain said the CI would only trust him. And then. So I'm thinking it was that CI. When I got here, I went by the captain's office first to look for any leads on this informant. Didn't find anything. The study. Hawk's tone sharpened. You said George called his assistant last night to cancel today's schedule. That means he must have gotten some kind of message while he was home. Mahoney's eyes lit up. Hawk continued, I'll check the study at home. See if I can find anything. Mahoney thought for a moment, then agreed. I'd appreciate that. I'm waiting on the 12th's detectives right now. Gonna see if we can take lead on this case. If that doesn't work, at least we can make it a joint investigation. All right. Talk soon. Talk soon. Hawk hung up with Mahoney and headed back toward Gwen. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 150, 254, Helen and George's love story. George hadn't worked late last night, so he'd received the news at home and had his assistant clear this morning's schedule accordingly. Which meant if there were any leads, George's study should have them. But Hawk couldn't leave just yet. After all, a son-in-law is like half a son. True everywhere. Gwen watched Hawk finish his phone call and walk over. She threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Hawk, my dad. Don't worry. George is going to be fine. Hawk held Gwen, comforting her. He looked down at her reddened eyes and spoke softly. Did you forget the gift I gave George when we came back for Christmas? Gwen looked up at him through her tears, remembering the present Hawk had given at the family dinner after they'd returned from Forks. A feather. The Phoenix Nirvana feather. Hawk's lips twitched slightly. That's my divine authority manifested. The Phoenix doesn't die, it's reborn. Anyone holding his Phoenix Nirvana feather, no matter who they were, would undergo Nirvana upon death and be resurrected on the spot. Because Nirvana was his divine authority. When the Phoenix heart had first gone all in on him, immortality and Nirvana could only be used on himself. Granting Nirvana to others should have required waiting until his Phoenix universe fully manifested in reality. But he cheated. Even though the Phoenix universe hadn't fully materialized yet, Hawk had used the reality stone to place his Phoenix universe in a quantum state between reality and illusion. Because of this, he could barely manage to bestow blessings on others. But Nirvana was a manifestation of divine authority, incredibly precious. Even after obtaining the reality stone, his Phoenix universe had only produced 2 Nirvana slots. When Hawk returned from Forks and heard George's case still wasn't closed, he'd thought it over and decided to swap out the tie he'd originally planned to give for the Phoenix Nirvana feather instead. George had been momentarily stunned but accepted it with a smile. After all, the Phoenix feather containing Nirvana was quite gorgeous and beautiful to look at, even from a purely aesthetic perspective. So, George wouldn't die. He'd just undergo Nirvana. But what? Gwen had also remembered Hawk mentioning the Nirvana feather's function when they'd gotten home. Her heart had just started to relax when she noticed Hawk's hesitation, and anxiety flooded back. What's wrong? George probably won't need to use it. What? Gwen froze, then seemed to realize something. Mom put that feather away, said it could be preserved like a specimen. Is it because he's not carrying it? Hawk quickly grabbed Gwen, who was about to run home to retrieve the Nirvana feather. What I mean is, there's a prerequisite for the Nirvana feather to activate. Gwen blinked, then seemed to understand. Dad has to die first. Yes. You can't undergo Nirvana without dying first. Hawk shrugged. The Phoenix doesn't die. That didn't mean the Phoenix was truly immortal. It meant that after death, the Phoenix entered the Nirvana process and returned anew. Just like when Hawk had fought the dark elf Malekith at Stonehenge in London. He died. Mephisto, who'd offered him a drink between life and death, could testify to that. But then he'd been reborn through Nirvana. So, to undergo Nirvana, You had to die first. But while George's injuries were severe, Hawk hadn't sensed any summons from the underworld. So George most likely wouldn't need to use the nirvana. Gwen blinked. The underworld. Yeah. Hawk looked at Gwen's confused expression. Remember, I took jurisdiction over the life and death of everyone connected to me from Mephisto and transferred it to the underworld. George is your father and my future father-in-law. His soul naturally falls under the underworld's authority now. Speaking of which, Hawk raised an eyebrow at Gwen. So look at the bright side. Even if something did happen to George, he'd go to our underworld, not hell. Gwen listened to this particular form of comfort and opened her mouth, feeling something indescribable. Hawk shrugged. If George went to the underworld, it'd be like coming home. I'm not about to throw him into one of the prisons and make him share the frozen prison with Alexander Pierce to experience what cold and merciless really means. Gwen listened to Hawk comfort her by talking about throwing her father's soul into prison to suffer, and despite everything, she laughed. Hawk. Yeah. If you dare throw Dad into a prison, I will bite you to death in your sleep. Gwen laughed through her tears, glaring fiercely at Hawk. Then she took a deep breath and looked at him seriously. So Dad's going to be okay. Hawk met Gwen's reddened eyes and nodded. I promise. If it were anyone else lying in that operating room, Gwen would have relaxed after his first explanation. But it was George. Her father. Worry clouds judgment. It was perfectly natural for Gwen to want repeated reassurance from him. Just then. Click. Helen looked up as the operating room light suddenly went out and instinctively called, Gwen. Gwen turned to see the operating room lights had been switched off. She glanced back at Hawk, then the two of them walked over to Helen's side together. A moment later, the operating room doors pushed open. The lead surgeon removed his mask. Helen, Gwen, and Detective Hale immediately stepped forward. The doctor's expression was relaxed. He didn't put on any dramatic suspense or keep his face stern. After all, that was for ordinary patients. With members of the police department, if he dared put on airs and play mysterious, who knew if some hot-headed cop might just pull out their gun and shoot him? The surgery was successful. However, the patient lost significant blood and requires observation. If he makes it through the next 24 hours without complications, he should be completely out of danger. Oh, thank God. George. Dad. The moment the lead surgeon spoke, Hale exclaimed to God, while Helen and Gwen looked at each other and embraced. Whether it was Helen or Gwen, the tension and worry on their faces visibly melted away. Soon, George, lying on the hospital bed with a breathing tube still inserted and still unconscious, was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred to one of the VIP rooms the NYPD had partnered with the hospital to provide. George was, after all, the captain of the 21st Precinct. While his annual salary wasn't impressive, he still carried a certain amount of weight in New York City. Put it this way, in a city ruled by capital, George still ranked somewhere on the list. The VIP room was packed with various medical equipment. George lay quietly on the bed, still unconscious. Helen sat beside him, both hands gripping George's left hand, her eyes never leaving him. Detective Hale had already left. She'd gone to support Detective Mahoney. After communication between the 21st Precinct's deputy captain and the 12th Precinct, they'd formed a joint investigation with Detective Kate Beckett from the 12th, who was at the scene, and Detective Mahoney from the 21st, also at the scene. Detective Beckett from the 12th was handling evidence at the scene. Detective Mahoney was calling in personnel to review surveillance footage, hoping to find some trace of the shooter. Hawk and Gwen returned from outside, carrying lunch they'd just purchased. Gwen walked over to Helen's side. Mom, you should eat something. Dad's going to be fine. The doctor said the surgery went perfectly. Yes, I know. Helen had gradually recovered from her initial panic. She looked at George, still unconscious, forced a weak smile, and nodded. Then she looked at Hawk, standing nearby. Hawk, thank you. Ma'am, this is what I should do. Hawk smiled faintly and fell silent as well, his gaze settling on George, unconscious but breathing steadily on the bed. With his sixth sense enveloping the room, he could clearly sense that George's bodily functions, while slow, were recovering in an orderly fashion. At this rate, after one night, George would probably open his eyes and return to the land of the living. Just like the lead surgeon had said. With Gwen's support, Helen sat down at the nearby dining chair and opened the takeout container Gwen handed her. Then she suddenly froze and looked at Gwen. Oh, right. Gwen, Howard and Simon. Don't worry, Mom. Gwen smiled, opening Helen's soup container as she spoke. Hawk already thought of it. A delivery rider is bringing food to them now. Helen let out a breath of relief, then shook her head. Those two still need someone watching them. If you and Hawk don't have anything to do this afternoon, go home and help me look after Howard and Simon. Gwen exchanged glances with Hawk, who was standing by the hospital bed. Hawk nodded. No problem. Gwen also looked at Helen. Then we'll come back tonight to relieve you, Mom. Helen shook her head. No need. I'll stay here with George. But it's fine. Gwen was about to say something when Hawk walked over to stand behind her and took over. Then tonight we'll cook dinner and bring you a portion. Helen looked at Hawk, smiled, then turned to Gwen. See? Hawk understands me. Hawk smiled. Understands what? That parents are the real love story, and kids are just accidents, of course. If Helen and George weren't true love, Helen wouldn't have chosen to give George 2 more children, Howard and Simon, 8 years after having Gwen. So, Helen and George were the real deal. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 151, 255, The reporter burned on a cross. Hawk and Gwen didn't head straight to the apartment after leaving the hospital. They went home first, then drove the Audi A8 parked in the garage over to the Stacy apartment. By now, Gwen had recovered her composure. Sitting in the passenger seat, she patted her chest. Thank God. Dad's okay. I was terrified. Hawk, driving, glanced at her sideways. Want him to die once anyway. What? Gwen's eyes went wide, as if she'd misheard. Hawk smiled. Phoenix rebirth means a full recovery. Not like now, George is going to be stuck in that hospital bed for at least 2 weeks. Everyone knew the score. Every time a phoenix underwent rebirth, its power increased dramatically. Same principle applied here. If George died and then was reborn through the phoenix, he'd come back at full health. Not like his current state, where he'd be bedridden for days. Gwen listened to Hawk's explanation, opened her mouth, then caught on and rolled her eyes at him. Hawk. Yeah. I'm not talking to you anymore. You're terrible. My bad. Hawk's apology came lightning fast. Soon enough. They arrived at the Stacy apartment building. A patrol car was parked outside, 2 officers sitting inside. 21st Precinct. Yeah. Probably worried the shooter might come to the house. After all, the gunman who'd shot George was still at large, and they still didn't know the motive. As a precaution, having officers stationed outside the family home was standard procedure. Hawk's Audi A8 was registered in the police system, though, and Gwen was well known to the 21st Precinct officers. So when Hawk and Gwen stepped out of the car, the 2 patrol officers stayed in their vehicle. Hawk and Gwen didn't make a point of greeting them either. Inside the penthouse apartment, Howard and Simon, normally rambunctious, were sitting obediently on the couch watching TV. No roughhousing like usual. Even the takeout containers from earlier had been cleaned up and neatly stacked on the dining table. 12-year-old Howard and 11-year-old Simon understood what had happened. Dad had been shot and was in the hospital. Mom was at the hospital with Dad, and the only thing they could do was stay home quietly and not cause trouble. When Hawk and Gwen walked through the door, both boys, who had been sitting on the couch, distracted and anxious, immediately perked up and jumped to their feet. Sis. Brother-in-law. How's Dad? Relax. He's fine. Hawk looked down at Simon, who was staring up at him, and smiled as he ruffled the kid's hair. Howard quickly turned to his sister Gwen. Gwen nodded. Dad's okay. Phew. Howard let out a breath of relief, then looked at Gwen again. Can Simon and I go see Dad at the hospital? We promise we won't run around or touch anything or talk too much. Gwen laughed. After dinner. We'll take food to Mom, and you 2 can come with us. Then we'll come back. Howard and Simon grinned, finally believing that their dad was really okay. They were young, not stupid. Their academic talents might not match their sister Gwen's, but they were still a police captain's sons. They had basic judgment. Soon, the 2 boys, now fully reassured, settled back onto the couch, occasionally glancing at the wall clock, eager for evening to arrive. Hawk and Gwen headed to George's study, planning to look for any useful leads. But, it's locked. Gwen did what she always did, grabbed the door handle and pushed down, but this time, she froze. The door didn't budge. She blinked, then turned to Hawk. Dad locked the door. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Is that weird? Of course it is. Dad never locks his study. Even though George often worked late in his study after coming home, he'd never once locked the door. Because even Howard and Simon knew they weren't allowed in the study without George's permission. So George had never needed to lock it. Hearing Gwen's explanation, Hawk's mind stirred. He vanished from in front of Gwen. The next second, the study door opened from the inside. Gwen walked in, flipped on the light, and looked around. No photos on the walls either. Why would Dad lock the door? Hawk also scanned the room. The study's layout was simple. Desk, Computer. Bookshelf. That was it. Gwen walked straight to George's computer and powered it on. Hawk's gaze, meanwhile, fell on a piece of paper on the desk. There was a timestamp at the top, 9:30 a.m. today, followed by 2 letters, BU. George had underlined those letters twice, which meant it was probably important information. After borrowing Gwen's phone, Hawk glanced at her. She'd already opened the computer and was typing in the password with practiced ease. He raised an eyebrow. You know George's computer password? Gwen shrugged. Of course. I even know his ATM pin. My birthday. Right. Doting father. Made sense. Hawk pulled up his contacts and called Detective Mahoney. Mahoney, who had just met up with Detective Hale and was currently reviewing security footage from a shop near the parking garage entrance, frowned. BU. Yeah. It's probably the initials of the informant George was meeting. Or something like that. Hawk exchanged information with Mahoney, then looked at the timestamp on the paper. By the way, what time did the 21st Precinct report the shooting? 9:35 a.m. Dispatch received the shots fired call. Then that's it. Hawk's eyes lit up. Whatever George was doing there, it's definitely connected to BU. Mahoney frowned. BU. I can't think of who that might be off the top of my head. Did George leave anything else? Hawk said, hold on, and looked at Gwen. Gwen shook her head. She'd just finished searching the computer. There were plenty of files, but they were all routine precinct documents, budget reports, monthly crime statistics submitted to headquarters, major incident reports, meeting minutes. Hawk understood. Nothing here. What about on your end? Mahoney replied, the 3rd floor of the parking garage doesn't have cameras. Hale and I found a store that might have captured the shooter on camera. We're pulling the footage now. Just then, Hale's voice came from behind him. Mahoney turned, then said into the phone, Hale might have found something. Gotta go. Hawk acknowledged. All right. After hanging up, Hawk handed Gwen's phone back to her, then looked around the study again. This time, though, he wasn't using his 5 senses. He was using his 6th sense. George had never locked his study before. This time, he had. That meant one thing. There was a secret in this room, something George didn't want anyone to find. Not even his family. Though it probably wasn't about keeping secrets from them. It was about protecting them. Sure enough, Hawk's gaze locked onto the bookshelf against the wall. He raised an eyebrow, then smiled. The next second, under Gwen's watchful eyes, he walked to the bookshelf, opened it, scanned the 3rd shelf, found a copy of the Constitution, and pulled it forward. Click click click. A mechanical sound came from the base of the bookshelf. The shelf, which had been flush against the wall, began sliding to the side. Gwen, sitting in the chair, stared with her mouth slightly open. She walked over to Hawk's side, watching the bookshelf move, and sucked in a sharp breath. I had no idea this thing could move. Hawk didn't respond. He looked at what the moving bookshelf had revealed, a safe. He glanced at Gwen. This wouldn't also use your birthday as the password, would it? Let's find out. Gwen snapped out of her shock, stepped up to the safe, and began turning the old-fashioned combination dial, entering her birthday. Click. The safe opened. Once again, doting father. The contents of the safe weren't much. A few pieces of Stacy family heirloom jewelry. A loaded Glock 17. A full magazine beside it. And beneath the magazine, a case file. Gwen expertly checked the gun, muttered, hasn't been fired recently, then stood beside Hawk as he opened the file. The first thing they saw, a photo of a charred corpse. Hawk's expression remained neutral. Gwen, on the other hand, paused for a moment. She didn't react much, but she frowned slightly. This body. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. New York Times. Otto's. The reporter. Hawk answered her question. Gwen remembered. The reporter who was found tied to a cross and burned to death on the Hudson River bank before Christmas last year. Hawk nodded. That case was the reason George and Helen hadn't been able to go back to Forks with them for Christmas. The burned victim was named Otto's, a reporter who was quite infamous within the NYPD. But Otto's wasn't famous for his professionalism. Well, he was, in a way. Because his specialty was going after the police department. He loved digging up dirt on the NYPD, especially on corrupt officers. That was why Detective Mahoney had said George was under a lot of pressure. Because Otto's wasn't popular. At least, not with the NYPD. So for most of the department, a reporter who made their lives hell being dead was actually a good thing. But George was different. He was a detective. A pure one. And sure enough, George had been secretly investigating the case. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 152, 256, Helen's Reborn. Downstairs, Gwen was preparing dinner. Upstairs in George's study, Hawk sat flipping through the case files on journalist Otto's. Last Christmas Eve, the reporter had been found tied to a cross and burned alive on the banks of the Hudson River. The moment the news broke, every media outlet in New York exploded. And so did the public. The NYPD didn't particularly like this journalist, he'd been a thorn in their side for years. But he was still a reporter, still one of their own in the media world. So the press rallied around him with righteous fury and dramatic eulogies. That was expected. The public joined the outcry too, though for different reasons. They were convinced Otto's had uncovered some dark conspiracy and been silenced for it. The success and failure of public education, all rolled into one. Call it feel-good education. In reality, it was just a polite term for keeping people ignorant. Keeping people ignorant drastically reduced management costs. But once you made that choice, you had to accept the consequences. The moment someone lit a spark, the mob could be whipped into a frenzy. Case in point. A significant portion of the population still believed the Earth was flat, that there was another world beyond the ice wall at the North Pole. And now, with the media fanning the flames, they took to the streets, demanding justice for Otto's. Under these circumstances, the 21st Precinct, and Captain George Stacy in particular, was under fire from both sides. Pressure from the public below. Pressure from headquarters above. George could have ended it easily if he'd wanted to. Pull some dead junkie out of the morgue, pin the murder on him, case closed. Don't think for a second that wrongful convictions didn't happen in America. A killer caught on camera could walk free if his high-priced lawyer convinced a jury the footage was AI-generated. Meanwhile, an innocent man with an airtight alibi could end up in prison if the prosecution convinced 12 people he'd committed murder through telekinesis. That was the jury system. In court, you didn't need to convince the judge. You just needed to convince 12 random citizens. But George refused to take the easy way out. He still had principles. Standards he wouldn't compromise. So despite the lack of a primary crime scene and zero surveillance footage near the Hudson, he gave Detective Mahoney full support to solve the case properly. It took nearly 2 months. Just last month, the tech team managed to recover fragments of data from Otto's burned laptop hard drive. From those fragments, they found a name. Following that thread led them to the blood apocalypse. Not a person. An organization. A cult, to be precise. But a legal one. Religious freedom and all that. The blood apocalypse's founder was named Alani. The cult believed that blood sacrifice would summon the 4 horsemen to cleanse the world. That was all they had. Cults, even legal ones, operated in the shadows. Journalist Otto's had barely scratched the surface. He'd found the founder's name, Alani, and then, nothing. Mahoney moved fast, applying for an arrest warrant. And then. Someone walked into the precinct and confessed. Admitted to killing Otto's without hesitation. Before Mahoney and George could even process it, the DA's office had already cut a plea deal with the suspect at lightning speed. Just like Mahoney said, the brass wanted this case closed. Nobody wanted to waste resources on a journalist who'd spent years making their lives hell. Someone had confessed. George's hands were tied. Even though he was certain the confessor was a fall guy, headquarters was breathing down his neck. He had Northwest choice but to close the case. Once again. If George had been willing to compromise, he'd be a lot higher than captain by now. But he wasn't. So he kept investigating. Quietly. On his own time. And then. He got targeted for it. Hawk finished reading through the files, then scanned the sparse online information about the blood apocalypse. He shook his head, unsurprised but somewhat exasperated. Bottom line, George had gone up against a cult. Of course they tried to silence him. On the crazy scale, cults ranked way higher than HYDRA. Hydra was just a villainous organization. They didn't deal in brainwashing or mind control. Cults, though. That was their entire playbook. Hawk closed the file, stood, and left the study. Downstairs, he found Gwen in the kitchen preparing dinner. He gave her the full rundown of what he'd read. When he finished, Hawk smiled. If you want, I'll go chop this Alani guy into pieces. George was a cop. He needed evidence. Hawk wasn't. And he generally didn't bother with evidence. Suspicion was enough to justify action. Simple logic. If you didn't do it, why would I suspect you instead of someone else? Gwen frowned, then shook her head. No. This is Dad's case. The thought had crossed her mind multiple times, just tell Hawk to take care of Alani. But she fought down the impulse, pulling a perfectly cooked steak from the oven as she looked at Hawk. You believe in results-based justice. Dad believes in procedural justice. That's why he doesn't like Spider-Man. And this is Dad's case. He almost died for it. So he should be the one to close it. Hawk understood immediately. George had nearly been killed working this case. If he survived, woke up, and learned the cult leader had been splattered from orbit by some random vigilante, he'd be depressed for months. So. George's case. George's closure. Hawk nodded, smiling as he took the steak platter from Gwen. Whatever you say. You're the one with the PhD in this family. Gwen had already earned her doctorate. Meanwhile, Hawk was about to start summer break, and he still hadn't picked an internship. Gwen rolled her eyes at the teasing comment. But I might ask for your help eventually. Of course. Wherever you point, that's where I go. Hawk's tone was light but sincere. He didn't dwell on the cult situation. It was just a cult. Gwen said leave it to George. Then he'd leave it to George. An hour later. After dinner, Howard and Simon sat quietly in the back of Hawk's Audi A8 as he drove them to New Amsterdam Hospital. No yelling. No roughhousing. The two boys stood silently beside George's hospital bed, looking at their father, intubated but stable, still unconscious but clearly out of danger. Across the room, Helen sat eating the dinner Gwen had packed, offering commentary on her daughter's cooking. Not bad. Your skills are improving. Of course. Gwen preened at her mother's praise, lifting her chin like a swan. I'm the daughter of the great chef Helen Stacy. Helen smiled at her daughter's pride, then glanced at Howard and Simon standing quietly by their father's bedside. I used to think those two were nothing but trouble. But they're actually pretty good kids. Gwen followed her mother's gaze, watching her brothers hold hands as they stood vigil. She smiled. They're just energetic. Deep down, they're sweet. Their grades aren't, though. Helen nodded in agreement, then shifted her attention back to Gwen. If they had even a tenth of your academic talent, I'd be thrilled. Gwen defended her brothers. Mom, boys mature slower. Hawk was a troublemaker when he was 10 too. Hawk, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly found himself dragged into the conversation. He blinked, met Gwen's expectant gaze, then looked at Helen with a perfectly serious expression. That's true. I was very disruptive at 10. Always singing loudly during church services and events. Helen laughed. You were in the choir. If you hadn't been singing loudly, that would have been a problem. Hawk glanced at Gwen and shrugged helplessly. Gwen smiled, shaking her head, then turned back to Helen. Mom, you should have more faith in Howard and Simon. When Hawk and I have kids, even if they don't have a tenth of his intelligence, I won't be upset. Helen looked at her supremely confident daughter and let out a knowing chuckle. She glanced at Hawk. Do you believe that? I do. Helen's smile widened. Really? Hawk opened his mouth, caught between Gwen's expectant gaze and Helen's amused expression. Finally, he threw up his hands. Ma'am, don't put me in the middle of this. Caught between his fiancée and his future mother-in-law. Hawk felt like he should be standing outside the room, not trapped inside it. But Helen, having gotten the answer she wanted, simply smiled knowingly at Gwen without saying another word. Gwen shot Hawk a look, then turned back to her mother with determination. I'm serious, Mom. I believe you. Helen nodded, her expression grave, though the smile threatening to break through completely undermined it. After all, only a mother truly understands another mother. Helen looked at her daughter, her pride and joy, who had earned a PhD at 20, and couldn't help but smile. Just don't come crying to me when reality hits. I won't. Gwen's tone was absolute. She was brilliant. Hawk was brilliant. Their child, the product of their combined genius, would have at least a tenth of their intelligence. That was basic genetics. 99 parts her, 1 part Hawk. A tenth of that. Still 10 parts genius. Not bad at all. Gwen was satisfied with her math. Helen turned to Hawk with a smile. So, have you two decided? Boy or girl? When the time comes. Hawk looked at Gwen, his expression warm. As long as it's ours, I'll love it. He'd learned his lesson. He wasn't stepping into that trap again. He wasn't going to be a pawn in whatever game his future mother-in-law and fiancé were playing. Besides, he meant it. Boy or girl, as long as Gwen was happy, he was happy. Gwen beamed at Hawk, then looked at Helen. 1 daughter, 2 sons. That's what Hawk and I agreed on. Helen raised an eyebrow, immediately recognizing where that configuration came from. She smiled. Sounds good. I think so too. Gwen's smile was radiant. Hawk and Gwen stayed at the hospital with Howard and Simon until 9 o'clock before taking the boys back to the apartment. After the hospital visit, both boys were unusually well behaved. They washed up without complaint and went straight to bed. Hawk and Gwen returned to the living room to meet with Detectives Mahoney and Hale, who had come back with them from the hospital. Mahoney stared at the paper from George's study, the one with BU written on it, completely stumped. Hale, sitting nearby, was equally frustrated. I checked the CI database this afternoon. No one with those initials. Not even close. Gwen spoke up. Could it be a confidential informant from another precinct? CIs weren't just random people. They had rights, protections. The DA could choose not to prosecute certain crimes if the informant was valuable enough. Their intel could be used in court, unlike evidence gathered by cops without a warrant. But all CIs had to be registered. Hale nodded. The deputy chief is coordinating with other precincts. Nothing yet. Gwen fell silent. Hawk asked about the shooter instead. Normally, Mahoney and Hale wouldn't discuss case details with civilians, especially victims' family members. But Hawk and Gwen weren't normal civilians. And the victim was their precinct captain. More importantly, before they'd left the hospital, Helen had made it clear they weren't talking to Hawk and Gwen. They were reporting to the captain's wife. After all, George was injured, not dead. He was still the captain of the 21st precinct. Honestly, there wasn't much to report. Because the suspect was already dead. After Hale and I found surveillance footage of the shooter fleeing the scene, we issued an APB immediately. Cop killings are top priority. The entire NYPD mobilized. Half an hour later, patrol officers from the 3rd precinct reported finding the motorcycle the suspect used to escape. It had been torched. Tech recovered the VIN as fast as they could and traced it to a suspect. But when we got to his address, he'd already hanged himself. Left a suicide note. Whether it's real or staged, the 21ST's medical examiner is working on it now. Hawk and Gwen exchanged glances. Gwen frowned. Could this suspect be BU? Hale shook his head. Suspect's name is Ethan Thompson. Initials ET, not BU. We did find a handgun in a bag at the scene. Ballistics is running tests, but the caliber matches. Blood Apocalypse member. We're checking. But so far, no connection between the suspect and the cult. Really? Hawk felt a flicker of curiosity. But only a flicker. He wasn't a professional detective. Hell, he was worse at solving cases than Gwen. Then again, he didn't need evidence to solve cases. Just suspicion. And Gwen had told him to hold off for now. So even though he was interested in George's shooting, it was mild interest. He was mostly just keeping Gwen company. Gwen wasn't a professional either, just the best amateur you could find. So after the three of them compared notes, they hit a dead end. All they could do was wait for the ME and forensics to confirm the dead man's identity. As for this BU, they'd have to wait until George woke up tomorrow. Assuming the people behind this didn't send another shooter to the hospital to finish the job. Wait. Finish the job? Hawk raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gwen as she walked Mahoney and Hale to the door. What if they try again at the hospital? Gwen smiled at him. Hawk looked confused. Gwen's smile widened. That's the difference between amateur and professional, Hawk. The precinct already thought of that. Mahoney and Hale are heading back to the hospital to stand guard. Hawk's expression cleared. Right. This wasn't just any cop who'd been shot. This was a precinct captain. Hawk shook his head, laughing at himself. So we don't need to worry. Exactly. Gwen nodded, her smile warm. Dad will wake up tomorrow. Then we'll know who BU is. If Dad finds him and the guy runs, that's when you step in. She'd said she wanted George to handle this case himself. But if the suspect fled, that was a different story. If he stayed in New York, let himself be arrested properly, went through the system the way her father believed in, that was ideal. But if he ran, then Gwen wouldn't hesitate to unleash Hawk. With that settled, the two of them headed back to what had been Gwen's bedroom and prepared for bed. About an hour later, Hawk's movements suddenly stopped. Gwen, lying beneath him, felt the abrupt halt. Her eyes were hazy as she looked up at him. What's wrong? Hawk came back to himself, looking down at her with a serious expression. He leaned down and kissed her. Your mother has been reborn. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 153, 257, Human George, no, Vampire George. The Elysian Fields of the Underworld. Helen Stacy woke from her daze, her expression still clouded with confusion as she surveyed her surroundings. The ground beneath her feet wasn't earthly soil. It gleamed with a soft, silvery luminescence, like solidified moonlight. Greenery stretched endlessly in every direction. Strange flowers and exotic plants grew in abundance. The sky above wasn't the blue of Earth. It was an indescribable shade of crystal clarity, as if polished by the purest water in existence. The dome above faded from that clear hue into a gradual crimson gradient. There were no sun, moon, or stars in this underworld yet, but soft, even light filled every corner of this realm. At the heart of the Elysian fields stood a temple. Its steps were carved from pristine white gem. Each step bore intricate engravings inlaid with tiny light diamonds that refracted rainbow colors under the ambient glow. At the top of the staircase stood a massive, majestic temple. Grand. Solemn. It felt as though every inch of soil, every ray of light here proclaimed silently, "This is the domain of a god." Just then, Helen suddenly noticed a young woman walking toward her. Anya looked at Helen, who had appeared in the Elysian fields without warning, with open curiosity. "Who are you?" "Helen Stacy." Helen answered instinctively, studying the girl before her. For some reason, she thought she could see traces of her future son-in-law in the girl's features. Wait. Son-in-law. In an instant, the confusion in Helen's eyes vanished. Everything came flooding back. She remembered being in the hospital room, kissing George's forehead, then lying down on the nearby bed to rest. And then, she'd heard voices. Mahoney and Hale, standing guard outside her husband's room. Footsteps. Urgent. Rushing. She'd been about to step out and ask what was happening when. Pop pop. Suppressed gunshots. The door to the room was kicked open from outside. And then. Nothing. Helen recalled everything now. The memory of being shot in the chest. The image of Mahoney and 2 other night shift officers lying dead on the hallway floor outside. So. I'm dead, aren't I? Ah. Anya was about to nod when, whoosh, the phantom image of a fire phoenix suddenly materialized around Helen. Helen stared in shock as the translucent but warm-feeling phoenix prepared to wrap its wings around her. What is this? My brother's power. Your brother. Helen, now fully emerging from the fog between life and death, looked at Anya, whose features carried faint echoes of her future son-in-law, and was about to ask Anya what her brother's name was when the phoenix's wings closed completely around her. Like bathing in fire. And then. Rebirth. Ah. Beep beep beep. At that moment, accompanied by the shrill wail of medical alarms, Helen, lying on the hospital room floor, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up abruptly, her pupils dilated, gasping for air. The next second. Helen seemed to realize something. She scrambled to her feet and rushed to the bedside, staring at the flatline on the heart monitor. She slammed the emergency call button. A piercing alarm immediately echoed through the entire floor. Hale, who had just taken one of the night officers to check out a disturbance in the stairwell, heard the alarm. She froze mid-step, her eyes widening. After shouting a curse, she spun around and ran back toward the rooms. And then she saw them. Outside the captain's hospital room, Mahoney and 2 other officers lying in pools of blood. Hale couldn't help but scream. She sprinted toward the scene. The elevator doors opened. The officers stationed downstairs arrived and gasped at the carnage. Hale rushed to Detective Mahoney, checked his breathing, and let out a shaky breath of relief. Just then. Hawk and Gwen, both in pajamas, emerged from the elevator alongside the on-call emergency doctor who'd been summoned. Thanks to the Reality Stone's influence, no one found it strange that Hawk and Gwen had appeared so suddenly. In their perception, the two had always been there. The hospital room door burst open again. Gwen, wearing only pajamas, rushed inside with a panicked expression. The moment she saw Helen, she ran over and threw her arms around her. Mom. The doctor who followed her immediately rushed to the bedside. After a brief examination and a glance at the monitors, he let out a relieved breath. Helen stared blankly at the daughter hugging her. Gwen. Thank God you're okay. Gwen exhaled deeply, then looked toward the doctor removing his stethoscope. The doctor nodded. George was fine. Only then did Gwen truly relax. The doctor hurried back outside. The people inside were okay. But 3 people were lying unconscious in the hallway. Hawk, also in pajamas, helped the officers load Detective Mahoney and the 2 injured officers onto gurneys. Then he turned to Detective Hale. What happened? The surveillance camera in the stairwell went offline for some reason. I took someone to check it out. We found the camera destroyed. The whole thing took less than 3 minutes. Then we heard the alarm. Hale looked completely lost as she watched Mahoney being wheeled toward the OR for emergency surgery. Everything had happened too fast. Her head was spinning. Hawk studied Hale briefly, then turned and pushed open the door to George's room. Helen sat in a chair nearby, staring down at a bullet in her palm. She'd found it moments after Gwen arrived, pulled it from her clothing. She'd also found a bullet hole in her shirt. Helen's mind was reeling. But Gwen was there, comforting her. The moment Hawk realized Helen had been reborn, he'd thrown on underwear and pajamas, grabbed Gwen, who'd done the same, and rushed to the hospital. He'd expected George to undergo rebirth shortly after Helen. But George hadn't been reborn. It seemed that after killing Helen, the assassin hadn't had time to finish off George before fleeing. But did that make sense? The killer had clearly come to eliminate witnesses. Why kill everyone else but leave the primary target alive? Unless the killer had killed George. George just hadn't died. But was that even possible? Yes. Hawk stepped back into the room, his gaze landing on George, whose eyelashes were beginning to flutter faintly. His eyebrow arched. The next second, a low groan. Gwen, who'd been comforting her mother while staring at the bullet in Helen's hand and rapidly trying to figure out how to explain this, heard the familiar sound. Her eyes lit up. She turned toward the bed to see George slowly opening his eyes. After a moment of shock, joy flooded her face. Dad. George. Helen, who'd been lost in thought trying to figure out if what she'd just experienced was real or a dream, heard Gwen's delighted exclamation and snapped back to reality. She stood and looked toward George, whose eyes were now open. George, lying in the hospital bed, met his wife's gaze first. Their eyes locked. Helen instinctively dropped the bullet she'd been holding and stepped forward, gripping George's hand. George. Dad. Gwen watched her father, eyes open, looking at her mother, even managing a weak smile, and couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Hawk, standing near the back of the room, watched George wake up. But unlike Gwen and Helen, he wasn't smiling. He turned and walked into the bathroom. When he reappeared, he'd already made a quick trip back to the apartment to grab Gwen's phone. Then he dialed Catherine. Catherine Pierce. The Vampire Queen. Before Hawk and Gwen had returned from Forks, Catherine had already arrived in New York City. After learning from Hawk that Klaus, the original vampire, had given up hunting her, Catherine had breathed a massive sigh of relief. But she hadn't left New York. She'd stayed. Simple reason, she was worried Klaus might change his mind. And more importantly, New York was close to Hawk. Hawk hadn't cared. It wasn't like New York was his personal property. If Catherine wanted to stay, she could stay. Later, Gwen and Sharon had run into Catherine while shopping. The three women had even grabbed afternoon tea together. After a few more chance encounters, Catherine had become one of Gwen's friends. So Gwen had Catherine's number. Hawk didn't. The call connected quickly. Catherine, it's me. Oh. Catherine's voice on the other end let out a surprised gasp. The lazy tone she'd been using instantly sharpened with tension. Hawk didn't waste time. He got straight to the point. Get me a daylight ring. I'm at New Amsterdam Hospital. As fast as you can. No problem. On my way. Thanks. Hawk hung up, stepped out of the bathroom, and turned his attention back to George, who was now not only awake but talking, his complexion visibly improving with every passing second. The doctor who'd examined him earlier had returned, drawn by George's miraculous recovery. He stared at George, who was already trying to sit up, with an expression of complete disbelief. Gwen was equally stunned. The initial joy of seeing her father wake up had worn off. Now, watching his condition improve at a visible rate, she frowned. She glanced at Hawk, whose expression had turned serious as he emerged from the bathroom, and hurried over. Hawk, is Dad. Conversion. Gwen, who'd been about to ask if something was wrong with her father, froze at the single word. Then it clicked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She glanced back at George, who was ignoring the doctor and sitting up in bed, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Vampire conversion. Hawk nodded. Yes. How is that possible? Vampires have to drink vampire blood first, then die before they can turn, right? And what about rebirth? Gwen's pupils trembled. Dad died. He should have been reborn, right? Mom was reborn. Why wasn't Dad? Hawk looked down at Gwen, who was gripping his arm, her voice barely above a whisper. He'd trigger rebirth if he died a second time. Gwen's eyes went wide. What? Rebirth only activates after death. Just like Helen, she visited the underworld first, then came back. But George's soul never made it to the underworld. The vampire blood brought him back before that could happen. How could rebirth trigger if he didn't die properly? Hawk kept his voice low as he explained the mechanics of rebirth to Gwen. Vampire conversion happened before the soul reached hell. After all, if a soul made it to hell and could still come back as a vampire, that would be stealing from Mephisto's domain. Even Hawk had struggled to pull souls from hell. No way could ordinary vampires do it. His rebirth activated after death. Even the first time Hawk had been reborn, his soul had made a quick visit to Mephisto's bar. So, George had technically died. But his soul hadn't completed the journey to the underworld before the vampire blood in his system kicked in. That was why he'd revived and entered vampire conversion instead. There's only one problem now. What? When did George drink vampire blood? And Hawk paused, looking down at Gwen and lowering his voice further. How are you going to convince George to drink human blood within the next 24 hours? Gwen's eyes widened again. Right. Vampire conversion only lasted 24 hours. If George didn't drink blood during that window, he'd die. Wait. Gwen shook her head. But what about rebirth? Yes, but are you willing to gamble on it? Hawk gave the doctor, who was examining George with an expression of awe, a strange look, then spoke quietly. George is in a superposition state right now. Half human, half vampire. What if rebirth brings him back in the same state? After all, he only had 2 phoenix feathers of rebirth. He'd given both away last Christmas, one to George, one to Helen, after returning from Forks. And the rebirth he'd granted them wasn't the same as his own. He had immortality first, then rebirth. That was why every time he was reborn, he came back at full strength, and even stronger than before. Immortality was the core of his phoenix authority. But he couldn't grant immortality to others. He could only grant rebirth. And without immortality as the foundation, rebirth functioned like it had for Helen. Simple resurrection. No special effects. So his phoenix feathers could guarantee that a human would come back as a human, and a vampire would come back as a vampire. But George was currently in a quantum superposition between human and vampire. In that state, Hawk couldn't predict what rebirth would produce. And again, he only had 2 phoenix feathers. He could probably find another test subject in a superposition state if he really wanted to. But he didn't want to waste a feather on an experiment. Gwen listened to Hawk's explanation, her brow furrowing. So what do we do now? I don't know. Hawk answered honestly. But I called Catherine. She's bringing a daylight ring just in case. For now, let's figure out where George got vampire blood in the first place. Gwen steadied herself and nodded. Soon. The doctor finished his second examination of George. He removed the stethoscope, looking at the captain with amazement. Helen watched nervously from the side. Doctor, is George? Captain Stacy's recovery is remarkable. Better than I've ever seen. Don't worry. We'll schedule a full workup tomorrow when the day shift comes in. The doctor smiled reassuringly at Helen. Helen's worry melted away. She walked the doctor to the door. George, sitting up in bed, started pulling at the monitoring equipment attached to him. Gwen yelped and rushed over, grabbing his hands. Dad, what are you doing? You just woke up. George tried to swing his legs out of bed. Mahoney's still in surgery. I need to see him. I'm fine. I feel better than I ever have. No, you're not fine. After entering vampire conversion, a person was at their peak, but it was the beginning of the end. Over the next 24 hours, if they didn't drink human blood, their organs would slowly fail until death. Think of it like a 24-hour shot of adrenaline after being poisoned. The adrenaline kept you going long enough to find the antidote. The antidote was blood. Drink blood, and you'd be fine. But if you didn't find the antidote within 24 hours, the adrenaline would wear off, and you'd die. George had just been revived. Right now, he was at peak condition. Hawk, meanwhile, was curious. George had been in a superposition state moments ago. But now he seemed to be leaning more toward the vampire side. George, are you investigating a case involving vampires? George, who'd been trying to convince his daughter to let him out of bed, froze at Hawk's question. His eyes narrowed slightly. Their gazes met. Hawk's expression remained calm. Gwen glanced at her mother, still standing by the door, and lowered her voice. Dad, do you feel like drinking something right now? George looked at his daughter, whose tone had turned oddly secretive. Drinking what? Hawk's gaze drifted upward, toward the blood bag hanging beside the bed, slowly dripping into George's foreline. His mouth twitched. Oh. That explained it. He'd been wondering why George seemed to be converting into a vampire despite not drinking any blood. Turns out he already was. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 154, 258, The Birth of Vampire George. Common knowledge. When a human transforms into a vampire, they need to drink blood. Only by consuming blood during the transition period can they become a true vampire. But drinking blood is blood. And a transfusion is also blood. More importantly, it's intravenous. Just like the difference between taking pills and getting in 4 drip, the efficiency isn't even comparable. So, Holy shit. Gwen followed Hawk's strange expression down to the blood bag and immediately understood. She let out a startled cry, ripped the 4-line out, and threw the half-empty blood bag onto the floor like it was a live grenade. But it was already too late. At this very moment, thanks to the intravenous transfusion, George was racing toward full vampire transformation at breakneck speed. Helen, who had just seen the doctor out and turned around to witness Gwen yanking the blood bag from her father's arm, completely froze. Gwen. Mom. Gwen looked at Helen, whose mouth was twitching as she walked toward them, and quickly said, "Wait, Mom, this isn't what it looks like." Helen glanced at the blood bag now lying on the floor, then at Gwen's panicked expression. She took a deep breath. "You'd better have a damn good explanation, young lady." Hawk, standing off to the side, heard Helen's words and felt his mouth twitch slightly. But he didn't dare speak. Even though Gwen was 20 years old and way past the point where young lady applied. In a mother's eyes, her daughter was always a little girl. No matter how old she got. And more importantly, Helen was genuinely angry. Hawk watched as his fiancée looked over at him, her eyes pleading for help. He responded with a look that clearly said, "Sorry, can't help you with this one." This was one mess he couldn't fix. If he opened his mouth, Helen would tear into him too. Not joking. So, Hawk stayed silent. But George didn't. The moment Gwen ripped out the blood bag and threw it on the floor, George, sitting upright in the hospital bed, felt something change. Deep in his pupils, tiny threads of crimson appeared. His gaze locked onto the blood bag as it hit the floor and began to leak. A strange, uncontrollable craving surged through him. A voice in his head began to scream. "Drink it. Drink the blood. Drain every drop." George only zoned out for a few seconds. Then, drawing on the iron self-control he'd developed from decades in the NYPD, where he'd never once been corrupted, he reined himself in. But it was obvious. Something was wrong with him. Thinking back to the case he'd been secretly investigating, and the way Hawk had just asked him point-blank about vampires, a terrible thought formed in his mind. So, George snapped back to reality and looked at his stern-faced wife. "Helen, I asked Gwen to pull it out. Could you go check on Mahoney and the others in the surgical wing?" Helen frowned deeply at George. "George. I'm fine. Go." George cut her off with a reassuring smile. Helen paused, then glanced at Gwen, who had already wrapped her arms around George's arm the moment her mother wasn't looking. Helen shook her head with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, then looked back at George. "You spoil her." Hawk kept his mouth shut. But Helen didn't let him off that easy. Before leaving, she shot Hawk a reproachful look too. "And you. You both spoil her." Hawk watched Helen's retreating figure, blinked, then turned to Gwen. "How is this my fault? I didn't even say anything." Gwen smiled sweetly at him. "You don't spoil me. What do you think?" Hawk looked at Gwen with an expression that was equal parts indulgent and helpless. Gwen's smile grew even brighter. George, sitting in the hospital bed and watching the two of them gaze adoringly at each other, felt his face darken. He coughed twice, loudly. Gwen snapped out of it and turned to George with concern. "Dad. What's wrong with me?" George looked up at Hawk. Hawk said nothing. He just looked at Gwen. George caught on. He also turned to Gwen. "What's wrong with me?" "Dad. You're being transformed." "Into what?" A vampire." Gwen spoke carefully, watching George's reaction closely. She could now see the threads of crimson deep in George's eyes. They'd already begun to surface the moment the transfusion stopped. George listened to Gwen's words and instinctively wanted to deny it. But he looked at Gwen's expression. Then at Hawk's face. And he fell silent. After a long pause, George took a deep breath. "So vampires really do exist. Dad." Gwen heard George's murmur and immediately looked at him with concern, trying to comfort him. "Actually, being a vampire isn't so bad. Caroline's a vampire." George turned to look at Gwen. "Caroline?" "Yeah. My cousin. The one from Forks. I know who she is." George nodded, Caroline's image surfacing in his mind. "She's a vampire too." Gwen nodded. "Yes. I only found out when Hawk and I went back to Forks this time." At that, Gwen seemed to remember something. "Oh, Dad, when did you drink vampire blood?" "What? Vampire blood?" Gwen quickly and directly explained to George how humans became vampires, then looked at him. "So, Dad, which vampire made you drink their blood?" George didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Gwen with an odd expression. Gwen blinked under his gaze. "Dad. Gwen, you're not a vampire, are you?" Of course not. What about Hawk? George instinctively looked at Hawk, who was standing off to the side. Hawk smiled. Nope. Good. George let out a breath of relief, then looked at Gwen, whose face was tight with worry, and smiled gently. Being human is good. Having children, raising a family. That's what life is about, Gwen. Gwen nodded. I know, Dad. I was just telling Mom earlier, I want a daughter and 2 sons. A happy family together. George smiled and nodded in approval. Hawk, meanwhile, looked at George thoughtfully. George took another deep breath and looked at Hawk. So if I don't drink blood in the next 24 hours, I'll die. Right. Gwen's eyes went wide. Dad. Theoretically, yes. But not in your case. What do you mean? You already drank. Hawk's gaze fell on the 4 tubes still attached to George's arm. Obviously, whoever's pulling the strings didn't plan on giving you a choice. They wanted you to become a vampire. After all, George never had a choice. Other newborn vampires at least got a 24-hour cooling-off period. George didn't. The moment he woke up, he was already being transfused, and the decision was made for him. Do you remember what happened during the shooting? I remember now. George was silent for a moment. I set up a meeting with BU at 9:30 a.m. in the parking garage. But he never showed. I know him, he's punctual. I had a bad feeling. Sure enough, just as I was about to leave, someone ambushed me. For some reason, his mind was unusually sharp right now. As he recalled the events, it almost felt like he was reliving them. He'd waited past the agreed time, and when BU didn't show, he'd been about to leave. That's when the first shot rang out. Someone appeared out of nowhere and shot him in the abdomen. The sudden pain made him double over instinctively. Then came the second shot. That one went straight through his shoulder. He could hear the bone shatter, crisp and clear. But the impact also made him stumble sideways, which saved him from the third shot aimed at his neck. Even so, he'd staggered backward and slammed into a parked car. With his other hand, he'd drawn his service weapon and returned fire. He didn't dodge. All 3 of my shots hit him. But it didn't even faze him. Then the patrol officers heard the gunfire and came running. He moved like a ghost. Vanished instantly. I tried to warn them. But he reappeared behind the 2 patrol officers and took them out. Clean. Efficient. By then, I was already losing consciousness. That's when I felt something enter my mouth. I was barely aware at the time. But now. The taste was metallic. Looking back, it must have been his blood. He's a vampire, isn't he? George recounted the now crystal-clear memory while looking at Hawk. Hawk shrugged. Probably. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Gwen frowned at Hawk. The shooter was already caught. He killed himself. Fall guy. Hawk let out a dry laugh, looking at George in the hospital bed. Just like the scapegoat who turned himself in for the blood apocalypse case. George met Hawk's gaze, paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. You found the files I had in my study safe. Gwen entered the password. Hey. Gwen looked at her fiancé, who had just thrown her under the bus without a second thought. She threw up her hands in exasperation. Really? You're just going to sell me out like that? You're my fiancé. Aren't you supposed to protect me? It was said in jest, of course. Gwen wasn't actually upset. After rolling her eyes at Hawk, she turned to George. Dad, who's BU? Hawk and I spent all day trying to figure it out. George smiled and looked at Gwen. You know him. I do. Gwen blinked, her mind racing, then looked back at George. Who? Ben Urich. George spoke the name, then, seeing Gwen's still confused expression, added, my mentor. Gwen blinked. After a moment, an image surfaced in her mind, a scruffy middle-aged man who liked wearing a cowboy hat. The next second. Gwen remembered. Uncle Ben. Your first partner. Yes. George nodded. B for Ben. U for Urich. Ben Urich was 10 years older than George. 62 now. He'd been George's mentor when George first joined the NYPD, and his first partner. Gwen frowned again, confused. But didn't Uncle Ben retire? George let out a short laugh. He did retire. But he's not done yet. He's a journalist now. After the reporter case broke, he reached out to me. Warned me not to dig too deep. Said it was dangerous. I didn't listen. Kept pressing him about what kind of danger. It wasn't until last night that Ben called me. Asked if I was still investigating blood apocalypse on my own. Told me to stop. Said if I kept going, there'd be consequences. But who am I? George let out a dry laugh. You want me to stop investigating? Fine. Fire me as police captain. But as long as I'm wearing this badge, I don't compromise with criminals. When he said that, George's voice was full of conviction. Sure, he'd bend on the small stuff. Like the family courtesy cards at the precinct. But on the big things, especially when it came to criminals, he'd never wavered. I told Ben straight up, if someone sent him to talk me down, he could hang up right then and never call me again. Then he asked me if I believed in vampires. After that, Ben Urich had told George the truth. Blood Apocalypse was indeed a cult, but not an ordinary one. It was a subsidiary organization under a vampire network operating in New York City. Blood Apocalypse's main job was to recruit young, attractive women. Especially out-of-towners who'd come to New York chasing their dreams. They'd lure them in, turn them into playthings and blood bags for the city's vampires. For vampires, the blood of 18- and 19-year-old girls was a rare delicacy. Ben also told George that he knew all this because he'd investigated the organization himself before he retired. That was why Ben understood them. And over the years, he continued investigating in secret. Eventually, he discovered something chilling. There were human servants, thralls, who worshipped vampires. And some of them were inside the NYPD. Thralls were human, but they served vampires. Their greatest wish? To be turned into vampires themselves. Hawk and Gwen knew how vampire conversion actually worked. But for most people in the world, they had no idea. Many still believed the myth that one bite from a vampire would turn you. But, once again, vampires weren't zombies. A zombie bite turned you into a zombie. A vampire bite? Most likely, you'd just be drained dry and left as a corpse. Anyway. After Ben retired and became a senior journalist, he used that as cover to move around New York without drawing suspicion. He'd even managed to interview a vampire and become friends with him. But this vampire was one of the good ones, the kind who bought blood from blood banks instead of hunting people. That was how Ben had learned that George, while officially closing the case, had been quietly requesting tax records for Blood Apocalypse through the courts and the IRS. In America, only death and taxes are unavoidable. Cults weren't exempt. The only reason they operated legally was because they paid taxes. So George had been trying to get their tax records from the IRS. And the moment George made his move, they knew. Ben's vampire friend knew. And apparently, word had already spread through the vampire community that they were planning to deal with George, the same way they dealt with Maston, the reporter who'd photographed their gathering. That's when Ben had contacted George. But of course, George wasn't going to believe Ben's wild claims. Vampires? This was New York City, not Los Angeles. This was Broadway, not Hollywood. George was stubborn. Ben was desperate. To keep George from ending up like the reporter who'd been burned alive, Ben said he could prove it. He had evidence that vampires were real. Ben was far more careful and cautious than George. Seeing that George was hell-bent on pushing this case, Ben had no choice but to set up a meeting for the next morning. He hoped that once George saw the proof, he'd believe him and drop the investigation. After all, they'd already provided the NYPD with a shooter. The only reason they'd done that was because George had a spotless record and no dirt they could use against him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered with a scapegoat, they'd have just forced George off the force. Ben knew how these vampires operated. They'd been hiding beneath New York for who knows how long. This shooter was the vampire's final olive branch to George. If George didn't take it, God only knew what they'd do next. But now it was clear. They turned you into a vampire. Now you're one of them. If you keep digging, they'll expose you before you can expose them. Hawk picked up George's train of thought, then let out a dry laugh. But if you accept it, they'll have a police captain vampire on their side. That'll make it even easier for them to stay hidden. The plan was damn near perfect. Kill two birds with one stone. George looked at Hawk, who had just laid out the vampire's strategy, and spoke in a low voice. I won't let them. Ring. Ring. Just as George was about to speak, the phone on the bedside table started ringing. George's phone. Gwen grabbed it, saw the caller ID, Ben, and handed it to George. Dad, it's Uncle Ben. George's eyes lit up. He reached out to take the phone from Gwen. The next second. Crack. The moment George took the phone from Gwen's hand, he accidentally squeezed too hard. The phone shattered. Gwen's mouth fell open. Hawk raised an eyebrow. George stared in disbelief at the pieces of his phone falling through his fingers. At the same time, the heart monitor still connected to George's body let out a sharp, piercing alarm. Hawk and Gwen looked at the monitor. What they saw, a flat line. Clear as day. But George was still sitting upright in bed. And he looked very much alive. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 155, 259, The New York Vampire's Scheme. The heart monitor displayed a flat line. Beep. George stared at the monitor, then instinctively placed a hand on his chest, as if suddenly realizing something. His heart had stopped beating. But he was still alive. The implication was clear. From this moment on, George was no longer the captain of the 21st Precinct. He was the vampire captain of the 21st Precinct. Gwen's eyes immediately went to Hawk. Meeting her gaze, Hawk gave a small nod. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath, then looked at her father, who sat on the bed with his hand pressed to his chest, his expression frozen in shock. Dad. Bang. The hospital room door burst open. A breathless night shift doctor rushed in. And then, the doctor looked at Hawk and Gwen standing there, then at George sitting upright on the bed, staring at him with hollow eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on the shrieking monitor. His mouth twitched. The next second, without a word, he walked straight to the monitor, cancelled the alarm, shut the machine down entirely, then turned and headed for the door. Only when he reached the threshold did he look back, his expression thoroughly annoyed. Is holding your breath fun? We're busy here. With that, the night shift doctor turned and walked out, ignoring the two officers who had rushed over, his face dark with irritation. The two officers who'd arrived saw that George was fine and visibly relaxed. One of them looked at Hawk. Mr. Phoenix. That's me. There's a woman downstairs named Catherine Pierce. She says you asked her to come. Hawk's eyes lit up. He nodded. She's here. The officer nodded, then spoke into his radio as he and his partner left the room, coordinating with the colleagues who had already secured the area. The officer downstairs received the message and walked over to Catherine Pierce, who stood just outside the police cordon. You can go up now. Thank you. Catherine smiled, thanked him, and walked into the hospital building under the officer's watchful gaze. Soon enough, the elevator arrived. Ding. Catherine stepped out and didn't need to ask for directions. Following the lingering scent of vampires, and the distinct smell of a freshly turned one, she easily found George Stacy's room. The two officers at the door exchanged a glance, then opened it for her. Catherine thanked them again, stepped inside, and immediately spotted the newly turned vampire George sitting on the bed, his expression defeated and ashen. Then she shifted her gaze to Hawk, standing nearby. Mr. Phoenix. Just Hawk. Hawk smiled. You and Gwen are friends. That makes you my friend too. Did you find the daylight ring? He had no idea whether Catherine's first meeting with Gwen had been an accident or intentional. Hawk didn't need to know. Once again, judge by actions, not intentions. Whatever Catherine's reasons for approaching Gwen, the fact remained that Gwen didn't dislike her. In fact, Gwen had even brought Catherine into her shopping crew. So, Gwen's friends were his friends. Catherine nodded and pulled a daylight ring from her pocket. Just as she was about to speak, Gwen had already rushed over, hugged her, and said, "Thank you." Gwen had been wondering why Hawk had called Catherine here, but the moment she heard daylight ring, it all made sense. After hugging Catherine, she took the ring and hurried over to her father's bedside. At first, Gwen thought the ring looked a bit small, but the moment it touched George's finger, it automatically expanded, fitting perfectly and snugly onto his hand. The next moment, George, who had been sitting motionless on the bed like a statue, suddenly blinked rapidly as his pupils contracted. He came back to himself and looked down once more at the hand resting on his chest. It was simple. He could feel it again, the heartbeat that had stopped, now beating once more. The daylight ring, forged through witchcraft, didn't just allow vampires to walk in sunlight. It also restored their heartbeat and body temperature, making them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. After all, during the days of the Holy Inquisition, witches were burned at the stake. So were vampires. And that was precisely why witches and vampires had banded together for survival. George looked down at the daylight ring on his left hand, the ring that had given him back his heartbeat. It's a daylight ring. Gwen explained quickly. Dad, as long as you wear this ring, you won't have to fear sunlight. And Mom and everyone else won't be able to tell you've become a vampire. George looked up at Gwen. Gwen's face was full of tension, and her eyes held a pleading look as she met her father's gaze. Their eyes locked. Hawk watched the scene unfold, then turned to Catherine and said quietly, "Blood Apocalypse. Sounds like an organization that worships vampires. Ever heard of them?" Catherine blinked. Blood Apocalypse. Yeah. No. Catherine shook her head. But finding them won't be hard. She'd been to New York before. She knew the city well. But that had been in the last century. This time around, Catherine hadn't been nearly as reckless as she'd been during her previous visits. After all, Hawk lived in New York now. Since arriving in the city, Catherine had spent most of her time consolidating the assets she'd accumulated across the country over the centuries. After liquidating several properties, she'd purchased a place near Bleecker Street. That way, she'd be close to Hawk. If the original vampire Klaus decided to break his word and come after her, she could seek Hawk's protection immediately. Catherine genuinely didn't know anything about this blood apocalypse organization Hawk had mentioned. But that was fine. Even though she hadn't done much in New York lately, she still knew where the vampire gathering spots were. So if blood apocalypse had any connection to New York's vampire community, Catherine was confident she could track them down quickly. And this was an opportunity. Smart women knew when to take initiative. After finishing her explanation, Catherine looked at Hawk. "I'll contact you the moment I find them." Hawk glanced at Gwen, who was still locked in silent eye contact with her father, then nodded. "Thanks. No problem." Catherine smiled, glanced at Gwen once more but chose not to interrupt, then turned and left the hospital room. After Catherine had gone, Hawk looked at George, who seemed to have fallen into despair, and cleared his throat to get Gwen's attention. "Gwen. Let's go to Howard and Simon's school later and withdraw them. Then we'll enroll them in public school." "Okay." "Wait, what?" Gwen blinked, staring at Hawk in confusion. George also looked up at Hawk. Hawk kept his hands in his pockets, looking at Gwen as he continued. "Oh, and that apartment where Helen, Simon, and Howard are living. Make sure to contact a real estate agent first thing tomorrow morning. Otherwise, when next year's property taxes come due and no one pays them, the court will auction it off." Gwen's expression went from confused to understanding as she caught on to Hawk's performance and played along. "Why wouldn't we be able to pay next year's property taxes? Dad's salary and the precinct's benefits easily cover that. Only if he's alive. What if George doesn't want to live anymore? If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Dad would never give up on living." Gwen shot Hawk a look, unable to stop herself from objecting, then turned to George, who was watching Hawk intently. "Right, Dad." George said nothing. He just kept staring at Hawk. "See? He's not saying anything. So we should act fast. Sell the apartment, give the money to Helen for retirement, and as for Howard and Simon, if push comes to shove, we'll put them in the foster system. I'm not taking care of them, that's for sure. And if you insist on taking care of them, I'm going to have to seriously reconsider whether we should even get married. Because women who sacrifice everything for their families are terrifying." Hawk ignored George's stare and kept talking. When he got to the part about family sacrificing women, his expression looked genuinely horrified. And it was the truth. Everyone knew. Women who sacrificed everything for their families really were terrifying. Just then, George spoke, his voice as low and serious as ever. "Hawk. You don't need to goad me." "Goad?" Hawk blinked, looking at George, then smiled. "I'm not goading you. You're the one who's planning to abandon your own family. Why would I rush to take on responsibilities that are yours?" George's face remained expressionless. "You won't have to." Gwen, standing to the side, watched her father nervously. "Dad. Don't worry." George came back to himself, smiled gently at Gwen, then, under her watchful gaze, pulled off all the monitoring cables attached to his body, got out of bed, and wrapped his arms around his nervous daughter. His movements were careful, slow, and gentle. His voice was soft. "How could I ever leave you and your mother behind? Dad." Gwen hugged George tightly, her gaze shifting to Hawk. With her expressive green eyes, she gave him a huge silent thumbs up. Hawk smiled faintly. Just then, the hospital room door opened again. One of the officers standing guard stepped in, holding his phone, and looked at George, who had already gotten out of bed and was hugging his daughter. "Captain, someone named Ben Urich is calling for you. Says he's a friend of yours." George raised an eyebrow, about to take the phone, but then froze in place as realization hit him. Hawk noticed, took the phone from the officer, nodded to signal him to leave, and once the officer was gone, switched the call to speakerphone and held it in front of George. George glanced at Hawk, who had just threatened to break up with his daughter if he dared to die, then looked down at the phone in Hawk's hand. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke in a low, steady voice. "This is George Stacy. Captain Stacy. Thank God. Sounds like you've recovered." The voice on the other end was young, but there was something off about it, an underlying weariness that didn't match the youthful tone. It gave the impression of an old man speaking with a young person's voice. George frowned. "Who are you? Where's Ben?" "I am, Captain Stacy, now that we're the same kind of people, you still don't know who we are." "Vampires." George's voice was low, laced with fury. You turned Ben into a vampire too. The person on the other end laughed. Yes. We're vampires. Can't be helped. You wouldn't stop chasing us, Captain Stacy. You wanted the killer. We gave you a killer. But you still weren't satisfied. So we had no choice but to grant your wish. Ben Urich is much smarter than you. Only slightly, though. He was very careful, investigating in secret. But we knew all along. We just didn't bother with him because he never contacted anyone. Until now. You've been a real headache for us, Captain Stacy. But we admire you. We even want to befriend you. So rest assured, Ben Urich hasn't been turned into a vampire. The man's voice carried a strange, languid quality. Then his tone shifted. However, while he's not a vampire, whether he lives or dies, that's up to you, Captain Stacy. George's expression darkened. He didn't waste words. What do you want? We want to be friends with you, of course, Captain Stacy. And please, don't be angry. Becoming a vampire is a precious gift many in your precinct would kill for. And yet, we gave it to you so easily. It wasn't a lie. Why did vampire legends persist? Why did they have such a strong presence in Hollywood? Because people loved them. Once again. Vampires came with side effects, sure. But as long as you avoided those, the first and greatest benefit was immortality. You'd never age. You'd live forever. So, the number of people who admired, worshipped, and wanted to become vampires far outnumbered those who despised and hunted them. From that perspective, the vampire on the phone wasn't wrong. For most humans, becoming a vampire was a blessing. And they'd given George that blessing freely. But George wasn't most people. Most people fell into the immortality is a pursuit category. George belonged to the immortality is a curse camp. George was Catholic. He pursued justice partly because of his professional ethics. But the other reason was his belief that if he upheld justice, when he died, he would return to heaven. There, he and Helen would become angels together, eternally serving at God's side. And now, he'd become a vampire. Forget going to heaven. He'd be lucky if he didn't end up in VIP seating in hell. George's mental state had shattered. He genuinely considered suicide moments ago. But it wasn't Hawk who had changed his mind. It was the realization that suicide was also a sin, one that would send him straight to hell anyway. More importantly, he'd seen the pleading look in Gwen's eyes. And then he'd heard Hawk, that bastard, threaten to break up with his precious daughter if he dared to die. That had been the final nail in the coffin of his suicidal thoughts. Now George had only one thought. This was God testing him. Yes. A test. God had turned him, a devout Catholic, into the most despicable creature imaginable. Not because George had done something wrong. But because it was a trial. God hadn't let him die. That meant it wasn't his time yet. If that was the case, then he would hunt down every vampire hiding in New York's dark corners. He would find them, one by one, and in God's name, he would eliminate every last one of these evil creatures. George's eyes flickered with determination. Then he looked at the phone in Hawk's hand. Fine. We're friends now. You can let Ben go. The vampire on the other end laughed. Captain Stacy, that's not how friendship works. We've given you unprecedented power. In return, you should give us something. What do you want? This storm started with you. Naturally, it should end with you. I'm deeply sorry about your wife's death, but you will personally put an end to this case. Someone will come forward and confess. Once you close the case yourself, we can meet face to face. George listened to the vampire's words, his eyes narrowing. He was on the verge of losing control when the door opened. Helen, returning from the surgical waiting area, walked in. Seeing that George had gotten out of bed, she instinctively opened her mouth to speak. George saw her lips part and shouted. Fine. Crack. Hawk raised an eyebrow, looking down at the phone George had just crushed in his palm with a single slap. At the same time, Helen's voice followed immediately after. Holy shit. George, you're inju. I'm fine. George looked at Helen, who had rushed to his side in shock, her hands already trying to push him back onto the bed. He quickly reassured her, then scanned her body with sharp eyes. His gaze locked onto a very familiar bullet hole in the chest of her jacket. That's this. Helen noticed where her husband's gaze had landed and finally registered what he was looking at. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a bullet that should have fallen out of her body. George carefully controlled his still unfamiliar strength, took the bullet from Helen's palm, and looked at her. What is this? I'm not sure. Helen shook her head in confusion. I felt like someone came into the room, shot me in the chest, and then I died. But I think I came back to life. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 156, 260, Helen, dead but not dead. Honestly, Helen was still completely bewildered. She had no idea whether what she'd just experienced was real or some kind of hallucination. But getting shot had felt real. Even now, just thinking about it made her heart involuntarily clench. And the bullet hole in her clothes, along with the actual bullet that had fallen out when she'd undressed, both seemed to confirm one thing. Everything she'd experienced was real. She had died. But she also hadn't died. After coming back from that strange resurrection, Helen had initially been worried about George. Then, realizing George had something important to tell her, she'd gone to check on Officer Mahoney's surgery. When she finally returned to the room, she had a moment to sit down and process everything that had happened to her. She remembered where she'd gone after being shot. That place had a ceiling unlike anything on Earth. There was a field blooming with countless exotic flowers and plants that didn't exist in the mortal world. And towering in the distance was a palace of unimaginable grandeur. Most importantly, that girl. The one who reminded her somehow of her son-in-law, with similar features in her eyes and brow. Right. That girl had also said something about her brother, hadn't she? Helen's mind conjured up an image of Anya. Her eyes snapped into focus, locking onto Hawk with sudden intensity. Hawk noticed Helen's stare, and something clicked. He looked back at her. Helen frowned. I think I saw your sister Anya, Hawk. What? George, standing nearby, blinked in confusion. Gwen's eyes widened. Mom, you're saying you saw Anya? Hawk, however, remained calm. The underworld existed within his cosmo. He was aware of every breeze, every ripple within it. Naturally, he knew that Anya had indeed met Helen. Though Helen hadn't had time to say much before entering the Phoenix rebirth sequence. Yes. That must have been your sister Anya. That place. I think it was heaven. I think I went to heaven for a little while, and I saw your sister Anya there. She looks a lot like you, same eyes. I don't think I was mistaken. Helen's brow had been furrowed, but as she spoke, her expression gradually relaxed. She turned to George. I died, George. But then I came back. Their eyes met. George didn't hesitate. Filled with emotion but carefully controlling his strength, he gently pulled Helen into his arms and let out a heartfelt exclamation. Thank God. George's heart swelled with gratitude as he attributed the miracle entirely to God. But God, namely, Hawk, wasn't happy about that. Hawk watched as George gave credit to that old fraud in the sky for what was clearly his own doing. He raised an eyebrow. Actually, that's wonderful, Hawk. Gwen, who had been watching Hawk like a hawk herself, saw him about to claim credit for his work. She immediately let out an excited cheer, threw her arms around him, and whispered rapidly in his ear, Dr. Costume. Hawk, who had been fully prepared to take back what was rightfully his, raised an eyebrow. His gaze met Gwen's as she looked up at him from within his embrace. In that split second, Hawk made his decision. You're on. You. Gwen's eyebrow twitched as she looked at her opportunistic fiancé. She was about to say something when she saw Hawk's mouth opening again, his gaze shifting past her. She caught on immediately and bit down on her words. Fine. Deal. Hawk's smile was radiant. Whatever. Let George thank God. It's not like George specified which God he was thanking. Besides, it was just a title. Meaningless. Watching Gwen in a doctor costume was far more meaningful than any credit. Hawk was practically glowing with satisfaction. Gwen, having successfully redirected Hawk, breathed an internal sigh of relief. But there was still one more thing to handle. She released Hawk, turned toward her parents, who were having their own tender moment, and quickly interjected. Dad, Mom's dead. Helen immediately bristled. She looked at her daughter Gwen, who was clearly cursing her despite the fact that she was very much alive, and her expression darkened. She was about to say something when George had already caught on. He nodded, his expression turning serious as he looked at Helen. Yes. You're dead, Helen. I'm dead. When? Wait, am I actually dead? Is all of this just some kind of post-death dream? Helen was lost. But George quickly explained everything. Of course, he left out the part about having become a vampire. His mind was still in chaos, and he hadn't figured out how to tell Helen about that particular development yet. But one thing was certain. If the vampires found out Helen wasn't dead, they'd know something was wrong. They might go into hiding, but they'd definitely come after Helen again. So, until they caught the vampires, Helen had to remain in a deceased state. Helen understood. She could accept the logic. But Helen looked at her husband George, then at her daughter Gwen, her expression unreadable. So I'm definitely dead, then. George and Gwen exchanged a glance. Helen. Mom. Hawk stood off to the side, quietly observing without getting involved. In fact, he used the reality stone to reduce his presence, then silently turned, opened the door, and left the hospital room. He had zero interest in participating in this tedious charade. If Gwen had let him handle it, this would already be over. Hell, if she'd given him the green light, every vampire in New York would have already delivered the so-called Crimson Apocalypse organization and its mastermind to his doorstep on a silver platter. So instead of wasting time with internal conflict, why not make life difficult for someone else? Who cared who was actually behind it? Just kill vampires until you got it right. If you happened to get the right one, perfect. If you got the wrong one, no big deal, the innocent vampires you killed would be even more motivated to find the real Crimson Apocalypse than you were. So, why go through all this trouble with a fake death? Was it really necessary? Hawk didn't get it. But he could respect it. And since Gwen had asked him not to intervene, he absolutely wouldn't. Besides, he didn't really want to intervene anyway. After all, his only publicly known weakness, the only person he genuinely cared about, was Gwen. Who knew if stepping in this time would give the opportunistic vultures lurking in the shadows the bright idea to target Helen, George, Howard, or Simon as a way to get to him. He wasn't about to give potential enemies that kind of opening. So, if Gwen didn't ask, he wouldn't act. Once again, if they died, they died. At least they'd end up in the Elysian fields of his underworld. Going there was basically the same as going home. Just like he'd told Gwen earlier, there was no way he'd throw Helen and George into one of the 8 prisons if they died. That would never happen. Just then, Detective Hale stepped out of the elevator. Hawk greeted him. "How's Officer Mahoney?" "The surgery went well. Doctor said he'll be fine. The bullet didn't pierce his heart." "That's good to hear. Is the captain awake?" "Yeah. I'll head in, then." "Go ahead." Detective Hale, who had just come from Mahoney's room, exchanged a few words with Hawk standing by the door, then pushed it open and walked inside. The sight that greeted him was nothing short of shocking. The captain, who just this morning had taken 3 bullets, been rushed to the hospital barely breathing, was now standing upright. His face was a bit pale, but his energy was surprisingly strong. More shocking still was his arm, which the doctor had diagnosed as having multiple fractures. It was moving with perfect flexibility. Hale was stunned. "Jesus, Captain, how are you?" "Hale, get in here. Close the door." Hale barely had time to process what was happening before Gwen pulled him inside. An hour later, Hale and a female officer with her head down hurried out of the hospital, got into a police car, and drove away with sirens wailing. Hawk and Gwen, meanwhile, returned to the Stacy apartment. Gwen flopped directly onto the bed and stretched. "God, I'm exhausted." Hawk smiled faintly. "Stop saying God. God's our enemy now. Wait until I've stormed heaven, then you can say it all you want." Gwen blinked, and something seemed to occur to her. She sat up suddenly and looked at Hawk. When Mom left with Hale for the safe house, there weren't any vampires following them, right? None. Good. Gwen let out a breath of relief. Hawk's expression turned helpless. He hadn't planned on asking, but he couldn't help shaking his head. Why make it this complicated? Just say the word, and I can wipe out every vampire in New York. Gwen immediately shook her head. No. Why not? This is Dad's fight. And besides. Gwen looked at Hawk. You not getting involved is also protecting Dad, Mom, Howard, and Simon. After all, it had been her idea to ask Hawk not to intervene in Stacy family matters. Because Hawk's weakness should be one person. More than one wasn't a weakness. It was a liability. Most importantly. Gwen smiled at Hawk. If I called you, you'd help, right? Hawk smiled back. Of course. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, right. Gwen's smile brightened, and she smoothly changed the subject, looking at Hawk, who had moved closer to hug her, his hands starting to wander. What you said earlier, about not marrying me if Dad died, was that real? Hawk's body went rigid. He met Gwen's half-amused, half-serious gaze. That was reverse psychology. Couldn't you tell? Was it? Gwen stared at Hawk, her hand slowly moving downward. Her smile grew wider and wider until she suddenly grabbed hold. Like this kind of reverse psychology? Hawk sucked in a sharp breath, his mouth twitching. Careful. Break it, and you're the one who'll regret it. Who says? Whoever uses it will regret it. Hawk looked at Gwen's tightening grip, his smile growing wider. Gwen watched Hawk's increasingly smug expression, and felt little Hawk growing increasingly bold in her hand. She took a deep breath and immediately let go. Sleep. We've got more acting to do tomorrow. Yes. Acting. A performance for the vampires. After all, Helen was dead. Even though Helen wasn't actually dead, she was dead as far as the vampires were concerned. If George wanted to catch the vampires hiding in the shadows without flipping the table like Hawk would, he had to play along with this charade. George and Gwen knew it was an act. But Howard and Simon didn't. The two kids were genuinely crying. Heart-wrenching, soul-crushing tears. Standing in the morgue, Hawk watched as George and Gwen held back Howard and Simon, who were screaming and trying to see their mother's body, crying even harder because they were being restrained. Hawk kept his eyes down, trying very hard not to laugh. Especially at the funeral a week later. Hawk had bought himself a pair of sunglasses specifically for the occasion. He put them on, hiding his eyes, sank his consciousness into his Cosmo, and maintained a completely emotionless expression as he stared blankly at the fresh headstone before him. The name on the stone was clear. Helen Stacy. Behind it, a freshly dug grave awaited the casket that symbolized Helen Stacy's final resting place, slowly being lowered into the ground. George held a sobbing Howard, his own expression filled with sorrow. Gwen restrained Simon, who kept trying to run toward the casket, her face equally grief-stricken. As a professional detective who regularly had to intimidate suspects, George's acting had always been flawless. No one could find fault with it. Gwen was beautiful. And as they said, the prettier the woman, the better the liar. So, Gwen's performance was equally impeccable. Howard and Simon, however, were completely in the dark. Their emotions were raw and real. The poor kids had cried so much over the past week that their voices were nearly gone. So whether George could use this performance to lure out the vampires behind everything, Hawk didn't know. But he was absolutely certain of one thing. Once this was over, George and Gwen were going to pay for it. Gwen still had an out, though. She could avoid the apartment and stay at 521A Bleecker Street until the heat died down before going back home. But George? He was screwed. After this was over, he'd probably be sleeping on the couch for at least a month. Maybe 3. Hawk watched as dirt was shoveled into the grave, observing the father-daughter duo putting on their Oscar-worthy performances. He felt a certain schadenfreude as he looked at George, who was also wearing sunglasses but couldn't hide the grief on his face, the ring on his finger glinting in the light. The ring on George's finger wasn't the daylight ring Hawk had sent via Catherine. But it was still a daylight ring. It had appeared on George's bedside table when they'd returned to the hospital room from the morgue. Along with it was a cell phone and a note. The note explained the ring's function and the phone's purpose. But the phone hadn't rung once. Until now. The moment Helen's casket was fully lowered into the ground, George felt the phone vibrate in his pocket. A flash of fury crossed his face before he handed Howard to Gwen and walked off to answer the call. Catherine, who had also attended the funeral as a guest, moved to Hawk's side. "Sir, do you need me to capture that vampire?" "No." Hawk shook his head. "They like to play games. Let them play. We'll just watch." Catherine nodded and fell silent. Through his sunglasses, Hawk's eyes tracked beyond the cemetery grounds to a figure standing on a rooftop overlooking the service, a man dressed entirely in black, also holding a phone. His sixth sense spread out, and he clearly heard both sides of the conversation. The black-clad figure's voice, and George's voice on the other end. "Captain Stacy. My condolences. Murderer. Soon, Captain Stacy. The killer will turn himself in soon. By the way, Captain, now that you're one of us, have you felt that extraordinary power?" George said nothing. But he had felt it. His strength, his speed, even his stamina, all of it was skyrocketing at a visible rate. There was just one downside. He needed blood. The vampire on the rooftop smiled with a twisted expression. "However, Captain Stacy, you have quite the appetite. Most newborn vampires only need one blood bag a day. But you've purchased quite a lot of blood bags this week. In the land of the free, everything was for sale. Blood included. It had a price tag. As long as you had the money, you could buy a truckload of blood and use it to water your garden if you wanted." George's face remained expressionless. "Isn't that what you wanted to see?" "Yes. Exactly." The rooftop vampire nodded without hesitation, then changed the subject. "But only drinking blood bags isn't good for you. That's frozen blood, Captain Stacy. You should try something fresh. Trust me, you'll like it." As he spoke, the vampire pulled the phone away from his ear, typed out a text message, and sent it. George looked at the incoming message. He opened it. His brow furrowed. "Hudson Meatpacking. Yes. The vampire's smile widened. Tonight at 11, Captain Stacy. Go there. Tell the guard you're a guest of Cole. I've arranged a gift for you. Once you accept it, I think we can finally meet face to face. George frowned. What gift? What are you planning? The vampire's smile turned mysterious. A welcoming gift. You'll like it, I promise, Captain Stacy. After all, if you don't like our gift, then our meeting might be postponed indefinitely. And your friend Ben? He might not be coming back. 11 o'clock tonight, Captain Stacy. With that, the rooftop vampire hung up, turned, and leaped off the edge. In a flash, he vanished. George, still on the phone, frowned deeply. Hudson Meatpacking. Hawk raised an eyebrow and glanced at Catherine beside him. Catherine understood immediately. It's one of the vampires' party spots in New York. A place where younger vampires gather to enjoy festivities and fresh blood. Like the Crimson Apocalypse. Run by that Deacon Frost guy. Yes. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 157, 261, The Vampire Delivering George's Wife. When Vampire Queen Catherine got involved, it didn't take long at all to find out what Blood Apocalypse really was, and who the vampire behind it all was. Deacon Frost. A vampire. A vampire who called himself the leader of New York City's new generation of bloodsuckers. He belonged to Dracula's lineage. Within Dracula's bloodline, there were purebloods and half-bloods. Purebloods referred to vampires personally converted by Dracula himself. Half-bloods were those converted not by Dracula, but by the purebloods he created. The purebloods considered themselves superior, their bloodlines noble, their lives precious. They called themselves purebloods. 13 of them had formed something called the Council of Elders here in New York. And Deacon Frost was a member of this council of 13 purebloods. If the 13 pureblood vampires were a parliament, then Deacon Frost was the figurehead leader they'd push to the front. The Blood Apocalypse cult, designed to lure in humans with a few screws loose, was his creation, operated from the shadows. He was also responsible for the blood servants currently embedded in New York's law enforcement system, humans who envied vampires' immortality enough to become their willing slaves. Most importantly, this half-blood Deacon Frost was incredibly ambitious. He'd been secretly working to decipher the Book of Blood, planning to summon the Blood God's power, become the Blood God himself, and overthrow the Council of Elders. Of course, that last part wasn't something Catherine had discovered. That was information Hawk had pulled from his memory palace after hearing Catherine mention Deacon Frost's name. For good reason. Deacon Frost was a character in the Marvel Universe. And there was one other name that appeared alongside his. Blade. Though, once again, at Hawk's current power level, Blade didn't even qualify to have a conversation with him. Catherine, standing nearby, finished speaking and looked at Hawk, who stood quietly. She asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to?" "No." Hawk shook his head again, glancing at George, who had just hung up his phone and was walking back over as if nothing had happened, then at Gwen, who was still playing her role, holding her two younger brothers Howard and Simon while wearing an expression of deep sorrow. He smiled faintly. She wants to play. Let her play. Since Gwen didn't want him interfering, he wouldn't interfere. Hawk had asked Catherine to gather intel mainly as insurance. In case his fiancée decided she didn't want to play anymore, or realized she was in over her head. Then he could step in immediately and catch her. Hawk replayed the phone conversation between George and that vampire in his mind. His gaze, hidden behind his sunglasses, fell on his still-acting fiancée. His eyes took on a hint of amusement, and his lips curved upward slightly. For one simple reason. His instincts told him it wouldn't be long, probably tonight at 11, before Gwen's little game would blow up in her face, and she'd have to ask him to step in and flip the table. Hawk had a feeling he could negotiate several new outfits and positions out of this. His appearance fee was quite high, after all. Hawk smiled to himself. And then, that evening, while the two of them were having dinner at 521A Bleecker Street, Hawk mentioned to Gwen that a vampire had called George during the fake funeral this morning, inviting him to pick up a gift tonight. Gwen, who had been portioning out steak onto Hawk's plate, blinked. "Dad didn't tell me about that." "Really?" Hawk raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I thought you knew." "Looks like your dad's leaving you out of the loop, Gwen." Gwen shot Hawk a look. "Dad's worried about me. That's why he didn't tell me." "All right, my mistake. Sorry." Hearing that, Hawk's expression cleared. His mouth twitched, he offered an apology, and then fell silent. Standing at the kitchen island, Gwen placed the portioned steak on Hawk's plate, then looked at him, now completely quiet. Her mouth opened, then closed. Finally, she also chose to say nothing, pulling the vegetable salad bowl in front of her and beginning to toss it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Clang. Gwen took a deep breath, set down the salad tongs, and looked up at Hawk. Where is Dad going tonight? Hawk smiled internally but kept his expression neutral as he looked up and blinked. What? Where's Dad going tonight? Hudson Meat Factory. Hudson, what is that place? It's a pork slaughterhouse near the Hudson River. But inside, it's a gathering spot for New York's vampires. Jesus. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath. Dad's going there tonight? Hawk nodded, looking at Gwen with a faint smile. Yes. That vampire said he sent George a gift. But George can only receive the gift if he shows up. Then the vampire will meet him face to face. Gwen looked at the half-smile on Hawk's face and got a bad feeling. What's the gift? No idea. Hawk shook his head. You said it yourself. Until you asked me to step in, I shouldn't interfere with your game. Gwen's mouth twitched. This isn't a game. It's a case. Dad's case. To me, it's a game. Hawk shrugged, then changed the subject, glancing at Gwen. If I had to guess what gift the vampire prepared, I'd say he's probably inviting George to dinner. Gwen raised an eyebrow. Dinner. A vampire's idea of dinner. Gwen fell silent for a moment. Then she pressed her lips together, looked at Hawk, who had gone back to eating the steak on his plate after saying that, and reached out to pull his plate away. Hawk, fork in hand, looked up at Gwen, who had just stolen his food. Gwen's smile was radiant. Hawk. Yeah. What time is Dad going? The call said 11. Can you take me there? You want me to step in? What? Gwen looked shocked, then immediately shook her head at lightning speed. No, no, no. I just thought we could go watch. Just in case Dad gets in trouble. If you could. Before Gwen could finish, Hawk had already given his answer with a smile. Sure. Hawk's straightforward response, without trying to negotiate, completely threw Gwen off. Gwen looked at Hawk suspiciously. Don't you need me to? Nope. Hawk's smile was bright as he looked at the deeply suspicious Gwen. We'd better eat fast, though. Otherwise, we'll miss the show. Gwen snapped out of it and handed Hawk back the plate she'd just taken. Hawk reached out, accepted it, and politely thanked her like a gentleman. Gwen, eating her vegetable salad, still looked suspicious. She'd been fully prepared to pay him with 3 outfits just now. But Hawk hadn't asked for anything. That was very un-Hawk-like. And Gwen had a feeling Hawk's smile today looked a little strange. Like a cat watching a mouse. Like he had her completely figured out. Ugh, no. I'm not the mouse here. Gwen thought to herself. Finally. On the way to Hudson Meat Factory, Gwen, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't hold back anymore. She looked at Hawk, who was driving. Hawk, aren't you supposed to ask me for a few outfits? Huh. Hearing that, Hawk glanced at Gwen. I told you, if you ask, I'll help. You should have more faith in me. Gwen's mouth opened. Sorry. Apology accepted. Hawk smiled, withdrew his gaze, and focused on driving. You've got to be kidding. If he asked for payment now, how could he ask for more later? Everyone knew, free things were always the most expensive. Free now meant maximum price later. Soon enough, on the riverbank across from Hudson Meat Factory, Hawk glanced sideways at the weathered gate and the 1990s-era building behind it. We're here. Gwen looked around, then at Hawk, who had just parked the car directly across from the factory. Won't they notice us if we park right here? Hawk shook his head. No. With the Reality Stone's power, he'd already reduced both his and Gwen's presence, along with the car, to nearly zero. If he wanted, he could drive this car straight through someone, and to everyone else, it would look like that person had encountered a paranormal event and flown through the air on their own. So. Hawk was thinking this when he sensed George's presence. George is here. Where? Gwen's eyes lit up. She followed Hawk's gaze, and soon spotted George, who had taken a taxi to get here. Hawk was a little curious. As he opened the car door and stepped out, he asked Gwen, who was climbing out of the passenger side, George came over here now. What about Howard and Simon? Getting out of the car, Gwen kept her eyes on George, who was walking toward the meat factory. After confirming that George really couldn't see her or Hawk, she finally looked at Hawk. You forgot. Dad sent them both to Long Island. Hawk's expression cleared. Your mother went too? No. Gwen shook her head. Dad's worried these people are still watching him, so Mom's staying at Detective Hale's place. Hawk nodded. Hale's good people. I know. Gwen walked over to Hawk's side, linked her arm through his, and watched her father George, who was now barely 10 steps in front of them, knock on the factory's main gate. Her voice automatically dropped to a whisper. "You're sure Dad can't see us?" Hawk didn't answer, because a small door to the right of the main gate had just opened. The person who appeared was a muscular, bald black man. After opening the door, the bald man scanned the area, his gaze sweeping right over Hawk and Gwen without hesitation before landing on George. His eyes held a trace of wariness. "Who are you looking for?" "Cole invited me." "Cole." Hearing George mention that name, the bald man's wariness vanished instantly. He fully opened the door. George walked in. The bald man looked around outside one more time, confirmed no one else was there, and closed the door again. Gwen, who had followed George inside, looked at the bald black man standing right in front of them, seemingly unable to see them at all. She looked at Hawk in shock. "He really can't see us." Hawk smiled helplessly. "Do you really have that little faith in me?" Gwen shook her head. "No, I have complete faith in you. It's because I have faith in you that I didn't want you to step in. Because with you backing me up, I can afford to make mistakes." "Then why are you?" "I'm providing you emotional value. Can't you tell?" Gwen tilted her head, her expressive green eyes blinking at Hawk as she looked up at him. Hawk's mouth twitched, but he couldn't find a single point to argue against Gwen's answer. Just then, the bald black man, having closed the door, walked right past the two of them and stopped in front of George. He glanced at George, then started walking. "This way." George acknowledged him and followed the bald man. Hawk and Gwen followed close behind. The two of them, presence reduced to near zero, and George followed the bald man through a brightly lit frozen pork processing area. Gwen's gaze fell on the 5 or 6 people operating cutting machines at the workstations. "Those people aren't vampires." "No, they're vampires too." Hawk glanced over and immediately understood what Gwen was asking. "But they're bottom-tier vampires. We saw vampires like Stefan back in Forks, he's been around for hundreds of years. And Catherine, 5 centuries of accumulation. Even though she was on the run, she still achieved financial freedom. Every species had a bottom rung. Vampires like Stefan, who owned their own estate, or Catherine, they were upper-tier elite within vampire society. And not like Wall Street types, either. More like the people who controlled Wall Street. As for these vampires busy cutting up pork, let's put it this way. They were the equivalent of, not even queens. They were like the homeless people living in Brooklyn's parks and forests. The only difference was that now they were immortal homeless people. Hawk explained this, then seemed to think of something. He looked at Gwen. "Is this also you providing me emotional value?" "What?" Gwen looked up, smiling at Hawk. "I really don't know what you mean. But you're amazing, Hawk. I feel like you know everything." Confirmed. Gwen was playing dumb to give him emotional value. Hawk's mouth twitched. Just then, the bald black vampire leading the way stopped in front of a cold storage room. After entering a passcode, the door opened with a heavy thunk. But what appeared wasn't a freezer. It was a staircase leading underground. George looked at the bald vampire. The bald vampire said nothing, just gestured for him to proceed. George took a deep breath, looked at the stairs descending into darkness, and stepped forward. Gwen saw the bald vampire preparing to close the door. She quickly grabbed Hawk's arm and followed George inside, slipping through just before the door shut behind them. Walking ahead, George heightened his senses. Over the past week, his increasingly refined perception allowed him to see clearly even in the dark. He could also hear what sounded like a nightclub's chaos coming from behind the wooden door at the bottom of the stairs. Soon, George reached the door. He placed his right hand on it and pushed it open. The next second, it was like entering another world. Pounding, wild music. Multicolored lights flashing everywhere. And in the dance floor not far away, a mass of vampires writhing together like demons at a rave. George's pupils contracted instinctively. God. There are this many vampires here? Gwen, following behind, stared at the sea of vampires before her, completely stunned. Holy crap. There are this many vampires. It's not that bad. One phoenix beam would take care of them. Hawk also glanced around, his tone flat. Forget this many. Multiply it by 10, and it would still just be one sweep of a phoenix beam. Ha ha ha. Captain Stacy. Hawk, look. Gwen pointed ahead at a black man in a black suit with a white beard on his chin, laughing as he walked toward them. She tugged on Hawk's sleeve. Hawk looked at the black man and nodded. Soon, Hawk and Gwen followed the seemingly enthusiastic bearded man, who had his arm around George's shoulder, through the wild, chaotic dance floor, up a set of stairs, and onto a second-floor balcony overlooking the entire club. The bearded men led George to a private room guarded by two stone-faced vampires. After the door closed, all the noise from outside vanished. George, at the bearded man's invitation, sat down on the room's couch and looked at him. "You're not the one who called me." "What?" The bearded man paused, then seemed to catch on. He offered George a lit cigar. "I'm just a bar owner, Captain Stacy. I'm only following orders." George looked at the cigar the man held out. He didn't refuse. He took it. "Orders? Whose orders?" "You'll find out soon enough." The bearded man smiled faintly, then leaned back on the couch and pulled a camcorder from his jacket. Just then, a knock came at the door. Hawk and Gwen, who had also entered the room but hadn't sat on the couch, instead standing off to the side, turned toward the sound. A black-haired woman with a voluptuous figure and revealing clothing walked in. The female vampire seemed to know exactly what she was here for. She gave George a seductive smile, then walked straight toward him. The next second, the woman gathered her long black hair, swept it aside, and reached for George's pants. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 158, 262, 2 months of costume seduction, secured. George froze. Gwen, standing not far away, watched as the female vampire tried to pull down her father's pants, and she froze too. The next second, Gwen's hackles shot up instantly. She tried to rush forward. Hawk grabbed her arm. "Whoa, whoa. What are you doing?" "She's trying to take my dad's pants." Gwen blurted out instinctively, then suddenly caught herself mid-sentence. She blinked and looked at Hawk, who was holding her back. "Wait. Hawk, did you know this was going to happen?" Hawk said nothing. He shrugged. More or less. After all, the methods for coercing someone hadn't changed much throughout human history. There were only so many plays in that particular playbook. And for a man like George Stacy, a mid-level NYPD official with a spotless reputation and an iron will, the best leverage was always footage. Sex tape footage. The moment Hawk saw the bearded man pull out that portable camcorder, he'd already figured it out. What he hadn't anticipated was that they'd send in a female vampire. He'd assumed they'd bring in a human woman first. The bearded man would have George drink her blood, and then they'd film him in the middle of a live performance. But instead, even Hawk had been momentarily caught off guard. Gwen gritted her teeth, trying to wrench free from Hawk's grip. When she realized she couldn't break loose, she turned to look at him. "You're not actually going to let my dad go through with this?" "No, I just want to confirm, are you really planning to step in and stop this?" "Of course." Gwen didn't even hesitate. Her eyebrows shot up, eyes wide. "God, Hawk. Mom's only fake dead, not actually dead." Hawk got his confirmation. He smiled. "Then let's discuss my appearance fee." "Wait, what?" Gwen's expression went blank. "Appearance fee." Hawk shrugged. "If you step out there right now, this is Vampire Central, remember? You really think you and George can walk out of here without me stepping in? And the second you show yourself, whoever's pulling the strings behind all this is going to know something's wrong. Which means I'll have to step in anyway. So, appearance fee. Starting next month, 1 solid month of costumes, no repeats, and I don't have to move a muscle." The gloves were off. Hawk went straight for the jugular. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath. Listening to Hawk's terms, her mind raced. Her expression shifted to one of sudden realization mixed with disbelief as she lowered her voice. "I knew it. I knew there was no way you'd bring me here for free. And here I was actually thinking I'd misjudged you. You even told me to have a little faith." "I did say that. But you didn't have faith in yourself. You really should have trusted your instincts." Hawk's lips curved upward. "Anyway, those are my terms. 1 month, no repeat costumes. I'll provide the outfits." Gwen shot Hawk an irritated glare. "You're dreaming. 10 days, max." "Nope. 1 month." Hawk shook his head, refusing to budge. Gwen's eyes flashed a warning as she stared him down, teeth clenched. "Aren't you worried that after a month, you won't even be able to get into bed? You get your fun now, but there's always a price to pay later. I'm telling you, Hawk, be reasonable." Hawk shrugged. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. There was an old saying, after all. A lifetime is too long. Seize the day. A real man doesn't hesitate when opportunity knocks. If you want something, go for it. Just do it." Gwen looked at the man in front of her, the one who'd rather face a month of celibacy later if it meant a month of paradise now. Her gaze drifted to her father George, who had just pulled the female vampire back to her feet. She took a deep breath, then let out a short laugh. She stopped struggling and stepped back to stand beside Hawk. "Fine. I'm not going out there. I believe in Dad. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He glanced at the scene on the couch, then back at Gwen. He chuckled. You know me, my first offer is always the best deal. Pass on this one, and next time it's 2 months. Gwen immediately clapped her hands over her ears. Hawk didn't push it. He turned his attention back to George. By now, George had snapped out of it. He'd grabbed the wrists of the female vampire who'd been trying to undo his pants. The female vampire let out an involuntary moan as George's grip tightened. Ah. The sound was sultry beyond belief, the kind of noise that would trigger protective instincts in any male creature who heard it. Except Hawk. Back in that tomb, even vampire Queen Catherine's advances hadn't made him flinch. This random seductress was nothing. Once again. He, Hawk Phoenix, had eyes for one woman only. Of course, George was equally unmoved. After all, George was a man of principle. That was precisely why the vampires had prepared this particular gift for him in the first place. George ignored the vampire's moan entirely. His expression was dark as he stared at the bearded man. What the hell is this supposed to mean? A gift. The bearded man set down his camcorder and smiled at George. Captain Stacy, our lifespans are considerable. Long enough to see the next century. Perhaps even the one after that. Arya here is the most beautiful among us, and she's our gift to you. After all, the road ahead is long. Having someone who understands you, someone who can stand by your side forever, that matters, doesn't it? George's face remained expressionless. Thanks, but no thanks. No, you do need this. The bearded man's smile didn't waver. Captain Stacy, I know you loved your wife dearly. But your wife has passed away. George stared at the bearded man, stone-faced. I'll say it again. I don't need this gift. Gwen was also glaring daggers at the bearded man. I hate this guy. Want me to step in? Hawk never missed an opportunity. Still the same price. 1 month of costumes. Gwen shot Hawk a look but said nothing. Hawk wasn't discouraged. He chuckled softly, then turned back to the bearded man and gave him an encouraging look. Keep it up, buddy. Don't lose points now. Sure enough. The bearded man didn't disappoint. He maintained his smile as he looked at George. But his voice had turned cold. Captain Stacy, let me say this one more time. This is our gift to you. A gift you cannot refuse. Heh. George let out a cold laugh. And if I don't want it? What then, you'll kill me? No, no, no. The bearded man shook his head, still smiling. Kill you? That's not what we want at all. Besides, I don't have the authority to make that call. Once again, Captain Stacy, I'm just following orders. My superiors tasked me with making sure you accept this gift. So help me out here, would you? George's expression didn't change. He glanced down at the female vampire still kneeling before him, gazing up at him with those dewy, pleading eyes, then looked back at the bearded man. I don't want it. Then we'll have no choice but to kill Ben Urich. What? You heard me. The bearded man's smile vanished, replaced by a dark, sinister expression as he stared at George, who had refused to budge despite all his persuasion. His voice dropped low, dripping with menace. I don't have the authority to kill you. But I do have the authority to kill your partner, Ben Urich, if you refuse this gift. With that, the bearded man clapped his hands. The next second, the frosted glass wall facing the corridor suddenly turned into one-way transparent glass. George's peripheral vision caught the change. His body went rigid. He shot to his feet and was at the glass in an instant. At the same time, the black-haired female vampire also appeared beside George. But George didn't spare her a glance. His gaze pierced through the glass to the scene outside, the dance floor below, where a gray-haired man hung suspended above the writhing crowd, trussed up like a pig ready for slaughter. Ben Urich. His first partner. His mentor. Ben Urich dangled above the dance floor, blood dripping steadily from his bound limbs, driving the vampires below into a frenzy. Drop him. Drain him dry. Eat him alive. The vampires' frenzied screams echoed from the dance floor. Every eye fixed on Ben Urich held no sympathy, only the raw hunger of predators eyeing prey. Gwen was also staring at Ben, suspended helplessly above the crowd. Uncle Ben. Hawk, standing off to the side, hands in his pockets, glanced dispassionately at the man who was essentially a stranger to him. He wasn't a saint. To him, this was all just a game. The only thing that would make him act was his fiancée's word. Forget Ben Urich, even if it were George being torn apart by these vampires, as long as Gwen didn't say anything, he wouldn't lift a finger. George spun around, once again ignoring the black-haired vampire who had moved to stand before him. His furious gaze locked onto the bearded men. What the hell do you people want? To be your friend. The bearded men lounged back on the couch, completely unfazed by George's rage. His smile returned as he gestured toward the seat George had just vacated. Please, sit. George glared at the bearded men with ice in his eyes. Their gazes clashed. The bearded men looked at George, who hadn't moved an inch. He wasn't angry. He just chuckled and snapped his fingers. Snap. Ah. Oh yes. Drop him. Drop him. Following the snap, Ben Urich, who had been suspended above the dance floor, just out of reach of the vampires below with their hungry, upturned faces, suddenly began to descend. Almost simultaneously, George caught the movement in his peripheral vision and shouted. Stop. Snap. Thunk. Another snap from the bearded men. Ben Urich's descent halted abruptly, the bound, trussed-up figure freezing in midair once more. Once Ben had stopped falling, the bearded men looked at George with the same unchanging smile. Sit. George took a deep breath. Finally, expression still stone-cold, he sat back down on the couch. The voluptuous black-haired vampire, seeing this, flashed a seductive smile. Then, as naturally as breathing, she knelt before George once again. And then George grabbed her wrists again, stopping her hands before they could reach his pants. His face was expressionless as he stared at the bearded men. If looks could kill, George was certain this bearded bastard would already be dead 1,000 times over. Sure, he believed in due process. But he wasn't naive. In New York City, openly threatening a law enforcement officer. This guy might as well have eaten too many red beans. He had a death wish. Any officer who felt their life was in danger or was being threatened had the right to open fire without authorization. George was no exception. The bearded men ignored George's icy glare entirely. His expression remained cheerful, though his tone had grown impatient. Captain Stacy, we've shown you considerable respect. Yes, we accidentally killed your wife. But we gave you immortality in return. And now we're offering you a new wife, one who's more tender, more beautiful, more captivating. Someone who can stay by your side forever. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Nice work. Hawk, watching from the sidelines, mentally gave the bearded men another thumbs up. The next second. Grind. 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 Hawk heard the sound of teeth grinding beside him. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at his fiancée, who was also staring at the bearded men, but with eyes full of fury, jaw clenched so hard her teeth were grinding audibly. More tender. More beautiful. More captivating. Her. This skank whose first move was to go for someone's pants was supposed to compare to her mother. Gwen's fists clenched tight. She fixed the bearded man, who was comparing her mother to some vampire whore, with a death stare, wanting nothing more than to punch him square in the face. Like father, like daughter. Their thoughts were identical. George listened to the bearded man's words, the barely concealed impatience, the thinly veiled warning, and forced down his own rage. His expression remained blank as he stared at the men. Let Ben go first. Heh. The bearded man actually laughed at that. His dark face split into an even wider grin, like a chrysanthemum blooming, and he raised his hand to snap his fingers again. Ben Urich, suspended outside over the dance floor, plummeted downward once more. George's pupils contracted violently. Stop. Snap. Thunk. In that split second, Ben Urich was now mere inches from the vampires below, the ones reaching up with outstretched hands, desperate to tear him apart. George shot up from the couch with a roar. Seeing Ben's descent halt again, he let out an explosive breath of relief. The bearded man also rose to his feet. Captain Stacy, it seems you still don't understand your position. At the 21st Precinct, you're the decisive, commanding, incorruptible captain. But here? You're not. And in the future? You won't be either. We're giving you the opportunity to become family. That's because we respect you. But if you don't want to be family, then I'm sorry. You'll have to be our dog instead. So. Last chance, Captain Stacy. Your wife is already dead anyway. And frankly speaking, she wasn't much to look at. Just some plain Jane from a small town. And she was getting up there in years. Even if she hadn't died, as time passed, you, now immortal, would have watched her grow older and older. Until she became too ugly to even look at. The bearded man's voice was languid, utterly oblivious to the fact that Gwen, standing directly behind him, was no longer glaring with anger. She was staring at the back of his skull with eyes that were cold. Dead. Murderous. Hawk could feel the killing intent radiating off Gwen like a physical force. The bearded man kept talking. So. Accept our gift. I guarantee. Once you accept, you can take your new wife and your partner and walk out of here without a scratch. After all, once you've accepted, we'll be family. And family doesn't make things difficult for family. His voice dripped with honeyed persuasion. Then his tone shifted, turning ominous. But if you still refuse, then we'll have no choice but to conclude that you don't want to be family. And if that's the case, we'll just have to make you our dog. George listened to the bearded man's sinister words, his heart sinking. He kept his face expressionless as he stared the man down. His mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of this. But the bearded man didn't give George much time. After finishing his ultimatum and seeing that George still hadn't moved, he let out a contemptuous snort and raised his hand to snap his fingers again. George's pupils contracted. Almost the instant the bearded man's arm began to rise, the hands that had been restraining the female vampire in front of him let go. The bearded man saw this and smiled. He said nothing more. He simply picked up the camcorder again, activated the recording function, and prepared to capture the moment when George consummated his arrangement with the female vampire. The seductive vampire, who had risen when George stood but remained in front of him, also smiled. Then, with that alluring smile still on her lips, she knelt down once more. Gwen smiled too. A furious smile. Her mother was still alive, and these vampires had the audacity to arrange a new wife for her father, while constantly degrading her mother in the process. After that bitter laugh, Gwen's teeth clenched tight. Hawk. 2 months. Gwen whipped her head around to stare at Hawk, eyes wide. What? It's 2 months now. But you just said. My first offer is always the best. You know that. Hawk's smile was radiant as he jacked up the price. His peripheral vision caught the female vampire, who had already gotten George's pants down and was now reaching for. Better hurry. Clock's ticking. Gwen's expression flickered. Her gaze darted between Hawk and the female vampire whose hands were now on her father's. The next second, Gwen completely lost it. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted. Fine. Deal. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 159, 263, max level player slaughters the newbie zone. The moment Gwen's words landed, Hawk was already moving. Not because he was impatient. He just wasn't about to give Gwen any chance to back out. So, with a single thought, the telekinetic field he'd already blanketed across the entire building, covering every inch, every angle, with 0 blind spots, activated instantly. In that split second, the vampires in the dance pit, arms raised, screaming toward the ceiling, lost in their frenzy, froze like someone had hit pause on reality. The scantily clad female vampire spinning records on the DJ platform froze mid-motion. The world seemed to stop. But BGM, La Castlevania, John Wick medley. The music kept playing. The lights kept flashing. The only things frozen were the vampires in this building. Including the bearded man in the private room, still holding his camcorder. And the black-haired female vampire, who had already pulled George's pants down a notch, her red lips already parted and ready. Of course. George wasn't among the frozen. But George was frozen in place anyway, because he'd just spotted Hawk. Hawk strolled over with a smile, then raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting downward. George, you might want to pull your pants up first. George snapped back to reality. No time to process what had just happened. He glanced down at his partially undone pants, then hurriedly hiked everything back into place, underwear, pants, the whole package. The next second, just as he was about to turn to Hawk and ask what was going on, he saw Hawk turn and call out behind him. All clear. You can open your eyes now. George blinked in confusion. Then he watched as Gwen, who definitely hadn't been there a second ago, materialized beside Hawk. His brain short-circuited. What the? Dad. Gwen glared daggers at George. How could you do this to Mom? George's mind was still buffering. Fortunately, Hawk, standing nearby, threw George a lifeline. In his defense, Gwen, his pants weren't all the way down. Though George still couldn't comprehend when his daughter and future son-in-law had arrived, he shot Hawk a grateful look upon hearing those words. Good kid. Solid assist. But then, after Hawk finished speaking, Gwen whipped around and glared at him too. That's only because I spoke up in time. If I'd waited another second, the skank would have already. She stopped mid-sentence. The image of what would have happened if she and Hawk hadn't come here tonight flashed through her mind. Then her gaze locked onto the bearded man, still holding his camcorder, body frozen in place, but eyes darting around in sheer terror. The next second, Gwen stormed forward, wound up, and threw a punch she'd been saving for this exact moment, right into the bearded man's face. Wham! The bearded man's face took the full brunt of Gwen's fury. Because his body was frozen, his head didn't snap back. But the moment Gwen's fist withdrew, 2 streams of blood began trickling from his nostrils at a visible rate. One punch to break a vampire's guard. Terrifying indeed. An ordinary person couldn't have done that. Gwen was still human. But Gwen wasn't exactly ordinary anymore. After all. As Hawk's life level continued to rise, the constant nourishment Gwen received from their bond, though she hadn't noticed, was quietly evolving her own vitality. Slap. One punch wasn't enough to vent her rage. Gwen raised her hand again and delivered a crisp, resounding slap across the bearded man's face. The sound rang out sharp and clear. 2. Your mother's the old ugly hag. And another thing. I have a mother. Slap. Gwen followed up her first slap with a second one on the backswing. Then, radiating the fury of an enraged lioness, she stalked over to the black-haired seductress still kneeling in front of her father. She grabbed a fistful of the vampire's long hair and dragged her away from George, shoving her aside. I don't want to look at her anymore, Hawk. Done. Hawk nodded. George finally caught up to the situation. Gwen. Dad, don't tell me you feel sorry for her. Hawk glanced at George, whose expression had turned awkward after Gwen's remark. Then his eyes flashed crimson. Sure, this female vampire was curvy and seductive. But in Hawk's dictionary, there was no distinction between men and women. There was only kill and don't kill. So. The instant the phoenix beam touched the black-haired vampire, it seized her and vaporized her on the spot. George's pupils dilated visibly. He stared at Hawk in disbelief. Holy shit. Don't look at me. Hawk met George's shocked gaze, the blazing crimson in his eyes slowly fading. He smiled. Gwen said she didn't want to see her. And you said it yourself, if I ever treat Gwen badly, you won't let me off the hook. George instinctively looked at the daughter standing before him. Gwen ignored George entirely. She turned to face her fiancé, the opportunist who'd exploited the situation to extract 2 months of costume seduction from her. Who's the one that called my dad? No idea. Hawk said this casually, then with a thought, used his sixth sense, teleportation to yank a vampire who'd been hiding in another room of this vampire bar. The guy had been lounging with 2 female vampires, watching the surveillance feed of this very room, and he was the same vampire who'd called George from that rooftop this morning. Thud. The disheveled vampire, who'd been frozen in place in that other room, paralyzed with fear, landed on the floor of the private room. He instinctively scrambled to his feet and tried to bolt. Where do you think you're going, buddy? If you run now, I'll lose face in front of my dear fiancé. Hawk rolled his eyes. The instant the vampire pushed off the ground, Hawk froze him in place again. The vampire, 1 foot suspended in mid-stride, frozen in a sprinter's pose, had panic written all over his darting eyes. When he realized he could still speak despite being immobilized, he immediately started shouting. Attack! Someone get in here. You should probably yell, get the hell in here, instead. Hawk glanced at the vampire attempting to call for backup, his smile radiant. Go ahead. Scream. Scream your lungs out. Nobody's coming to save you. He didn't even need to point it out. Because the vampire had already seen through the room's glass, the dance floor outside, packed with vampires in various poses, all frozen in place. Every single one of them. Gulp. The vampire swallowed hard, then looked at Hawk, who stood with hands in pockets, watching him with that half-smile. I was wrong. You don't think you were wrong. You just know you're about to die. Hawk's smile didn't waver. His tone held no anger whatsoever, completely calm, as if stating something obvious. He genuinely wasn't angry. After all. This time, he was just a mercenary. His fiancée had paid 2 months of proactive costume seduction to hire him as muscle. So right now, Hawk had no emotions. Only anticipation for those costumes. Gwen listened to the exchange between this vampire and her fiancé, then turned to George, who still looked shell-shocked. Dad, is this the one? George's expression was complicated as he looked at the good little girl he remembered from his memories. Hearing Gwen's question, he snapped out of it and nodded instinctively. Yes. I don't want to see him anymore. Wah. No problem. Hawk smiled faintly. Before George could even react, his eyes flashed crimson again. The phoenix beam struck the vampire, and vaporized him on the spot. Not even ash remained. Take whoever's money, do whoever's job. Simple as that. Gwen was paying him 2 months of costume seduction to step in. George hadn't offered him anything. And honestly, even if George tried to pay him, Hawk wouldn't dare accept. Hawk looked at George again and flashed a grin. Sorry. I listened to Gwen. George took a deep breath and looked at his daughter once more. This felt like a dream. In his memories, his daughter Gwen had always been a good girl, gentle, kind, beautiful, graceful. His pride and joy. And then there was Hawk. Sure, George hadn't exactly been thrilled about him at first. But that wasn't really Hawk's fault. The kid was an orphan, after all. That might sound harsh, but it was the truth. Put it this way. Forget anywhere else, just in New York City alone, boys who came out of the foster system. Most of them ended up either in prison or dead in some corner nobody cared about. The ones who actually clawed their way out of that system and made something of themselves. They weren't just rare. They were miracles. As a precinct captain, George knew this better than anyone. But over time, his opinion of Hawk had shifted. Maybe he hadn't fully accepted Hawk as a son yet, but at the very least, he'd grudgingly acknowledged that Hawk would become his son-in-law. And now? The good little girl from his memories was more ruthless and decisive than he was. And Hawk. What the hell was up with those laser eyes? Mutation. George's mind raced, and then he noticed his good little girl had already fixed her gaze on the bearded men, still frozen in place, face already swollen. Hawk's gaze followed hers. George caught on, sucked in a sharp breath, and quickly spoke up. Wait. If you kill him, we'll never find the mastermind. We don't need him anymore, Dad. What? George blinked again. Gwen turned to her father with a small smile. Hawk's right. Hiding things is pointless. And it's way too easy to blow up in your face. It had almost blown up tonight. Gwen couldn't imagine what would have happened if she and Hawk hadn't come here, what her father might have sacrificed to save his partner. And when her mother eventually found out. Sure, she could understand her dad. Helen would probably understand too. But understanding was one thing. Accepting was another. Good grief. She'd nearly let a ticking time bomb get planted in her perfect family. Gwen shuddered at the thought. So. She was done playing games. If Hawk hadn't been exposed, playing detective might have been fun. But Hawk had already shown his hand. If she kept playing detective now, what was the point of him revealing himself? Most importantly. Gwen looked at Hawk with a smile. You already knew who the mastermind was, didn't you? George heard this and instinctively looked at Hawk as well. Hawk ignored George's stare entirely. With admirable professional ethics, he turned to his paying client, Gwen, and nodded with a smile. I did. Who is it? George blurted out. Hawk glanced at George, said nothing, and continued looking at his client. Simple logic. Gwen had paid. The least he could do was provide his gold-tier client some emotional value, just like Gwen had done earlier, pretending not to know things to make him feel useful. Gwen felt the emotional value being delivered. She pressed her lips together, fighting hard not to laugh. Who? Deacon Frost. Hawk shrugged. Leader of New York's Vampire Council of Elders. The real power behind Blood Apocalypse. Gwen frowned. Leader. So compared to the original vampires. Same level. Hawk knew what Gwen was getting at. He cut her off, smile radiant. You tell me when you want him dead, and I'll make it happen. You're paying. I'm working. Your wish is my command. George blinked again beside them. Paying? Paying for what? Nothing. Gwen shook her head and looked at George, changing the subject. Dad, shouldn't you go check on Uncle Ben? He's still hanging up there. Shit. Ben. George snapped out of it, spun around, and bolted out of the private room. Hawk glanced at the bearded men, still frozen in place. What about this one? Kill him too. No. Gwen waited until George had left, then turned. Her expressive eyes seemed coated in frost as she stared at the bearded men, whose eyes were now filled with terror after witnessing two vampires get vaporized in the blink of an eye. The bearded man's terrified gaze held endless pleading. Hawk watched with a half-smile, not giving the bearded man a chance to speak. He continued looking at Gwen, still providing emotional value to his costume-paying client. So what do you want to do with him? Gwen's expression was ice-cold as she stared at the bearded man. That old ugly hag you were talking about. That's my mother. Her name is Helen. Helen Stacy. The bearded man heard Gwen's words. Whatever hope he'd been clinging to died completely. Even the light in his eyes went dark. But he wanted to try. A final spark of survival instinct flared in his gaze. He tried to open his mouth, to tell Gwen. This wasn't his idea. He was just following orders. Too bad Gwen didn't give him the chance to speak. Can you hang him in the sky? Invisible to everyone else. Let him enjoy some sunlight. Get some calcium. Absolutely. Hawk nodded with a smile. You say the word. I do the work. With that, A single thought. The frozen bearded man vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was floating in the sky outside the building. The bearded man looked down and saw two vampires on the ground below, smoking cigarettes. They weren't frozen. He realized that aside from being unable to move, he could apparently still speak. So he immediately started screaming for help. But he felt like his throat was about to rupture from screaming, yet the two vampires below, clearly within earshot, acted like they couldn't hear a thing. He was literally right above their heads, but they looked right through him as if he didn't exist. The bearded man screamed desperately. Thinking about the fate that awaited him once the sun rose, tears nearly streamed down his face. By now, Hawk had already followed Gwen out of the private room. George had made it to the center of the dance floor. Looking at the mass of frozen vampires, bodies locked in place, but eyeballs rolling frantically, he hesitated for just a second. Then he leaped, snatching his old partner Ben Urich from where he hung in midair. Whoosh! George landed, didn't dare linger, and moved like a ghost through the dance floor, Ben Urich in his arms. He reached the side in a flash, then quickly undid the restraints binding Ben and ripped the tape from his mouth. Ben Urich stared at George with a dazed expression, replaying in his mind the jump George had just made, and that inhuman speed. George, are you okay? George didn't want to discuss the topic with his old friend. He looked at Ben with worry and concern. Ben Urich shook his head, then let out a sigh. I should have told you the truth sooner. It's not too late. After everything that had happened these past few days, George had come to terms with it. God hadn't let him die, which meant it wasn't his time yet. And since he was still alive, he'd keep doing his duty. As for what the bearded man had said, watching Helen grow old, day by day. So what? Worst case, when Helen finally passed, he'd go with her. The only downside to suicide was that he wouldn't make it to heaven to reunite with her. George thought this as he helped his old partner Ben Urich to his feet. Do you need to go to the hospital? Ben Urich, leaning on George for support, let his gaze fall on the vampires frozen all around them. What happened to them? Scree! Just as Ben started to voice his confusion, a piercing phoenix cry split the air. Two searing phoenix beams erupted, starting from directly above their heads, then sweeping in a wide arc across the entire dance floor. Wherever the phoenix beams touched, every single vampire was vaporized on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the dance floor, which had been packed wall to wall with vampires, was completely empty. Even the two vampires outside the building, the ones who'd been keeping watch while smoking, didn't even have time to react before they were vaporized where they stood. 3 breaths. The entire building and its surroundings. Vampires. Gone. Without a trace. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 160, 264, Blood Apocalypse, Exterminated. The music kept playing. The lights kept flashing. The dance floor that had been packed wall to wall just seconds ago was now completely empty. No people. No bodies. Nothing. Ben Urich, already weak and leaning on George for support, opened his mouth to say something. Then he instinctively looked at George. The next second, his eyes rolled back, and he went out cold. Ben. George froze for a moment, but after seeing Ben slump unconscious, he snapped back to reality. Hawk, who had returned to Gwen's side, watched George cradling Ben Urich and shouting. He blinked. Gwen had also caught on by now. She held out her hand toward Hawk. Car keys. Here. Hawk fished the keys from his pocket and handed them over. Gwen took off toward George's side, glanced at Ben Urich's pale face. Dad, hospital. George, who had been trying to shake Ben awake, heard her and snapped out of it, nodding rapidly. Right, hospital. Let's go. As he spoke, George scooped Ben Urich into a princess carry and rushed toward the exit. Gwen followed close behind, not bothering to wait for Hawk. Because Hawk had other business to take care of. After all, 2 months of costume seduction wasn't going to earn itself. Gwen had already given her orders. The figurehead leader of Blood Apocalypse. The real mastermind, Deacon Frost. Even the council of elders behind Deacon Frost. Anyone connected to what happened to her father tonight. One sentence said it all. They all had to die. She hadn't wanted Hawk to step in precisely because she didn't want things to escalate. She'd wanted to follow her father's path, due process, proper procedure. But these vampires? They didn't just refuse her goodwill. They tried to set up a new wife for her father. They tried to give her a stepmother. Did God himself give them that kind of audacity? Since they wanted to play hardball, she'd let Hawk off the leash. They didn't want procedural justice. Fine. They could have Hawk's version, guilty until proven innocent. Bottom line. Gwen was furious. And Hawk was about to be very thorough. So, Hawk watched Gwen chase after George toward the exit. His lips curved upward slightly. Then he turned and vanished from the spot. He planned to make this quick. Kill Blood Apocalypse first. Slaughter Deacon Frost second. Then clock out and drag Gwen to the costume shop first thing tomorrow morning. 60 unique outfits, no repeats. Life was beautiful. After Hawk left, George had already burst out of the building with his old friend in his arms. The next second, something above him caught his attention. George looked up instinctively, and his pupils contracted. What he saw. The bearded vampire from the private room was now suspended in the sky, his voice hoarse and sobbing. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I was wrong. Can anyone hear me? I don't want to die. The bearded man cried out mechanically, voice raw. Then he noticed George looking up at him. His eyes lit up instantly, survival instinct surging. Captain Stacy. I was wrong. Please let me go. Dad. Gwen had caught up by now. Seeing George frozen in place, she was briefly curious, but then she heard the voice from above. She glanced up at the bearded man dangling in the sky. She looked away almost immediately. Dad, let's go. But this guy. He insulted Mom. Gwen's tone was flat. So I had Hawk hang him here. He can wait for tomorrow morning's sunrise. Let him feel how warm the sun can be. With that, she jogged across the street, started up Hawk's Audi A8, and pulled up in front of George. George looked at his daughter sitting in the driver's seat, waving him into the car. His expression flickered with something complicated, but he recovered quickly. He stopped looking at the bearded man overhead, ignored the desperate pleas that had already turned into frantic cursing, opened the back door, and climbed in with Ben Urich still in his arms. Gwen likewise ignored the bearded man's screaming. She floored the gas and peeled away. Why pay attention to a dead man walking? The bearded vampire, now screaming that this was discrimination, this was oppression, watched Hawk's Audi A8 disappear into the distance. His curses gradually faded. The madness in his eyes slowly gave way to the hollow despair of a man who knew his fate was sealed. He knew his ending couldn't be changed now. The moment the sun rose would be the moment he died. But his voice dropped to a murmur. Why? This isn't my fault. I was just following orders. Why do I have to die? Elsewhere. A core member of Blood Apocalypse woke with a start at an unfamiliar sound. Sensing something was wrong, he threw on clothes, sprinted to his basement, punched in the code to his safe room, the kind with bank vault level security, and dove inside. Too bad it was useless. Boom. A thunderous crash. The Blood Apocalypse member's eyes went wide as he watched the supposedly impenetrable steel door get punched through like wet cardboard. His back pressed against the wall, terror and panic flooding his face as Hawk emerged from the settling dust. His voice cracked with the same question the bearded man had asked. Why are you killing me? Heh. Hawk stepped out of the dust cloud, casually brushing a few specks of debris from his shoulder. Hearing the cracked, hysterical question, he slipped his hands back into his pockets and looked at this core Blood Apocalypse member, courtesy of Catherine's intel, with an expression of amused exasperation. Why am I killing you? Why can't I kill you? What does killing you have to do with you? Hawk said this matter-of-factly. The next second. Boom. The core member, back pressed to the wall, both hands clutching a baseball bat in a desperate attempt at self-defense, vaporized on impact. Hawk retracted his phoenix beams. His right hand emerged from his pocket, and a sphere of phoenix fire materialized instantly. He tossed it to the ground without expression. Whoosh. The phoenix fire hit the floor and spread instantly, radiating outward from the safe room, consuming everything in every direction. Just before the flames reached him, Hawk turned and vanished. The next second. He repeated the process. The list Catherine had compiled over the past week, Blood Apocalypse members and their home addresses, scrolled through his mind. He appeared inside a house in Brooklyn. 5 seconds later. Hawk left. Behind him, another house burned. But the fire was strange. Put it this way. The flames roared. But they didn't touch the houses on either side, not even leaving a trace of soot on the adjacent walls. The inferno didn't even wake the neighbors, who kept right on snoring. And Hawk had already arrived at the final name on Catherine's list. Elani. The figurehead leader of Blood Apocalypse. Home wasn't quite the right word. Because Elani didn't have a home. In his own words, Blood Apocalypse was his home. His followers were his family. What kind of person sends their family to be vampire playthings? What kind of person funnels brainwashed blonde bimbos to vampires for that? Elani and his Blood Apocalypse operated out of a rundown church in a crumbling neighborhood in Queens. When Hawk arrived at the church, Elani wasn't asleep. To be precise, the man was beneath a statue of Jesus Christ, flanked by two freshly recruited blonde bombshells, going at it. Elani looked up mid-thrust. Hawk gave a polite wave. "Hello there." Elani's pupils contracted. He stared at Hawk, who had somehow appeared in the front pew without him noticing. The two blonde women also spotted Hawk. They shrieked and scrambled to cover themselves with the bedsheets. Hawk watched this unfold and let out a contemptuous snort. His eyes flashed crimson. Pop. Pop. The two blondes hiding behind Elani on either side vaporized instantly. Elani, caught in the middle, flinched violently. The anger that had just started forming on his face vanished at light speed. The next second, he looked up at Hawk, still seated calmly in the pew. His mind raced. Hawk had only killed the two bimbos. He hadn't killed him. That had to mean something. Elani shot to his feet, mouth opening. Boom. The phoenix beam struck Elani the instant he moved. No warning. No hesitation. He vaporized on the spot. Hawk clicked his tongue. He'd actually been planning to trade a few words with Elani first. But the man had zero shame. Didn't even bother covering up before standing. Nearly burned Hawk's eyes right out of his skull. Fortunately, Hawk reacted fast. The instant Elani started to rise, he'd vaporized the cult leader on the spot. But after he was done, Hawk replayed the near-eye scarring image in his mind. He decided to toss Elani's soul straight into the blazing prison for eternal punishment. The moment Elani's soul materialized in the blazing prison, a realm composed entirely of fire and magma, he didn't even have time to react before the searing heat consumed him. He respawned on a flat stone platform floating in the lava world. This time he seemed to understand what was happening. But understanding didn't save him from the rising magma swallowing him whole again. You like it hot, don't you? Burn to your heart's content. Hawk's consciousness briefly glanced at Elani, screaming as magma devoured him again and again, before pulling away. He rose from the pew, locked eyes with the statue of Jesus Christ looming over the altar, and casually tossed another sphere of phoenix fire. Then he turned and walked away. Next stop. Deacon Frost. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 161, 265, Shield and Blade. Catherine's intel was impressively thorough. And Hawk remembered it clearly. Deacon Frost didn't live alone either. Just like Elani, who'd been sleeping in his church, Deacon Frost lived at his own headquarters. To be precise, a high-rise tower. And not just any tower. This wasn't a solo operation. The elite vampires of New York's Council of Elders all lived in the same building as Deacon Frost. The charitable interpretation. Deacon Frost shared the hardships with his fellow vampires. The realistic interpretation. The guy was paranoid as hell. After all, his ambitions to replace the 13 pureblood vampires of the council weren't exactly new. He'd been quietly building power for a long time. By now, he'd become a force to be reckoned with. He was just waiting to finish translating the ritual to summon the blood god. Once he did, he'd reveal his true ambitions and overthrow the 13 purebloods once and for all. Too bad. His dream was about to go up in smoke. Because Hawk had entered the game. But Hawk didn't teleport directly into Deacon Frost's vampire tower after leaving the church. Not because he didn't want to. Not because he couldn't. But because Hawk materialized on the perimeter of the vampire tower. He looked at the dark, unlit building in the distance, then at the suspiciously empty street before him. He raised an eyebrow, then reached out toward the empty air in front of him. The next second, his right hand passed through the air like it wasn't even there. At the same time. Ding. Ma'am, someone just breached the perimeter shield. What? Sharon Carter, currently standing near the vampire tower, leaning against a shield command vehicle, strategizing how to breach a building containing an unknown number of vampires to rescue Eric Brooks, heard the alert and immediately rushed over to the agent manning the perimeter sensors. She looked at the computer screen. What she saw. A dome-like energy barrier displayed in 3D animation, covering a 200-meter radius with the vampire tower at its center. Just moments ago, one section of the shield had registered a disturbance. But now, the shield agent who had called Sharon over looked at his own screen and blinked in confusion. It's gone. It was right here. Sharon frowned. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Hawk, standing behind Sharon, leaned in and followed her gaze to the computer screen. What's this? Some kind of perception-blocking field like Wakanda's. Sharon heard the familiar voice and instinctively whipped her head around. Bonk. SSS. Sharon clutched her forehead, which had just collided with Hawk's chin, and sucked in a sharp breath. But her expression shifted to pleasant surprise as she looked at Hawk. Hawk. What are you doing here? Hawk smiled faintly. You didn't know. Did something happen? Sharon continued rubbing her forehead as she looked at him. Hawk studied Sharon's expression, which didn't seem fake, and raised an eyebrow. Then he looked at the SHIELD agents who had already surrounded the vampire tower, and at the vampires inside the building who were baring their fangs through the windows, locked in a standoff with the agents. He turned back to Sharon. What are you guys doing here? Eric Brooks. He's Blade, kind of an off-the-books SHIELD asset. We intercepted intel that the vampire leader in there, Deacon Frost, is trying to summon the blood god to wreak havoc on the world. So we teamed up with Blade to stop him. But yesterday, Blade went dark. We think he's been captured and is being held inside. Sharon explained quickly while still rubbing her forehead. Once the pain subsided, she lowered her arm and looked at Hawk with curiosity. Anyway, what brings you here? SHIELD kept tabs on Hawk, but not with the same intensity they'd used on Bruce Banner. After all, SHIELD's relationship with Hawk was excellent. Director Maria Hill, Commander Victoria Hand, and New York's top SHIELD agent Sharon Carter all wanted to keep it that way. So SHIELD didn't maintain constant surveillance on Hawk. They only sent Sharon an alert when their satellites detected Hawk's energy signature flaring up. And whenever Hawk and Gwen were in the same city, they didn't even bother assigning anyone to protect Gwen. Only when Hawk left New York would SHIELD agents appear, and even then, they'd protect Gwen without disrupting her normal life. The whole approach was built on maintaining distance. On regular days, Sharon would just hang out with Gwen, grab coffee, go shopping, that kind of thing. But about 2 weeks ago, Sharon had gotten busy. Because Blade, their off-the-books asset, had passed along intel that Deacon Frost, leader of New York's Vampire Council of Elders, seemed to be collecting the Book of Blood. She didn't know why, but her gut told her New York's vampires were planning something big. So Sharon genuinely had no idea why Hawk had shown up here tonight. Still. Sharon joked, "Don't tell me you're here to help us out." Hawk met Sharon's gaze, joking but with a hint of hope underneath, and smiled. George got turned into a vampire. Question mark. A question mark appeared above Sharon's head. The smile on her face froze. Hawk shrugged. The ones behind it were Blood Apocalypse. And the real mastermind behind Blood Apocalypse is Deacon Frost. I just finished wiping out Blood Apocalypse, so I came here next. Didn't expect. Hawk smiled at Sharon. What a coincidence. Holy. Sharon snapped out of her shock and looked at Hawk. I'm sorry, we should have. How is any of this your fault? Hawk cut her off before she could apologize. He smiled. You guys didn't do this. And honestly, George becoming a vampire isn't all bad. Sharon blinked. Hawk smiled faintly, looking at her. At least now Gwen won't have to worry about George getting hurt on the job someday. After all, human George was fragile. And he had this habit of personally leading operations on major cases, smuggling busts and the like. One stray bullet from some random perp, and it'd be game over. But Vampire George? No such concerns. George wouldn't even need a bulletproof vest on the front lines anymore. Hell, he could be the bulletproof vest for his fellow officers. As long as he didn't mind exposing his vampire identity, of course. Bottom line. Human George, glass cannon. Vampire George, tank build. Gwen would never have to worry about George suddenly dying again. So from a certain angle, George becoming a vampire was actually a good thing. Because now Gwen only had to worry about one person. She didn't have to split her concern between Hawk and her father anymore. Hawk thought this to himself. Sharon's expression turned strange after hearing all that. Hawk glanced at her face. You're not thinking I deliberately let George get turned into a vampire, are you? What? No, of course not. Sharon blinked, then caught herself and shook her head vigorously. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Really not? Really? Sharon pressed her lips together, expression serious as she looked at Hawk. She changed the subject. Wait, that doesn't add up. We've had this place surrounded since this afternoon. Deacon Frost and his vampires haven't had any chance to leave. Hawk shrugged. This happened a week ago. A week ago. Sharon's eyes widened again at that answer. Hawk glanced at her expression and immediately knew what she was thinking. Don't look at me. A certain someone wanted to play detective games. Then it blew up in her face tonight. I only stepped in half an hour ago. Sharon's expression cleared with understanding. No need to guess. That certain someone was definitely Gwen. That made way more sense. She'd been wondering. Given Hawk's temperament, if George had been turned into a vampire half an hour ago, then half an hour later, every vampire in New York would have been scrambling to find the culprit themselves. If they didn't want to be exterminated, that is. Sharon thought this through, then turned to look at the vampire tower surrounded by SHIELD agents. She looked back at Hawk. So, should I pull my people back? Go ahead. Hawk noticed the flicker of excitement and anticipation in Sharon's eyes. He smiled. Honestly, even without all this, if you just called me, I would have come to help anyway. Sharon waved over her assistant to relay the order for the SHIELD agents to withdraw from the vampire tower. She shook her head. I thought about calling you. And they're just vampires. Calling you in felt like using a nuke to swat mosquitoes. Someone else thought the same thing at first. Hawk's lips curved at Sharon's reasoning. Then she crashed and burned. And it looks like you guys hit the same wall. Sharon met Hawk's gaze and let out a bitter laugh, then took a deep breath. From now on, if something comes up, I'll call you first thing. No problem. Hawk smiled. If anything happens, call me. Or call Gwen. The moment I know, I'll be there. Sharon nodded. Thanks. Don't mention it. That's what friends are for. Hawk said this casually, then looked toward the SHIELD agents who had received their orders and were now withdrawing from the vampire tower entrance. Sharon remembered something. Oh, Hawk, there's someone inside. Well, not a person exactly. A vampire. Actually, not quite a vampire either. He's half human, half vampire. Eric Brooks, right? Yeah. He's one of yours. Hawk came back to himself and chuckled. Relax. I won't kill him. Assuming he's not already dead. Sharon made a sound of acknowledgement, then watched as Hawk started to move. Wait, Hawk. Something else. Yeah. Sharon nodded, looking at Hawk. She clasped her hands together, eyes pleading. It's nighttime. This perception shield, the research lab only managed to replicate about 70% of its functionality. Please try to keep the noise down. If things get too loud, cleanup's going to be a nightmare. Hawk looked at Sharon's expression and shook his head with a smile. Fine. I'll do my best. Anything else? Nope. Be careful, Hawk. Don't worry. Hawk smiled, turned, and stepped forward. He vanished from Sharon's sight in an instant. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 162, 266, Deacon, empowered by the Blood God. When Hawk reappeared, he was standing at the main entrance of the vampire tower. The building's interior was pitch black. But countless pairs of eyes glowed an eerie green in the darkness, fixed on Hawk like malevolent stars. They watched his silhouette in the doorway without blinking. Raspy, hissing warning sounds echoed from within. The sound was unusual. Hearing it made you uncomfortable. In Hollywood lore, vampires were essentially blood bats. And bat vocalizations were weapons in their own right. As the raspy screeches poured from the building, they resonated like a chorus, making listeners feel nauseated, dizzy, and sick to their stomachs. This was exactly why SHIELD agents had been surrounding the building without attempting to breach. But Hawk wasn't included in that calculation. Expression blank, Hawk stepped forward, completely ignoring the warnings from the countless vampires inside, and crossed the threshold. The next second. HSSSS. HAAA. The instant Hawk entered the building, two vampires that had been clinging to the ceiling above the door dropped down, fangs bared, lunging at him from above. Hawk looked up. His eyes flashed crimson. Boom. The two vampires, claws mere inches from touching Hawk's hair, vaporized on contact with the phoenix beams. Not a trace remained. But, though these two vampires were dead, Hawk's assault didn't stop. In an instant, crimson light flooded the building's interior, illuminating the entire tower. Outside, the SHIELD agent stared slack-jawed at the crimson glow flickering through the windows like some kind of hellish disco. Just then, Sharon's voice crackled through every agent's earpiece. Combat teams, withdraw first. Command and logistics, follow in sequence. Perimeter SHIELD team, hold position. Yes, ma'am. Copy. Roger. As Sharon's orders came through, the SHIELD agents, curious as they were about what was happening inside, snapped to attention. Following her commands, they quickly loaded into their vehicles and evacuated the scene. Sharon, meanwhile, grabbed a folding chair with a backrest, sat down comfortably, leaned back, and watched the vampire tower continue to strobe with crimson light like she was watching a movie. Earlier, she'd been nervous, genuinely worried that Deacon Frost might actually pull off something catastrophic. But now, nervous. Not a chance. Before Hawk arrived, sure, she had reason to worry. But with Hawk here, if she was still nervous, then what was even the point of him showing up? Sharon thought this to herself, then raised an eyebrow as she spotted something in the distance, a vampire with an expression of absolute terror and despair, sprinting toward the tower's front entrance. The next second, a phoenix beam struck the vampire's back just as one foot crossed the threshold. Pop. The vampire vaporized instantly. Hawk, hovering in midair inside the building, slowly withdrew his phoenix beams. His eyes, still cooling rapidly from their blazing crimson, swept across every corner of the tower, conducting a final sweep. Soon. After confirming no living signatures remained above ground, Hawk finally looked down, toward what lay beneath the building's foundation. His sixth sense surged downward like a tidal wave, flooding into the depths below. What Hawk saw was a castle hidden beneath the tower. Its architecture was a bizarre fusion of Gothic gloom, industrial coldness, and futuristic technology, all existing underground. He saw a slaughterhouse inside the castle. In this slaughterhouse, humans hung like livestock from moving conveyor chains, either unconscious or semi-conscious. He saw something resembling a vampire bar's dance floor. But this wasn't a dance floor, it was more like a swimming pool. And the pool was filled with thick, dark red blood. Vampires could socialize here, relax, and feed directly. He also saw the vampires' sleeping quarters. No, that wasn't quite right. To be precise, there were only 13 bedrooms. And in each of these opulent, luxuriously decorated chambers sat a high-tech cryogenic pod. Obviously, these were the private quarters of the 13 pureblood vampires. But right now, none of those 13 bedrooms contained a single pureblood. Clearly. The 13 purebloods had already been slaughtered by Deacon Frost and sacrificed to the blood god. This wasn't Hawk's guess. Because he could see it happening. Right now. In the ritual hall at the heart of the underground castle, 12 pureblood elders were locked in place at their designated positions. At the center of the hall, standing on the altar, Deacon Frost, shirtless, expression manic, was frantically chanting some arcane incantation. As the chanting continued, the 12 restrained purebloods began to contort. Their blood rose from their bodies, and then, pop, they exploded into blood wraiths, their physical forms detonating as they screamed and hurled themselves toward Deacon Frost on the altar. One by one, the pureblood vampires slammed into Deacon Frost's body like they were being absorbed. Each impact made Deacon sway slightly, as if he'd actually been struck. But with every sway, the manic expression on his face grew even more unhinged. Deacon knew perfectly well that S.H.I.E.L.D. had surrounded his tower. But so what? He had mastered the method to summon the blood god's power. Once that power was his, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be nothing more than ants beneath his heel. As a new generation vampire, Deacon Frost had massive ambitions. Come on. They were vampires, supernatural beings. This world should have belonged to them. Why should they hand it over to those weak, pathetic, useless humans? Vampires should rule the world. Unfortunately, his opinion didn't matter. The 13 pureblood elders didn't share his vision. Having survived from an ancient era, the pureblood elders had long since lost their drive and ambition. They were content to hide in the shadows, satisfied with their little corner of the world. Deacon Frost found them utterly contemptible. But contempt was one thing. He still couldn't openly defy the 13 purebloods' decisions. At least, not before he found the Book of Blood. As purebloods personally converted by Dracula himself, the elders' sense of superiority didn't come from bloodline alone. Their strength was equally terrifying. Any single pureblood could crush a half-blood like him without breaking a sweat. So Deacon had to work in the shadows, quietly building his power while gifting 13 cryogenic pods to the pureblood elders as presents. Sure enough. The elders were delighted. After receiving the gifts, they spent most of their time lounging in those pods. They even handed external affairs over to their thoughtful subordinate, Deacon. From that point on, Deacon began executing his plan. Find the Book of Blood. Translate it. Then summon the blood god's power. The original vampire was merely the first vampire, not the source. And the true origin of Dracula's vampirism was the blood god, La Magra. Deacon wanted to summon the blood god, obtain that divine power, and then rule the world. And now. Arms spread wide, bare-chested Deacon Frost gazed at the blood god dimension flickering into existence before his eyes. He could see the blood god stirring within that dimension. His expression was one of pure, rapturous obsession. I'm finally going to succeed. Ooh, not bad. Deacon Frost, lost in the ecstasy of his imminent triumph, felt his smile freeze. His gaze snapped toward the men who had appeared at some point, leaning against the hall's doorframe, applauding him. Guards. Don't bother. They're all gone. You're the only one left. Hawk looked at the wide-eyed Deacon Frost and smiled. 152 total, right? I didn't miss anyone, did I? Deacon Frost's heart lurched. But he didn't panic. Because he could feel it, the blood god's power had already answered his call. It was flooding into his body in an endless stream. Just give him a little more time. Just a little. Deacon Frost remained on the altar, meeting Hawk's gaze. His voice was low, his composure unbroken. Who are you? Shield. Nope. Hawk chuckled. George Stacy is my future father-in-law. You turned him into a vampire without even asking me first. I thought that took some serious balls. So I came to see what kind of power or confidence could make someone that brave. Deacon Frost locked eyes with Hawk. Then. Who's George Stacy? Ha 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 ha. Hawk actually laughed out loud at that answer. Deacon's expression darkened. Ever since S.H.I.E.L.D. had been downsized, he'd noticed New York's S.H.I.E.L.D. presence weaken significantly. He also knew the organization had gone through internal turmoil. That was precisely why he'd chosen this moment to summon the Blood God. So he'd been busy with the final preparations lately and hadn't paid much attention to outside affairs. Now. It seemed like one of his underlings had pissed off someone powerful, and that someone had shown up to settle the score. But none of that mattered anymore. Because the Blood God's power was now his. Standing on the altar, Deacon Frost lowered his arms and took a deep breath. His eyes blazed with infinite crimson, as if an ocean of blood churned within them. He met Hawk's gaze once more. Empowered by the Blood God, feeling like he could destroy heaven and earth, Deacon Frost let out a contemptuous snort. So what do you want? To kill you. Hawk smiled. His eyes flashed crimson. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 163, 267, a message from the Blood God La Magra. Deacon Frost rose to power. Deacon Frost died. Just like that. In the blink of an eye, the moment Hawk's phoenix beam struck the altar, striking Deacon Frost as he bared his fangs, ready to realize his vampire supremacist dreams and grand ambitions. Deacon Frost vaporized on the spot. No different from anyone else. Well, there was one difference. The blazing crimson in Hawk's eyes slowly cooled. His gaze fell upon what Deacon Frost had left behind after being vaporized. A mass of blood. It seemed to be blood with a life of its own. The blood hovered above the altar, twisting, writhing, pulsing with unnatural movement. Hawk's expression turned contemplative. His sixth sense pierced through the squirming mass of blood and sensed something beyond it, what appeared to be an entire dimension made of blood. Just then. Footsteps sounded behind him. Hawk snapped back to attention and glanced over his shoulder. What he saw. A shirtless black man with needle marks still visible on both arms, looking severely weakened, with notably thick lips, stepping into view. Blade, who had broken free of his restraints with the female doctor's help and rushed here to stop Deacon Frost's evil plan, spotted Hawk and froze in his tracks. Blade gripped his sword, eyeing Hawk warily. Who are you? S.H.I.L.D.'s people are waiting for you outside. You can go. Hawk glanced at Blade, completely uninterested in conversation. He gave a dismissive response, then looked away. One step forward, and he was already standing on the altar where the blood mass hovered. Once again. He had zero interest in superheroes. Especially ones who insisted on wearing sunglasses at night. The only reason he hadn't vaporized Blade and that female doctor while clearing out this underground castle was because of Sharon. If Sharon hadn't mentioned them earlier, he would have swept them up along with everything else during his cleaning spree. Just tidying up. Nothing personal. But since Sharon had spoken up, he'd give her that courtesy as a friend. So. Compared to Blade, this blood mass hovering in midair was far more interesting. He could feel it. This seemingly living blood appeared to be connected to a dimensional space. And as energy continued seeping from that dimension, the blood mass was growing larger and more agitated by the second. The next second, Hawk sidestepped. Whoosh. The blood mass, now swollen to the size of a water balloon, shot past him, hurtling toward Blade, who hadn't left and had instead followed Hawk inside. At full strength, Blade's speed rivaled a pureblood vampire's. Dodging would have been effortless. But right now, drained of most of his blood, Blade watched the mass rocket toward him in the blink of an eye. His brain registered the threat, but his body couldn't keep up. All he could do was watch, pupils contracting, as it closed in. But that wasn't going to happen. Hawk flickered and appeared directly in front of Blade. This time, it was the blood mass that couldn't course-correct in time. It slammed into Hawk's body and was absorbed entirely. But it wasn't out of kindness. Hawk had only one reason for blocking. This thing was his spoils of war. His spoils belonged to him. And even if he didn't want it, he'd give it to anyone before he'd give it to this sunglasses-wearing clown. What was he thinking? GLUB. Inside Hawk's Cosmo, the blood mass, which had been targeting Blade but crashed into Hawk due to his superior speed, made gurgling sounds as it materialized within the inner universe. The instant the blood appeared in the cosmo, the seemingly sentient liquid seemed to freeze momentarily. Then its agitation intensified as it tried to spread outward in all directions. But the moment the blood began its assault, the phoenix struck. The phoenix silhouette that encompassed the entire universe began to manifest. And as it appeared, crimson flames erupted around the writhing blood mass. Instantly, the blood began to boil. Just then, an ancient, weakened voice emerged from the seething liquid. "Stop!" Scree! Accompanied by the phoenix's cry, Hawk's consciousness projected into the cosmo. His lips curved slightly as he looked at the blood mass now trapped by his phoenix fire. "I was wondering when you'd speak up." As Hawk's words fell, the blood began to shift. A humanoid outline formed from pure liquid, the blood solidifying, the figure gradually taking shape. The next second, a man appeared before Hawk, unremarkable features, aged face, looking like he might drop dead at any moment. Hawk studied the figure composed entirely of blood and raised an eyebrow. The blood god La Magra. Yes. The man, La Magra, didn't deny his identity. Damn. It really is him. The true source of Dracula's vampire bloodline. Hawk's eyebrow arched higher. He studied La Magra's blood-constructed form with a contemplative look. "Who did this to you? You look like you're about to kick the bucket, La Magra." It was true. Even though La Magra's current form was made of blood, aura couldn't be faked. Especially dimensional aura. If Mephisto's hell dimension felt repulsive yet overwhelmingly powerful, then the blood god La Magra's blood dimension felt decayed, rotting. Even La Magra himself gave off that impression. To Hawk, he felt like someone who could die at any second. At first, Hawk had assumed the aura was a disguise. That was precisely why he hadn't touched the blood on the altar immediately. He couldn't confirm whether the seemingly ownerless dimension connected to that blood was genuine or a trap. Rushing in blindly could have backfired spectacularly. But the moment the blood shot toward Blade, Hawk confirmed something. The aura wasn't fake. This blood god dimension was genuinely on the verge of becoming ownerless. And its former master, La Magra, was approaching the end of his existence. And now, sure enough, Yahweh. Hawk heard the name La Magra spoke and raised an eyebrow. "Who?" "Yahweh wounded me." La Magra glanced at Hawk, voice heavy. "During the war between Yahweh and Mephisto, I was accidentally caught in the crossfire. Yahweh struck me with his archangel sword. Since then, I've been in slumber, trying to recover. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked. Mephisto had the cosmic entity, Death, backing him. Yahweh had the Celestials, created by another cosmic entity, Eternity. And La Magra. He had nothing. It was like watching two titans fight, and the bystander being the one who got hurt. In this scenario, La Magra was that bystander. Back then, Mephisto and Yahweh had been fighting over Earth, using every trick in the book. Yahweh had even launched something called the Holy Inquisition. Countless demons and witches hiding among humans were hunted down and burned at the stake by the paladins. And the vampires hiding among humanity became collateral damage. Everyone knew. Dracula's legend was among the oldest in human history. So La Magra's losses had been catastrophic. And so, when he learned his followers had been swept up in this war between heaven and hell, an enraged La Magra had appeared, demanding an explanation from Yahweh. The result. Hawk had already guessed what came next. He chuckled. "And then Yahweh stabbed you." La Magra stared at Hawk, expression flat. "Mephisto was the one who stabbed me." "Wait." Hawk raised an eyebrow. "Mephisto?" "Yes. Yahweh restrained my limbs so I couldn't transform into blood. Mephisto seized the opportunity, grabbed Yahweh's archangel sword, and drove it through my heart." "Holy shit." Hawk sucked in a sharp breath. "Aren't Yahweh and Mephisto mortal enemies?" "Ha." La Magra's gaze drifted to the underworld at the edge of Hawk's cosmo. Then he looked at Hawk with a knowing expression. "Mephisto told you that, didn't he? Did he also tell you he was the one who defeated heaven?" Hawk met La Magra's half-mocking expression, his mind racing. "You." "Because he told me the same thing back then." La Magra let out a cold snort. "Mephisto and Yahweh are close enough to share underwear. I fell for Mephisto's lies, and look where it got me." Hawk fell silent. Mephisto and Yahweh are friends. They're more than friends. Every life-bearing planet where both of them are present eventually meets the same fate, total destruction. La Magra's voice dripped with cold contempt. Then he looked at Hawk. "Want to know why they conspired to eliminate me?" Hawk frowned. "Because vampires are immortal." La Magra shook his head. "I am the blood god. My people are the blood clan, that's their true name. Vampire is just what Yahweh and Mephisto started calling them after I escaped. It was a scheme to dilute my existence and eventually kill me for good. He paused, a bitter, ugly smile crept across La Magra's blood-formed face. They've almost succeeded. If no one remembers who I am anymore, it won't be long before I truly die. After all, my blood descendants have already been. Hold on. Hawk heard this and raised an eyebrow, looking at La Magra. Dracula. He's one of your followers, isn't he? La Magra glanced at him. My Dracula is dead. The current Dracula, he belongs to heaven. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 164, 268, Mephisto, can't trust a single word. The vampire Dracula was already dead. The current Dracula belonged to heaven. Hawk heard this statement, studied La Magra's expression, and his mind raced. The next second, he thought of what cloning expert Dr. Merrick had said before dying. Hawk's pupils contracted. He locked eyes with the blood god formed entirely of crimson liquid. Heaven possessed him. They prefer the term conversion. But yes, possession. The blood clan is the blood clan. Vampires are vampires. My Dracula was a blood clan creature who worshipped me. But he died in that fire long ago, along with his wife. The current Dracula is no longer mine, he's a puppet controlled by heaven, a tool designed to kill me once and for all. La Magra's voice was hollow and distant. Then he laid out everything that had happened back then. The story largely matched what Mephisto had told Hawk. With a few minor differences. In Mephisto's version, he wasn't exactly a good guy, but he was the kind of bad guy who believed in sustainable development. Yahweh, on the other hand, as a lackey of the Celestials, was the real villain, the one who drained everything dry without a thought for tomorrow. La Magra didn't deny this. But in his version of events, Mephisto and Yahweh had never been enemies. They ran in the same circles. They were allies, competitive allies, but allies nonetheless. After all, both Yahweh and Mephisto had backers of equal standing. The cosmic entities. Eternity and death. In La Magra's account, when Earth fell from the world tree, Yahweh wasn't the only one who'd had his eye on it. Other dimensions and civilizations had noticed too. Sorcerers. Witches. Druids. Hyper-advanced technological civilizations. This was precisely why modern Earth had so many supernatural creatures and lost technological civilizations. Because once upon a time, Earth had truly flourished with diversity. But Yahweh worked openly, triggering the Great Flood. After the flood, Mephisto pretended to be Yahweh's mortal enemy. But in reality, their so-called conflict hurt us the most, the dimensions that had planned to stay out of it. The two biggest dogs fought, and all the smaller dogs got wiped out. But my dimension was special. As long as the blood sea didn't dry up, I couldn't die. As long as someone remembered me, my blood sea wouldn't run dry. So to eliminate me for good, Yahweh destroyed my book of blood, used a heavenly soul to control Dracula, changed my blood clan's name to vampires, and tried to erase me from existence entirely. I'm dying. As La Magra spoke, he projected an unfiltered image of the blood god dimension's current state. What Hawk had glimpsed through that blood mass earlier was just the tip of the iceberg. Beyond that tiny fragment, the rest of the blood god dimension had withered into a wasteland. All that remained was a single river's worth of blood, clinging desperately to existence. And even that river was visibly evaporating. Once it dried up completely, La Magra would meet his end, and the blood god dimension would become a truly ownerless realm. Seeing this, Hawk had a thought and instinctively withdrew the phoenix fire surrounding La Magra. But there's no need for that. Just now, my last remaining followers on another planet were wiped out. And the final person who remembered my name, Deacon Frost, is now dead. My fate can no longer be reversed. La Magra watched the phoenix fire retreat and let out a soft laugh. Then he looked at Hawk. Do you know why Yahweh wants me dead so badly? Hawk raised an eyebrow. Because you're the only one who knows they're not enemies but allies, and you escaped their grasp. No. La Magra's lips twisted into a smile that was clearly genuine. Because I almost converted Yahweh himself. That's why he lost Earth. And that's why he's so furious, why he wants me dead so desperately. Hawk thought back to that moment in the Hell Tavern, when Mephisto had casually boasted about defeating Yahweh and claiming Earth. Hearing La Magra's words now, everything suddenly clicked. Once again. Mephisto, that old bastard, couldn't be trusted. Not a single word. Not even the punctuation. Good thing Hawk had never actually believed him. Hawk thought this to himself, then looked at La Magra, whose aura was growing weaker by the second, and asked one final question. Why tell me all this? Because. La Magra's gaze drifted to the underworld at the edge of Hawk's cosmo. Then he looked back at Hawk. That life and death law you possess, it reeks of Mephisto. Mephisto gave it to me. Ha. Ha ha ha. La Magra laughed as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in existence. He stared at Hawk, saying nothing, just laughing. Hawk met the blood god's gaze. After a moment, the laughter seemed contagious, and Hawk found himself laughing too. After a while, La Magra's laughter faded. He looked at Hawk. That old bastard Mephisto only takes, he never gives. If you told me Yahweh gave it to you, I might have believed you. But Mephisto? Unless he was absolutely desperate, he'd never hand over any of his authority. Hawk also stopped laughing and shrugged. I killed his son Blackheart and took it from him. La Magra was about to die anyway. Once his time ran out, the blood god would cease to exist, completely and utterly. Dimension lords might be called gods, but they weren't true gods. Unlike planetary gods, whose souls returned to death's domain after being killed, and who could potentially be resurrected if they curried death's favor, dimension lords simply ceased to exist when they died. In other words, their souls scattered into nothing. So, a dying man speaks the truth. Since La Magra was on his last legs, Hawk saw no point in playing mind games. He gave a brief summary: how Mephisto had first tried to use Blackheart as bait to trick him, how Mephisto had attempted to steal his authority, how Hawk had seen through the scheme and counterattacked, stealing a portion of Hell's life and death law, and how he'd used the 4 founders of Hell to forge his own underworld. After hearing everything, La Magra's increasingly aged face showed shock, then understanding dawned. So that's why Yahweh has returned. Yahweh and Mephisto have an agreement. Whenever a powerful challenger emerges on a life-bearing planet controlled by either of them, the other can intervene as a third party, eliminate the challenger first, then resume fighting over the planet. La Magra explained this, then shook his head. I only learned this while trying to convert Yahweh. Unfortunately, I found out too late. Hawk's expression shifted to one of realization. So, Mephisto said Yahweh has returned, trying to quietly funnel souls into hell, creating a new angel of death to replace him. Half true, half false. La Magra let out a soft laugh. But Earth's angel of death has nothing to do with Mephisto's hell dimension. You don't actually think Earth is the only life-bearing planet under Mephisto's control, do you? Hawk shook his head, then looked back at La Magra. By now, the blood god's blood-formed body was on the verge of collapse. Hawk didn't ask anything else. He'd learned what he needed to know. He offered only a final word. Thank you. Don't mention it. La Magra, now reduced to little more than a facial outline, laughed with surprising lightness. It's rare to meet someone else being targeted by both Yahweh and Mephisto right before I die. So, don't make my mistake. Don't fall for their schemes. Hawk chuckled. Don't worry. I'll avenge you. La Magra said nothing more. Under Hawk's gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. The next second, the blood forming La Magra's face dried up completely. All that remained was a single crimson droplet, hovering silently in the space where the blood god had vanished. This was the blood god dimension. Whoever possessed this drop of blood would inherit the blood god dimension and become its new master. However, Hawk didn't look at the blood droplet. His consciousness ascended, returning to reality in an instant. His conversation with La Magra had seemed lengthy, but in the real world, it had taken only a blink. When he opened his eyes again, he was still standing in front of Blade. Blade's expression was still frozen in the act of trying to dodge that blood mass. The next second. Thud. Blade's body finally received his brain's command. He leaped sideways, and face-planted onto the ground. Hawk turned to look at Blade sprawled on the floor and couldn't help but laugh. But he didn't speak to Blade. He took one step forward and vanished from sight. When Hawk reappeared, he was back on the surface. Sharon, who had been waiting outside, spotted him and her eyes lit up. Hawk. Done. Hawk's hands were already back in his pockets. He looked at Sharon's expectant face and chuckled. Blade and the female doctor are still alive. Sharon let out a breath of relief. Thanks. Don't mention it. Hawk smiled faintly. Nothing left for me here. I'm heading out. Sharon nodded. Okay. Take care. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 165, 269, Hawk's exclusive race. Big Brother. What's this? At the edge of the underworld's pure land, Anya stared with undisguised curiosity. Her brother had waved his right hand, and a pool of blood had materialized before them. A pool of blood that bubbled and gurgled ominously. It looked terrifying. But Anya had spent years in hell. Her threshold for horror had been raised considerably. So while the blood pool before her looked deeply unsettling, she was more curious about what it actually was. Hawk didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into the Eden apple and pulled out a heavenly soul, one with eyes as pure and innocent as an untainted college freshman, and tossed it directly into the blood pool. The moment the heavenly soul entered, the boiling pool went still. Only then did Hawk turn to his little sister with a smile. "Thought you might get bored here. Making you some playmates." Anya blinked at her brother. "Playmates? Hawk smiled, then looked back at the blood pool, which had begun boiling again. "You'll see in a moment." As his words fell, something within the churning pool seemed to be rising to the surface. Anya watched without blinking. The next second, a woman emerged from the blood pool like a goddess rising from a bath, fierce horns crowning her head, her entire body a deep crimson. Anya's eyes went wide. "Brother, this is a blood elf." Hawk's lips curved upward. He gazed at the figure floating serenely in the pool, perfectly balanced between the blood god, hell, and heaven. She looked up at him with eyes of pure innocence. And for a moment, Hawk felt something stir within him. The sensation of being a creator. This was what he'd conceived and brought into existence over the past few days, after obtaining and refining the blood god dimension, then merging it into his underworld. A life form that belonged exclusively to his realm. Even though his cosmo hadn't fully materialized in reality yet. But that didn't matter. Beings of the underworld only required souls. And the Eden apple he'd taken from cloning expert Dr. Merritt contained an ocean of blank heavenly souls. But those souls belonged to heaven. If Hawk wanted to use them, he had to cleanse them first, wash away heaven's mark and make them his own. That hadn't been possible before. His cosmo wasn't fully materialized yet. It couldn't perform soul-cleansing functions. But then La Magra died, leaving behind an ownerless blood god dimension. A real, physical dimension that existed in reality. And that was perfect. Hawk hadn't rushed to claim the blood god dimension. He'd wrapped his sixth sense around it for days, waiting until he was absolutely certain La Magra's soul had completely dissipated. Only then did he accept the inheritance. Mephisto's words couldn't be trusted, not even the punctuation. By the same logic, he hadn't fully believed La Magra either. Mephisto wasn't a good person. Did that mean La Magra was? Hawk had waited several days. When his sixth sense confirmed that the blood god dimension was genuinely collapsing without its master, he finally claimed it. Then, after a few more days of experimentation, he merged it into his underworld. From this moment forward, his cosmo had an anchor point in the real universe. The blood god. Forget it. The blood god was dead. The kind of dead where burning paper money at his grave wouldn't help. This dimension should be called the blood dimension now. The dried up husk was the blood god dimension. His blood dimension had nothing to do with that corpse. With the reality stone in hand, filling the blood dimension to the brim was as simple as a single thought. But Hawk, who had previously unlocked a portion of the reality stone's processing power by absorbing life energy, had once again maxed out the stone's computational load. Still, it was all worth it. With the blood dimension, he could now convert the ocean of souls in the Eden apple, transforming those heaven-aligned spirits into a race that belonged solely to him. The blood elves. The blood elf who had emerged from the pool fixed her bright, clear eyes on Hawk standing at the shore. Her form shifted. The demonic horn symbolizing death vanished from her head. Long, silky crimson hair cascaded down her back. Pointed ears, the signature trait of elvenkind, framed her face. She stepped out of the pool wearing a flowing crimson dress, walked to Hawk, and dropped to one knee. She looked up at him. "Master." Hawk studied this first blood elf of his creation, gazing up at him with those seductive yet ethereal eyes, and smiled. "From now on, your name is Kayla. Matriarch of the blood elf race." The blood elf Kayla's voice was ethereal and melodic. "Thank you, Master." "Rise." "Yes." Kayla rose gracefully, then turned to Anya and immediately dropped to one knee again. "Young Mississippi. Brother." Anya blinked in confusion, looking at Hawk. Hawk smiled at his little sister. "The underworld's blood elves will be your personal guard. Kayla is the captain I've prepared for you. You said I never let you venture beyond Pure Land, right? With Kayla, if you want to visit the blazing prison, you can." True, the underworld was his domain. Nothing escaped his perception. But he'd finally found his sister again. He wasn't about to let anything happen to her. Even if Hawk could guarantee with 100% certainty that Anya was safe within his underworld, he still couldn't shake the worry. It was probably an illness. Hawk knew this about himself. But now that the underworld had its own exclusive life form in the blood elves, the problem was solved. As beings he'd created with his own hands, completely and utterly loyal to him, blood elves were perfect as his sister's guards. This way, even when he wasn't in the underworld, Anya could explore beyond Pure Land without any safety concerns. Sure enough, the moment Anya heard she could visit the blazing prison, her eyes lit up. She couldn't contain her smile. Really? Of course. Hawk looked at Anya with adoring indulgence. But only with Kayla and her blood elves accompanying you. Anya blinked. Blood elves. Plural. Of course. Hawk smiled, then with a thought, sent more heavenly souls cascading into the blood pool. As the pool erupted into a rolling boil, these souls, originally branded by heaven, underwent transformation in the underworld's blood pool. One by one, they emerged reborn, blood elves of varying appearances, but all sharing golden hair, emerald eyes, and tall, stunning figures. Naturally. Where there were females, there had to be males. But compared to the breathtakingly beautiful female blood elves, the male blood elves Hawk created were considerably less aesthetically gifted. The most direct evidence. The male blood elves were so ugly they didn't even warrant a description. If the female blood elves were Hawk's masterpieces, powerful yet beautiful, crafted with loving attention. The male blood elves were clearly phoned in. But this was perfectly normal. Men were beasts of burden. What did they need to look good for? If the female blood elves were created to serve as his sister's guards, then the male blood elves existed to be workhorses. Your name is Kai. Hawk glanced at the first male blood elf to emerge from the pool and assigned a name off the top of his head. From today onward, you will be stationed in the blazing prison, managing the damned souls within. The male blood elf named Kai responded in a deep, powerful voice. Yes. Male blood elves were created specifically to help Hawk manage the blazing prison. After all, his prison now housed over 500 souls. This was something Mephisto had promised him. Every soul Hawk killed belonged to him. Whether Mephisto and Yahweh were actually allies, as La Magra had claimed, or not. One sentence summed it up. Not his problem. He'd never actually believed Mephisto in the first place. Was Mephisto deceiving or manipulating him? Did it matter? No, it didn't. Only children made either-or choices. Heaven. Hell. He wanted both. Before, he hadn't had the manpower. Even if he'd conquered hell, he couldn't have personally managed Earth's cycle of life and death. But now he could create his own race. He had subordinates with absolute loyalty. Given that, Mephisto no longer needed to exist. A tiger doesn't share its den with another predator. Old Meph. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Agreeing to cooperate with you was the chance. You'd better hold on to it tight. Hawk watched the male blood elves continue emerging from the pool, a cold smile playing at his lips as these thoughts ran through his mind. As thousands of male blood elves took up residence in the blazing prison, the souls who had been finding ways to slack off and minimize their suffering suddenly found themselves face to face with their very own wardens. Soul after soul screamed in agony as they were beaten. Including Merrick, who had been half-assing it in the frozen prison. Merrick, who had died more times than he could count, respawned and stayed perfectly still, waiting for the extreme cold to consume him again. His strategy: if he didn't think, he wouldn't feel the pain. But with the arrival of two male blood elves, Dr. Merrick's screams echoed through the frozen wastes. One blood elf flicked his right hand. A blood-red whip materialized and cracked across Merrick's face like lightning. Crack. Ayahawahia. Move it. Dr. Merrick stared at the male blood elves, definitely not here before, but here now, his brain seemingly short-circuiting. Crack. Another lash. Merrick screamed in agony. Alexander Pierce, who had been walking ahead this entire time, never once considering giving up despite dying countless times, heard the screams behind him. He shook his head, then continued forward in silence. Hawk, standing above the frozen prison, looked down at Alexander Pierce and frowned slightly. After a moment's thought, he decided not to check on Alexander Pierce. After all, he'd given the men 2 chances already. There wouldn't be a third. Hawk thought this to himself, then let his consciousness ascend, returning to reality. What he saw. Gwen, already changed, stepping out of the walk-in closet. Let's go. Peter and Felicia are already at the church. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 166, 270, a gift for his godson. Yes. Church. Today was the day of Ben Hawk Parker's baptism. Gwen had woken up early, walked into the closet, opened a wardrobe stuffed to bursting with clothes, and, while lamenting that she had nothing to wear, spent half an hour digging through the mountain of options to find something appropriate for the occasion. Hawk's outfit was considerably simpler. Suit and tie. After Gwen emerged from the closet, she took Hawk's tie from his hands once he stood up. He lifted his chin, she fastened the knot, and they headed out. Since the church was right next to Palm Street, they decided to walk rather than drive. As they made their way there, Gwen greeted passing neighbors with warm smiles. The neighbors responded just as warmly. Hawk maintained a polite smile, friendly, but not chatty. He'd never been much of a talker. This was evident from the 100+ contacts in Gwen's phone compared to Hawk's barely 10. But the Phoenix household's popularity in the community remained consistently high. This was entirely thanks to Gwen. Especially after word got around that the captain of the 21st Precinct, which covered Palm Street, was Gwen's father. The Phoenix household became even more popular. After all, connections never hurt. Just 2 weeks ago, the husband from the Smith family next door had been hauled into the 21st Precinct for drunk driving. One phone call from Gwen to Detective Mahoney, and the guy walked free. Gwen hadn't even needed to contact George. Thinking of Detective Mahoney, who had since been discharged from the hospital, Hawk glanced at Gwen as they walked, her arm hooked through his. By the way, how's Detective Mahoney's recovery going? He's been out of the hospital for 2 weeks now. You're just thinking of this. Forgot. He'd spent the past several days embedding the blood dimension into his underworld and brainstorming his realm's exclusive race. Where would he find time to keep track of other people? He hadn't even checked on George afterward. Let alone anyone else. Thinking of this, Hawk raised an eyebrow. Speaking of which, where's George been? Dad. Gwen looked at Hawk curiously. What about Dad? Hawk shrugged. George knows about my powers now. He hasn't said anything. Ah. Gwen studied Hawk. Her eyes slowly narrowed, and a lovely curve formed at the corner of her lips. What did you want Dad to say? Wow, Hawk's so amazing. Or maybe, oh my god, Hawk's incredible, I had no idea he was this powerful. Hawk watched Gwen's exaggerated performance, voice lowered but expression theatrical, and his lips curved upward. He matched her volume. Your acting right now is way more over the top than last night when you wore that plumber costume. Gwen's smile froze. She shot Hawk a withering look, pulled her arm free, and stalked ahead. Hawk's smile froze too. He jogged to catch up. Sorry. My bad. Gwen's peripheral vision caught Hawk's apologetic, head-bowed expression. A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Too late. -2 weeks. Absolutely not. Hawk shook his head immediately, his expression serious. The next batch of costumes is already on its way. 2 months means 2 months. Integrity matters, Gwen. He hadn't forced her to pay such a hefty price. God was his witness. George hadn't been in any real danger that night. In fact, not only was there no danger, the man had been about to enjoy himself. So Hawk couldn't be accused of holding George hostage to extort Gwen. It was Gwen who hadn't wanted George to enjoy those imminent services. She'd paid the 2-month fee to bring Hawk into the game. Sure, he'd gotten an unexpected bonus after stepping in. The blood dimension. But once again, God as his witness, when Hawk had intervened, he'd had no idea he'd end up with an ownerless dimensional space. And after unexpectedly acquiring the blood dimension, he'd been able to create his own exclusive race. But none of that mattered. What was an unexpected bonus? Something you never saw coming. Bottom line. He'd stepped in because Gwen paid 2 months' worth of costumes. Not because he'd foreseen the blood dimension windfall. Still. After firmly rejecting Gwen's unreasonable attempt to claw back payment, Hawk's eyes darted around. He smiled at her. Actually, taking off 2 weeks might be doable. Really? See, that female vampire was about to go to town when you paid me 2 months' worth. Now you want to cut 2 weeks. If we calculate from when I actually intervened, at 1.5 months I would have stepped in after she'd already started. So, find me a female vampire to provide those services first, and I'll agree to the 2-week reduction. Hawk said this casually, then smiled at Gwen. Gwen's eyes lit up at first. But as she processed his proposal, murderous intent flared. Her little canine teeth peeked out. You wouldn't dare. I actually think George was interested. What? Hawk glanced at Gwen and smiled. Think about it, it's been almost 20 days. Why haven't we seen George at any of our family dinners? My guess. George probably thinks I cockblocked him. That's why he's avoiding me. Gwen's expression froze. She stopped walking and stood completely still. Hawk stopped too, backed up a few steps, and stood beside her. Their eyes met. For some reason, meeting Gwen's gaze, Hawk suddenly felt like he'd set himself on fire. Sure enough. Gwen smiled at him, her tone light and breezy. Hawk. You're saying my dad had those thoughts. What about you? Do you have those thoughts too? If it had been you, would you have accepted? Absolutely not. Hawk shook his head decisively. His bearing was upright, his voice steady, not a trace of guilt as he met Gwen's speaking emerald eyes. I, Hawk Phoenix, have eyes for one woman only. Among all the abilities his sixth sense had awakened, there was only one he deliberately minimized using. Sixth sense, X-ray vision. If his mind wavered even slightly, this ability, which he'd practically buried at the bottom of his toolkit, would become something he kept active 24/7. No exceptions. But Hawk didn't. One woman was enough. Anne. Gwen had been with him since the beginning. She'd witnessed his growth, accompanied his journey, and now shared in his temporary peak. In the future, she would share everything he had. Besides, he was a warrior. Everyone knew. You heard about scholars abandoning their families after rising to power. When had you ever heard of warriors doing the same? So. Hawk's expression turned serious as he looked at Gwen. You are my past, my present, and my future. The only one I care about. Gwen looked at this disgustingly smooth Hawk, met those eyes that seemed to hold entire galaxies, and opened her mouth. I'm sorry. Too late. What? You doubted me. Add 2 weeks. In your dreams. Gwen watched a sly smile creep onto Hawk's face. 2 months was the deal. I won't reduce it, and you don't get to add to it. Deal. Hawk raised an eyebrow, his serious expression returning to normal. He smiled. I agree to the original payment terms. Gwen heard this, studied his expression, and finally caught on. Son of a. Language, Gwen. Language. Hawk watched Gwen nearly curse and cut her off with a smile and a gentle reminder. The next second, seeing her eyebrows arch dangerously, he flickered forward, dodging her furious swing. Get back here. Nope. Hawk shook his head. He had no masochistic tendencies. Gwen was pissed now. She spotted Hawk ahead of her and took off in pursuit. Hawk turned and ran. No hesitation. Soon. Peter and Felicia, standing at the church entrance waiting for their son's godfather, spotted Hawk and Gwen in the distance, laughing and chasing each other playfully. Peter and Felicia exchanged glances, blinked, and looked at them curiously. What's going on with you two? By now, Hawk and Gwen had returned to normal, arms linked, and just laughed at Peter's curious expression. Warming up. Where's my godson? Aunt May's holding him. The priest is getting ready. Let's go. Hawk turned to Gwen beside him. I'll head in and prep. Today was little Ben's baptism. But as the godfather, Hawk had his own preparations to make. Anyone else might have arrived early to get ready. But Hawk had grown up in a church. He knew every step of the process. He didn't need training, he could handle it all off the top of his head. By the time Gwen, Peter, and Felicia entered the church, Hawk had already finished reciting the prayers before the statue of Jesus. He drew a cross over his chest, then produced the golden cross he'd prepared and handed it to the priest beside him. The priest recited his own prayers, then placed the golden cross around the neck of little Ben, who slumbered peacefully in Aunt May's arms. This golden cross was something little Ben would wear for the rest of his life. Because it was the godfather's gift to his godson. The sleeping infant seemed to sense something. His eyes fluttered open. Just as he was about to cry, his chubby little hand touched the golden cross. His tiny mouth pursed, he grabbed the cross. And broke into a gurgling laugh. If anyone had looked closely at little Ben's eyes, as blue as Peter's, they would have noticed something. Deep within those infant eyes. A shimmer of light. The light of the Northern Cross constellation. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 167, 271, professing faith in God, then burning him. Yes. The moment little Ben clutched that golden cross, the light of the Northern Cross constellation flickered to life in his infant eyes. And within Hawk's cosmo. The Northern Cross, which he had already sequenced but left dormant alongside the other constellations besides Draco and Andromeda, began to slowly illuminate. The Northern Cross had another name. Cygnus. Because its primary stars were arranged in the shape of a large cross, it had historically been called the Northern Cross. The reason for the name change was simple. Imagining the cross as a swan was easy. The long vertical beam became the swan's elongated neck. The horizontal beam became its outstretched wings. So, Northern Cross equaled Cygnus. And the Cygnus cloth stored within this golden cross was Hawk's true gift to his godson. But he'd given the gift. Whether his godson could actually wear it would be up to the boy himself. If little Ben earned Cygnus's recognition when he grew up, the Cygnus cloth hidden within the golden cross would manifest. But that probably wouldn't be a problem. After all, great fathers produced great sons. And the mother wasn't shabby either. Most importantly, his godfather was Hawk. Dad was Spider-Man, Mom was Black Cat. Godfather was the Phoenix. Little Ben was destined for greatness. Hawk looked forward to the day his godson donned the Cygnus cloth. Soon. With the preparations complete and the guests assembled, little Ben's baptism officially began. Hawk took little Ben from Aunt May's arms. After all, today's main event belonged to Godfather Hawk and Godson Little Ben. Put it this way. Peter and Felicia didn't even have the right to stand ahead of him. Because once a godfather was named, the parents might not need to guide the child from birth to death. But the godfather did. And to a certain extent, when it came to Little Ben's future upbringing, Godfather Hawk's word carried more weight than Peter and Felicia's. The priest held the Bible, delivering a brief sermon to the seated congregation. Then his gaze swept across the guests below before settling on Hawk, who held Little Ben. The priest looked at Hawk, his voice solemn and steady. Hawk Phoenix, are you prepared to serve as godfather to Ben Hawk Parker, to assist his parents in helping him grow in faith, and to provide guidance when needed? Hawk glanced at Peter and Felicia standing behind him on either side. Then he looked down at Little Ben in his arms, clutching his cross, laughing happily, clearly destined for great things. He raised his head to meet the priest's eyes. Yes, I am, Father. The ceremony continued. Scripture readings. Prayers. The baptismal font was wheeled forward. The priest blessed the water, then turned to Hawk once more. Now the priest's expression was particularly grave. Do you renounce Satan, and all his works, and all his empty promises? Hawk, who knew every step of the baptismal rite by heart, placed his other hand on Little Ben's tiny shoulder. Looking at the priest's solemn face, he answered on his godson's behalf. I renounce them. The priest's questions continued. Do you believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth? I do. Do you believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord? I do. Do you believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting? I do. The priest asked. Hawk answered. Peter and Felicia stood quietly behind Hawk. The guests below held their breath. Behind the sacred statue of Jesus, sunlight streamed through the church's stained glass windows, casting the entire sanctuary in a rainbow of colors. In this moment, time and space seemed to freeze. Do you wish to convert to heaven and walk upon the earth as the Archangel Samuel? I. Hawk's lips curved upward. He looked at the black priest who had replaced the white one before him and smiled brilliantly. I do not. These words fell. No shock. No uproar. Because in this moment, time and space had truly frozen. The reason was simple. God had descended to earth. Exactly as Mephisto had described. God wasn't a girl. He was black. Yahweh. Phoenix. Hawk locked eyes with Yahweh, who had manifested by replacing the priest. Want to fight? Do you? Today is an important day for my godson. I'd rather not. But if you insist, we can. Hawk smiled as he spoke. The next second, a phoenix wreathed in blazing crimson flames projected behind him, so vivid it seemed physical. Phoenix fire roared, its heat making the space Yahweh had descended into tremble on the verge of collapse. The expression on Yahweh's kind, dark face shifted. Hawk caught it instantly. His lips curved higher. What's wrong? Surprised that my universe hasn't truly manifested in reality, yet already carries genuine cosmic pressure. Once again. True, he had previously used the reality stone to fully manifest his cosmos power at 100%. But that was only the manifestation of power, not the manifestation of his cosmo itself. True cosmo manifestation required the eighth sense. However, over the past few days, he had refined the blood dimension and merged it with the underworld. And the blood dimension was real. The life and death law he'd stolen from Blackheart was also real. Therefore, his cosmo, channeled through the underworld, then through the blood dimension, could now project a sliver of genuine cosmic pressure into reality. Less than 1%. Even without awakening the seventh sense. But less than 1% was enough for now. Because even that fraction of truth was cosmic entity-level truth. This was why Yahweh's expression had changed. He was a god. But he was only a Dimension Lord, same tier as Mephisto. Everyone knew Dimension Lords bore the title of God, but they weren't true gods. Phoenix, I leave. Hawk cut off Yahweh mid-sentence. The phoenix fire behind him blazed even more intensely. Don't make me hit you while I'm in a good mood. Trust me, you'll die. Your true body and your dimension haven't reached Earth yet, but if I destroy this projection, you'll still feel it. Yes. What had arrived was merely a projection of Yahweh. The real Yahweh, and his heaven dimension, weren't just absent from Earth's vicinity. They weren't even in the solar system. After absorbing the blood dimension, Hawk had also inherited a portion of La Magra's memory legacy. This included the auras of various dimensions. He could now sense where Mephisto's dimension was lurking. Right behind Pluto. Hawk had been planning to finish the baptism, then go tell Mephisto to relocate his hell dimension. After all, Pluto. He was the legitimate lord of the underworld. What was Mephisto, a hell lord, doing squatting there? Hawk's thoughts turned. The black Yahweh before him opened his mouth. Just then. Boom! The phoenix fire behind Hawk erupted in blazing brilliance, sweeping outward in an instant, engulfing the entire world in flames. The next second, accompanied by a sound like shattering glass, everything dissolved like a bursting bubble. The wind stirred once more. The church priest's voice resumed. And at that exact moment, the statue of Jesus, backlit by the rainbow sunlight streaming through stained glass, appeared to weep, as if mourning the Father. But no one noticed. After all, today's stars were Hawk and his godson little Ben. The priest scooped holy water with his hand and poured it 3 times over little Ben's smooth forehead as Hawk held him. The sacred water traced down the infant's brow. Ben Hawk Parker, I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. As he spoke, the priest traced a cross on little Ben's forehead with holy oil, dressed him in a small white garment, then handed a lit candle to Hawk. The priest gently touched little Ben's ears and lips, praying silently that he might hear and proclaim the truth. Hawk held little Ben in one arm and the candle in the other. The ceremony reached its conclusion. The priest looked at Hawk once more. May his faithful godfather, Hawk Phoenix, guide him always, in word and deed, guiding him to believe in God. Hawk held the candle, its light illuminating his eyes. His smile was radiant. Of course. The day Yahweh brought his heaven dimension to earth would be the day Hawk stormed heaven's gates. And when that happened, he would be God. Of course he'd guide his godson to believe in God. The ceremony ended. The priest withdrew. Hawk turned, embraced Felicia briefly, and returned little Ben to her arms. Then he embraced Peter. Peter's voice whispered in Hawk's ear. What just happened? Hawk returned the embrace, his smile never wavering. God just stopped by. Wanted me to convert. I told him not to make me kill him while I was having a good time. He didn't listen. Kept running his mouth instead of leaving. So I ignored him and cut him down. Peter's smile froze on his face. Wait. What? God showed up. Then God got killed. And afterward, Hawk kept preaching about believing in God. What kind of insanity was this? Peter's mind raced. But after releasing Hawk from the embrace, he quickly recovered his smile. Only. Peter's smile had become somewhat strained. Hawk noticed. He winked at Peter and grinned. Just kidding. Phew. Peter let out an explosive breath of relief. Then he laughed. Ha, ha, ha ha. But soon. He looked at the smile that remained on Hawk's face. His laughter gradually died. Hawk's smile only grew brighter. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 168, 272, Render unto God, and Yahweh unto Yahweh. The baptismal ceremony ending didn't mean the christening was over. There was still a communion meal the church had prepared for the attending guests. Hawk, of course, sat at the head of the table. And during the pre-meal prayer, it was Hawk who led the congregation. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Gwen, Peter, Felicia, Aunt May, and the other guests followed in unison. As Peter bowed his head and murmured Amen, his eyes cut sideways toward Hawk. Hawk's expression was solemn. Reverent. He looked more devout than any true believer. That would have been convincing if Hawk hadn't just whispered in Peter's ear that he'd killed God. Sure, Hawk had followed up by saying he was kidding. But Peter's spider sense told him Hawk hadn't been joking. And he had sensed something strange earlier. Just for a split second, a flash of something his spider sense had caught before his hair could even stand on end. Then it vanished. Peter's mind churned. He desperately wanted to ask Hawk what had really happened. But the timing was wrong. This was a church. Asking Hawk here whether he'd actually chopped up God seemed incredibly inappropriate. So, the moment the communion ended and Aunt May and Felicia went to see off the departing guests, Peter grabbed Hawk and dragged him to the cemetery behind the church. Hawk didn't resist. After all, his sister's grave was here. And because he lived right next door in the Palm Street community, the area around Anya's headstone was always immaculately maintained. Hawk crouched down, his fingers tracing the photograph of his sister on the headstone. Then his consciousness dipped into his cosmo, where he saw Anya, surrounded by blood elf Kayla and several other blood elves, touring the blazing prison. Wonder how that Merrick clone is doing with the replication experiments. The real Dr. Merrick was suffering in the frozen prison. But cloning wasn't a skill only Merrick possessed. His clone knew how to do it too. Back when the real Merrick had wanted to fool S.H.I.E.L.D. into thinking he'd been captured, he'd transferred all his memories to his clone. So theoretically, his clone was equally capable. But Hawk didn't like surprises. Especially when it came to his sister. So the Merrick clone was currently conducting replication experiments under SHIELD supervision. Dr. Helen Cho was also involved, providing technical support to ensure nothing went wrong. Once SHIELD confirmed the cloning process was viable, the next step would be opening his sister's coffin, extracting her DNA, and bringing her back. So, it shouldn't be much longer before Anya could truly return to the land of the living. Hawk thought this to himself, withdrew his hand, and stood. He turned to face Peter, who had dragged him out here. "What's up?" Peter had been waiting. Now, watching Hawk turn around with that preemptive smile, his expression blanked for a moment. His lips twitched. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Hawk made a sound of acknowledgement. He didn't hide anything from Peter, just laid out how God's projection had descended and tried to recruit him as an archangel. Peter listened with mounting disbelief. He was curious about something. "You refused." "Obviously." "Why?" "Because God doesn't have a beard." "God doesn't have a BEA." Peter's eyes went wide. His volume spiked instinctively, but he caught himself and looked at Hawk. "That's impossible." Hawk smiled, then gave Peter the abbreviated version of Dr. Merrick's scheme, how Merrick had cloned Hawk's body en masse under God's orders, attempting to replace quality with quantity and completely overwrite Hawk's soul. Peter was even more shocked and incredulous after hearing this. But not because he doubted Hawk. Rather, Peter thought about how devoutly Hawk had just called upon God, honored God. He looked at Hawk with genuine confusion. "Then why were you so reverent just now?" "What about it?" "God tried to." "Oh." Hawk didn't let Peter finish. He already knew what Peter wanted to say. He waved his hand dismissively. "Believing in God and killing God are two separate things. Who says believing in God means you can't chop him up? Besides, God is God. Yahweh is Yahweh. Once I kill Yahweh, I'll be the new God. At that point, believing in God means believing in myself. So why wouldn't I believe in God? When the time came, killing God wouldn't affect Earth in the slightest. As long as Hawk kept quiet about it, the Vatican probably wouldn't even realize their object of worship had changed hands. Not that Hawk would bother informing the Vatican. He wasn't about to announce that their Lord and Master had switched from Yahweh to Hawk. One sentence summed it up. Dimensions needed faith. He, Hawk, Phoenix Cloth Saint, Lord of the Phoenix Parallel Universe, needed no one's faith. Faith was poison, same as incense offerings. Just look at La Magra. He'd played the faith game with his blood clan. And he'd lost. The moment Deacon Frost died, the last person who knew his divine name, La Magra, met his final fate. After finishing, Hawk looked at Peter's gaping mouth, raised an eyebrow, and clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. "Keep this to yourself. You don't want the roughly 2.4 billion believers worldwide to have an existential crisis when they learn the truth." With that, he patted Peter's shoulder once more, then walked toward Gwen, who had come looking for him through the back door. Gwen watched Hawk approach, then glanced at Peter, who had turned away, expression somewhat dazed. She looked at Hawk curiously. "What were you two talking about?" "God." "Oh. Was he curious why you're going to kill God but were so devout just now?" Hawk nodded, looking at Gwen. "How'd you know?" Gwen smiled faintly. "Because I was pretty curious too." Hawk shrugged. "Render unto God the things that are God's. Render unto Yahweh the things that are Yahweh's. And besides, I came up through the church choir. Of course I'm devout." Hawk said this casually, his thoughts drifting to childhood days with his sister in the church. He glanced at Gwen. "After all, if you didn't act pious back then, you went hungry." Gwen heard this. She pressed her lips together and pulled Hawk into a hug. Hawk hugged her back. Half an hour later. Church entrance. Gwen was cooing at little Ben, who sat in his stroller, clutching his golden cross and giggling, while chatting with Felicia. "I've reviewed the personnel files you sent over. I picked out a few and forwarded them to your email. Those 4 should be enough for now. We can add more later if needed." During Gwen's collaborative research on regeneration experiments with Dr. Helen Cho, she'd drawn on Dr. Connors's prior work on lizard regeneration theory. And that intellectual property belonged to Oscorp Biologics. Gwen had obtained Felicia's authorization beforehand. Dr. Cho had also agreed that any commercial applications would prioritize Oscorp. And so, after Gwen finished her doctorate, the commercialization of regeneration research was finally getting on track. Gwen had landed her first postdoctoral position. Still at Oscorp. But no longer as someone's assistant. She'd be working at the Stacy Phoenix Biological Laboratory, fully funded by Oscorp. These past few days, Gwen had been in frequent contact with Felicia, coordinating lab equipment and preliminary staffing. Felicia nodded. All right. I'll have HR send out offer letters based on your selections. Perfect. Gwen smiled, looking at little Ben giggling in his stroller. She reached out with both hands and squished his chubby cheeks. Ah, our little Ben is so adorable. Hawk was little Ben's godfather. Once she and Hawk got their marriage license next year, she'd naturally become little Ben's godmother. Once again. A godmother's word in little Ben's life planning carried more weight than Felicia's. By now, Hawk had finished shaking hands with the priest and saying goodbye to Peter. He walked out of the church. A short while later, Peter and Felicia got into their car. After a wave goodbye, the driver pulled away from the church. Hawk and Gwen watched them go, then turned and headed toward 521A Palm Street. Half an hour later. Boom! A rainbow streak of light erupted from the backyard of 521A Palm Street, reaching the upper atmosphere in the blink of an eye. Then it surged forward with explosive acceleration, punching through a sonic boom cloud before breaking free of Earth's atmosphere entirely. At SHIELD, New York Command Center, alarms blared across the main screen. Just then, Sharon opened her office door and stood in the corridor, glancing down at the alarm on the big screen below. Cancel the alert. Execute Operation Shackle. Yes, ma'am. The alarm died instantly. Simultaneously, a squad of elite SHIELD agents departed the command center, racing toward 521A Palm Street to execute the protection protocol for the Devil King's shackle. Sharon returned to her office. She'd already received Gwen's call earlier. She knew Hawk was leaving New York for a bit. By the way, Gwen, where's Hawk headed this time? Is there anything we can do to help? You really can't help with this one. Hawk said Mephisto's squatting on his turf. He's going to tell Mephisto to move. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 169, 273, The Hell Dimension, Conquered by Angels. The Vast Cosmos. Infinite Starfield. After breaking through Earth's atmosphere, Hawk rocketed toward Pluto's coordinates without hesitation. At the same time, the Black Phoenix surplus materialized like a dark phoenix wreathed in crystalline black flames, spreading its wings before settling onto Hawk's back. Click. The black faceplate locked into place. Hawk's speed surged once more. Mach 1000. Mach 5000. Mach 10,000. Mach 100,000. Mach 500,000. Until he reached sublight speed. Boom! Hawk's Cosmo blazed furiously. Thanks to the blood dimension, a real, physical dimension that existed in reality, he had finally broken through to sublight speed. But true light speed required a gold saint. And becoming a gold saint required awakening the seventh sense. And awakening the seventh sense required the Mind Stone. So if he wanted to truly step into the seventh sense and unlock the gates of the gold Cosmo, he'd need the Mind Stone's boundless mental energy to blast those gates open. As Hawk hurtled toward Pluto at sublight speed, his consciousness descended to the deepest edges of his Cosmo. He stared at the impenetrable barrier of the seventh sense and thought about Strucker, who had taken his Mind Stone and vanished to God knows where. He hadn't been in a rush before. He still wasn't in a rush now. After all, Strucker was somewhere on Earth. Where could he possibly run? But getting the Mind Stone back sooner rather than later certainly wouldn't hurt. Hawk had it all planned out. After this trip to Pluto, once he'd made Mephisto relocate, he'd use the summer break to hunt down Strucker and find out where the bastard had been hiding. His internship was already lined up anyway. Not at some law firm. At the district attorney's office. Once again, the reason he'd chosen to study law in the first place was so that, assuming he didn't die, he could work his way up from the DA's office to eventually become a Supreme Court justice. An ordinary judge couldn't hold the Hulk accountable. But a Supreme Court justice could. So interning at the DA's office was staying true to his original path. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Above Pluto, averaging 5.917 billion kilometers from Earth, a distance that light itself took 5 hours and 29 minutes to travel. Whoosh! Hawk emerged from sublight speed. Clad in the Black Phoenix surplus, he stood suspended in the void, gazing down at the brownish, nearly spherical dwarf planet beneath his feet. He didn't bother examining Pluto. He had no interest in sightseeing. He was here for Mephisto. After all, Mephisto had already refused his attempts to access hell through the dimensional rifts. Right after La Magra died, Hawk had planned to hear how Mephisto would try to weasel his way out of this. But Mephisto hadn't even bothered showing up. No matter how many times Hawk knocked on hell's dimensional door through the rifts, Mephisto refused to answer. It was like Mephisto was home, heard the knocking, but pretended not to. Did Mephisto really think playing dead would make this go away? Not a chance. Hawk snorted internally. His form vanished from Pluto's upper atmosphere. When he reappeared, he was on the dwarf planet's far side. His cosmo blazed as he drove his right fist straight at the entrance to the Hell dimension. Not Phoenix Wings Rise. But Phoenix Meteor Fist. Boom. 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 Crash. Phoenix after Phoenix, so vivid they seemed physical, spread their wings and pummeled the Hell dimension's entrance. Pegasus Meteor Fist might be Pegasus's signature technique. But Meteor Fist itself wasn't exclusive to anyone. Space trembled. Space-time shuddered. Even Pluto's ancient ice mountains, frozen for eons, began collapsing under the dimensional shockwaves. And the Hell dimension's gates fared no better. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed from the void. The Hell dimension hidden behind Pluto cracked open under Hawk's black Phoenix Meteor Fist. Hawk didn't hesitate. He flickered through the breach and entered the Hell dimension. And then... Holy! What the fuck? Hawk emerged into Hell's airspace and immediately sucked in a sharp breath at what he saw. He actually thought he'd come to the wrong place. He turned around, exited through the breach, and double-checked the dimensional coordinates. No, this is right. But... Hawk frowned deeply. He passed through the breach again, returning to the Hell dimension, and stared at the scene before him. Massive chunks of Hell's landscape had collapsed. The waters of Hell, composed of pure despair and suffering, had flooded everywhere like a dam had burst. Mephisto's once imposing palace was now rubble. Twisted souls wailed silently among the ruins. The air reeked of endless sulfur and blood. Kill. Protect the Lord. Slaughter them all. Filthy demons, accept judgment in our Lord's name. Boom. Hawk's sixth sense unfurled instantly, catching the sounds of battle and screaming from deep within the Hell dimension. One step forward, and he materialized above an active battlefield. What he saw. Demon corpses littered the ground. Mephisto, revealed in his true demonic form, looked utterly wretched. One of his demon horns had been severed. His demonic armor was torn and battered. Surrounded by dozens of archdukes of Hell, he appeared to be retreating. And the ones responsible for Mephisto's sorry state were the bird people on the opposing side. Yes. Bird people in the literal sense. An army of winged warriors wielding swords stained with demon blood blotted out the sky, cutting down the roaring demons who charged at them. One swing, one kill. Mephisto's demon army seemed utterly powerless, slaughtered like lambs by these angelic forces. The reason was simple. A massive sword, radiant with holy light and large as a mountain, floated in the sky above. This mountain-sized blade continuously emanated sacred pressure specifically designed to suppress Hell, crushing the demon's combat capabilities into nothing. And standing atop the giant sword was a birdman with 6 magnificent wings gently beating behind him. He wore armor of brilliant, holy light. Even his eyes glowed with pale gold. Flanking him, 2 sword-wielding angelic warriors hovered protectively. Hawk glanced at the 6-winged being, then down at Mephisto's pathetic state on the ground below. His expression turned strange. He remembered what La Magra had told him. Heaven and Hell were family. God and Mephisto were allies. So, what the hell was going on here? Did Mephisto know Hawk was coming to settle scores and called in Yahweh to stage some kind of elaborate suffering act? If this was all theater, Hawk had only one thing to say. Mephisto had gone way too deep. Back when Hawk first visited Hell, back when he couldn't actually kill Mephisto, why had Mephisto refused to fight him seriously? Because Mephisto didn't want his Hell getting trashed. And now, Hell was genuinely trashed. The countless dead demons were real. Even Mephisto's severed horn was legitimate. Hawk remembered sitting in that Hell tavern, listening to Mephisto brag about how proud he was of those demon horns. So, what the hell is going on here? Ha! Demon, die. Just as Hawk stood there frowning, trying to make sense of the situation, a patrolling 4-winged angel spotted him standing brazenly at the battlefield's edge. With a battle cry, the angel gripped his holy sword and charged. Hawk snapped back to attention. Watching the battle-hungry 4-winged angel rushing toward him, he instinctively threw a punch. And then... pop. The 4-winged angel's body folded like a shrimp. He rocketed backward like a meteor and crashed into the battlefield below. A dozen 2-winged angel soldiers, caught completely off guard, were instantly crushed to death beneath him. The next second. Ha-wah. Die. In our Lord's name, accept divine judgment. The 4-winged angel, having carved a crater into the ground, ignored the blood streaming from his mouth. With a furious roar, he beat his wings, sword raised, and transformed into a streak of white lightning as he charged at Hawk again. Hawk's eyes flashed crimson. Phoenix beams lanced outward, colliding with the four-winged angel's blade with a thunderous crash. Sizzle. 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 The fanatical four-winged angel beat his wings furiously, but as his sword began melting inch by inch, his zealous expression gradually shifted toward horror. The moment the blade fully dissolved in phoenix fire, the flame slammed into the four-winged angel's chest. The next second. Pop. The four-winged angel exploded on impact. Angel blood erupted outward, raining down upon the battlefield below. Who goes there? Who? The instant the four-winged angel fell, the six-winged angel standing atop the giant sword, along with the two four-winged angels flanking him, turned their attention toward Hawk. The two four-winged angels appeared at Hawk's sides with blinding speed, barking demands. Without waiting for an answer, they lunged at him in a pincer attack. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He retreated 10 meters while driving his right fist forward. Heavy fist, no flourish. Raw power, no tricks. Lightspeed fist. Bang. Bang. Both four-winged angels exploded under his fists, blood painting the air. After that first four-winged angel, Hawk had a solid red on their power level. Roughly equivalent to a bronze saint infinitely approaching silver saint territory. But Northwest matter how close to silver, still bronze. Hawk's first strike had been exploratory. That was why the first four-winged angel survived. These two weren't so lucky. They died on the spot. So then. What about that six-winged angel? #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 170, 274, Michael. Or La Magra. On the ground below. Countless demons poured from fissures in the earth, howling with suicidal abandon as they charged headlong into the tidal wave of angels crashing toward them. The angelic army moved like precision-killing machines. Even when demons pierced through them, their expressions never changed. They raised their holy swords and severed demon heads with mechanical efficiency. Angels and demons slaughtered each other without pause. If not for the obvious wings on the angels, it would have been nearly impossible to tell which side was demonic and which was divine. And in the sky above, Hawk, clad in the black phoenix surplice, wreathed in black phoenix flames, gazed calmly at the six-winged being before him. The six-winged creature wore armor of radiant holy light. 3 pairs of wings beat behind him, each stroke scattering brilliance bright enough to blind. In his hand, he gripped a sword of pure golden light. His features were flawless. The blade of light pointed directly at Hawk. When he spoke, his voice resonated like a choir of millions, solemn, majestic, yet cold enough to freeze hell's magma solid. I am Michael. Hawk heard the six-winged being announce himself and raised an eyebrow. Michael. The legendary archangel. As the thought crossed Hawk's mind, the six-winged being, no, Michael, spoke again. His voice was a cacophony of a million souls' laments blended with sacred hymns, making the very fabric of space hum. Heretic who consorts with demons, only purification can cleanse your sins. You think you can? Hawk snapped back to attention, looking at Michael who had just declared his intent to purify him. Beneath the faceplate, his exposed eyes flickered with black phoenix fire. Did I mention I chopped up your master right before coming here? Michael's golden pupils contracted. Judgment. Michael's blade swept toward Hawk. This wasn't a physical strike. It was a torrent of the purest energy imaginable, carrying the will of divine judgment. Wherever the flood passed, space itself screamed as it tore apart. Hawk's right fist answered. Lightspeed, fist. Boom. Phoenix after phoenix, black as midnight, erupted from Hawk's knuckles, colliding with Michael's tsunami of energy. The impact sent tremors through the entire hell dimension. The next moment, a catastrophic explosion detonated. The shockwave born from the collision of energies hurled outward in all directions, hammering down toward the battlefield below. Crash. On the ground, as the shockwave descended, the angels and demons locked in combat directly beneath Hawk and Michael were torn apart without discrimination, reduced to bloody mist. Even the earth itself seemed pressed down by invisible hands, sinking 3 meters into the ground. Hawk and Michael were both sent hurtling backward by the blast. The next instant, Michael's 6 wings spread fully. Then they beat once, hard, and countless searing white feathers shot toward Hawk like a storm of divine arrows. Accept holy judgment. Judge this. Simple trash talk. Maximum satisfaction. Hawk had already stabilized himself mid-flight. He crossed his arms before his chest, cosmo blazing. A dark phoenix materialized from his fists, spreading its wings and soaring. Phoenix wings rise. Boom. A dark crimson flood of energy collided with Michael's blazing white torrent in midair. The two forces clashed, exploded, and sent ring-shaped shockwaves rippling outward in endless succession. The entire hell dimension shook and trembled. Below, Mephisto, clutching his bleeding wounds, watched Hawk battle Michael overhead. His expression was a complicated mixture of heartache and joy. Heartache because this was his turf getting wrecked. Joy because Hawk had actually kept his word. The moment he learned his ally was in trouble, he'd flown all the way from Earth to provide backup. All things considered. Mephisto roared with excitement. Hawk! You've got this. Kill that bird. Shut up. Hawk, still locked in aerial combat with Michael, heard Mephisto's battlefield cheerleading. Remembering La Magra's warnings, he instinctively thought Mephisto was joining the fight. His focus wavered for just a split second. And Michael seized the opening. Splurt. The sword of light, forged from a billion souls, sliced across Hawk's right arm, punching through the armor and drawing blood that gleamed faintly gold. Hawk retreated instantly. He glanced down at Mephisto, who was still shouting encouragement, and snapped at him. The one-horned Mephisto shut up immediately. Hawk turned back to Michael, who hovered with his sword of light lowered, 6 wings beating steadily. If the 3 four-winged angels Hawk had just killed were equivalent to bronze saints infinitely approaching silver saint level, then this 6-winged archangel Michael was infinitely approaching gold saint level. Combat power roughly equal to Hawk without his Cosmo fully unleashed. But even infinite had degrees. If Hawk at full Cosmo burn approached 99.9% gold saint level, just one step from awakening the 7th sense, then Michael was hovering around 90% at best. So, yes, Hawk had been burning his Cosmo, but he hadn't gone all out. Because he still suspected this entire spectacle was Mephisto and Yahweh putting on a show for his benefit. Just like La Magra had described, how he'd foolishly trusted Mephisto's words, only to be ambushed and killed by Mephisto and Yahweh working together. So even as Hawk fought Michael, his 6th sense had been probing that giant floating sword. And just now, the moment Mephisto had shouted his encouragement, Hawk's 6th sense had detected something deep within Michael's soul. A familiar essence. One he'd encountered not long ago. Still fresh in his memory. It had thrown him off for a split second. That was why Michael's blade had connected. But now, Hawk locked eyes with Michael. Beneath the faceplate, his exposed gaze flickered with mockery. Should I call you Michael? Or should I call you La Magra? Michael's 6 wings beat gently. His golden eyes lowered, glancing at the blood staining his sword of light. Hearing Hawk's words, that perfect face curved into a mocking smile of its own. Then his wings folded, and he plummeted toward Hawk like a meteor. Heretic, accept holy judgment. Sacred blade. Michael led with his sword, velocity like a shooting star. Man and blade seemed to merge into one, aimed directly at Hawk's heart, intent on piercing through. Hawk neither dodged nor retreated. The instant Michael's blade tip was about to touch him, the black flames wreathing Hawk's body detonated outward. His Cosmo pulsed with strange fluctuations. His right hand seemed to pierce through spacetime itself, index finger striking Michael's forehead. Embrace your fear. Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist. Duang. An intangible, formless torrent, condensed from countless agonies, despairs, hatreds, and madnesses, exploded from Hawk's fingertip. It shattered Michael's mental barriers instantly and detonated within the depths of his soul. Within those golden eyes, Michael saw visions of heaven's fall. The extinction of holy light. Countless angels plummeting from the sky. The deepest fears buried in his very soul, fears he never dared to contemplate. Under the Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist, those infinite terrors were amplified infinitely. Michael froze, just as Hawk had frozen when Mephisto's shout distracted him. A fatal pause. And Hawk caught it. The next second, Hawk's pointing finger withdrew and clenched into a fist. The projection of a black phoenix manifested behind him. Man and Phoenix merged perfectly, and he threw what appeared to be a simple, unremarkable punch. Phoenix wings rise. His fist drove straight at Michael's sword of light. The blade shattered on impact. The fist didn't slow, it hammered directly into Michael's gleaming armor. Crack. The sound of Michael's holy armor fracturing was crisp enough to break hearts. But the fist didn't stop. It pressed forward, punched through Michael's armor, and woke Michael from his nightmare. Michael's cold golden pupils dropped, contracting rapidly as he watched the fist buried in his chest, the fist now gripping a painfully familiar beating heart, dripping with golden blood. This is my heart, Michael murmured to himself. Then his 6 radiant wings began to wilt. Feathers crumbled and scattered. Even his body started turning translucent. The next moment, flesh dead, soul immortal, Michael's holy spirit transformed into a streak of light the instant his body faded. It shrieked skyward, trying to flee hell. An angel soul that lingered too long in hell would be corrupted by its essence, eventually becoming a fallen angel. But just as Michael's soul was about to reach the edge of the hell dimension, boom! The underworld's projection appeared. A dark phoenix opened its eyes. And amid Michael's piercing screams, the soul that had delivered itself right to the doorstep was dragged into the underworld's blazing prison. At the same moment. Crack. Hawk turned to look. With Michael's death, the colossal sword floating above the hell dimension developed a fissure. The crack spread at visible speed, racing across the blade's entire surface. Boom. The sword shattered. And with its destruction, the holy aura that had been suppressing hell's power vanished in an instant. Roar. Kill them all. Kihehe. With hell's power no longer suppressed, the tide of battle reversed instantly. Now it was the angelic army's turn to flee. But the angels didn't run. They continued trying to slaughter demons, moving like cold, unfeeling machines. The angelic army sang their hymns. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 171, 275, I think it's dirty. Ha ha ha. My dearest ally. Mephisto roared with laughter, rising from the ground and shifting back to his human form. Wearing the grin of a man who'd just survived the apocalypse, he spread his arms wide, clearly intending to wrap Hawk in a massive bear hug. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Stop right there. Guh. Mephisto froze 10 meters away from Hawk, staring blankly. Hawk met Mephisto's gaze. Someone told me you and Heaven are the real allies. Me. Heaven. Allies. Mephisto instinctively glanced down at his hell dimension, shattered, devastated, in complete ruins, then looked back up at Hawk. Who told you that? The blood god La Magra. Mephisto blinked at the name Hawk had dropped. Then he looked at Hawk. La Magra's still alive. I thought Yahweh stabbed him to death years ago. Hawk's expression was flat. He said Yahweh restrained him back then. And you're the one who ran him through with Yahweh's sword. That's bullshit. Mephisto looked personally offended. His entire face flushed red. So you think all this, he gestured at the destruction around them, is some kind of double act between me and Yahweh? Hawk looked at the agitated Mephisto and shrugged. That's what I thought before I got here. I tried to confront you about it a few days ago. You didn't respond. That's because Yahweh stabbed me in the back. Mephisto's expression was furious. The moment I discovered Yahweh was trying to create angels of hell, I started investigating. But I was so focused on the hell angels that I forgot about all the moles he'd planted in my own house. Yahweh's sleeper souls, while I was distracted, let Michael's entire war fleet into my dimension. Those angels are complete lunatics. When I returned to hell, over 100 of them suicide-bombed me on the spot. Blew me up before I could even react. If that hadn't happened. In simple terms, Mephisto had gotten careless. He'd assumed hell was his home turf, so he'd returned without any defenses. The ambushing angels had caught him completely off guard. Heaven had a natural advantage over hell to begin with. And Mephisto's existence was tied directly to the hell dimension. One suffered, both suffered. After Mephisto was injured by all those angelic suicide bombers, his dimension's power weakened. The scales tipped further and further, and Mephisto had nearly capsized in the gutter. If Hawk hadn't shown up, if the angels had kept attacking unimpeded, Mephisto might have actually died. After venting about the entire ambush, Mephisto looked at Hawk's indifferent expression and frowned. You don't believe me. Your track record makes it hard. Damn it, the La Magra you met was a fake. I know. What? I already figured out La Magra was Michael in disguise. Hawk's tone was calm. If Michael hadn't gone all out, Hawk might not have caught it. But when Michael burned his soul to unleash his full power, Hawk had detected an aura identical to what he'd sensed from La Magra right before his death. Twin souls in one angel. Michael was the same being Hawk had met not long ago, the one who performed that elaborate death scene and left behind the blood dimension. Still. Hawk frowned slightly, looking at Mephisto with genuine confusion. What was Yahweh's endgame here? Isn't it obvious? Drive a wedge between us. Hawk studied the animated Mephisto. His calm gaze carried a hint of mockery. Under Hawk's stare, Mephisto's flushed face slowly darkened. I really wasn't lying this time. I have no ulterior motives in our partnership. Maybe. Hawk responded casually, not pressing the issue. He steered the conversation back to Michael. So Michael disguised himself as La Magra, performed a whole deathbed confession routine in front of me, and even left me a dimension, all just to drive us apart. Mephisto's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Hawk. Wait, dimension. The blood god's dimension. Don't tell me you actually refined it. Is there a problem? Hawk raised an eyebrow. I scanned every corner of that dimension. There weren't any back doors. As he spoke, his consciousness descended into the blood dimension once more. His sixth sense spread out in a complete 360-degree sweep, covering every inch of the space. top to bottom. Outside to inside. Not a single corner overlooked. Just then, Mephisto chuckled, looking at Hawk. Yahweh doesn't need backdoors. The moment you refine the blood god dimension, they could use its signature to pinpoint your exact location. And your power doesn't originate from this universe. Behind heaven are the celestials. Once they... Boom. Before Mephisto even finished speaking, Hawk detonated the blood dimension without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, the blood pool within his underworld churned like a tsunami crashing against cliffs. But after a few moments of turbulence, it gradually settled back to calm. Mephisto sensed the dimensional self-destruction. His eyes went wide as he stared at Hawk. That decisive. That decisive. You didn't even hesitate. No need. Making your power real, that didn't tempt you at all. Not necessary. Hawk's tone was flat. I have plenty of ways to make my power real. I don't need to keep a liability like that around. It wasn't Mephisto's reminder about the Celestials backing heaven that made him destroy the blood dimension. He was bound to clash with the Celestials eventually anyway. The moment the Celestials discovered he'd stolen Tiamat's life energy, they'd come after him with everything they had. The real reason Hawk had decided to blow up the blood dimension was simple. It wasn't something he'd earned. So even if the dimensional space didn't have any hidden traps, he didn't want it anymore. One sentence said it all. He thought it was dirty. The blood pool and the blood elves he'd created from heavenly souls were different. Those heavenly souls were Hawk's spoils of war. Spoils were the fruits of his labor. As for the blood pool, that was something he'd refined over time, taking the best parts of the blood god dimension, discarding the rest, then using the reality stone to manifest it. That was the product of his own work. But the dimension itself? Gone was gone. Hawk didn't care. Just like he'd told Mephisto, if he wanted his Cosmo to truly exist in reality, he didn't need to use something that wasn't rightfully his. First, he thought it was dirty. Second, who knew if it might become a liability later? Worst case, he'd just stick to his original plan, claim the Phoenix constellation in the real universe and make it his Phoenix parallel universe. Hawk thought this to himself, then looked at the weakened Mephisto before him. He waved his hand dismissively. All right. I'm leaving. Already. Mephisto blinked, watching Hawk prepare to depart. Hawk glanced at Mephisto. What else? I came here thinking you'd screwed me over. Planned to beat the hell out of you. But now, whatever. You've got your hands full. We'll talk when you're done cleaning up. With that, he ignored Mephisto's attempts to make him stay, turned, and stepped forward, leaving the hell dimension and reappearing above Pluto. The next second, the Black Phoenix projection manifested. But because he destroyed the blood dimension that had existed in reality, the Black Phoenix, which had felt slightly more tangible before, had lost some of its substance. His speed couldn't reach sublight anymore. The return trip took 2 hours longer than the journey out. Finally, he broke through Earth's atmosphere and touched down in New York City. The SHIELD agents stationed in the Palm Street community received the notification, started their cars, and drove away. Gwen, sitting on the couch flipping through the latest cutting-edge biology journal, looked up as Hawk walked in from the backyard. She blinked, then set the magazine aside. What's wrong? Mephisto still won't move. No. Hawk dropped onto the couch, spread his arms, and pulled Gwen into an embrace. I almost got played by Yahweh. Gwen heard this. Nestled against his chest, she looked up at him. What happened? The blood god La Magra. Hawk held nothing back from Gwen. He told her about going to Pluto to confront Mephisto, only to discover hell was nearly conquered by heaven. About La Magra actually being the Archangel Michael in disguise. Gwen listened with growing astonishment. The Archangel Michael. Hawk nodded, then looked down to meet Gwen's eyes. But I still don't understand what Yahweh was trying to accomplish. If La Magra and the blood god dimension were the bait, he'd already swallowed it. But where was the hook? Was it really just what Mephisto said? That absorbing the blood god dimension would let them call in Daddy Celestials to sanction him. Hawk couldn't wrap his head around it. Gwen thought for a moment. Something seemed to occur to her. When we came back from church, you said Yahweh appeared during little Ben's baptism. He seemed pretty shocked at the time. But looking back now, that shock wasn't because my power had gained a real anchor point. There was almost satisfaction underneath it. But I was in a good mood then. Didn't feel like listening to him ramble. Just swatted him. What if? Gwen heard this and sat up from Hawk's embrace, looking at him. What if Yahweh showing up was to set the hook? But the target he wanted to catch wasn't you. Hawk heard Gwen's words. He met her gaze. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 172, 276, Strategist Gwen, Online. Living room couch. Hawk leaned back against the cushions. Gwen sat cross-legged, her eyes sparkling with analytical brilliance, her pretty face composed as she worked through the problem. You said Mephisto was ambushed by Yahweh right after you obtained the blood god's dimensional space. You're sure about that? That's what Mephisto said. Then it all fits. Let's assume, just assume, that Mephisto wasn't actually putting his life on the line to perform some elaborate double act with Yahweh for your benefit. Gwen emphasized that her analysis was built on the foundational assumption that Mephisto was telling the truth before continuing. You allied with Mephisto. Yahweh wasn't happy about that. If you two work together, Yahweh has zero chance of reclaiming Earth. His original plan was to infiltrate quietly. But now he's been exposed. So if he wants to succeed, his best move is to break up your alliance with Mephisto first. The blood god La Magra was the key bait for splitting you two apart. Michael disguised himself as La Magra and fed you the lie that Mephisto and Yahweh were actually partners. And to make you believe it, La Magra died right in front of you. He even left the dimension behind. Go big or go home. So who do you trust, Mephisto, whose every word is suspect, or a dimension lord's dying warning? Obviously, the latter. But Gwen, now fully in her role as Hawk's intelligence analyst, was getting increasingly animated. She paused for effect before continuing. Because the moment both parties calm down and start comparing notes, the whole scheme falls apart. And clearly, you're very calm. Gwen glanced at Hawk, who was listening attentively like a student. You didn't let anger cloud your judgment. Your first instinct was to contact Mephisto and hear his side of the story. Hawk heard this and smiled, very much like a student receiving praise from Dr. Stacy. Gwen continued. But Yahweh anticipated that. The key to successful manipulation is cutting off communication between both parties. So while he was using La Magra to mislead you, he also sent Michael to ambush Mephisto. You mentioned before that as long as Mephisto stays in the hell dimension, he can't be killed no matter how badly he's wounded, right? Right. Hawk answered Dr. Stacy's question. Even if I hadn't shown up, the worst-case scenario was Michael killing off all of Mephisto's forces. But once Mephisto recovered, without those hell angels Yahweh's been trying to create, they couldn't actually finish him off. Michael couldn't truly kill Mephisto. Because even Hawk couldn't kill Mephisto quickly right now. Gwen spread her hands. Exactly. So why would Yahweh send Michael to attack when he knew he couldn't kill Mephisto at this point? To weaken Mephisto's forces. That's part of it. Gwen looked at Student Hawk, who had raised his hand to answer, and nodded with a smile. But more importantly, while manipulating you, he was also manipulating Mephisto. Think about it, after Mephisto escaped, wouldn't he come looking for you? Hawk nodded. Definitely. But you'd have the blood god dimension's aura all over you. And you'd already met with Yahweh. You probably picked up some of his aura too, right? Gwen looked at Hawk as she said this. Imagine Mephisto detecting Yahweh's presence on you, plus finding you in possession of a dimensional space that used to belong to Yahweh's side. Don't you think he'd conclude that his hell dimension got wrecked because you and Yahweh teamed up? He'd never agree to meet with you. Never agree to meet. Mephisto would probably try to create some kind of hell war god to kill Hawk before his final showdown with Yahweh. Hawk thought this to himself. Meeting Gwen's gaze, his mind raced as he stroked his chin. So what you're saying is, Yahweh's real target was Mephisto all along. The best targets for manipulation are naturally suspicious people. Strong, level-headed people are immune to this kind of scheme. You fall into that category. But Mephisto? Gwen shrugged at this point and looked at Hawk. Unfortunately for Yahweh, he miscalculated one thing. You hadn't contacted Mephisto in a while, so he assumed you'd given up trying. He thought he could keep weakening Mephisto in the meantime. What he didn't expect was that after you swatted his projection, making him lose track of you, you'd immediately head to the hell dimension. Hawk nodded in agreement, looking at Gwen. Dumb luck, I guess. If Yahweh hadn't projected himself at the church, Hawk would have gone to confront Mephisto anyway. But that would have given Yahweh advance notice. He could have instantly ordered Michael to retreat. And then, Mephisto, freshly wounded from heaven's assault, would have seen Hawk arrive carrying the blood god dimension that once belonged to Yahweh's side. He would have assumed Hawk had taken Yahweh's payment and come to finish him off. Given Mephisto's suspicious nature and explosive temper, he would have swallowed the bait whole. But Hawk had gone to the hell dimension only after Yahweh's projection appeared, and after he destroyed it. Yahweh wasn't physically in the solar system. He couldn't detect Hawk's movements in real time or warn Michael to evacuate. So, Hawk's thoughts raced. With Gwen's help, he'd finally pieced together Yahweh's scheme. He shook his head with a chuckle and looked at Gwen. You think Yahweh's coughing up blood right now? Gwen smiled faintly at this. Then her expression turned serious. I don't know if Yahweh's coughing up blood. But I do know that now that you and Mephisto have seen through his scheme, he'll definitely try something else. Bring it on. Hawk shrugged. I already blew up the blood god dimension. Even if he really did hide some backdoor I couldn't detect, it's useless now. This was exactly why he destroyed the blood god dimension. Better safe than sorry. Besides, the blood god dimension's contribution to his overall strength was negligible anyway. One sentence said it all. A saint infinitely approaching silver level was still just a bronze mud at the end of the day. Same with sublight speed. No matter how you dressed it up, sublight wasn't light speed. So when he'd self-destructed the blood god dimension, he'd felt nothing. Hawk's tone was relaxed. Gwen frowned slightly, looking at Hawk with concern. Obviously, Yahweh isn't the holy being the Bible describes. He's cunning. If you hadn't gotten lucky this time, he might have successfully driven a wedge between you and Mephisto. Don't get cocky. Hawk nodded in agreement. Lady Luck's on my side. This wasn't Lady Luck's doing. This was all you. Ah. Because you're good. Hawk blinked, studying Gwen. His expression gradually turned suspicious. I feel like you're insulting me, Gwen. I'm not. Gwen shook her head, looking at Hawk. This really is because you're good. That's why you got lucky. All schemes and conspiracies work by exploiting the darkness in people's hearts. But against someone with genuine goodness, no scheme can succeed. Hawk paused. Really? Absolutely. Gwen smiled. Think about Mystic Falls. With Klaus. If you'd been even slightly darker, you could have used brute force to make him submit, right? Yes. But you didn't. You chose to talk to Klaus first. That's how you got the lead on Dr. Merrick. Same thing this time. It was your goodness that made you give Mephisto a chance. Even knowing his track record was questionable, you didn't jump to conclusions. You went to the hell dimension to hear him out, and that's how you uncovered Yahweh's scheme. So, Lady Luck isn't on your side. Your goodness and your calm are what make Lady Luck smile at you. Hawk listened to Gwen's serious explanation. The suspicion on his face gradually faded, replaced by an increasingly bright smile. Ha ha ha. Right. I'm good. Because of my goodness, Lady Luck smiles at me. Hawk nodded repeatedly as he spoke, looking at Gwen with obvious delight. I really am quite good, you know. Look at Alexander Pierce, I gave that old bastard 2 chances. I still haven't turned him to ash. Gwen watched Hawk, who now resembled a student getting carried away after receiving praise. She'd given him the carrot. Time for the stick. Don't get cocky, Hawk. Yahweh's scheme failed. He definitely won't let this go. Obviously not. Hawk took a deep breath, stroked his chin, and looked at Gwen. So, strategist, what do you think Yahweh's next move will be? Gwen shook her head. No idea. But it'll definitely be another scheme targeting you. Then bring it. Hawk spread his hands. Gwen blinked, then smiled and shook her head. As long as you stay calm, I'm not worried about you falling for any traps. I'm just afraid you'll get overconfident. That won't happen. As long as I'm not in a rush, my enemies are the ones who have to panic. Hawk said this as he pulled Gwen back into his arms. Gwen, nestled against his chest once more, glanced up at his expression and smiled softly. I believe in you. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 173, 277, Mephisto, help a brother out. Hawk and Gwen lay entwined on the couch. They hadn't been cuddling long before Gwen felt Hawk's hands starting to wander. She opened her eyes, swatted his roaming paws away, and rose from the couch. Grabbing her latest biology journal, she shot Hawk a withering look before padding toward the study in her slippers. 2 months of costume seduction was plenty. He wanted free extras on top of that. Not happening. Hawk watched Gwen climb the stairs without looking back. He smiled to himself, then withdrew his gaze. The next second, his consciousness descended into the blazing prison of his underworld. The second prison, acid rain purgatory. In an endless world where corrosive rain fell without cease, rain potent enough to eat through souls, the 6-winged archangel Michael had already been reduced to a bloody mess. His body sizzled continuously under the acidic downpour. The 3 pairs of magnificent wings on his back now resembled half-plucked chicken wings that had been tossed into a deep fryer. Every time Michael tried to use those wings to shield his flawless face from the corrosive rain, a crimson whip would crack across his body instantly, forcing an agonized scream from his lips. Ayahawahia. Move it. The blood elf serving as the second prison's warden retracted his whip and barked at the screaming Michael. As creatures native to the underworld, blood elves were naturally immune to the acid rain here. And throughout the other prisons, other blood elf wardens were similarly driving the souls under their charge with tireless diligence. Hawk appeared without warning. The blood elf immediately dropped to one knee. "Hail, Lord of the Underworld. Leave us." "Yes, my lord." The blood elf rose, turned, and vanished from the second prison in a flash. Apart from Kayla, the first female blood elf, and Kai, the first male blood elf, who called Hawk master, all other blood elves addressed him as Lord of the Underworld. This was at Kayla and Kai's request. After all, in Western culture, master carried a more intimate connotation than formal titles. Hawk couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about what they called him, so he'd let it stand. The moment he appeared, the endless acid rain temporarily ceased. But by now, Michael looked like an unplucked chicken that had been thrown straight into a deep fryer. Hawk glanced at him. His eyes flashed crimson. Pop. Michael died on the spot. When he respawned a moment later, he was fully restored. Much better. You were pretty ugly before. Heretic. Even in death. Even trapped in Hawk's underworld. Michael maintained his archangel's bearing, glaring at Hawk. The Lord will judge you. Hawk's expression was calm. Will he? I don't think he's qualified to judge me. The Lord is qualified to judge all living things. Is that so? Hawk smiled at Michael. Tell me the coordinates of heaven's dimension. I'll go find Yahweh right now. Michael said nothing. Hawk snorted. See. You don't even have the guts to give me heaven's coordinates. All that talk about Yahweh being qualified to judge me, you don't even believe it yourself. The Lord will judge you. Michael's expression didn't change. He stared coldly at Hawk, as if this was the only sentence he knew. My faith in the Lord cannot be destroyed by any means you possess. Even if you refine my soul, that will not change. Hawk heard this. He looked at Michael and nodded. Fine. Then I won't refine your soul. Michael's cold expression didn't waver, but his breathing hitched noticeably. He probably thought he'd hidden it well. But this was the underworld. If Hawk wanted, no soul's slightest movement could escape his perception. So. A smile spread across Hawk's face as he looked at Michael. Relax. It's not just you. Any angel soul that ends up here, I won't refine them either. Your only fate is to remain in this prison, suffering endless torment. Duration, eternity. Michael's expression shifted. But at that moment, the endless torrential acid rain resumed its assault. In an instant, Michael's face, arms, and wings were once again burned through and perforated. Another piercing scream tore from his throat. The moment Michael instinctively crouched down, the blood elf reappeared. Crack. Get up. Move it. Faster, bird brain. Crack. Michael screamed again. His eyes, now pierced through by acid rain and no longer pristine, still stared in the direction where Hawk had stood before his vision failed. But Hawk was already gone. He'd come here to see Michael for one reason only, to witness the Archangel's suffering. Nothing more. Hawk had no intention of making Michael submit. And even if Michael wanted to submit, Hawk wouldn't accept. Religious fanatics were extreme and twisted. It was always holy war. Most importantly, Michael seemed determined to corrupt his underworld. Given that, Hawk certainly wasn't going to let him get his wish. Just as Hawk had said before leaving. Michael had only one future, eternal suffering in the acid rain purgatory. That evening, Hawk received a message from Mephisto. He glanced at Gwen beside him, wearing a white silk blouse, glasses, and teacher's outfit, breathing heavily, and smiled. After planting a kiss on her lips, he pulled on his sleepwear, tore open a dimensional rift, and entered the hell dimension once more. What he saw. Hell was still a wreck. Having visited several times now, Hawk navigated with practiced ease to Hell's little tavern. Mephisto, playing bartender, welcomed Hawk with a grin and invited him to sit. Then he put on a show of Hell-style mixology. A moment later, a glass of crimson bourbon whiskey slid across the bar toward Hawk. Angel blood added. Heated with hellfire. Mixed with Earth's classic thunder bourbon. I call it the Angel Whiskey. Please, enjoy. Hawk heard Mephisto's introduction, then looked at the blood-red whiskey still flickering with hellfire before him. The corner of his mouth twitched. He looked up at Mephisto. Mephisto had already taken a sip and was watching him expectantly. Hawk thought about it, then lifted the glass and took a sip. The moment it hit his tongue, divine flavor exploded across his palate. One word, exquisite. Hawk's eyes lit up. He drained the glass. Mephisto roared with laughter and refilled it. How is it? Pretty good, right? Those bird brains, say what you want about them, but as ingredients. They're a treasure trove. I kept over 500 of them alive specifically for this. Oh, and have you tried roasted angel wings yet? I'll make you some later. Hawk looked at Mephisto, crimson teeth bared, twisted smile, eyes burning with rage, and chuckled. Now I'm absolutely sure you and Yahweh aren't allies. Mephisto laughed heartily. He and I were never on the same side. I deceive people, sure. But I never play games with faith. Hawk nodded, accepting this. When he really thought about it, La Magra's claim that Mephisto and Yahweh were partners had been paper-thin. If you examined it closely, the lie was riddled with holes. For instance, what were the odds? Mephisto had more than one life-bearing planet supplying him with souls. La Magra might have been weak, but he was still a Dimension Lord. How convenient that he completely perished right after Deacon Frost died. Too many coincidences stopped being coincidences. They became premeditation. And there was another point. Mephisto needed souls to sustain his existence. Yahweh, on the other hand, was like the Celestials, created by them as a tool to accelerate the hatching of new Celestials. That alone meant Mephisto and Yahweh could never coexist peacefully. Good thing Hawk hadn't really believed La Magra anyway. Just as he'd said at the time. Mephisto might not be a good person. But La Magra wasn't necessarily honest either. Hawk shook his head with a wry internal laugh and accepted the refilled glass from Mephisto. How long until your injuries heal? Already healed. Mephisto puffed out his chest. Hawk raised an eyebrow. His eyes flashed gold. As his gaze fell on Mephisto, it revealed the Demon Lord's true form. Blood as red as magma still seeped continuously from Mephisto's demonic body. The severed horn on his head was still bleeding too. Hawk smiled wordlessly at Mephisto. Mephisto opened his mouth, drained his glass, and took a deep breath. 1 year. Earth time. This time, that old bastard Yahweh caught me off guard. He detonated all the angel souls he'd hidden in hell, leaving me critically wounded. I need at least a year of absorbing hell's energy to recover. Hawk recalled the devastated landscape he'd passed through on his way here. He nodded, looking at Mephisto. So you can't go to Earth to find that hell angel that's still developing? Heh. Mephisto shook his head with a bitter laugh. That's what makes Yahweh so dangerous. Yes, if no one helps me, I can only watch as that fully developed hell angel comes to challenge me for dominion. As he spoke, Mephisto's eyes burned with intensity, staring directly at Hawk. The message was clear. Brother, help me out here. Hawk met Mephisto's gaze. His mind turned. Then he drained his glass and looked at Mephisto. Relax. I'll help you. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 174, 278, excluded because he can't drink. Mephisto, his face a portrait of suffering and desperate hope, heard those words and instantly lit up with joy. Fantastic. Hawk, I knew you'd. The Western Hemisphere's deaths belong to me from now on. The joy that had just blossomed on Mephisto's face froze solid. After processing this, he glared at Hawk with gritted teeth. You're kicking me while I'm down. No. I'm saving your life. We already had an agreement. I know. Compared to the teeth-gnashing Mephisto, Hawk remained noticeably calmer. He looked at Mephisto. But back then, I said I'd help you. This time, I'm saying I'll help you. Mephisto blinked. What's the difference? Before, I was playing support while you hunted down that hell angel. Now I'm carrying the whole operation solo. You can't expect me to do it for free. TCH. Mephisto listened to Hawk's perfectly reasonable argument. After his brain finished processing, he sucked in a sharp breath and stared at Hawk with an indescribable expression. You're more demon than I am. Thanks. Hawk accepted Mephisto's compliment and looked at him honestly. Actually, I was hoping you really had been colluding with heaven. That would have been ideal. I could have swallowed both heaven and hell without any moral qualms. Mephisto couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. But I wasn't colluding with heaven. So you're disappointed? Not exactly. Mephisto stared silently at Hawk. Hawk didn't look away. Their eyes met. The next second, Mephisto looked at Hawk's calm face and completely lost it. You're planning to double-cross me. Relax. Hawk glanced at Mephisto, who had vaulted over the bar and now stood with his back pressed against the liquor shelf, and chuckled. Don't tell me you've never thought about double-crossing me. Mephisto shook his head decisively. I haven't. Hawk said nothing. He just watched Mephisto quietly. A moment passed. Mephisto opened his mouth, then closed it without speaking. He walked back to the bar, filled both their glasses with angel whiskey, and picked up his own. Hawk raised his glass as well. The two clinked glasses in the air. Mephisto drained his in one gulp, then sighed and looked at Hawk. At this point, I think we should both be honest with each other. I've always been honest. Hawk smiled at Mephisto. You're the one who shattered the foundation of trust. The first time around, he genuinely believed in Mephisto. And what happened? This bastard had been eyeing his phoenix divinity, even using his own son as bait to lure him in. Mephisto heard this and laughed bitterly. Then he looked at Hawk. Trust me one more time. Please. Sure. Really. Mephisto watched Hawk nod without hesitation, his eyes brightening. You're really willing to help a brother out? Hawk chuckled. If I wasn't planning to help, I wouldn't have come here to drink with you. He had considered winner takes all. Truly. Right up until he'd arrived at the Hell Dimension for drinks, Hawk had been weighing this question. Then he'd thought about Hydra. Why had Hydra failed twice in its ambitions? 2 front wars were suicide. The Celestials backing Heaven's Dimension. Death backing Mephisto. Hawk could afford to offend one of them. But not both at once. Most importantly. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Death was too distant. The Celestials were too near. Mephisto could die, but not now. Right now, Heaven lurked in the shadows while he and Mephisto stood in the open. If they started fighting each other, they'd only create more opportunities for Heaven. Gwen had said it well. As long as he maintained even a shred of goodwill and stayed level-headed, no matter how many schemes Heaven concocted, they'd all be useless against him. So, Hawk thought it through and ultimately decided to help Mephisto. But my goodwill only comes once. Hawk drained the glass Mephisto had refilled, turned it upside down on the bar, and looked at Mephisto. Don't disappoint me, old Meph. Mephisto's expression turned grateful. Watching Hawk rise, he thumped his fist against his chest, then pointed at Hawk. The message was clear, watch me, bro. By the way, how do you plan to find this developing Hell Angel? Simple. Call in backup. Hawk turned and walked toward the tavern's exit, waving over his shoulder without looking back. Then he pushed through the door and was gone. The next day, Hawk woke up early. First, he drove Gwen to Oscorp Biologics Tower. Felicia was already waiting in the parking garage. Felicia. Hawk. Felicia hugged Hawk as he stepped out of the car, then looked at him. Want to come up and tour Dr. Stacy's lab? Hawk waved her off. Can't. Got things to do. Felicia said okay, then turned to Gwen beside her. Dr. Stacy, ready to see your lab? Gwen smiled. Absolutely. Can't wait. Felicia nodded, then looked at Hawk. We'll head up first. See you at lunch. Today was the day after little Ben's baptism. Tradition dictated that Peter and Felicia treat Hawk to a meal. After all, he'd footed the bill for the entire ceremony. Hawk said see you at lunch, then got back in the car. He drove the Audi A8 out of Oscorp Biologics Tower and headed toward Times Square. Half an hour later. A woman who looks Italian. She should have a young boy with her. Oh, right. A priest. There should be a priest with these two. Black guy. And he carries a silver flask. Having secured jurisdiction over the Western Hemisphere's deaths, with souls now flowing into his underworld practically every second, Hawk didn't waste time. He sat in S.H.I.E.L.D. New York's top agent Sharon Carter's office, requesting support. The Hell Angel Mephisto mentioned. Hawk had already formed some theories. It was the kid from Ghost Rider 2. But he'd forgotten the plot details. What he did remember vividly was that alcoholic priest. Sharon looked down, jotting down the characteristics of the people Hawk was searching for. Then she looked up at him. Anything else? Nope. That's everything. A possibly Italian woman. A kid. A black priest who drinks. Sharon studied her notes. Her lips moved slightly, then she nodded. All right. I'll send these 3 characteristics to headquarters and have agents worldwide keep an eye out. Hawk nodded. Thanks. Let me know the moment you find them. No problem. Sharon didn't hesitate. Ever since learning on the Atlantic, from Hawk himself, that Heaven was gearing up for a divine war against Hell and Hawk. The Big Five had been even more proactive than Hawk. Put it this way. For the Big Five, God could exist. God could even be real. But God absolutely could not show up on Earth. One sentence summed it up. The Big Five weren't having it. After all, the old bastard had been gone for ages. The Big Five ran things now. Why was he suddenly trying to come back? Setting everything else aside, if God actually returned to Earth, who would call the shots? God. Or the Big Five. So, more than Hawk and Mephisto combined, the ones who least wanted God's return were the Big Five. That was why they'd immediately deployed their intelligence networks to search for anyone who might be a Hell Angel. Unfortunately, Hawk hadn't provided much detail at the time, so their search had been like blind men feeling an elephant. But now, Hawk's description was still sparse, but at least there were leads. A needle in a haystack beat groping in the dark. Sharon figured the Big Five would be thrilled when this intel reached them. Soon. Having secured his backup, Hawk didn't linger in Sharon's office. But as he walked with Sharon toward the parking garage, he suddenly spotted a familiar face. Hawk. Jane. It was Thor's girlfriend, Jane Foster. Hawk hugged Jane briefly, then looked at her curiously. What brings you here today? Jane closed the folder in her hands and shrugged. Director Hill said they declassified some astronomy files. Asked if I wanted to take a look. So here I am. Where's Thor? Seeing Jane made Hawk think of Thor. Thinking of Thor reminded him of the gold cloth materials he'd already gathered. All he needed now was a divine blacksmith to forge them. But since he hadn't broken through to the seventh sense yet, Hawk wasn't in a rush to have Thor introduce him to the Dwarf King. Still, he valued his friendship with Thor. Whether the Dwarf King would help depended entirely on the God of Thunder. Jane smiled. You'd have to ask Sharon about that. Ask Sharon. Hawk turned to Sharon standing beside them. Sharon smiled. Thor's an Avenger. The team's been busy mopping up Hydra remnants worldwide. Thor's loving it, especially the part where they all get together for drinks after missions. He says it reminds him of post-battle celebrations in Asgard. Hawk blinked. Why wasn't I invited? Sharon hesitated. Jane beside her smiled. You want the truth or the polite version? Hawk raised an eyebrow at Jane. The polite version is. You're too high level. Thor said they'd only call you in when they hit something they can't handle. And the truth? Thor said you're not 21 yet on Earth. You can't legally drink. No point inviting you if you can't join the party. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 175, 279, The Eldest Daughter's Arrival. Hawk fell silent. So that was why Thor hadn't been challenging him to fights on Mars lately. At first, Hawk had enjoyed the peace and quiet. After all, at this point, sparring with Thor had become meaningless. Unless Thor evolved from the God of Hammers into the true God of Thunder, the outcome was predetermined. Black Phoenix surplus on, Cosmo blazing, Thor was going to lose. Hawk had actually been wondering how to turn Thor down the next time he came looking for a fight. But now. Thor, that bastard, had found new playmates and dumped his old sparring partner entirely. And for this reason. Hawk's thoughts churned. He looked at Jane, who had shrugged. You should know, every time we went to Mars to drink, he came back wasted. I didn't. Sharon beside him opened her mouth. Hawk turned to her. Sharon pressed her lips together. You got drunk once. The 25th time you sparred with Thor, you weren't paying attention when you broke through the atmosphere. Fell straight into the Hudson River. Hawk blinked. Did I? You did. Hawk fell silent. Jane saw his expression and smiled. Thor called last night. Said they were camping and grilling on a beach in Dubai. They should still be there today. You could go join them. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Dubai. Tony's invitation. They just finished raiding a Hydra base. Sharon added from the side. Right. He'd almost forgotten the Avengers had a member with unlimited funds. Hawk's expression cleared with understanding. He smiled. Forget it. I've got plans today. With that. He checked his watch. It was almost time to pick up Gwen from Oscorp Biologics. So he hugged Jane goodbye again, then, with Sharon seeing him off, headed to the parking garage and drove his black Audi A8 out of S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Command. Half an hour later. After picking up Gwen, who had spent the morning touring her new lab, from Oscorp Biologics, Hawk followed Felicia's car toward the Osborne estate outside the city. By the time they reached the main building's entrance, the elderly butler was already waiting with a warm smile. Little Ben sat in a smart stroller, tracing circles around the spacious living room along a preset route. A maid watched over him nearby. Ha. Little Ben, look who's here. Godmother. That's right, Godmother. Gwen lifted little Ben, golden cross hanging around his neck, from the stroller and cradled him in her arms, cooing at him. Hawk glanced around. Where's Peter? Delivering pizza. Hawk heard Felicia's answer and paused. After a moment, he took a deep breath. Good man. Peter really is a good man. Felicia wore a happy smile, agreeing with Hawk's assessment. Things should get better once he graduates, though. Gwen, still holding little Ben, looked at Felicia. Didn't Peter join Dr. Octavius's lab? Hawk looked curiously at Gwen. Dr. Octavius? Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius. Distinguished nuclear physicist. He's partnered with Empire State University on a research lab. Oh. Hawk nodded in understanding. Gwen looked at him curiously. You know Dr. Octavius? That's weird, you're a law student. You guys don't even have real doctorates. Hawk's mouth twitched. I've already declared psychology as my second major. Psychology has a doctoral program. After Gwen had roasted him about law degrees being professional doctorates rather than PhDs, he'd started working on getting himself a proper doctoral degree. The Phoenix household could exist without a doctorate. But it absolutely could not have only one doctorate. Hawk refused to have kids with Gwen someday only for them to ask, Dad, how come everyone calls Mom Doctor but they call you Mr.? That was unacceptable. Gwen heard this and blinked in surprise. Psychology? When did this happen? You never mentioned it. Was planning to surprise you. Hawk shrugged, looking at Gwen, who kept pulling academic rank on him. If you didn't keep giving me grief about it, this would have stayed a surprise. Gwen's smile was radiant. All right, my bad. Future Phoenix, Esquire. Mr. The smile on Hawk's face froze. The next second. Just as he was about to settle scores with Gwen, she preemptively struck, thrusting little Ben into his arms. Little Ben, go to your godfather. Hee. Placed in Hawk's arms, little Ben met Hawk's eyes, and seemed to glimpse an infinite, blazing Phoenix universe. He immediately burst into giggles. Gwen saw this and turned to Felicia. See. He's laughing the moment he sees his godfather. I held him forever and didn't get a single laugh. Felicia wore an equally amazed expression, watching little Ben giggle in Hawk's arms. He's never laughed this happily even when Peter holds him. Hawk looked at both women with obvious satisfaction, cradling little Ben in one arm. Peter may be his father. But I'm his godfather. Everyone knew. Godfather just sounded way more impressive than father. Just then. Hawk's eyebrow twitched. He sensed Peter's presence. Holding little Ben, he vanished from the spot with a whoosh. Little Ben, look, big spider. Peter, having just finished his last delivery and realizing he was running late, so he'd landed at the estate in his spider suit, hadn't even steadied himself when he heard this voice. Looking up, he saw Hawk holding his son with an amused expression. Peter pulled off his mask, reaching for little Ben. Hawk stepped back. Did you wash your hands before trying to hold my godson? Peter opened his mouth, then shook his head with a wry smile. Hawk carried little Ben as he and Peter walked back toward the main building. Dude, you were delivering pizza again. Yeah. Peter pressed his lips together and nodded. Felicia was wealthy. Extremely wealthy, she'd inherited all of Oscorp Biologics, after all. But that was Felicia's money. Of course, Peter wasn't so uptight that he'd insist little Ben live with him back in Queens, cramming into the old apartment with Aunt May. That wasn't self-respect. That was insecurity. But Peter still wanted to earn money through his own labor. Maybe it wasn't much, but he gave most of what he earned to Felicia as a contribution to household expenses. There was no shame in honest work. Uncle Ben had taught him that. And Peter had always believed it. Hawk glanced at Peter, who never seemed tired after fighting criminals but looked visibly exhausted after a morning of pizza deliveries. After a moment's thought, he pulled Sharon Carter's business card from his pocket and handed it to Peter. Here. What's this? Peter took the card, studied the simple name and phone number, then looked at Hawk. Hawk held little Ben. A phone number that'll let your abilities pay the bills. Stop being a volunteer vigilante. I don't want my future father-in-law arresting you. Peter heard this. Captain Stacy would never catch me. Human Captain Stacy couldn't. Vampire Captain Stacy can. Vampire. Shoo. Hawk made a shushing gesture at Peter, then pointed at the business card in his hand. Look, you're fighting crime for free anyway. Fighting crime for a paycheck is still fighting crime. Why not get paid? It's still the fruit of your labor. Don't worry, they already know about you. They just haven't reached out yet. When S.H.I.E.L.D. had investigated Hawk, they dug up everything about Peter too. But because Peter was Hawk's friend, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't contacted him without Hawk's say-so. Hawk had learned yesterday at the church entrance that Peter was still doing food delivery. But how could he allow that? How much could pizza delivery pay? Was that going to support his godson properly? Absolutely not. When Hawk had visited S.H.I.E.L.D. this morning, he'd asked Sharon for a business card specifically to refer Peter for a position. One sentence summed it up. With Nick Fury running S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawk would never have let his good buddy join. But now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been purged and reformed, they were short-handed. With Peter's abilities, making level 5 agent shouldn't be a problem. And a level 5 shield agent salary plus bonuses was way better than Peter grinding away at pizza deliveries. Peter heard Hawk's words. He looked at the business card in his hand, thought about it, and pocketed it. Thanks. Don't mention it. Hawk smiled, then carried little Ben back into the main hall. He called out to Gwen and Felicia. Everyone's here. Let's go. Gwen and Felicia nodded. Originally, the four of them had planned to have lunch at the Osborne estate. But while Gwen and Felicia had been touring the lab that morning, they'd started chatting about a new French restaurant that had just opened on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. So the two women had spontaneously decided to eat there instead. The reason they'd come back to the estate was to pick up little Ben. After all, this meal was technically the godson treating his godfather. And the new French place really was excellent. After lunch, the two women left the restaurant still raving about how they'd have to come back, then stepped outside to wait for the valets to bring their cars around. Peter held little Ben, who was babbling happily. Gwen had her arm hooked through Hawk's, watching little Ben. Little Ben is so adorable. Adorable. Hawk nodded in agreement. Then Gwen changed the subject. But I still want a daughter. A son. No, a daughter. As the eldest daughter herself, Gwen held firm to her principle that her first child should be a girl. First a daughter. Then a few years later, 2 sons. Perfect. Just as Gwen was laying out her reproductive plan again, her eyes suddenly lit up. She looked across the street at a little girl who appeared to be about 4 years old, seemingly materialized out of nowhere. Hawk, I bet our daughter will be even cuter than her. Hawk heard this and followed Gwen's gaze. Across the street, a red-haired little girl who looked about 4 was crossing toward them. The little girl seemed to sense Hawk's gaze. She looked over too. Their eyes met. Hawk felt something stir unexpectedly in his heart. The little girl's eyes seemed to light up as well. She scurried across the street. The next second, she threw herself straight into Hawk's arms. Daddy. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 176, 280, The Red-Haired Little Girl. Daddy. Hawk instinctively caught the red-haired little girl who had practically flown into his arms. Daddy. Gwen's eyes went wide beside him. Daddy. Felicia and Peter, standing nearby with little Ben in Peter's arms, blurted out in shock. They exchanged glances, then turned back to stare at Hawk and the red-haired girl clinging to him with expressions of utter disbelief. The little girl had thrown herself into Hawk's arms and now clung to him tightly. And then she fell asleep. Just like that. Soft snoring followed. Ah. Hawk frowned. He glanced at the sleeping child in his arms, then looked up at Gwen, who was staring at him with dinner plate eyes. If I told you I have no idea what's happening, would you believe me? Gwen said nothing. She just watched him in silence. 1 hour later. SHIELD. New York Command. Outside Sharon's office. Felicia and Peter, little Ben in Peter's arms, stood by the office window, expressions practically glowing with gossip as they peered inside. Sharon walked over from down the hallway. Seeing the family of 3 huddled at her door, she couldn't help but chuckle. What are you guys? Shoo. Felicia immediately shushed her with a finger to her lips. Sharon blinked. Then, following their lead, she crouched low and tiptoed to the window. She pressed herself against the glass and peered into her own office. Inside. Hawk was placing the deeply sleeping red-haired girl on the couch. He grabbed a nearby blanket and draped it over her, then turned to speak quietly with Gwen beside him. Why don't you go in? Eavesdropping. Too scared. Felicia, holding little Ben, glanced at Peter. Peter's expression was a mixture of curiosity and fear. I can't beat Hawk in a fight. Felicia rolled her eyes. She looked at Sharon and whispered, Are the DNA results in? Is she Hawk's daughter? Sharon shook her head. They're still running tests. These things take time. SHIELD did have advanced technology. Plenty of it. But even the most advanced tech had to respect basic scientific principles. DNA matching couldn't happen in the blink of an eye. However, there's no record of this girl in any global facial recognition database. And when we checked the surveillance footage, we found something strange. Sharon looked at Felicia and Peter. According to New York's cameras, this girl appeared at 521 A Palm Street about an hour and a half ago. She didn't knock, almost like she knew Hawk wasn't home, then walked all the way to 5th Avenue. Felicia frowned. What's strange about that? We can't find how she got to Palm Street. The cameras weren't damaged or tampered with. 1 second she wasn't there. The next second, she was. Holy. Felicia sucked in a breath. She turned and looked through the window at the red-haired girl sleeping on the couch. Then how did she get there? How would I know? Hawk glanced sideways at the sleeping girl on the couch, then looked at Gwen, who stood with her arms crossed, and shrugged. Gwen blinked. Did you cheat on me? Absolutely not. Hawk looked at Gwen incredulously. This girl looks 3 or 4 years old. What was I doing 3 or 4 years ago? Other people might not know, but you definitely do. 3 or 4 years ago, he'd been 16 or 17. Forget 17. At 16, he'd been diligently working toward his daily 10,000 punches. Cheating. Cheating his ass. He hadn't even thought about dating back then. And 17 was even more ridiculous. From the moment you tracked me down at that waterfall, I became your prisoner. That's actually true. Gwen heard this. Memories of her epic solo trek through the rainforest to capture Hawk surfaced. The corners of her lips curved upward, her gaze softening. From the moment she'd crossed that jungle alone and found Hawk, she'd successfully captured his heart. Made him her prisoner. Gwen thought this to herself. Just then, the office door opened. Sharon walked in with a calm expression. She handed Hawk a report. Her precise age is 3.5. And the DNA results just came back. She is, in fact, your daughter. Hawk took the report. Hearing Sharon's words, he exchanged a glance with Gwen. Gwen took the report from his hands, flipped through it, then looked up at Sharon. That's impossible. 3 years ago, Hawk was 17. Back then, he was either at school with me or not at school, also with me. Lab results don't lie. Sharon's tone remained neutral, carefully devoid of any inflection. She looked at Hawk. Also, this girl appeared out of thin air at 521 Palm Street 2 hours ago. Based on surveillance tracking, she walked straight to Fifth Avenue. Her objective was clear, she was looking for you. And she seemed to know exactly where you were. Hawk's expression stayed calm. He nodded. Yeah. She carries my essence. Gwen heard this. She closed the report and looked at Hawk, thoroughly confused. I don't understand. She carries my essence, but not the essence of my current self. The essence of my future self. Now it was Sharon's turn to look lost. Gwen seemed to realize something. She looked at Hawk. You're saying, time travel. Hawk made a sound of acknowledgement. He turned to look at the red-haired girl sleeping on the couch. He'd actually confirmed back at the restaurant entrance that this girl truly carried his bloodline. But that wasn't why he'd caught his breath. The reason was that he'd sensed his own essence on her, essence he had left behind. And this wasn't the kind of trace you'd leave just by glancing at someone from a distance. This required close, prolonged contact. But Hawk could swear he'd never seen this girl before. So the question became, how could his essence be on her when he'd never met her? The answer was simple. His future self. His future self clearly understood the situation. But his present self was completely in the dark. That was why he hadn't worried about her being lost, and had brought her straight to S.H.I.E.L.D. instead. Gwen looked at the red-haired girl sleeping peacefully on the couch. She frowned, then looked at Hawk as if something had occurred to her. Did you ever sell your life essence? What? You know what I mean. Gwen met Hawk's gaze and shrugged. You sold blood back then. Did you ever sell that? Hawk blinked. Then it clicked. His mouth twitched. No. You're sure? I'm absolutely sure. Hawk met Gwen's suspicious gaze, his lips curving. You know me. I don't like doing things myself. Gwen paused. She felt Sharon standing right beside them, expression calm but eyes sharp and fixed on them both. Catching herself, she rolled her eyes at Hawk and quickly changed the subject. Then what's the deal with this girl? Perhaps I can answer that. A gentle voice came from outside. The next moment, the speaker pushed through the door. Gwen looked toward the entrance, her eyes lighting up. She walked over and took the newcomer's arm. Professor. The newcomer was a woman. Asian features. An authority in the field of biology. Intelligence on par with Tony Stark. Widely regarded as one of the 7 smartest people on the planet. And also Gwen's mentor. Helen Cho. Hawk watched Dr. Cho enter and smiled, nodding in greeting. Dr. Cho. Helen Cho smiled back. Mr. Phoenix. Dr. Cho, you just said, Sharon, standing to the side, quickly redirected the conversation. Helen Cho walked to the couch and looked at the sleeping red-haired girl. Without any preamble, she turned to address all 6 people present, including Peter's family of 3, who had followed her in from outside, and delivered her findings. I discovered evidence of editing in the foundational code of this girl's genome. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. The moment Helen Cho said this, Gwen, Peter, Felicia, and Sharon all sucked in sharp breaths. Hawk didn't. After all, he was a law student. But he glanced at Sharon, who'd graduated from spy school but had gasped along with everyone else, with some curiosity. You understood what Dr. Cho meant? Nope. Then why'd you gasp? Everyone else did. Sharon answered with complete honesty. During her time as New York's top SHIELD agent, she'd learned a few things about leadership. For instance, leaders didn't actually need to understand everything. They just needed their subordinates to think they did. Gwen, after her sharp intake of breath, looked at Helen Cho. Professor, you're not talking about in vitro gametogenesis, are you? Exactly. Helen Cho nodded. Hawk frowned and looked at Gwen. Synthetic gamete, what does that mean? Gwen turned to Hawk. It's a technology that extracts DNA information from blood, then artificially synthesizes gametes. Basically, as long as someone has your blood, they can synthesize your little swimmers. Hawk's eyebrow shot up. The next second, he looked again at the red-haired girl sleeping on the couch. Suddenly, he had a very good idea where she'd come from. 3.5 years old. He'd been 17. Back then, only one organization had possessed his blood. Hydra. Just as this realization struck Hawk. Without warning, a soul pierced through time and space, entering Hawk's underworld. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 177, 281, Anna arrives in the underworld. The underworld existed within Hawk's cosmo. Every movement within it was perfectly clear to him. No soul could enter without his awareness. But ever since yesterday's deal with Mephisto, the sound of souls entering his underworld hadn't stopped since. After all, Hawk had just acquired jurisdiction over the entire Western Hemisphere's deaths. As everyone knew, there was a reason for the West's lower population. Whether through self-inflicted stupidity or various shootings, people were dying every second of every day. The constant stream of incoming souls was getting annoying. So Hawk added a new setting. All souls would go directly to the first prison upon entry. The blood elves temporarily managing the blazing prison would judge each soul's earthly deeds and assign them to the appropriate level of punishment. This way, Hawk could simply mute the endless notifications of soul arrivals. But he'd only muted the blazing prison. Pure Land and the rest of the underworld remained within his perception. And this particular soul had landed directly on Pure Land after entering the underworld. Only one type of soul could do that. Friends he personally knew. Hawk was initially confused about who it might be. But when his consciousness reached out, his expression froze. Anna. Right, Anna. Gwen heard Hawk say this and thought he was still discussing the situation at hand. Her eyes lit up as she nodded. Hydra. Only Hydra had your. Anna's dead. Hawk cut her off. Gwen blinked in surprise. Dead. Yeah. I need to check on this. Hawk acknowledged briefly, said nothing more, and closed his eyes. His consciousness descended into his cosmo. At that moment, in the pure land of the underworld, Anna, who had just arrived, wore the same dazed expression as any newly deceased soul, looking around at her surroundings in confusion. Blue sky. White clouds. Lush green grass, and beneath that azure canopy, a pristine white staircase stretching upward to a palace floating in midair, radiating an unmistakably divine aura. She stood there, bewildered and lost. Anna struggled to recall what had happened before. She'd received a message from Alexander Pierce. She'd learned that Strucker had, without authorization, used artificial synthesis to extract DNA from Hawk's blood, created synthetic gametes, and through artificial insemination, produced a healthy baby girl carrying Hawk's bloodline. Anna had immediately recognized the catastrophic implications. The moment she received the message, she'd rushed to Sokovia to defuse this ticking time bomb before it could bring Hydra's annihilation. But she hadn't dared to simply drown the infant. Because, whether Hawk acknowledged this baby or not, the child carried his bloodline. Given that, how to handle the situation was Hawk's call alone. So, Anna's plan had been simple. Take the baby from Strucker. Place her with an unremarkable couple in some obscure country, people with no connection to anyone. Let them raise her. Then find an opportunity to tell Hawk. The result? Complete failure. When she'd arrived in Sokovia, entered Strucker's castle stronghold, and reached for the baby in the red-haired woman's arms, the accident happened. Blazing phoenix fire erupted from the infant's cries. She died. No, wait. I passed out. Anna's eyes gradually cleared as the memories returned. She vaguely remembered that she hadn't died, but had been on the brink. They'd hooked her up to life support. As she'd slipped into unconsciousness, she'd heard Alexander Pierce's furious screaming at Strucker. After that, She'd slept for what felt like an eternity. She'd only just woken up, still groggy, when she heard a somewhat deep, raspy voice. Shit. Not mine. You're in the wrong place. You don't belong to hell, go where you're supposed to go. So I really am dead. But if this isn't hell, then where am I? Anna had finally pieced together everything from before her death. Her eyes were no longer dazed, but she still looked around in confusion at this world that couldn't possibly be hell. Could this actually be heaven? That was impossible. Someone like me, did I deserve heaven? Anna laughed bitterly at herself. Then her peripheral vision caught the temple seemingly built in the sky, connected by 9,999 jade-white steps. A figure seemed to be emerging from the temple. No, wait. This white-clad figure had two crimson-dressed women following behind. It was Anya. Initially excited because she'd thought it was her brother, Anya practically teleported to Anna's side in the blink of an eye. Then, Anya looked at Anna standing before her and blinked. Who are you? Anna. And you are? Anna answered instinctively, then studied Anya's appearance. An image of Hawk's sister surfaced in her mind. She asked uncertainly, are you Anya? Hawk's sister. Anya's eyes lit up at this. You know my brother. Young Mississippi. Anya's guard captain, Kayla, the first female blood elf, spoke up. The master has said that all souls go directly to the first prison. Only souls connected to the master, souls who are his friends, land in Pure Land upon their first entry to the underworld. Anna stared at the blood elf Kayla with wide eyes. Then her gaze swept across her surroundings once more. Southwest, this place is my underworld. Hawk's voice sounded beside her. The next instant, his form materialized silently on Pure Land. Anya spotted Hawk and immediately ran over, her eyes bright. Brother. Hawk. Anna also watched Hawk appear, crying out in shock. Hawk held his sister Anya in a hug while meeting Anna's gaze, her expression painted with shock and disbelief. He smiled. Welcome to my underworld, Anna. Anya looked up at Hawk from within his embrace. Brother, this sister won't leave as soon as she arrives like the last one, will she? Hawk blinked, looking down at Anya. Last one. The one who came for a little while and then disappeared in flames. Hawk realized who Anya meant. Helen Stacy. That's your future aunt-in-law. Hawk shook his head to correct her, then nodded. And yes, Anna won't be leaving anytime soon. Anya's smile was genuine. True, Pure Land was wonderful. It was practically heaven. And Hawk had created the blood elves to be her companions. But Anya couldn't really talk to these creatures who treated her with such reverent formality. And they'd never been to Earth. Hell might have been worse, but at least there had been other souls there. Anya hadn't told Hawk any of this. She didn't want to burden her brother. So Anna's arrival made Anya genuinely happy. Not just because she'd have someone to talk to. Most importantly, Anya felt she could learn from Anna exactly what her brother had endured these past years to save her. Her brother always said it was nothing. But she didn't believe him. Just like when she was 12 and had been hospitalized again. If she hadn't found that medical report herself, her brother would never have told her anything. Her brother was the best brother in the whole world. He always shouldered everything alone, keeping her safe and protected. So Anya knew, her brother must have suffered tremendously during these 4 short years to rescue her from hell. He might not tell her. But she couldn't pretend she didn't want to know. That wouldn't be right. Anya thought this to herself. Looking at Anna standing before her, she was already eager to hear stories about her brother. Hawk noticed his sister's barely contained excitement at making a new friend. But not now. After a while. Hawk sent his sister away first, then led Anna to the banks of the river Styx. Anna's gaze crossed the dark waters to the 8 prisons shrouded in endless death and despair. Her mouth opened slightly. Hawk stood beside her, glancing at her but saying nothing. Anna withdrew her gaze from the prisons across the river. Her eyes lowered. August 13, 2013. 10:05 a.m. Alexander Pierce contacted me urgently. Told me something had happened. Strucker. The leader in charge of European operations. After obtaining your blood, he'd used cutting-edge artificial synthesis technology to extract your DNA and create synthetic gametes. Then he'd used artificial insemination to have a volunteer carry the pregnancy to term. She gave birth naturally to a healthy baby girl with your bloodline. Alexander Pierce was furious when he told me. I was furious too. But Hydra's leaders, though we're all Hydra, operate more like allies than a unified command structure. Alexander Pierce had only just received word himself. He contacted me immediately. I left for Strucker's location at once. Strucker's castle was in Sokovia. Deep in the mountains. I saw the baby girl with your bloodline. And her mother. But just as I took the baby and was about to leave, the accident happened. Blazing flames erupted from the infant's body. Before I lost consciousness, I saw something, a phoenix bathed in fire. After that, I remember Strucker's people rushing to put me on life support. Then I fell into a very, very long sleep. When I woke up again, I was already here. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 178, 282, Anna's punishment. Anna held nothing back. She laid out everything she knew and understood, point by point. Just like every conversation she'd had with Hawk before. No concealment. No deception. Hawk stood beside her without interrupting, listening quietly as she recounted the events. His expression remained unchanged throughout. Only after Anna finished did he look at her with some curiosity. You were planning to deal with that baby girl. Anna smiled bitterly. I was going to take her away. Bring her to some small country, find a couple to adopt her, then find the right moment to tell you. Hawk heard this. His eyebrow rose. I thought you were going to get rid of her. Alexander Pierce wanted to. Oh. But I refused. Anna took a deep breath, meeting Hawk's calm gaze, which revealed neither anger nor pleasure. She carries your bloodline. How to handle her is your decision alone. No one else, including Strucker, has the right. I told Pierce that if he went through with it, all of Hydra would be annihilated by your wrath. Hawk listened to Anna's words, his expression still calm as he watched her. Anna didn't look away. This was genuinely what she'd thought. What she'd intended to do. Their eyes met, Hawk withdrew his gaze and chuckled softly. You've been missing for 2 years, Anna. What? Anna's expression instantly turned to shock. She'd assumed she'd died and ended up here because they couldn't save her. But she'd expected a few days at most. Maybe a few months. But 2 years. How was that possible? Hawk watched Anna's stunned expression and smiled. Anna's story was finished. Now it was his turn. Alexander Pierce is dead. Arnim Zola is dead too. They teamed up to deceive me. Want to guess what they lied about? Anna looked at the smile on Hawk's face. She frowned, considering a possibility. Dr. Arnim Zola was a digital consciousness. I'm guessing he faked my voice to make you think I was still alive. Smart. Hawk smiled. Now guess how I discovered their deception. Anna thought about it. They made unreasonable demands. Hawk shook his head. You were my first friend. And I said I owed you a favor. So nothing you asked for would be unreasonable. Just like when Hydra had come to his home demanding someone, he'd been at S.H.I.E.L.D. New York at the time, but one phone call from Anna had made him choose to stay out of it again. To not participate in the game between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. First would always be special. Setting aside Anna's faction. Setting aside her ulterior motives. At minimum, Anna was the first person who'd chosen to be his friend, and throughout their interactions, Hawk had never felt uncomfortable. Quite the opposite. Not to mention, Anna had given him the truckload of meteorites he'd needed to get started. Anna met Hawk's gaze, pressed her lips together, murmured a thank you, then shook her head. Then what was it? Right now in New York, it's noon. If you were in Hong Kong, it would be evening. If I said, good morning, what would you say? Good evening, of course. Anna answered without thinking. Then it clicked. She looked at Hawk. They matched your time zone when greeting you. Hawk smiled. Yes. I got suspicious. So I made a special trip to Japan to see you in person. Japan. Alexander Pierce told me you'd been promoted. That you were handling Japanese operations now. Hawk paused here, as if remembering something. He looked at Anna. But I didn't find you in Japan. Instead, I found another woman. She said her name was Ophelia. Said she was your good friend. Anna nodded. Ophelia. Madam Hydra. Yes, because of Alexander Pierce, we'd met several times. And I like shopping in Japan, so we'd go together often. So yes, she's my friend. Good to know. Having confirmed this, Hawk mentally removed Ophelia from his pending verification list. He continued. It was from Ophelia that I learned you'd never been to Japan. She hadn't seen you in a long time either. So I paid a visit to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion to ask Alexander Pierce where he'd hidden you. Anna could already guess what happened next. He didn't tell you. No, he did. Want to know what his last words were? What? Hail Hydra. Anna looked at Hawk reciting Alexander Pierce's final words. Her mouth opened, then something occurred to her. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Seems like Strucker got to him. After I fell into my coma, he must have bought into Strucker's plan. Thought that controlling your child would let them control you. Hawk laughed coldly. You think that's the only thing he hid from me? He also concealed the cloning. You didn't know about that either, did you? Anna raised her eyes to Hawk again, her expression shocked. Cloning, I remember Pierce agreed with me at the time. Said they'd absolutely never clone you. After all, you'd made it clear that wasn't allowed. That was before you fell into your coma. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault. Hawk waved his hand, then seemed to think of something. He looked at Anna. Want to see Alexander? Anna blinked in surprise. Hawk's consciousness stirred. Instantly, he transported Anna from pure land into the frozen prison. A world of ice and snow. Blizzard howling. Two souls were visible, trudging one after the other like zombies. Mechanical. Each wore only a thin jacket, arms wrapped around themselves, shivering as they walked. Whenever the soul in back tried to stop, a blood elf behind them would crack a whip, making Merrick howl in agony. In comparison, Alexander Pierce was clearly more self-motivated. After dying and respawning countless times, Alexander Pierce continued forward with a numb expression, walking toward a horizon that never seemed to get any closer. Hawk led Anna to stand on a distant ice sheet, watching Alexander Pierce from afar. See that one? Merrick. I know him. Anna nodded, still not concealing anything. Pierce once flagged him as a potential scientific recruit. Hawk smiled, then looked at Alexander Pierce's mechanical march in the distance. I don't normally give people second chances. But for Alexander Pierce, out of respect for the fact that he raised you, I gave him two. The first time was on the shield Triskelion. I told him, tell me where you are, and I'll spare his life. He refused. He even shouted, Hail Hydra. So he died. I threw him in here. Originally planned to let him suffer for eternity. After I captured Merrick, I gave him another chance. But he said nothing. Completely ignored me. Chose to keep suffering here. I'm not giving him a third chance. Hawk said this, then turned to Anna with a half-smile. Now, Anna, what do you think I should do with you? Anna's heart trembled. Meeting Hawk's gaze, she laughed softly. She withdrew her eyes, preparing to step outside the protective barrier. The next second, everything blurred. She found herself standing on Pure Land's grass again, a realm like heaven itself. Ha. Ha ha. Hawk's voice came from behind her. I never said you'd be suffering alongside Alexander Pierce. You're my friend, Anna. Anna turned to look at Hawk. But we. Not we. Them. Not you. Hawk smiled. You are you. Hydra is Hydra. If you'd known about the cloning and hadn't told me, then yes, I would have thrown you into the blazing prison. Made sure you thoroughly experienced all 8 levels I've designed. Anna opened her mouth. But the baby girl, I also didn't. Remember the warning I gave when you took my blood? I remember. What did I say? You said, whatever research we did with your blood was fine. Just no cloning. Exactly. Cloning. My warning only covered cloning. Anna was silent for a moment. She looked at Hawk's smiling face with some uncertainty. So you don't mind at all what Strucker did? Hawk shook his head. No. I do mind. Then. But that's between me and Strucker. It has nothing to do with you. Though I am upset that you knew about the baby and didn't tell me. You should have told me immediately. I'm sorry. Too late. I'm going to punish you. Hawk smiled at Anna. Then something seemed to occur to him. I remember you once said that if you weren't Hydra, you'd want to open a flower shop. Right. Anna heard this. Though she didn't quite understand what Hawk meant, she nodded. Yes. Good. Hawk smiled, then snapped his fingers behind him without looking back. The next moment. As the ether power from his Cosmos 2 reality eyes manifested, Pure Land's earth rose and fell like writhing serpents. In the blink of an eye, an exquisitely designed flower shop, overflowing with blooms, appeared near the banks of the river Styx. Hawk teleported Anna directly to the shop's entrance. Anna stared at the flower shop before her. It wasn't just similar to what she'd imagined, it was as if someone had plucked it straight from her dreams. Her jaw dropped. As your punishment, you can never leave Pure Land. You must care for these flowers. From now on, any soul suffering in the blazing prison who receives a bouquet from you will be permitted to leave the prison and live in Pure Land. Hawk smiled as he pronounced Anna's sentence. As his words fell, the underworld trembled, as if recording Hawk's decree. At the same time, every flower inside and outside the shop burst into full bloom. # bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 179, 283, Quicksilver's Entrance. Treat your enemies like autumn wind sweeping away dead leaves, mercilessly. But treat your friends with the warmth of spring. Anna was his friend. And aside from Gwen, she was the first person he'd ever verbally acknowledged as such. So, being bound to Pure Land for eternity, tending to these flowers, that was Anna's punishment for keeping secrets. Anna heard Hawk's words settle into place. She felt the power descending upon her from some higher authority. Then she looked at the flowers blooming inside and outside the shop. She could sense it now. Any soul suffering in the blazing prison, any soul at all, would be released from torment and allowed to live in Pure Land if she gave them a single flower. Anna instinctively looked at Hawk, who stood beside her with that smile on his face. She couldn't help but speak. This is punishment. Of course. No. Anna shook her head, meeting his gaze. This is a blessing. Hawk chuckled. No. This is your punishment for keeping secrets. This isn't. Hey. Hawk raised an eyebrow at Anna, who seemed determined to debate whether this was punishment or blessing. His expression hardened with obvious displeasure. Who's in charge here? Anna opened her mouth. You are. Exactly. I say it's punishment, so it's punishment. You're my friend, sure, but right now we're on the clock. During work hours, use my title. Call me Lord of the Underworld. Anna looked at Hawk's stern face. She was silent for a moment. Then a radiant smile spread across her features. She dropped to one knee. Thank you, Lord of the Underworld. Hawk didn't stop her from kneeling. He waited until she finished, then helped her rise. He waved at Anya, who stood watching from nearby. Anya's eyes lit up. She darted over in a flash, calling out brother, as she ran. Hawk then made introductions. Anna, this is Anya. My sister. When I'm not here, help me keep an eye on Pure Land. Anya, this is Anna. My friend. When I'm not around, she can keep you company. But treat her with respect, she's one of my very few friends. And my first one at that. Sure enough. Brother must have had it rough these past 4 years. Anya heard that her brother had so few friends. She noted this internally, then beamed at Anna and extended her right hand. Hello. I'm Anya. I'm brother's sister. Anna caught Hawk's amused expression from the corner of her eye. She smiled and shook Anya's hand. Hello. I'm Anna. I'm your brother's friend. Hawk watched this scene with a slight smile. Then he turned, and in that instant, his consciousness departed his cosmo and returned to reality. What he saw. Gwen, Peter, Sharon, all staring directly at him. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Where are Felicia and Dr. Cho? Took the baby to the break room for lunch. Dr. Cho had something come up. She left already. Peter and Sharon answered. Gwen looked at Hawk. Well. What did Anna say? Was it Hydra's doing? Yeah. Hawk nodded. His gaze drifted to the red-haired girl still sleeping on the couch. He suddenly realized he'd forgotten to ask Anna what the girl's name was. If it had been a boy, he might have been able to guess. But a girl. Not a clue. Whatever. He could ask later. Hawk thought this to himself, then turned back to the 3 people waiting for his answer. He smiled. Strucker. Him again. Gwen frowned, remembering Hawk had mentioned this guy before, the one who'd taken his mind stone. Who's that? Peter looked completely lost. He had no idea who they were talking about. We've been searching for Strucker's whereabouts too. Sharon didn't seem surprised by the name Hawk had dropped. But he's gone deep underground. Our trail went cold in Sokovia. He vanished, like he'd evaporated into thin air. The hunt for Hydra remnants had been entirely transferred to Captain America's Avengers. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. had plenty on its plate. They couldn't waste most of their resources on Hydra. As it happened, Captain America Steve Rogers wanted to find Hydra because it might lead him to his best friend Bucky. Iron Man Tony Stark had learned his father was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders. Plus he had nothing better to do, so why not help? Thor thought post-battle drinking sessions were worth fighting for. As for Black Widow Natasha and Hawkeye Barton, they provided the official justification for the Avengers' operations. Since taking over the Hydra case, the Avengers had achieved considerable results. But 2 Hydra leaders remained at large. Baron Zemo, and Wolfgang von Strucker. The Strucker Hawk had mentioned. Gwen looked at Hawk curiously. Did Anna say where she was being held? She doesn't know. Hawk knew what Gwen was thinking. He gave a brief summary of Anna's ordeal. Gwen and Sharon fell silent after hearing it. Peter, who'd been standing there like a lost puppy, blinked, then turned and left the office. He didn't know who Strucker was. He didn't even know who Anna was. So why hang around? Better to find Felicia in the break room and watch his son eat lunch. If he was lucky, maybe he could snag some food too. Besides, even if he knew the details, he probably couldn't help anyway. After all, what caliber were Hawk's enemies? World-ending organizations. Aliens. What caliber were his enemies? Pickpockets. Muggers. The toughest one had been the lizard. No comparison. No comparison at all. So, Peter thought this through, felt zero psychological burden, didn't feel excluded at all, and happily left the office. The sound of the door closing snapped Gwen and Sharon back to attention. Gwen looked at Hawk. Just like you guessed, Anna was imprisoned 2 years ago. Hawk shook his head. I wouldn't call it imprisonment. Anna was on death's doorstep. Strucker kept her alive with life support this whole time. Just like brain-dead patients in hospitals. In a sense, they were already dead, but doctors used medical technology to maintain their basic vital functions. In simple terms. Couldn't live. Couldn't die. Gwen processed Hawk's words. Same difference. Strucker kept Anna alive because he didn't want her soul entering hell. The moment Anna truly died, her soul would go to hell. They don't know about your underworld, but they know you can access hell. Sharon, standing nearby, looked at the red-haired girl on the couch and added, but now this girl somehow escaped Strucker's control and found you. So keeping Anna alive no longer serves any purpose. That's why they pulled the plug. Hawk listened to his fiancée and New York's top SHIELD agent analyze the situation together. He nodded thoughtfully. But just as he was about to share his own thoughts, Hawk sensed movement from the couch. He turned to look. What he saw. The red-haired girl, who'd been asleep for over an hour, fluttered her eyelashes. Then she opened her eyes. The next second, the girl saw Hawk watching her. A delighted smile spread across her little face. She whooshed off the couch and threw herself into Hawk's arms again. Daddy. Hawk held the red-haired girl, instinctively glancing at Gwen. Sharon couldn't help looking at Gwen either. Gwen met both their gazes. She smiled, ignoring their looks, and walked to Hawk. She took the red-haired girl into her own arms. The girl looked at Gwen. She didn't resist, in fact, she seemed happy to accept this. Auntie Gwen. Auntie. Hawk's eyebrow shot up. He saw Gwen's gaze swing toward him and immediately spread his hands. God as his witness. From the moment he'd first seen this girl until now, he'd been with Gwen the entire time. Sharon, standing to the side, didn't want to miss this drama. She did her best to minimize her presence. Gwen studied Hawk's gesture. Her gaze passed over him and settled on the red-haired girl in her arms. You know me. The red-haired girl nodded, her smile radiant. Daddy showed me your hologram. Daddy said you're gentle and smart. The best woman in the whole world. Gwen heard this. Her gaze snapped back to Hawk. Sharon, who'd been trying to stay invisible, also turned to stare at him. Hawk's expression was flat. That wasn't past or present me. He didn't know the details either. But if he had to guess, his future self had probably borrowed the time stone from Camartage and traveled back to meet this red-haired girl. Speaking of which, that didn't make sense. The timeline wasn't supposed to be tampered with. The Sorcerer Supreme had said so. She should have stopped him. Hawk thought this to himself. Gwen heard Hawk's words. She frowned, about to say something. When suddenly, alarms blared throughout the building. Sharon, who'd been trying to stay inconspicuous, received intel from outside. Director, there's an intruder. Wah. Bang. The office door exploded open. Gwen felt her arms go light. When she processed what had happened, she looked at her empty embrace and sucked in a sharp breath. Where's the girl? At. Sharon's conversation with the agent finally completed. But, after her initial shock, Sharon looked at Gwen's empty arms. Then she frowned. Hawk's gone too. What? Gwen instinctively looked up. What she saw. The spot where Hawk had been standing moments ago was now empty. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 180, 284, the mother of his firstborn. Whoosh. Boom. A faint crack of displaced air sounded above Times Square, then a thunderous explosion ripped outward, instantly shattering the massive digital billboards on surrounding skyscrapers. The next second, a silver streak, too fast for the naked eye, too fast even for motion sensors, wove through frozen traffic and stunned pedestrians, racing toward the city limits. Quicksilver Pietro Maximoff, wearing a friction-reducing bodysuit, beard grown out, sprinted with the red-haired girl clutched in his arms. The girl clung tightly to his neck. Uncle. Jean, what are you doing here? I don't know. I miss Daddy. But Daddy was acting weird, like he didn't recognize me. Oh. Uncle, can I stay a little longer? No. Pietro refused immediately. Billy and Tommy haven't seen you. They've been crying. Jean paused at this. Her voice turned worried. Why are they crying? I was only gone a little while. Let's hurry back, Uncle. Pietro exhaled with relief. He grunted acknowledgement, said nothing more, and entered the Speed Force, rocketing away from New York. But. Found you. Hawk, hovering high above, caught the speed ripples Pietro's acceleration had triggered. With an explosive boom, punching through a sonic barrier, he shot after Quicksilver. When Pietro had appeared and snatched the red-haired girl, Hawk had still been thinking about the time stone. He hadn't reacted immediately. By the time he gave chase, Pietro's signature was already far from New York, and accelerating rapidly. Hawk had almost thought he'd lost him. But then. Quicksilver. Hey. You're not faster than me. Hawk's Cosmo blazed. He hadn't even pushed to his limit, yet he locked onto Pietro's signature with perfect clarity. The gap between them was shrinking by the second. True. As the officially recognized fastest being in the Marvel Universe, so fast his codename was literally Quicksilver, Pietro Maximoff's speed was almost incomprehensible. Official data placed Quicksilver's top speed at 800,000 km per hour. Roughly 655 Mach. But. That was Quicksilver's limit. Not Hawk's. A measly 655 Mach. After experiencing sublight speed, Hawk found it almost sluggish. The next second, the moment Pietro entered his attack range, Hawk didn't hesitate. His right fist drove forward. Phoenix Meteor Fist. TCH. Pietro's pupils contracted violently. He slammed to a stop on pure instinct. And in that instant, before him, deep in the Texas desert, a 10-kilometer radius erupted as if a meteor shower had carpet-bombed the earth. Boom. 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 Countless fiery projectiles slammed down. The sand trembled. The air itself shuddered. Pietro stared at the desert, now transformed into a minefield, and swallowed hard. He had no doubt. If he hadn't hit the brakes in time, he'd be scattered meat chunks right now. And Jean in his arms would be. Just as that horrifying thought crossed Pietro's mind, Hawk materialized behind him. Hawk studied Quicksilver's back. Hands in his pockets, he chuckled. Keep running. Pietro turned, still cradling his niece Jean. He looked at Hawk. She's your daughter. Jean's eyes lit up. She whooshed out of Uncle Pietro's arms and threw herself at Hawk. Daddy. You're so cool. Pietro saw this and instantly accelerated, entering the Speed Force again, trying to snatch his niece back. Boom. Pietro hit maximum speed. Time stretched to infinity. In his vision, Hawk and Jean were frozen in place. He reached Hawk in a heartbeat. But the moment he extended his hand to grab Jean, everything changed. In Pietro's perception, Hawk's gaze, which hadn't been on him a second ago, was now locked directly onto him. And Pietro saw the smile curving Hawk's lips. Amused. With crushing pressure underneath. He sees me. That's impossible. Pietro's heart lurched. He rejected the reality before his eyes. But facts were facts. Hawk had one arm around Jean. The other shot out, and in that instant, he reached into the Speed Force itself and grabbed Pietro by the throat, yanking him out. Hawk looked at the man dangling from his grip. His lips curved higher. Haven't you heard the saying? The same technique never works twice on a saint. That statement's value kept appreciating. Pietro could snatch this red-haired girl from under his nose once. But never a second time. Pietro's face was pure shock. Still, Hawk had no intention of hurting him. Because the red-haired girl in his arms spoke up. Uncle. Thud. Hawk released his grip and sent Pietro flying forward. Pietro hit the ground, rolled once to absorb the momentum, and scrambled to his feet. He stared at Hawk. I have to take Jean back. Otherwise my sister, and Billy and Tommy, will all die. Hawk raised an eyebrow. He ignored the second half of that sentence, glanced at the red-haired girl in his arms, then looked back at Pietro. Jean. Yes. Jean. Pietro took a deep breath. My sister said the name comes from French. It means God's gift. In French, that was indeed what Jean meant. But Hawk heard the name of what was technically his firstborn daughter. He looked at the 4-year-old Jean in his arms, and something strange flickered through him. Red hair. His phoenix power. Named Jean. Holy cow, Hawk sucked in a sharp breath. Then he collected himself and looked at his blood daughter, who had thrown herself into his arms 1 second, yawned the next, wrapped her arms around his neck, and fallen asleep again. He smiled. Pietro watched Jean go from perfectly fine to unconscious in the span of a heartbeat. He glared at Hawk. What did you do to her? Relax. She's too young to control my power effortlessly. She'll be fine after another nap. Hawk glanced at Pietro, whose face was tense with worry, clearly thinking Hawk had done something to Jean. He offered a brief explanation but didn't elaborate. Instead, he shifted topics, asking the question burning in his mind. I'm curious, how did your sister agree to let Strucker do this? Did they threaten your life? Pietro's tense gaze stayed fixed on Jean, who did appear to be simply sleeping. Hearing Hawk's question, he looked up. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. No. My sister volunteered at first. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Pietro caught Hawk's expression and laughed bitterly. Someone as powerful as you could never understand what 2 orphans go through in a war-torn country. Powerful. Me. Hawk heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. Pietro's expression turned angry again, he thought Hawk was mocking him. But Hawk's voice was calm. I have a sister too. Pietro's anger evaporated. He stared at Hawk in surprise. Hawk's tone remained level. Her name is Anya. Wanda. Pietro offered his own sister's name. Perhaps because they were both older brothers with younger sisters, the tension between them seemed to ease slightly. Of course, the tension had been one-sided to begin with. Hawk had never been on edge. Pietro was fast, but not faster than him. If Hawk wanted to kill Quicksilver, it would be effortless. Besides, setting aside the fact that Pietro was technically his brother-in-law, in some sense, Wanda's reality-warping abilities alone made her someone he had no interest in antagonizing. The Scarlet Witch who would one day declare, no more mutants, and make it so. Not worth the risk. Most importantly, his blood daughter's mother was Wanda. When Hawk had seen Anna in the underworld and heard her mention a red-haired woman in Sokovia, the Scarlet Witch had immediately come to mind. Pietro's arrival had just confirmed it. But Hawk held Pietro's gaze. Once more, why did you and your sister agree to let Strucker do this? Pietro's voice trembled with barely suppressed rage. Because we wanted the power to take revenge. Stark. At 10 years old, the incident that destroyed their family home had planted deep-rooted hatred for Stark in both their hearts. The murder of parents was an unforgivable sin. Let alone both parents. True, their parents had died in a warlord's conflict. But the missile that shattered their family had been stamped with the Stark Industries logo. They wanted to grow stronger. Strong enough to stand before Tony Stark and demand answers. Why had he done this? So, unlike those Hydra had kidnapped and forced into experiments, he and Wanda had volunteered. They joined willingly. Participated in every test of their own free will. They told my sister the DNA came from a supreme being. That the owner of this DNA could kill Tony Stark like slaughtering a dog. Fair enough. Hawk met Pietro's searching gaze and nodded calmly. If I wanted to kill Tony Stark, he wouldn't have a chance. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 181, 285, Gwen dreams it, Wanda makes it real. A single Phoenix ray would leave Stark without even ashes to bury. A single Phoenix wing's rise would wipe out the current Avengers, everyone except Thor. Wait. Captain America Steve Rogers had maybe a 50-50 shot at surviving too. Cap was the king of coin flip odds. Bottom line, it was never a question of whether Hawk could kill someone. Only whether he wanted to. Pietro kept talking. I would give my life to become stronger. My sister felt the same way. And she wasn't the only one who underwent that experiment. There were over a dozen other women. Hold on. Hawk's mind caught up. His brow twitched. He stared at Pietro. How many? Say that again. Over a dozen. Holy. Hawk sucked in a breath. You're saying I have? No, you don't. Pietro seemed to know where Hawk's mind was going. He shook his head. My sister was the only success. The other test subjects didn't even show pregnancy symptoms. Hawk exhaled with relief. Thank God it didn't work. If Hydra had actually used his blood to produce a whole football team, setting aside whether he'd lose his mind, Gwen would absolutely lose hers. This was what he got for selling blood back then. Still. Hawk's thoughts churned. He looked at Pietro. Your sister was the only one who succeeded. Pietro nodded. Yeah. I didn't understand the science Strucker was spouting, but basically, he said a powerful bloodline can only be carried by an equally powerful woman. Hawk's mouth twitched. You seem to trust Strucker quite a bit. He helped me and my sister when we were at our lowest. You wouldn't understand, I'm sure you've never experienced. My sister died. Gah. Pietro's mouth hung open. He looked at Hawk, who had cut him off with that calm expression, and swallowed his words. Sorry. I didn't know. Hawk's expression remained neutral. Don't be. I've already taken her soul back from hell. Pietro's expression froze again. Hearing this, studying Hawk's face, he couldn't tell if Hawk was serious or joking. But one thing he was certain about. Pietro refocused, looking at Jean in Hawk's arms. I have to take Jean back. Otherwise Strucker won't spare my sister, or Billy and Tommy. Hawk snorted with amusement. The next second, he caught two familiar names. He looked at Pietro, frowning slightly. He already had an answer in mind, but he asked anyway. Who are Billy and Tommy? Jean's twin younger brothers. They're also your blood. Holy shit. One older daughter. Two younger sons. Wasn't that exactly Gwen's dream? What the hell? Gwen dreams it, Wanda makes it real. Hawk's thoughts raced. His brow furrowed deeply as he stared at Pietro. Pietro met his gaze and laid out the whole story. Wanda and I volunteered for Strucker's superhuman experiments. But Strucker had his eye on Wanda. He wanted her to join the other female test subjects in the artificial gamete pregnancy program. If she agreed, I'd get priority access to the safer version of the power awakening procedure. Wanda agreed. 25 women participated. Only Wanda showed any response. 10 months later, Jean was born. At first, Jean seemed like any normal baby. But everything changed when a woman in a tight suit tried to take Jean from my sister's arms. Jean seemed to awaken some kind of powerful ability. In Strucker's words, she'd inherited your power. So Strucker wanted my sister to do it again. But we were voluntary participants. And my sister had awakened her own magic during Jean's birth. So she refused. But Strucker offered something we couldn't refuse. He could lure Tony Stark to us. Let us take our revenge with our own hands. So. My sister agreed. Last May, she gave birth to twins. Billy and Tommy. But Billy and Tommy don't seem to have shown anything special. Hawk listened to Pietro's account. His expression didn't change. But internally, he knew exactly why Billy and Tommy hadn't inherited his power like Jean had. The reason was simple. After returning from London, Hawk had proposed to Gwen. Part of his vows had gone like this. Everything I am will belong only to you. I share everything with you, without reservation. Past. Present. Future. And our bloodline descendants will inherit everything we possess. That was how Hawk had proposed. Sounded simple enough. And he'd meant every word. Everyone knew, when a god spoke with solemn intent, it wasn't just speech, it was divine decree. Hawk possessed Phoenix divinity. So his proposal to Gwen wasn't empty words. At minimum, his Phoenix universe didn't treat it that way. In simple terms, only children conceived with Gwen had the right, and only children conceived with Gwen could inherit his name, his power, and his energy. So, the fact that Billy and Tommy, as Pietro described them, hadn't inherited his energy was completely normal. If they had inherited it, something would be very wrong. But Jean was different. Jean had been born before he proposed to Gwen. So from a certain perspective, the 3.5-year-old girl with the soft red hair in his arms had slipped through a loophole. Hawk thought this through. He glanced at Jean, whose small hand clutched his shirt, then looked back at Pietro. Where's Strucker? I don't know. Heh. Hawk heard Pietro's answer and laughed. You don't know. I really don't. Pietro shook his head. He pulled a satellite phone from his pocket. When I woke up, I was in Paris. Then Strucker called. Told me I had to bring Jean back, or he'd kill Billy and Tommy, maybe even my sister. Hawk's gaze fell on the satellite phone in Pietro's hand. Then what? Return to Paris. He said he'd know. He'd tell us how to get back. Paris. Hawk chuckled softly. Return to Paris, and you ran to Texas. Pietro shrugged. You were chasing me. I wasn't about to lead you to Paris. What if Strucker killed my sister? Hawk glanced at Pietro. You know what Strucker's planning, don't you? I do now. Pietro met Hawk's gaze. Strucker intends to use Jean, Billy, and Tommy as leverage against you. Hawk nodded. Exactly. Since you already know, do you really think you can take Jean back? Yes. Reasoning. If you keep Jean, my sister and Billy and Tommy are in danger. I have to take Jean back. That's your reason. Not mine. It's yours too. Pietro took a deep breath. He looked at Hawk. If you keep Jean, it proves you care about her. And if you care about bloodline, then Billy and Tommy, still with Strucker, are in even more danger. So you have to let Jean come back with me. Hawk listened to Pietro's logic. He watched the anxiety on Pietro's face and smiled. You're different from what I expected. You've seen me before. In a way. Hawk said this casually. Marvel's Quicksilver had died the moment he'd appeared. Barely any lines. An embarrassingly casual death. Imagine, a man faster than sound, killed by a bullet. So there wasn't much footage of Marvel's Quicksilver. The X-Men version had way more screen time. But that one was too edgy for his taste. The Pietro standing before him matched the Marvel version better, and that suited Hawk just fine. So. Hawk smiled. I have a better idea. What? Pietro saw Hawk smile and frowned. You're planning to follow me? That won't work. If Strucker finds out. Hawk shook his head. No. I'm not following you. Because you're not going back either. Wah. Wham. Pietro's expression shifted, but before he could react, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed gracefully to the ground. Hawk chuckled. One arm cradled Jean. The other grabbed the unconscious Pietro. In the instant he looked up, he'd already risen miles into the sky. Then, boom, his speed became a rainbow streak, shooting back toward New York. What a joke. If he'd let Pietro take Jean back, that would prove he actually cared. Most importantly, there was an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You're already here. You think I'm letting you leave? If Strucker had the balls to kill Wanda, her soul would enter the underworld. Then Hawk wouldn't even need to search, he'd pinpoint Strucker's location instantly. And when that happened? You just wait, Strucker. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York. When Sharon led Gwen from the main hall back to her office, she found Hawk had already returned with the red-haired girl. A bearded man in a silver suit lay face down on the floor. This is the intruder. Yeah. Pietro. Codename Quicksilver. Hawk nodded. Sharon studied Pietro for a few seconds, then looked back at Hawk. But just as she was about to speak, Iron Man Tony Stark's voice crackled through her earpiece. Sharon looked up at Hawk. Tony's team found something. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 182, 286, Gwen, damn you, Strucker. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Command Center. After iris verification, Sharon led the way, bringing Hawk into the Operations Command Center. She glanced at the large screen displaying standby status. Patch in Avengers comms. Yes, ma'am. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nodded. With authorization from New York's top agent, he established communication with the Avengers, currently assaulting a Hydra base in the Middle East's Rub al-Khali, the world's largest continuous sand desert. The screen flickered. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff's image appeared instantly. Sharon. Natasha. Sharon exchanged greetings with Natasha, then got straight to the point. Where's Tony? He said he found something Hawk might be interested in. We discovered a hidden tunnel at the base's lower levels. Tony and Thor pursued down there. Natasha explained Iron Man and Thor's whereabouts, then rotated the camera. A moment later, something resembling a cryogenic pod appeared on the main screen. Natasha zoomed in, revealing through the observation window someone lying inside as if asleep. Anna Pierce. Alexander Pierce's adopted daughter. Hydra operative. Tony remembered Hawk was looking for her. Sharon stared at Anna's image on the screen, found in a Middle Eastern Hydra base. She glanced at Hawk, confused. Shouldn't Anna Pierce be with Strucker? Strucker isn't here. Hawkeye Barton's voice came through the screen. Jarvis just scanned all the base's files. This is definitely Strucker's facility, but according to the logs, he hasn't been here since Hydra's second uprising. Jarvis is analyzing communication records now. Hawk studied the water droplets forming on the observation window of the cryopod. He rubbed his chin. Did you cut power before the assault? Yes. That explains it. Hawk noted this internally. The Avengers had killed the power first, preventing the base from sending out warnings while simultaneously cutting Anna's life support. The woman who'd been kept barely alive had finally flatlined. Her soul had arrived in the underworld. Just then, Natasha's voice cut through. Hawk, want to come confirm in person? On my way. Hawk refocused. He looked at Anna lying peacefully in the cryopod on screen. Send me the coordinates. Natasha rattled off a set of numbers. Hawk turned and vanished from the command center. Natasha's voice came again. How long until you arrive? he's already gone. Sharon chuckled. Natasha flipped the camera back to herself, glanced at something off-screen, then seemed to hear movement. No, he's already here. Gotta go, Sharon. Talk later. Sharon acknowledged. The screen instantly displayed signal lost. Sharon turned and left the command center. When she returned to her office, she found Gwen sitting alone on the couch. No sign of the red-haired girl. Anne. The brooding man Hawk had brought back as a trophy was also gone. Sharon took a deep breath. She studied Gwen, seated on the couch, chin resting on one hand, apparently deep in thought, and approached carefully. Gwen. Gwen looked up briefly at Sharon. Sharon frowned. The red-haired girl and that brooding guy. Gwen lowered her hand from her chin. It fell naturally to her side. She looked at Sharon. Her name is Jean. The man is Pietro, Jean's uncle. Sharon opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Gwen knew what Sharon wanted to ask. She laughed softly. Yes. Pietro took Jean and left. Why? Pietro said if he didn't bring Jean back, Strucker would kill his sister, along with Billy and Tommy. Ah. Sharon's expression turned strange. Gwen looked at her, face calm. Billy and Tommy are Jean's younger brothers. Sharon blinked. Then it clicked. Her eyes went wide as she stared at Gwen. Their gazes met. Sharon finally processed everything. She sucked in a sharp breath. Wait, there are two more. Yep. Gwen nodded. Then something seemed to occur to her. She shook her head and laughed bitterly. I wanted one daughter and two sons. But here I am, haven't even gotten started, and Hydra's already given Hawk a daughter and two sons. Sharon heard this. She watched Gwen and proceeded carefully. Gwen, this isn't Hawk's fault. I know. Ah. Sharon met Gwen's gaze again. Studying her eyes, Sharon pressed her lips together. You're not blaming Hawk. Why would I blame him? Gwen blinked, then looked at Sharon curiously. Hawk didn't betray me. He's always been loyal. If I'm going to blame anyone, I blame Hydra. I blame Strucker. And I blame myself. She shrugged at the last part. Sharon raised an eyebrow. Blame yourself? Yeah. Gwen remembered being at the Jersey port with Hawk. She sighed. I was there when Hawk sold his blood. If I'd known this would happen, I would have stopped him no matter what. But after letting Pietro take Jean, she'd thought it through. This really wasn't her fault either. Who could have predicted Hydra and Strucker would play this dirty? Unbelievable. They couldn't find Hawk's weakness, so they manufactured one for him. And not just one. 3. One daughter. 2 sons. She couldn't decide whether to curse Hydra for being inhuman or praise them for playing Virgin Mary. Gwen gritted her teeth. A flame of fury flickered in her eyes, the same rage she'd felt at Cascade Falls when she'd learned what vampires had done to her cousin. No, even stronger. Damn you, Strucker. We'll find him. Sharon quickly spoke up. Now that Strucker's plan is exposed, we're one step away from tracking him down. The moment we catch a single mistake, Hawk will have him. She quickly changed the subject, pulling Gwen to her feet. Her gaze swept over Gwen from head to toe. That brooding guy didn't hurt you, did he? No. Gwen shook her head. Then, remembering something, she retrieved the vibranium energy absorption collar and its key from the couch and returned them to Sharon. Sorry for releasing him without asking. Sharon accepted the shield tech, which had been clamped around Pietro's neck to prevent him from breaking out again if he woke up. She smiled and said it was fine, then looked at Gwen. Hawk's the one who brought him in anyway. Gwen smiled. A hint of worry crossed her face. I'm a little worried about Hawk. Hawk. Sharon blinked. Hawk went to meet Thor and Tony. He shouldn't run into any danger, right? Gwen considered this, then smiled. I suppose you're right. She wasn't actually worried about Hawk's safety. After all, Hawk had proven something countless times through battle. I'm invincible. Do whatever you want. Gwen was worried about something else. When Hawk had brought Pietro in, she'd sensed it, that thick, barely contained killing intent radiating from him. But it hadn't been directed at Pietro. At first, Gwen had assumed Hawk's murderous intent was aimed at Strucker. But then, when Pietro had begged her to let him take Jean, she'd learned about Billy and Tommy. Her heart had lurched. Gwen worried that Hawk's killing intent, stronger than she'd ever felt from him, might also include Jean, Billy, and Tommy. Hawk had motive. For her sake. But even though today felt like a fever dream, she truly knew this wasn't Hawk's fault. If Hawk had betrayed her, no question, she, Gwen Stacy, police captain's daughter with 10 years of secretly practiced power punches, would have planted her fist in his face immediately. But this genuinely wasn't on him. So, Gwen thought this through. She glanced at Sharon, who was watching her with concerned eyes, then pulled out her phone and called Hawk. Sharon stood beside her, watching silently. She wasn't stupid. When Gwen had said nothing was wrong, Sharon had accepted it, but she knew Gwen was definitely troubled. Just then, Hawk answered on the first ring. Anyone else's call, Hawk might miss. But Gwen's calls? Never. His left hand rose, releasing a wisp of phoenix fire that settled onto Anna's body, just extracted from the cryopod. His right hand held the phone. Gwen, I'll be back soon. Pietro and Jean are gone. Hawk heard this through the phone. His eyebrow rose. But he didn't speak. He knew Gwen wasn't finished. Sure enough. Oh, Anne. After you left, Jean woke up. I gave her my Andromeda necklace. Told her to bring it back for Billy and Tommy as a gift from me. You won't be mad, will you? Gwen stood in Sharon's office, eyes lowered to her now empty neck. Sharon, listening to Gwen's call, finally noticed the golden goddess-shaped pendant that had hung around Gwen's neck was gone. Hawk heard Gwen's words. His thoughts turned. He instantly understood her intention and laughed. Of course not. Really. It's just a necklace. If you wanted to give it away, that's fine. I'll get you something better when I'm back. Promise. Promise. Gwen heard his answer. She smiled, then hung up. She looked at Sharon, pulling a distressed face. Sharon, now I don't have any protection. After Hawk gets back, you can't leave my side. Sharon watched Gwen's exaggerated expression and smiled, nodding. No problem. I won't move an inch. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 183, 287, Strucker's plan to control Hawk through his children. Hawk pocketed his phone and turned his attention to the corpse burning beneath Phoenix fire. His gaze flickered with contemplation. The next second, he shook his head and chuckled. He'd caught Gwen's meaning in that phone call. Essentially, Jean, Billy, and Tommy, these three children, I'm protecting them. Don't touch them. Hawk had never intended to harm them anyway. More accurately, he was indifferent to their existence. If he'd truly harbored the dark thoughts Gwen feared, he wouldn't have merely brought Pietro back to S.H.I.E.L.D. New York. One sentence summed it up. Strucker had gifted him 3 children. Hawk didn't care. But if Strucker thought he could use those 3 children as leverage, Hawk could only say the man was delusional. Mephisto had once tried to use Hawk's beloved sister's soul as a bargaining chip. Even that hadn't made him yield. What made Strucker think these 3 kids, products of science rather than love, would bring him to heel? What was he thinking? Hawk was genuinely curious about Strucker's mental state when he'd conceived this plan. What had convinced him this approach would work? Did Strucker assume that because he himself could be threatened through his own son, Hawk would be equally vulnerable? Speaking of which, Strucker's son. Hawk's thoughts churned. His eyebrow rose. A cold smile curved his lips. He turned and vanished from the world's largest shifting desert. Natasha, standing nearby and about to speak, watched Hawk disappear before she could even open her mouth. Her jaw hung slack. Meanwhile, with Gwen's help, Pietro had been freed from his restraints. He'd taken Jean, returned to Paris, received Strucker's satellite call, then raced to the modified rendezvous point Strucker had specified. After 5 such runarounds, he finally encountered a Hydra operative. The agent handed him and Jean each a bottle of sweetened water. The moment they drank it, Pietro and Jean drifted into peaceful slumber. Half an hour later, in an underground harbor, a submarine surfaced from the depths. Far from this location, deep beneath the ocean, sat a massive underwater installation. 6 thick support columns radiated outward, anchoring the enormous base firmly to the seabed. The entire structure was a muted silver gray. Pressure-resistant composite armor plating covered its surface, embedded with countless explosion-proof portholes. Like an insect's compound eyes, they glowed with pale blue light in the ocean's depths. Through one such window, a space identical to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations command center was visible. A massive screen displayed a global satellite map. Countless red dots had once populated this map, but over the past year, they'd vanished at a visible rate. Just then, a Hydra operative received a message and turned toward the shadows behind him. Sir, Quicksilver and Jean have been retrieved. They're en route. Good. A deep voice emerged from the shadows. A moment later, a man stepped into the light, gray-white hair slicked back impeccably, a monocle perched over one eye, his expression severe. An aura of gloom and cold radiated from him. This was Strucker. His voice matched his presence, equally frigid. Have we determined how Jean escaped? Ah. The assistant who'd emerged from the shadows alongside Strucker hesitated, then looked at his superior. The damaged surveillance footage has been restored. Jean vanished suddenly. But before she disappeared, she said, and I quote, "Daddy hasn't visited in so long. He promised to come see me once a month." Then she announced she was going to find Daddy. And then, she was gone. Strucker listened to the report. The corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. So she's already mastered the teleportation ability the Demon King demonstrated. The assistant nodded. It appears so. What about Billy and Tommy? They haven't displayed any anomalies. They seem to be completely ordinary life forms. That's fine. Strucker was silent for a moment, then smiled. Ordinary is good. With Billy and Tommy, we can control Wanda, Jean, and Pietro. And with those three, we can control the Demon King. By the way, now that the Demon King knows our plan, do you think he's furious enough to tear us apart with his bare hands? The assistant watched Strucker's face twist into a sickly smile as he spoke. He opened his mouth but said nothing. Just then, in the silent ocean depths, a submarine materialized without a sound, gliding slowly toward the cold seabed installation. Half an hour later, Pietro stirred awake. He'd apparently slept well, yawning as he opened his eyes, sitting up instinctively from the couch. That's when he noticed Strucker sitting on the adjacent sofa, sipping whiskey. Strucker watched Pietro rise. He slid a pre-poured glass of whiskey toward him. Pietro chuckled, grabbed the glass, took a sip, and looked at Strucker. "Thanks. You met the Demon King?" "I did." Pietro nodded. Something occurred to him, and he looked at Strucker. "He's powerful. My speed meant nothing to him. But, he didn't seem as terrifying as you described." Strucker's lips curved. He glanced at Pietro. "That's because you weren't his enemy." "So you're Hawk's enemy, then?" "I wanted to work with him." "He refused." Strucker's tone remained level. He said this, and he believed it. He'd made the same offer when Hawk had tracked him to Sokovia. But Hawk had rejected his goodwill. Had told him to hide as far away as possible, or face a gruesome death. Strucker understood perfectly that Hawk's threat wasn't bluster. It was absolute fact. Best case, family annihilation. Worst case, total extinction. Since Hawk's debut, anyone who'd opposed him, or tried to provoke him, or even merely tested him, had ended up either with grass growing over their graves or their entire bloodline reduced to ash. So, Strucker would be lying if he claimed he wasn't afraid. But Strucker was more afraid of Hawk remaining beyond their control. One sentence summed it up. Before Hydra takes over the world, we need you on our side. After Hydra takes over the world, if we still need your cooperation, still have to please you, pamper you, watch your moods, then what was the point of all our efforts? Bottom line. They had to control Hawk. What? Alexander Pierce disagreed with this approach. Please. That rookie knew nothing about Hydra. This was the unanimous view of Hydra's old guard. Power that couldn't be controlled was absolutely unacceptable. So when the old-school Hydra leaders, himself, Dr. Zola, Whitehall, and Malik, had unanimously decided to find Hawk's weakness, they proceeded from one fundamental belief: everyone had a weakness. And they'd found it. Hawk's weakness was his family. But the last person who disturbed his sister's eternal rest, Thaddeus Ross, had been wiped out, bloodline and all. The last faction that had tried to use Gwen as leverage against Hawk, Wakanda, had been exterminated. Hawk's sister was dead. As for Gwen, they hadn't dared touch Gwen. The risk was too high. But that was fine. His sister was dead, his fiancée was untouchable, so they'd simply create new family members under their control to use as leverage. According to their psychological profile, if they possessed Hawk's blood offspring, the probability of successfully using them as leverage approached 99%. So, Strucker had done exactly that. And it had worked. Using the blood Hawk had provided, they'd successfully extracted DNA, artificially synthesized gametes, and, after testing over 20 subjects, produced a baby carrying Hawk's bloodline. Codename, Jean. God's gift. Meaning, this child was heaven's gift to help them control Hawk. And it truly did seem like divine providence. Out of all those experiments, only one had succeeded. Laboratory analysis had yielded a conclusion. Hawk's life force was simply too powerful. Ordinary beings couldn't carry his offspring, couldn't even achieve conception. Only Wanda, whose mental abilities had been expanded and enhanced by the Mind Scepter, possessed sufficient energy to bear Hawk's children. The higher a being's life tier, the more exponentially difficult reproduction became. Based on this laboratory conclusion, the probability of Gwen successfully bearing Hawk's children approached zero. So, This made Strucker even more confident that using their artificially created offspring as leverage would be essentially foolproof. Back in Sokovia, he'd intended to tell Hawk exactly this. The result? Hawk hadn't given him a chance to speak. Had simply told him to wash his neck and wait for death. But no matter. Jean. Billy. Tommy. If you want offspring, then we can control you. Demon King. Our Hydra's Demon King. Strucker maintained his calm expression, sipping his whiskey. In his mind, he was already envisioning Hawk, leveraged through the 3 children, working for them, helping them conquer the world. Just then. A ringtone chimed. Not from Pietro. Not from Strucker. From the drawer of the office desk. Strucker heard the phone and blinked in surprise. He looked at Pietro. You may go. Pietro noticed Strucker's expression shift momentarily. He frowned but said nothing, rising and heading for the door. Strucker also stood, walking toward the desk. Just as Pietro opened the door and reached back to close it behind him, Strucker, checking the caller ID, let a smile crack his icy facade. And in the instant Pietro pulled the door shut, Strucker's lowered voice seemed to reach his ears. Son. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 184, 288, A Mother's Fierce Heart. By all logic, as hostages meant to leverage Hawk, Pietro and his family should have been under strict lockdown. But reality proved otherwise. In this Hydra installation anchored to the ocean floor, Pietro and his sister Wanda enjoyed surprisingly few restrictions on their movements. Apart from certain high-security areas, they could roam freely throughout the facility. This wasn't merely because they'd volunteered for Hydra's superhuman experiments. The real reason was simpler: Strucker wasn't worried about them escaping. Because Jean, Billy, and Tommy each had genetic kill switches encoded into their base DNA. One press of a button, and all 3 children would die instantly. Whether this was true, Pietro and Wanda had no way of knowing. Strucker claimed it was. And they didn't dare call his bluff. Well. Wanda didn't dare. After all, she'd carried these 3 children for 9 months each. Hawk might be indifferent to their existence. But Wanda cared deeply. Motherhood transforms the meek into warriors. And beyond that. Pietro, Wanda, Jean, Billy, and Tommy weren't treated like prisoners in this facility. Their accommodations weren't quite top tier, but they matched Strucker's own standard of living. Strucker had even provided private tutors and a full childcare staff. Billy and Tommy were barely a year old, but Jean had already begun her education. Put it this way. At 3 years old, Jean was already fluent in Sokovian, English, and German. No one knew whose learning aptitude she'd inherited. Pietro was certain it wasn't his sister's. Soon. Lost in thoughts about the word son he'd overheard when leaving the office, Pietro arrived at their quarters within the underwater base. Yes. Quarters. Home. From the corridor, it looked unremarkable. But once you stepped through the door, it was like entering another world. One sentence summed it up. The interior was practically a replica of 521A Palm Street's layout before its sale to Hawk. Not identical, but clearly cast from the same mold. An electronic fireplace crackled with simulated flames in the living room. A woman with flowing red hair, ends curling softly, sat cross-legged on the carpet before the hearth, chin propped on one hand. She looked about 26. This was Wanda, smiling warmly as she watched her eldest daughter Jean excitedly recount her adventure. Jean was gesturing animatedly, telling her mommy how Daddy Hawk had absolutely crushed Uncle Pietro. Just then. Pietro stepped through the door. Wanda looked up from her daughter's tale, her gaze settling on her brother. Jean spun around too. Her eyes lit up. She ran to Pietro, grabbed his fingers, and dragged him toward the living room. Uncle. Tell Mommy that your speed is nothing compared to Daddy's. She doesn't believe me. Wanda smiled, looking at Pietro. Pietro met his sister's gaze and nodded. Only then did Wanda's smile falter slightly. At this point, Wanda wasn't yet the Scarlet Witch. In her worldview, Pietro's speed was the absolute pinnacle of known velocity. But now. Pietro lifted Jean into his arms, then looked at Wanda. He's powerful. Unbelievably powerful. I could feel it. If he'd wanted to kill me, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance to resist. He remembered entering the Speed Force, thinking himself untouchable, only to find Hawk's gaze already locked onto him, lips curving into that supremely dismissive, almost mocking smile. Wanda heard this and instinctively rose from the carpet. You actually met him? Yeah. Pietro refocused. His eyes brightened as he looked at Wanda. Oh, and he's nothing like we imagined. He's not old at all. Young. And handsome. Jean, still in Pietro's arms, chimed in, looking at Wanda. See, Mommy. Daddy really is handsome. He used to visit me every month. But it's so strange, why couldn't you ever see him? The 3-year-old looked genuinely puzzled. She'd ventured out this time because Hawk had once told her, if he ever failed to visit, all she had to do was think of Daddy, and she'd find him. And once she found him on her own, their whole family could finally be together. This month, Hawk hadn't come. So, Jean had been thrilled to go find him. Wanda knew about this. Even Strucker knew. But before Jean's disappearance, both Wanda and Strucker had dismissed it as childish fantasy. Until now. Wanda listened to Jean's words again. She looked at her eldest daughter. Jean, the first time you saw him. Jean corrected her immediately. Mommy, he's not him. He's Daddy. All right. Wanda laughed softly. Do you remember when you first met your daddy? Jean thought about it. I don't remember exactly. But Daddy said he was there when we were still in that castle. Oh, and he was there when I was born too. Pietro, still holding Jean, sucked in a sharp breath. Wanda exchanged a glance with her brother. He can travel through time too. No idea. Wanda shook her head. But if what Jean says is true, we can confirm one thing. Jean declared loudly, I'm not lying. Pietro looked at Wanda. Confirm what? He has no ill will toward us, toward Jean, Billy, and Tommy. That's true. Pietro considered his sister's reasoning and nodded. My speed was nothing to him, like watching a snail. And he had every opportunity to kill me. But he didn't. Hawk hadn't exactly let him leave with Jean. But on the journey back, Pietro had worked something out. Hawk hadn't released him, but he hadn't stopped him from leaving either. Pietro was certain that given the speed Hawk had demonstrated, there was no way he could have escaped with Jean if Hawk had truly wanted to stop him. Still. Pietro pinched Jean's cheek and told her to go upstairs and check on her little brothers Billy and Tommy. Once Jean had left, Pietro turned to Wanda and lowered his voice. But Strucker plans to use Jean, Billy, and Tommy as leverage against him. I know. After Jean's departure, a hint of worry crept into the corners of Wanda's smile. True, she'd initially agreed to Strucker's experiment so that she and her brother could grow stronger, gain extraordinary power while suffering less torment. But after Jean was born, certain feelings had inevitably changed. Once more. Motherhood transforms the meek into warriors. To Hawk, Jean, Billy, and Tommy were products of a Hydra experiment. To Wanda, they were her children. Pietro noticed the shadow of worry in his sister's eyes. Something occurred to him. His lips moved silently. When Wanda noticed, he gave her a meaningful look. Wanda saw and smiled. Relax. I cast an illusion the moment you walked in. All they're seeing is a normal conversation. Creating false projections. This was something she'd slowly figured out after the Mind Scepter had activated her mental abilities. Wanda sensed she was capable of far more, that her power shouldn't be limited to just one room. But for now, blanketing a single room with a convincing illusion was her limit. She'd never told Strucker about this ability. Because she no longer had just her brother to protect. She had her 3 children too. Pietro heard his sister's words and nodded. Then he reached into his jacket and produced the Andromeda cloth necklace, handing it to Wanda. Unlike the pure gold it had been when Hawk first placed it around Gwen's neck. Because Gwen had used it once, time had shifted its color from pure gold to something closer to rose gold. Wanda looked at the necklace Pietro was offering. She took it instinctively. The moment she accepted it and opened her mouth to speak. Thrum. From somewhere within a vast, infinite cosmos, a presence stirred. A phoenix whose gaze encompassed an entire universe, simultaneously blazing and frozen, opened its eyes and fixed upon her. The next second. The illusion shattered. Wanda's pupils contracted violently. She clutched her chest and collapsed onto the couch behind her, gasping for breath. Pietro started in alarm, rushing forward. What happened? I don't know. Wanda recalled that brief, overwhelming vision. She shook her head, studying the Andromeda necklace in her hand, then looked at Pietro. What is this? His fiancée gave it. What? Wanda heard this. Her eyes went wide. She stared at Pietro, mouth opening and closing, words catching in her throat. She gave this because. She said it's for Billy and Tommy. That it will protect them. Pietro relayed Gwen's words faithfully. Wanda frowned at the necklace in her hand. Then something occurred to her. She looked up at her brother. Wait, didn't they search you when you came back? Heh. Pietro heard Wanda's question. His lips curved as he looked at her. Against him, my speed might be pathetic. But to everyone else, I'm fast enough that they can't even tell I've moved. He planted the necklace on a Hydra operative the moment he'd drunk that knockout juice. Then, when the submarine had docked at the base, in the instant they'd carried him toward Strucker's office, he'd used his speed advantage to retrieve it. As for how he'd timed it so precisely. Simple. He hadn't actually drunk a single drop of that knockout juice. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 185, 289, Hawk believes in reciprocity. That's right. Quicksilver Pietro hadn't actually drunk that knockout juice. After all, with his speed, dumping the contents in an instant and then feigning unconsciousness was child's play. Effortless, really. And Pietro had done far more than just skip the drink and smuggle back the Andromeda necklace. He'd brought something else too. Under Wanda's watchful gaze, Pietro reached into his jacket and produced another item, roughly the size of a wireless earbud case. Wanda blinked. That's GPS trajectory recorder. Pietro smiled at Wanda. As he powered it on, he explained, with this little gadget, we can finally figure out where the hell we are. Wanda said nothing. She simply moved closer to Pietro, and together they studied the tracker as it booted up and displayed their route. What they saw. Holy. Is that the Romanche Trench? Wanda and Pietro stared at the location marker on the GPS recorder and sucked in sharp breaths. 10 minutes later. Upstairs in the nursery, Jean was playing with her two little brothers. She turned to look at Uncle Pietro, who was asking if she could go outside again. She thought about it, then shook her head. I can't. You can't. Pietro frowned. Then how did you get out last time? Jean held onto Billy, who was crawling everywhere. I wanted to find Daddy. I felt like I could go. So I just went. Wanda leaned against the doorframe. Jean, do you feel like you could go now? Jean glanced at her mother, lowered her eyes as if concentrating, then shook her head. I can't. I'm so tired. Pietro heard this. Something clicked. He turned to Wanda. When I caught up to them, Jean fell asleep the moment she was in her dad's arms. Wanda's brow furrowed. Jean spoke up. That's because I really was exhausted. But after sleeping twice in Daddy's arms, I'm not as tired anymore. Pietro smiled at Jean, then took Wanda's arm and led her back out of the room. He looked at the GPS tracker in his hand and shook his head. I was hoping if Jean could get out, she could bring this to that guy. She probably used up all her energy last time. Wanda offered an explanation. When I project an illusion over this entire room, I can only maintain it for 30 minutes max. Jean's only 3, she probably burned through everything she had just getting out. But even if she could deliver this, it wouldn't matter. Pietro looked at Wanda, confused. Wanda shook her head. Brother, we're 7,000 meters beneath the ocean surface. In the Romanche Trench, the third deepest point in the Atlantic. Even if he's as powerful as they say, and even if he knew where we were, there's no way he could reach us down here. True. Pietro considered Wanda's words and nodded instinctively. Then he paused and looked at her. Wait, how do you know this is the third deepest trench? Wanda shrugged. I watched a lot of geography documentaries while I was pregnant. Pietro's expression cleared with understanding. Then he sighed. Wanda remained silent. But the next second, Pietro chuckled, changing the subject. By the way, he has a sister too. Wanda looked at him. Pietro continued, and apparently he doesn't have parents either. Raised his sister on his own, just like us. When you think about it, you two are actually a pretty good match. Wanda had been listening without comment at first. But as Pietro kept talking, her expression shifted. She rolled her eyes at him. The next second, scarlet mist swirled between her palms. Instantly, the reality illusion blanketing the room dissolved. Huh. At that very moment, Hawk sat outside a cafe on Paris's Champs-Élysées. His consciousness suddenly stirred. His power had just been projected into some kind of parallel space. The Andromeda necklace. Hawk thought of the gift he'd given Gwen, which Gwen had just passed on to protect those two children he'd never met, worried he might eliminate them. But in the instant his power had been projected through, another equally formidable force had blocked his gaze. Chaos magic. Wanda. Hawk's thoughts churned. Just then, Madame Viper Ophelia stepped out of a car, her flowing emerald hair catching the light. She spotted Hawk and approached his table. Seeing him with his eyes lowered, apparently deep in thought, she chose not to interrupt. She simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Hawk's consciousness had descended into his cosmo, examining this fleeting energy signature, brimming with infinite potential. He was almost certain this was Wanda's chaos magic. After all, that scarlet energy was unique in the entire Marvel universe. One of a kind. Hawk thought this to himself, then withdrew from his cosmo. He didn't bother tracking the scarlet energy's location. Too much hassle. More importantly, he'd never expected the Andromeda necklace Gwen had given away to actually pinpoint Strucker's location. After withdrawing his consciousness, Hawk looked up at Madame Viper Ophelia sitting quietly across from him. Ophelia. Mr. Fiend. Call me Hawk. Hawk looked at Ophelia across the table and smiled. I've confirmed with Anna. You really are her friend. Ophelia blinked in surprise. Anna's been found. Where is she? She's dead. But her soul returned to my underworld. Hawk watched Ophelia's momentary shock. He interlaced his fingers and leaned back in his chair. I set her up with a flower shop by the river Styx. When your life ends, you can join her there. I promise your soul won't fall into the blazing prison. You won't have to suffer. Ophelia heard this. Her thoughts raced. A smile tugged at her lips. Thank you. Don't mention it. You'll find out if it's true when you get there. Hawk had no interest in explaining the nature of his underworld to Ophelia. Besides, this meeting wasn't just about delivering that news. After Hydra's second uprising had failed, the Japanese branch had suffered equally devastating losses. But Ophelia had fled Japan the moment Hawk had left the country. A month ago, Sharon had called to ask if he knew an Ophelia. That was when Hawk learned that Ophelia, who'd escaped to Paris from Japan, had been tracked down by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Just as they'd prepared to apprehend her, Ophelia had remembered Hawk's promise back in Japan. So, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had contacted Commander Victoria Hand. Hand had contacted Sharon. Sharon had contacted Gwen. Gwen had handed him the phone. After that, Ophelia had been released. Though she remained under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. When Hawk had arrived in Paris, he'd remembered Ophelia was here too. So he'd asked Sharon to give her a call. Werner von Strucker. Know where he is. Who? Madame Viper Ophelia had known this call from Hawk wouldn't be simple. But hearing the name he'd spoken, she couldn't help frowning. Strucker, he's Strucker's. Hawk's expression remained calm. He's Wolfgang von Strucker's son. Strucker wanted to use his children as leverage. Fine. Strucker had made the first move. He couldn't blame Hawk for responding in kind. Hawk intended to capture Strucker's son and play a little game with him. The game was called I'll kill your son. Do you dare kill mine? Threaten me. Dream on. Hawk thought this to himself. He knew Werner von Strucker was Strucker's son, but he didn't know what name Werner used publicly. According to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. plotline, Werner von Strucker had apparently been completely ignorant of his father's Hydra involvement. But Werner's ignorance was irrelevant to Hawk. Billy and Tommy were equally clueless, and Strucker had still planned to use them as leverage. Turnabout was fair play. So, Werner von Strucker could blame his dear old dad for this. Not Hawk's problem. His mission was simple: find Werner, wait for Strucker's call, and then blow his son's brains out right in front of him. Hawk was curious to see if Strucker would dare do the same. After all, Hawk had the underworld. Worst case scenario, those two sons he'd never met would go straight to Pure Land. Perfect. Anya was already there. If push came to shove, his sister could babysit for a few years. Hawk had assumed Ophelia would know something about this. But, watching the surprise flash across Ophelia's face at this news, he realized she was equally in the dark. Sure enough. Ophelia recovered and smiled ruefully, shaking her head at Hawk. I'm sorry. This is the first I'm hearing of it. As I told you in Japan, the relationship between Hydra's leaders is more like an alliance, and not a very stable one at that. When the new generation Hydra leader Alexander Pierce had been front and center, the old guard leaders had maintained some communication. But after Dr. Zola and Alexander Pierce died, their relationships had reverted to what they'd been after Hydra's first defeat. Mutual blocking. Every man for himself. Waiting for fate to deal its hand. Hawk heard this and frowned. He laughed, preparing to leave and find another approach. When suddenly, his eyebrow rose. He looked across the street. The next second, Hawk's eyes narrowed. Sixth sense, clairvoyance. Instantly, Hawk's gaze pierced through 3 city blocks, locking onto an apartment, and specifically onto the phone in the hand of a young man who was pacing while making a call. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 186, 290, I don't fucking care. Hawk had come to Paris searching for Werner von Strucker without counting on anyone's help. Including Ophelia, sitting across from him. Just like the Andromeda necklace Gwen had given away, for Hawk, it was nothing more than a shot in the dark. If the necklace or Ophelia helped him find Werner von Strucker, wonderful. If not, Hawk wouldn't lose any sleep over it. After all, Hawk Phoenix had never been second to anyone. From the moment he touched down in Paris, his sixth sense had blanketed every corner of the city. And unlike before. This time, Hawk's sixth sense was fueled by his continuously burning cosmo, enveloping all of Paris in an instant. Simultaneously. Sixth sense, clairvoyance. This ability, which allowed gold saints to perceive anything happening anywhere on Earth at any moment, had been activated. While his cosmo burned, Hawk could briefly maintain this power, granting him a godlike omniscience over the entire city of Paris. Under this ability, every corner of Paris lay exposed. Every movement, no matter how minute, couldn't escape his perception. Originally, Hawk had maintained his usual indifference toward the hiding Strucker. Go ahead and hide. Hide until you die for all I care. But that was no longer acceptable. Before, Strucker had been nothing more than a terrorist. Now he'd evolved into something worse, a terrorist who'd destroyed a man's family harmony. How could that be tolerated? Gwen hadn't said anything, but Hawk had to act. Put it this way. Women possessed a special talent. They could bring up the same grievance over and over, even dredge up incidents from centuries past that had nothing to do with anything. So, to avoid Gwen ever saying, "You must have been secretly thrilled about it," he had to demonstrate outrage. Even if he wasn't angry, he had to act like it. Activating this godlike perception was beyond what Hawk's pre-gold level cosmo should handle. But he couldn't worry about that now. Bottom line. Strucker would not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. And so. Just moments ago, Hawk had heard Strucker's voice as clearly as if it were right beside him. That was when he'd spotted him, the unremarkable young man several blocks away, apparently on a phone call. Strucker's voice was coming from that phone. Hawk's eyebrow rose. Found you, Strucker. Ophelia, sitting across from him and frantically searching her memory for anything connected to Strucker, suddenly found herself staring at an empty chair. She blinked, sat there for a moment, then rose from her seat, left money and a tip on the table, and departed. At that moment, Werner was in his apartment, on the phone with his father, whom he believed was an engineer, asking when he'd be returning to Paris. Here was a joke. As Hydra's leader, Strucker had never told his son he was Hydra. It sounded absurd, but it was the truth. Strucker figured that if Hydra conquered the world, he could tell Werner afterward. And if Hydra failed, even if he died, his son Werner would still live a good life. Everyone knew. Engineers in the West commanded excellent salaries. So even though Strucker hadn't returned to Paris since Sokovia, the savings he'd left were more than enough for Werner to live comfortably. But Strucker genuinely loved his son and cared deeply about him. Even unable to return to Paris, he still called monthly to chat. A parent's love knew no bounds. Werner had called this time to ask where exactly Strucker was traveling for work. Winter break was approaching, and his friends had invited him to vacation in India. If Strucker happened to be there, maybe they could meet up. Strucker said he wasn't in India. Where exactly he was remained classified due to work confidentiality. But he supported Werner's travel plans. After all, Werner's public identity was spotless, completely disconnected from Hydra. The world was his oyster. After some tender father-son conversation, Strucker hung up with a loving smile. And Werner was about to receive a visit from another loving father figure. The moment he'd ended the call, about to phone his friend to confirm the India trip, Werner's vision blurred. Then he found himself staring at Hawk, who had materialized directly in front of him. Werner froze instinctively. Who are? GHHK. Before Werner could finish, Hawkswell lifted him off the floor. His entire body hung suspended in midair. Werner's face contorted with terror. He opened his mouth to scream, only to discover he couldn't make a sound. Hawk glanced at the floating Werner, then surveyed the apartment's layout. The space screamed, single father raising a kid. No warmth anywhere. Nothing feminine in sight. Before Gwen had moved into 521A Palm Street, Hawk's house had looked much the same. The entire place had two colors. Black and white. But once Gwen moved in, it was like magic. The black and white rooms had transformed into something vibrant and alive. Now, anyone stepping into 521A Palm Street could tell at a glance, this was a warm, happy home. Similarly, Hawk could read happiness in Werner's apartment too. No woman lived here, just father and son, but happiness still lingered in the air. Strucker was a villain. But villains could have happiness too. No contradiction there. Hawk didn't deny that. However, your happiness has nothing to do with why I'm going to destroy you. Hawk withdrew his gaze and looked at Werner, suspended in midair, expression cycling through confusion, fear, and panic. The next second. Sixth sense, teleportation. Boom. Without a word, Hawk transported Werner out of the apartment, and materialized above the Pacific Ocean. One blink, and Werner found himself suspended over endless water. His expression froze somewhere between shock and vacancy. The ocean was beautiful. But the sun was brutal. Within moments, Werner, bound and fully exposed to the blazing sun, began to feel the heat. Hawk extended his right hand, telekinetically pulling Werner's satellite phone into his grasp. Expression calm, he scrolled through the recent calls and dialed. The connection went through quickly. A moment later, someone answered. Strucker had just left his office when the phone rang again. Without showing any reaction, he returned inside and retrieved it. Son, what? Strucker. Inside the office, Strucker's warm smile froze solid the instant he heard Hawk's voice. The next second, he shot up from his chair, voice cracking with alarm. Hawk. Pacific Ocean. Check your satellite. No response came through the phone, only rapid footsteps. After a moment, Strucker's voice rang out. Pacific Ocean. Satellite. Now. Yes, sir. A Hydra operative glanced at Strucker's murderous expression, shuddered, and quickly redirected a satellite toward the Pacific. Soon, the main screen displayed the Pacific's waters. What they saw. 2 men appeared in the frame. One seemed bound, completely motionless. The other stood casually, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a phone. Strucker's gaze fixed on the men suspended in the sky, being slowly roasted by the sun. His composure shattered completely. Hawk sensed the surveillance from above and chuckled softly. Strucker. See him. Strucker closed his eyes. Took a deep breath. Tried desperately to regain his calm. I see him. And. Hawk heard this and smiled. There is no and. I just wanted you to watch. Don't worry, I won't use your son to threaten you. I won't even ask where you're hiding. He said this with a smile. But to Strucker, it felt like plunging into an ice bath. Strucker's hands had gone cold. Let my son go. He knows nothing. Heh. Hawk's gaze turned distant. So, Strucker, are you trying to make a deal with me? Strucker's mind raced. After a moment, he gritted his teeth, breathing deeply. Yes. Release my son. I'll release your children. I refuse. What? Strucker blinked, as if he hadn't heard correctly. Hawk stood suspended above the Pacific. He tilted his head up, under the satellite's gaze, under Strucker's gaze, and flashed a brilliant smile. I don't mind when people want to play games with me. But once the game starts, I'm the one who decides when it ends. What are you going to do? Strucker's heart lurched. On the main screen, Hawk's smile had turned mocking. Kill my son, and your children die too. Hawk laughed. He threw his head back and roared with laughter. The sound tore through the satellite phone, echoing throughout the entire Hydra command center. The next second, on the satellite feed, Hawk's laughter died. His eyes pierced through the camera, as if looking directly at Strucker, meeting his gaze head-on. Hawk's voice turned to ice. I don't fucking care. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 187, 291, The Andromeda Cloth's Shining Moment. I don't fucking care. Strucker. I'm genuinely curious, where did you get the delusion that you could threaten me with children? Just because I care about my family? Sure. I care about them deeply. But if you think caring about them means you can use them as leverage against me, you're dead wrong. I don't give a single damn. So, Hawk's gaze pierced through the satellite hovering overhead, as if meeting Strucker's eyes directly. His lips curved into an amused smile. I want to play a game with you. Let's see which one of us cares less. With that. Phoenix Ray. Hawk's eyes blazed crimson. A Phoenix Ray blasted directly into Werner's right shoulder as he hung suspended in the air. Boom. Ah. No. Werner's agonized scream tore through the air. Inside the Hydra base, Strucker watched his son's right arm get severed on screen. His eyes bulged with fury. Fuck. Fuck. Strucker was losing control. Why had he raised his son separately, kept him hidden away? Precisely so that if Hydra ever fell and his identity was exposed, his son would still live a good life. But now his son had been found anyway. And right before his eyes, Werner had just lost an arm. Strucker trembled violently, his gaze locked on the satellite feed. Fuck. Stay away from my son. You have a problem with me, take it up with me. Let him go, I'll give you your children back. Too late. What? You heard me. Hawk's lips curved upward. Listening to Werner's screams like sweet music to his ears, his tone remained perfectly calm. I told you, I won't use your son to threaten you into anything. He wasn't a villain, after all. Only villains use the protagonist's loved ones as leverage. Strucker ground his teeth. Then what do you want? I told you. A game. I don't care about those 3 children in your hands. You'd better not care about your son either. Hawk's smile widened. Crimson energy gathered in his eyes, preparing to give the now one-armed Werner a quick end. He spoke into the phone, voice distant and cold. Watch closely. Don't blink. Because the moment I finish speaking, you'll never see your son again. The words fell. Phoenix ray fired. Werner, suspended in the air, still screaming, exploded in a burst of crimson light. Hawk released the satellite phone, letting it plummet toward the ocean below. In an instant, the screaming stopped. The crimson light faded, taking Werner, struck dead center by the Phoenix ray, with it. Gone without a trace. No. Splash. Even Strucker's soul-rending howl through the satellite phone cut off the moment it hit the water. Hawk hovered in midair above the Pacific. He looked up at the spying satellite one last time, then fired another Phoenix ray. It pierced the clouds and struck the satellite with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. Crackle. Sir, the satellite's been destroyed. Should we redirect enough? The Hydra operative watched the screen dissolve into static. He turned instinctively toward Strucker, then immediately swallowed his remaining words. What he saw. Strucker stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at the static-filled screen as if in a trance. But looking closer, his lips were trembling uncontrollably. His mouth moved, trying to form words, but his throat seemed constricted. All that escaped were broken, toneless sounds. H-H-H-H, H-H-H-H. He couldn't believe it. His mind kept replaying that moment, the Phoenix ray striking his son without mercy, Werner's body dissolving instantly. In the span of a heartbeat, blood vessels burst in the whites of his eyes. His son. Dead? No. How dare he? How dare Hawk kill his son? Didn't he know Strucker held 3 of his children hostage? Right. His 3 children. Strucker snapped back to reality. His breathing grew ragged. His eyes turned bloodshot. Then he released an inhuman shriek of primal fury. Ah! I want you dead, Hawk Phoenix. Strucker had lost all composure. Only one thought consumed him now. Staring at the static-filled screen, teeth clenched, eyes crimson with rage, his voice seemed to crawl up from the depths of hell. Fine. You want to play? I'll play. You killed my son. Then your 3 children won't survive either. Bring those 3 kids to me. I'm going to kill them. Kill them. Driven to the brink of madness, Strucker whirled on his assistant, screaming and stomping with uncontained fury. The assistant faced Strucker's murderous bloodshot glare, shuddered violently, and immediately barked into his headset, ordering agents to seize Jean, Billy, and Tommy. The Hydra operatives stationed on Wanda's floor received their orders. Without hesitation, 5 agents sprinted toward her quarters. Bang. The door exploded inward. Quicksilver and Wanda, who had dropped the illusion and were sitting in the living room, stared at the 5 operatives who burst in radiating killing intent. Quicksilver reacted for thud. One instant he'd entered the Speed Force. The next, he came crashing out, his body rigid, convulsing on the floor. Wanda, hands just beginning to rise, suffered the same fate. Her entire body seized as if electrocuted. Like Pietro, she collapsed, twitching uncontrollably. The lead Hydra operative glanced at the nanobug control device he'd just activated. He nodded to his 4 companions. The 4 operatives stepped over Wanda and Pietro, racing upstairs. With the nanobots in their bloodstreams activated, Pietro and Wanda, struggling against the electrical current, forced their gazes toward the upper floor. Bang. The 4 operatives kicked down the door. 3 of them immediately converged on 3-year-old Jean. Boom. Scarlet light erupted from Jean's body, only to be absorbed by the vibranium shields the 3 operatives had already drawn from their backs. The next second. Wham! Jean was only 3 years old. She was knocked unconscious instantly. Once the 3 operatives had Jean secured, the remaining 2 turned their attention to Billy and Tommy crawling on the carpet. But the moment they reached for the twins, everything changed. The source wasn't Billy or Tommy. It was the rose gold Andromeda cloth necklace in Wanda's pocket downstairs, still not delivered to the boys, while she convulsed under the nanobot's assault. Hawk had given this Andromeda cloth necklace to Gwen. Gwen had then given it to protect Billy and Tommy. Just as Thor had once commanded Mjolnir to protect Jane Foster. The Andromeda cloth, entrusted by Gwen to safeguard Billy and Tommy, sensed danger to its charges. It blazed with radiant light, whooshing out of Wanda's pocket as it disassembled into countless components, streaking upstairs. The cloth pieces phased through the floor. With wet thuds, they punched clean through 2 Hydra operatives, entering at their groins and exiting through their skulls. A 3rd operative, about to fasten something around Jean's neck, heard the whistling air and turned. By then, a cloth fragment had already pierced his throat. Simultaneously. The instant the cloth activated, the cosmo energy it carried annihilated the nanobots inside Wanda. Her internal nanobots disintegrated before the erupting cosmo. As 4 muffled impacts sounded from the room above, Wanda found herself free. She didn't hesitate. Motherhood transforms the meek into warriors. Ah. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment the cloth's radiance appeared, before the operative downstairs, the one controlling Wanda and Pietro via nanobots, could even react, Wanda's eyes had turned completely scarlet. Her hands thrust toward him. Crimson energy, like a force palm, slammed into his chest. Boom. The operative at the doorway went flying backward, his spine crashing against the railing outside. Then he plummeted toward the lower levels. Wanda didn't spare him a glance. She was already racing upstairs. Pietro, freed from the nanobots when the operative went down, worried desperately for his niece and nephews. The instant he scrambled up, he entered the speed force. But even he couldn't outpace a mother's instinct. Still. When Wanda saw the life-sized rose gold cloth standing in the room, she froze. The next second, she heard Billy and Tommy's voices coming from within the human-sized cloth, wrapped protectively in its chain. Giggling. Babbling. As if they found this all tremendously fun rather than dangerous. Billy. Tommy. Wanda heard her sons and snapped back to reality. She rushed forward. Pietro had already scooped up the unconscious Jean from nearby. As for the 4 Hydra operatives who'd stormed in, they lay scattered across the room. Dead beyond dead. Meanwhile. Blair. 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 Alarm klaxons erupted throughout the Hydra base. But not because of Wanda and Pietro. Because Hawk had arrived. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 188, 292, Moving Mountains and Parting Seas, Basic Saint Skills. Shit. How the hell did he find us? And wasn't he just over the Pacific? How'd he get to the Atlantic this fast? Oh, God. He stopped. Right above us. Hydra's command center had devolved into absolute chaos. The operatives had abandoned all pretense of composure, that careful, breath-holding silence meant to avoid provoking Strucker. Self-preservation had taken over. Understandable. Angering Strucker meant they might die. But with Hawk here, death was guaranteed. And now. Hawk had arrived. On the main screen, the freshly redirected Atlantic satellite showed Hawk, who'd been hovering over the Pacific moments ago, now standing directly above their position. His arrival had triggered Hydra's satellite alert system. Strucker, who seconds earlier had been consumed by blind fury, ready to murder those 3 children, saw Hawk standing above them on the main screen. The sight hit him like ice water. The bloodlust drained from his eyes, replaced by sudden clarity. Strucker stared at the screen in disbelief. Hawk floated above them, hands in his pockets, casual as could be. When it rains, it pours. Sir. The assistant had just received word of the capture team's failure. He rushed to report. The apprehension squad was neutralized. B team and C team are en route. Strucker glanced at his assistant. He took a deep breath, turned back to the screen showing Hawk, and began issuing commands. All combat operatives to battle stations. Combat protocol already initiated. Order all 4 submarines into attack mode. Submarines entering attack mode. The 4 matte black submarines guarding the massive underwater installation received their orders and began ascent procedures. Strucker finished issuing commands, then turned to his assistant. His expression was ice. Inform B team and C team. Shoot to kill. The assistant hesitated briefly, read Strucker's face, nodded quickly, and pressed his earpiece, relaying the updated orders to the 2 teams already rushing to intercept Wanda and Pietro's family. The teams had just reached the far end of the corridor, approaching Wanda's quarters. Upon receiving the new directive, they ejected their current magazines and slammed in specialized rounds. Click-clack. Once reloaded, the 2 squad leaders exchanged glances across the hallway, nodded in unison, then advanced in tactical formation toward Wanda's room. Strucker brushed past his assistant, shoved open the command center doors, and strode rapidly toward the laboratory in the deepest section of the base. That was where his ultimate weapon against Hawk waited. Originally, Strucker had planned to let others deal with Hawk. Let others kill him. But now. He'd changed his mind. Hawk had murdered his son. Blood debts required blood payment. He would kill Hawk personally. With his own hands. Meanwhile. Above the Atlantic. Hawk gazed downward. His vision pierced the dark waters, reaching the Hydra installation anchored to the seabed 7,700 meters below, sitting on the floor of the Romanche Trench. His lips curved slightly. Found you. Game over. You lose, Strucker. He'd said he wanted to play a game. The game was called Don't Move. Move and die. Unfortunately for Strucker, he'd taken the bait. The instant he'd tried to kill Jean and those two children Hawk had never met, the automatically activated Andromeda cloth had transmitted coordinates to Hawk, who'd been resting above the Pacific. So, here he was. Strucker was about to die. More importantly, Hawk would finally obtain the Mind Stone he'd been waiting for. Double celebration. Absolutely perfect. Just then, under Hawk's penetrating gaze, the 4 submarines ascending from the depths broke through the surface. Seawater cascaded off their hulls. Launch hatches opened immediately. The commanders aboard all 4 vessels saw Hawk floating there, exposed, unguarded, hands still in his pockets. Fury and anticipation surged through them as they simultaneously slammed the launch buttons. After all, if not for Hawk, Hydra's second uprising would have succeeded. They'd be ruling the new world by now. Because of Hawk, they'd been forced to hide beneath these freezing waters. So, every Hydra operative in this underwater base shared one dream: kill Hawk, and world domination was theirs. Boom. 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 4 submarines. 24 Trident submarine-launched missiles. Carrying the hopes of 4 commanders and countless Hydra operatives in the command center. Wrapped in destructive intent, they streaked skyward in succession. They had only one target. The men suspended miles above, hands in pockets, expression indifferent, watching them like they were ants. Hawk observed the first wave of missiles screaming toward him. His cold lips twitched slightly. He didn't dodge. He didn't even blink. The first wave arrived screaming. But no fire. No explosions. Because the instant the first wave entered the 1,000-meter perimeter around Hawk, every missile seemed to slam into an invisible wall. In a heartbeat, all of them were forcibly compressed and twisted. Sixth sense, telekinesis. Hawk hadn't moved. But his telekinesis had. With his now overwhelmingly powerful psychic force, nothing short of vibranium could withstand his will. Let alone a few missiles made of scrap metal. So, metal became dust. Detonations were snuffed out. Then came the second wave. The third. Missiles rushed in like moths to flame. Within 1,000 meters of Hawk, they silently disintegrated, transforming into clouds of metallic dust that high-altitude winds scattered instantly. When the smoke and debris cleared, Hawk still stood in the upper atmosphere. He looked down, expression cold, imperious, at the 4 submarines exposed on the ocean surface. Done. Then. My turn. Hawk chuckled softly. His right hand emerged from his pocket. No charge up. No wind up. He simply pointed at the 4 submarines below. Supersonic fist. Yes. Supersonic. Not even maximum output. After all. For 4 toys cobbled together from scrap metal, supersonic was already overkill. As his words fell, a sliver of white light appeared at his fingertip. In the span of a blink, that light engulfed the entire ocean surface below. Then. Boom. Crash. Boom boom boom. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. We're finished. The Hydra operatives in the command center watched the satellite feed. The 4 submarines had exploded into fragments the instant Hawk had pointed at them. Eyes went wide with disbelief. One operative's gaze turned hollow. He slumped to the floor, reached for his weapon, ready to give himself a quick end. But just then. What are you afraid of? Don't forget, we're 7,000 meters beneath the ocean surface. He can fly. But can he physically descend to where we are? A veteran Hydra operative saw his comrades spiraling into despair. His face contorted with fury as he roared. The shout snapped several operatives out of their hopelessness. Right. They were stationed 7,000 meters below sea level. No flesh-and-blood human could reach this depth. With that thought, hope reignited in countless eyes. Even the operative who'd been about to shoot himself lowered his pistol. After all. If survival was possible, why not try? Every gaze locked onto the main screen. The explosions above had gone silent. Once the towering geysers subsided back into the ocean, the surface became visible again, a scene of utter devastation. Submarine wreckage scattered everywhere. Severed limbs and body parts. The sea had turned crimson with blood. Boom. Hawk plummeted from the upper atmosphere. Under countless wide-eyed Hydra stares, he didn't enter the water. Instead, he simply stood upon the ocean surface. God. Thank God, he can't come down. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. The command center erupted in cheers the moment they saw Hawk halt at the water's surface. Hawk saw the celebrating Hydra operatives too. But his gaze passed over these dead men walking. It settled on Wanda, who had retreated to a second-floor room, and Pietro, whose leg had taken a bullet. Just then. Clatter. The Andromeda Cloth's nebula chain suddenly moved. It yanked Wanda, who'd been standing at the doorway holding off advancing Hydra operatives, back into the room. Wanda instinctively prepared to counterattack. A cool voice sounded beside her ear. Relax. You'll be fine. The scarlet energy around Wanda's hands vanished instantly. For reasons she couldn't explain, she sensed no malice in that voice. The next second. The nebula chain, previously wrapped around the cloth, began spinning like a protective ring. It encircled Wanda, Pietro, Jean, and the Billy and Tommy still sheltered within the cloth. Hawk finished establishing this protection, then withdrew his gaze to the ocean below. A phoenix phantom began to manifest behind him, rising from the churning waters at his feet as his cosmo blazed. Part. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 189, 293, Hawk and Wanda's first meeting. Above the Atlantic Ocean. As the Phoenix Phantom manifested behind Hawk, its wings slowly unfurling, the moment his cosmo reached its absolute peak. Hawk spread his arms wide. Palms facing the sea. Expression calm. 2 words fell from his lips. Part. Thrum. Without warning. Under the energy of Cosmo burning at maximum intensity, the churning waves beneath his feet froze in place. Even the spray hung suspended in midair, shimmering with silver light. The next instant. Hawk's hands moved as if prying open a durian, pulling the ocean apart, tearing the sea itself in 2 directions. Rumble. The ocean responded with the sound of being ripped alive. In that moment, the entire surface began to boil. The sea beneath Hawk was splitting. Not metaphorically. Physically splitting. The water parted with thunderous rumbling, exposing an empty corridor. On either side, the ocean rose like walls of churning fury, climbing higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, both walls had risen 1,000 meters. But 1,000 meters was only the beginning. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 7,000 meters. Until the Hydra installation anchored to the Romanche Trench seabed lay completely exposed. Only then did the water walls, now over 7,000 meters tall, finally stabilize. This was parting the sea. This was what parting the sea meant. Moving mountains. Parting oceans. A silver saint could effortlessly lift a mountain. Could split 10,000-meter depths and stroll across the ocean floor. 7,000 meters underwater. Please. That might represent the pinnacle of Hydra's engineering. It was nowhere near Hawk's limits. From miles above, the view was breathtaking. 2 walls of water, each over 7,000 meters tall, roared and churned. Hawk stood suspended between them. And in the 7,000-meter abyss beneath his feet, the Hydra installation sat fully exposed on the seabed. Unfortunately, those towering water walls blocked any outside observers. But not the Hydra operatives inside. What the? Jesus Christ. It's over. We're finished. Seconds ago, these operatives had been celebrating in the command center, convinced Hawk couldn't possibly reach them at this depth. Now, watching Hawk casually tear the ocean apart like some descending deity, they were completely stupefied. Especially the operative who'd considered suicide but ultimately hadn't. That operative stared at the screen, at Hawk standing godlike above them, their base laid bare for the world to see. Countless emotions flickered across his face. Then his gaze dropped to the gun still in his hand. The next second. He didn't hesitate. Raised the gun. Barrel in mouth. Pulled the trigger. One fluid motion. He was a senior Hydra operative at this facility. He knew what they'd done here. He knew what awaited him if Hawk captured him alive. So he chose to end it. At least this way, he wouldn't suffer. Bang. The shot echoed. Skull fragments and brain matter sprayed outward. Thud. The self-decapitated operative's body hit the metal floor. The impact jolted every Hydra operative in the room back to reality. Some turned with vacant expressions toward the headless corpse on the floor. Others flinched at the gunshot and instinctively drew their sidearms. Still others, having witnessed Hawk part the sea, simply snapped. Ha ha ha. It's fake. This is all fake. I must be hallucinating. Yes. This is a hallucination. Wake up. The operative who'd stepped up moments ago, the one who'd given everyone hope by insisting Hawk couldn't possibly reach 7,000 meters, had only been trying to impress Strucker for a promotion. Now, watching the sea-parting miracle on screen and the suicide beside him, something inside him shattered. He burst into hysterical laughter. The sound was shrill. Piercing. It devolved into madness. And the instant he screamed, "Wake up!" he drew his weapon and opened fire indiscriminately on his fellow operatives. That kicked the hornet's nest. Several operatives, nerves already frayed, weapons already drawn, watched this happen and snapped to. Without hesitation, they squeezed their triggers. In an instant. Following Hawk's godlike miracle of parting the sea, the Hydra operatives descended into their final frenzy. Gunfire erupted throughout the command center. Within seconds, dozens of Hydra operatives lay dead. They couldn't face Hawk. So they chose suicide. What they didn't know was that Hawk now held dominion over all deaths in the Western Hemisphere. So, dead or not, their souls belonged to him. Though, from a certain perspective, setting aside whatever torments awaited their souls in the underworld, their choice to die now was actually the merciful option. Because the instant their base, 7,000 meters beneath the surface, became exposed to open air, a far more horrifying catastrophe struck. Water exerted pressure at depth. A deep-sea installation at 7,000 meters had to maintain one standard atmosphere internally to keep personnel alive. But the external pressure at 7,000 meters was roughly 700 atmospheres. When that surrounding pressure suddenly vanished, what happened next? The answer was catastrophic. Boom. 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 Almost simultaneously with Hawk completing his sea-parting feat, the Hydra base's walls, windows, hatches, every structure designed to resist external water pressure, exploded like overinflated balloons. Bulkheads groaned. Rivets shot out like bullets. Pipes twisted and tore apart. The entire installation stopped being a shelter and became a bomb disassembling itself. The moment of exposure was the moment of collapse. But the base died horribly. The operatives inside died far worse. An operative named Jack, fully armed, positioned to ambush Hawk the moment he entered, suddenly felt an irresistible force pushing outward from his lungs, intestines, blood. His eardrums burst silently. His eyes seared with agony. Tears didn't flow, they boiled and bubbled on his eyeballs. His chest swelled grotesquely. Blood vessels beneath his skin bulged like twisted vines, then ruptured. Jack wasn't alone. Every operative who'd assembled to give Hawk a deadly welcome. Lab technicians frantically destroying evidence. Command center survivors who dodged the shootout. Even the teams rushing toward Wanda's quarters to seize her family. Their bodily fluids began boiling the instant the base exploded. Everyone knew. Under normal atmospheric pressure, human fluids, blood, saliva, tears, remained liquid. But under this sudden, massive pressure differential, everything inside them flash-boiled. Countless operatives watched in horror as their bodies began inflating like balloons. But there were no screams. By the time they noticed, they'd already reached the end. Accompanied by the continuous sound of human bodies detonating, the command center, laboratories, corridors, everywhere operatives had stood, were now filled with bloated, scattered remains. In an instant, Hawk sensed a massive influx of souls flooding into his underworld. Kai. Throw them all into the 5th prison. Understood, Master. In the first prison, Blood Elf Kai dropped to one knee, receiving Hawk's command. Just then, Hawk's eyebrow rose. Strucker wasn't among them. Hawk's consciousness swept through the flood of Hydra souls entering his underworld. Finding no trace of Strucker, his gaze dropped to the collapsing installation below. The next second, he vanished. By the time Hawk touched down on the seabed, the secret deep-sea Hydra base, built at untold cost, had become rubble. As the installation groaned and crumbled, the seabed itself rumbled. Dust billowed outward like smoke signals. And within that endless dust, a rose-gold light flickered. Following that glow, Pietro, wrapped in the nebula chain, emerged from the wreckage alongside Wanda and the Billy and Tommy protected by the Andromeda cloth. They rose into the air, then gently descended before Hawk. The nebula chain retracted rapidly. The instant it rejoined the Andromeda cloth, click, the cloth disassembled into countless fragments that shot outward in all directions. With the cloth's dissolution, Billy and Tommy reappeared. Wanda gasped and rushed forward, scooping up both boys, one in each arm, and clutching them to her chest. At the same time, Jean, still in Pietro's arms, seemed to sense Hawk's arrival. Her eyes fluttered open. She spotted Hawk, and her face lit up. Before Pietro could react, she'd already launched herself into Hawk's embrace. Daddy. Hawk caught her instinctively with one arm. The next second, his gaze met Wanda's, who stood there holding Billy and Tommy. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 190, 294, Strucker, the Ultron Vision Hybrid. Hawk held Jean in his arms. Wanda held Billy and Tommy in hers. This was the first time they'd ever stood face to face. Their eyes met. But Hawk's gaze didn't linger on the woman before him, the one with flowing auburn hair and an unmistakable maternal softness in her features. Instead, his attention drifted downward to the two children cradled in her arms. Billy and Tommy. His bloodline descendants. Children he'd never met until this very moment. Just as I thought. These two hadn't inherited his power. And that made perfect sense. After all, these children had been conceived after his engagement to Gwen. From that point forward, only Gwen's children with him would ever inherit his abilities. Only they would have that right. Hawk had no intention of changing that arrangement. It was a promise he'd made to Gwen. And he intended to keep it. Wanda met his gaze head-on. As his eyes swept over the twins in her arms, she stared straight at him, crimson light flickering subtly within her irises, as though she were trying to see through him entirely. Hawk noticed. He pulled back from his thoughts, glanced at her expression, and let out a soft chuckle. Wanda caught the sound. The tension in her brow eased slightly. She opened her mouth to speak. When suddenly, "Daddy." Hawk's attention snapped downward to the little girl in his arms who'd just called out to him. Jean gazed up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "Daddy, Mommy, and Uncle were just saying you didn't care about us. I was about to tell them they were wrong, but then you showed up, perfect timing." Hawk looked at the child clinging tightly to his neck after delivering that declaration. His gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, toward Pietro. Pietro felt the weight of that stare hit him like a truck. His heart lurched. Without missing a beat, his eyes shot upward, locking onto the 7,000-meter walls of water rising on either side of them. "Wow, would you look at that?" Smooth deflection. Wanda, on the other hand, didn't flinch. She held Hawk's gaze without wavering. Their eyes locked. Neither spoke. Then, Hawk vanished. Wanda's pupils contracted sharply. She whipped her head around, scanning the wreckage of the Hydra installation in the distance. And there he was. Hawk had reappeared atop the rubble, Jean still secure in his arms. His head was lowered, gaze sweeping methodically across the destruction beneath his feet, as if searching for something. Jean, still clinging to his neck, noticed his behavior. Her voice came out sweet and curious. "Daddy, what are you looking for?" Strucker. One word. That was all Hawk offered. Strucker's soul hadn't entered the underworld. Which meant only one thing. The bastard was still alive. Jean blinked at his answer, then pointed toward a section of the wreckage not far away, a spot where a faint, eerie glow seemed to be pulsing. Over there. Hawk followed her finger. And saw it. Deep within the rubble, a pale blue light flickered, growing brighter and more intense with each passing second. Blue light. The Mind Stone. Hawk's expression shifted. Then his gaze snapped skyward. Far above, cutting through the abyss overhead with the roar of jet engines, a Shield tactical aircraft descended into view. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Central Command, are you seeing this? We see it. Back in New York, inside Shield's Central Command hub, Sharon and Gwen stood before the main display. The massive walls of churning seawater filled the screen. Sharon's eyes flickered with something unreadable. She cleared her throat. Can you get a clearer image of what's happening down below? The Shield operative aboard the aircraft responded with a clipped, "Stand by." The underslung camera adjusted rapidly, focusing on the exposed seabed far beneath them. The next second, the image sharpened. Pietro. Wanda, holding Billy and Tommy. And Hawk, holding Jean. All of them appeared on Shield's main screen in an instant. Gwen's gaze settled on Wanda, who stood there cradling her two sons. At that very moment, as if sensing the surveillance, Wanda lifted her head and stared directly at the Shield aircraft's camera lens. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the feed, meeting Gwen's gaze through the screen. Just then, Hawk glanced at the increasingly brilliant blue glow emanating from the wreckage. In a flash, he reappeared in front of Pietro, and placed Jean, who was still clinging to his neck, into his brother-in-law's arms. Jean blinked her big eyes. "Daddy. Get out of here first." Hawk offered a small smile to his daughter, now safely transferred to Pietro's embrace, then looked up. Sixth sense, teleportation. Whoosh. Holy sure. Hands up. Hold your fire. They're friendlies. Inside the Shield aircraft's cabin, the operatives watched a flash of white light deposit Pietro and Jean directly into the cargo bay. They reached for their sidearms by reflex, but Sharon, watching the live feed from New York, caught the movement and barked the order just in time. After teleporting Pietro and Jean to safety, Hawk turned toward Wanda. He was about to send her, Billy, and Tommy to the aircraft as well. When? Boom. A blinding blue beam erupted from deep within the rubble, streaking toward Wanda like a laser. Hawk's eyes blazed crimson. Phoenix Ray. Boom. The searing phoenix ray intercepted the blue beam a split second before it struck Wanda. The two energies collided and locked in a violent stalemate. The next instant, Hawk appeared at Wanda's side. Splitting his focus, he continued suppressing the blue beam with his phoenix ray while simultaneously placing a hand on Wanda's shoulder, and teleported her, Billy, and Tommy into the shield aircraft above. Whoosh. Holy. Again. The operative who just holstered his weapon jerked as another flash of white light delivered Wanda into the cabin. Back in New York, Sharon spared a brief glance at the new arrivals on the monitor before her attention snapped back to the main feed, where something in the depths below appeared to be locked in a fierce energy exchange with Hawk. Deep beneath the surface. With Wanda safely evacuated, Hawk drew a deep breath. Boom. His phoenix ray surged, overwhelming the blue beam, forcing it backward, then tore straight through, slamming into the rubble that had spawned the attack. The wreckage vaporized instantly under the phoenix ray's scorching heat. But a streak of golden light burst from the destruction with a sharp crack, rocketing upward toward the shield aircraft at breakneck speed. Hawk's eyebrow rose. The next second. Rumble. The towering water walls, each standing nearly 8,000 meters tall, collapsed without warning. The sea came crashing down like heaven's own waterfall, slamming into the golden object with the full weight of an ocean's fury. Boom. The unidentified object's momentum died instantly. Caught beneath the descending deluge falling from 8,000 meters, it was hammered out of the sky in a heartbeat. But just as the object was about to be dragged back into the depths alongside the collapsing water, a flash of blue light. The golden figure cleared the water's reach and rocketed skyward once more, streaking toward the shield aircraft above. Then, wham! Hawk materialized beneath the aircraft. He watched the incoming object close the distance and threw a single punch. The impact sent the unidentified object spinning wildly through the air. After several violent rotations, it finally stabilized mid-flight, revealing its true form. And what Hawk saw? A body forged entirely from vibranium. No face, or rather, a face completely concealed behind a heavy, seamless faceplate. But where I should have been, two pinpricks of pale blue light glowed through the metal, apparently serving as this thing's visual sensors. The areas not covered by vibranium appeared pitch black, with an almost liquid quality, as though composed of countless microscopic particles in constant motion. Nanobots. Upon closer inspection, those flowing black surfaces were made of infinite swarms of nanoscale machines. But that wasn't the main attraction. No. What caught Hawk's attention was the gemstone embedded at the center of this thing's chest, currently radiating a soft, eerie yellow glow. The Mind Stone. One of the Infinity Stones. Ultron. Vision. Hawk studied the apparition before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Keh. Hawk Phoenix. While Hawk was still assessing what exactly he was looking at, the thing finally spoke. The voice was raspy, metallic, like rusted gears grinding together. But Hawk recognized it instantly. His eyebrow arched. Strucker. Keh, surprised. What stood before him was no longer human. It looked more like something that had fused its soul into this combat chassis via the Mind Stone, a knockoff version of Hawk's own Saint Cloth armor. Strucker's twin blue pinpricks locked onto Hawk. You were one step too late. Just one more second, and you would have killed me. That's right. Just 1 second. He was lucky his true trump card had never been Wanda or Pietro. He was luckier still that the moment he'd seen Hawk, he hadn't hesitated, hadn't clung to any false hope, and had immediately fled to the secret laboratory at the base's lowest level, ordering the technicians to transfer his soul into this weapon. Otherwise, Strucker's consciousness flickered with the memory. The instant his soul had completed the transfer, he'd watched his flesh and blood body detonate alongside every other human in that room. His voice turned venomous, hatred dripping from every rasping syllable as he glared at Hawk. Too bad for you, I survived. And now? You're the one who's going to die. Hawk heard this and laughed. With that pile of scrap metal. Keh. Strucker's laughter turned savage. Scrap metal. Once I've butchered you, you'll see just how much scrap metal this really is. This body was designed specifically to destroy you. A frame forged entirely from vibranium. Infinite nanobots capable of repairing any damage at maximum speed. A gemstone that provides me with limitless, inexhaustible energy. I call it the Sentry. Sentry. Hawk listened to Strucker's grandiose, supremely confident declaration. His mind drifted involuntarily to the real Sentry, the hero said to possess the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. He considered the comparison for a moment, then looked back at the thing before him, which resembled a bizarre fusion of Ultron and Vision far more than any actual Sentry, and let out a soft, dismissive laugh. No point in arguing semantics. Sentry. Sure. Whatever makes you happy. Strucker cackled in response. Oh, I'll be happy. Very happy, once you're dead. Good. Hawk's smile didn't waver. I'll give you your shot. With that, he turned toward the shield aircraft still hovering nearby. Get out of here. Roger that. The pilot met Hawk's gaze and immediately throttled up the engines, preparing to withdraw. At that moment, Strucker's roar tore through the air. You think you can run? Dream on. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 191, 295, The Return of Marvel's Sea King. My son is dead. Your children won't survive either. Die. The instant Strucker heard Hawk tell the shield aircraft to leave, something inside him snapped. He exploded into motion, his mind flooding with the image of his son being obliterated without mercy. The twin blue pinpricks serving as his eyes flared with renewed intensity. Simultaneously, the Mind Stone embedded in his chest blazed with brilliant light. The next second, two beams of searing yellow energy erupted from what passed for Strucker's eyes, streaking toward the fleeing shield aircraft. But he had beams. So did Hawk. Phoenix Ray. Boom. The moment the Phoenix Ray collided with the Mind Stone beams midair, the impact was catastrophic. Shockwaves exploded outward from the collision point, rippling in every direction at terrifying speed. The turbulent air currents generated by the clashing energies locked onto the shield aircraft like invisible chains. The aircraft shuddered violently, pitching and rolling. Shit. Get us out of here, Mark. Inside the cabin, the shield operative, who felt like he was trapped inside a leaf caught in a hurricane, seconds away from going down, stumbled toward the cockpit door and roared at the pilot. Fuck. Stop rushing me, I'm trying. Fly, damn it. The pilot, Mark, roared right back. He'd already maxed out the engines. The aircraft's turbines screamed at full power. But something had them pinned. No matter how much thrust he demanded, they weren't moving. It was like the aircraft was glued in place. Inside the cabin, Wanda peered through the window at Hawk, hovering to their right, locked in a beam struggle with Strucker. After a moment's thought, she shifted Billy and Tommy into Pietro's arms. Pietro blinked, instinctively accepting the twins before shooting his sister a look. What are you doing? Helping. Helping my ass. Pietro's eyes nearly rolled out of his skull. He watched scarlet energy already gathering around his sister's hands. Can you fly? The second you step out that door, you'll drop straight into the ocean. Wanda heard this and frowned. But just sit tight. The only thing we can do right now is stay out of his way. Wanda considered her brother's words. Then she turned back toward the window, watching Hawk and Strucker clash in the sky beyond. Strucker's voice was savage with fury. Just die already. You. Hawk's tone dripped with contempt. As he spoke, his form rose steadily higher, the Phoenix Ray maintaining pressure from above, pressing down against Strucker's Mind Stone beams from an elevated position. He wasn't even taking Strucker seriously. The man hadn't been a threat in human form. Now that he'd abandoned his humanity entirely. Even less of one. However, while Hawk didn't give a damn about Strucker himself, he cared very much about the Mind Stone. By all rights, Strucker shouldn't have been able to wield an Infinity Stone at all. More accurately, no living creature could use an Infinity Stone without consequences. Everyone knew the deal. Infinity Stones got energy. They drain your energy. No energy. They drain your life. Any human attempting to harness an Infinity Stone had only one outcome waiting for them: their life force would be siphoned away long before they could accomplish anything meaningful. But Strucker had stopped being human. By transferring his soul into this vibranium and nanobot hybrid chassis, he'd effectively found a loophole around the Mind Stone's side effects. Whether that was intentional or just dumb luck, Hawk couldn't say. Either way. As Strucker continued firing those Mind Stone beams, his vibranium body was visibly deteriorating, turning to ash at a rate the naked eye could track. But his body wasn't just vibranium. It was also nanobots. The moment sections of his frame began disintegrating, nanobots rushed in to fill the gaps instantaneously. Just like Tony Stark's future nanotech suit, damage repaired in the blink of an eye by countless microscopic machines. From a certain angle, Strucker had perfectly circumvented the cost of wielding an Infinity Stone. But Strucker relied on external tools. Hawk relied on himself. Boom. 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 As Hawk's Cosmo continued burning at a steady, controlled rate, his Phoenix Ray's energy output remained rock solid, and with the advantage of higher ground, he began steadily pushing the collision point downward toward Strucker. He was forcing Strucker to make a choice. Either abandon the attempt to destroy the shield aircraft, rise to match Hawk's altitude, and continue the beam struggle. Or watch the Phoenix Ray punch straight through and vaporize his new body. Khah. Hawk Phoenix, you're such a hypocrite. You claimed you didn't care whether I killed your children or not. But clearly, you care quite a bit. Strucker saw through Hawk's strategy, and it delighted him, like discovering a new toy. His laughter turned manic. Makes sense, though. At your level of existence, you probably have no idea that these 3 children might be the only offspring you'll ever have. After all, that Gwen Stacy of yours can't bear your children. I'm the one who gave you these 3 kids. You should be on your knees, thanking me. Thanking me for gifting you 3 children. So. Kneel. As he spat that final word, Strucker made his choice. With an explosive surge, he rocketed upward, soaring higher than Hawk, and reversed the dynamic entirely. Now he held the elevation advantage, his mind stone beams pressing down against the Phoenix Ray. But in doing so, he'd abandoned his assault on the shield aircraft. The instant Strucker ascended, the aircraft, previously trapped by the shockwaves, felt its engines roar back to life. The pilot immediately pitched the nose down and throttled forward, desperate to escape. Hawk sensed something was wrong. And sure enough, the mind stone in Strucker's chest blazed with blinding intensity. His voice turned utterly savage. These 3 children were my gift to you. What I give, I can take back. So watch. Just like me, watch helplessly as your 3 children die right in front of you. Khah. Hawk heard Strucker's mechanical, demonic shriek. His sixth sense stirred. His peripheral vision dropped toward the ocean surface below. And he saw it. A dark silhouette, skimming just beneath the waves, racing toward them at incredible speed. That's Namor Mackenzie. Boom. The figure shot from the water like a swordfish breaching the surface. A furious battle cry tore from his throat as the trident in his grip launched forward, streaking through the air like an intercontinental missile, aimed directly at the fleeing shield aircraft. Strucker's laughter turned savage. Your turn to choose, Hawk. Either ignore the aircraft and continue the beam struggle, but watch the trident tear it out of the sky. Or break off to intercept, and eat a direct hit for his trouble. Hawk said nothing. Whoosh. The instant his form flickered and vanished, Strucker's mind stone beam slammed into his right shoulder, knocking him off course. The next second. Clang. Whoosh. Namor watched his trident, milliseconds from striking home, get punched away by a figure that materialized directly in front of the aircraft. His pupils contracted sharply. His right hand opened, telekinetically recalling the spinning weapon to his grip. Hiss. He's hurt. Inside the shield aircraft, once again frozen in place by Strucker's telekinetic hold, Wanda stared through the window at Hawk. He stood suspended in the air before them, blood streaming from a vicious wound on his right shoulder. She gasped in alarm. Hawk. Back in New York, inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Central Command Hub, Gwen's eyes went wide. She watched blood pour from the savage gash on Hawk's right shoulder, unable to contain her cry. Sharon flinched instinctively beside her, then her brow furrowed. Something's off. What? Gwen heard Sharon's words and immediately turned to her. What's off? Sharon studied the satellite feed. Hawk's right shoulder was clearly wounded, but his expression hadn't changed at all. She noted the cold, calculating calm in his eyes, and something clicked. Wait. Hawk's baiting them. Gwen blinked. Then she looked back at the main screen. She'd been too panicked to think clearly. But Sharon's observation, combined with everything she knew about Hawk. Hiss. Hawk got hit on purpose. Gwen sucked in a sharp breath as realization dawned. Khah. I knew you were bluffing. Die. Strucker watched Hawk take a direct hit just to protect the aircraft. His eyes lit up with savage glee, his laughter turning manic as he fired another mind stone beam straight at the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. His son was dead. He wanted Hawk's 3 children to die screaming right before their father's eyes. Hawk's expression didn't waver. His left hand extended toward the aircraft. Telekinesis. Bang. 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 The mind stone beam hammered against the aircraft, and splashed harmlessly against an invisible barrier, sending ripples cascading outward with each impact. Hooray! Below, Namor stood barefoot on the ocean surface. Watching this unfold, he let out a thunderous war cry. His trident spun in a blur, and from the churning sea, massive water dragons erupted skyward. The dragons roared with fury, surging upward against the natural order, rocketing toward Hawk. Hawk glanced down at the water dragons racing up to meet him. His right hand opened. Telekinesis. Boom. 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 Countless water dragons launched themselves at him in waves, each one slamming against the barrier before Hawk and detonating into spray. Strucker attacked from above. Namor attacked from below. Bang. 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 Boom. Boom. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 192, 296, Hawk, Kneel. The scene stretched before them. In that moment, high above the Atlantic, thousands of meters in the air, far from any trace of civilization, Strucker attacked from above while Namor struck from below. The two appeared to have Hawk completely surrounded. And Hawk seemed to be struggling just to hold them off. K-E-H-ha-ha. Hawk. I'm going to make you watch your children die screaming, right in front of your eyes, just like I had to. Rag. Strucker roared from above. The moment he'd realized Hawk's claims of indifference were a lie, that he did care about those 3 children, Strucker had doubled down on his determination to slaughter them. His mind's stone beams grew even more savage in response. Hawk Phoenix. Bet you didn't expect me to still be alive. Well, I'm not dead, but you will be today. Below, standing on the ocean surface, Namor Mackenzie added his own savage roar to the chorus. His expression twisted with fury as he summoned water dragon after water dragon, each one hammering against Hawk's telekinetic barrier. He'd nearly died. If that deep-sea leviathan hadn't appeared at just the right moment, buying him enough time to escape through an underwater fissure, he would have been killed on the spot. Even after his escape, the moment he'd returned to Talokan and let his guard down, he'd collapsed into a coma. His life had hung by a thread. Fortunately, he had a queen. Shuri. When Shuri had left Wakanda to marry into Talokan's royal family, the dying former king had given her a single heart-shaped herb as part of her dowry. Shuri had fed that herb to Namor when he'd been on the brink of death, moments away from entering a healing hibernation that might have lasted centuries. That herb had saved his life. And now that he'd survived, only one thought remained in his mind. He was alive. Which meant Hawk had to die. Perfect timing, too. Namor remembered that day, fleeing through the underwater fissures back to Talokan, he passed by the Romanche Trench and caught the scent of Hawk's bloodline emanating from the Hydra installation anchored to the seabed. That was how he'd connected with Strucker. Strucker had already decided, if Hawk couldn't be used, then Hawk had to be destroyed. So when Strucker and Namor finally met face to face, they'd recognized each other as kindred spirits. The alliance had formed in an instant. Strucker wanted to use Namor to kill Hawk. Namor wanted to use Strucker's scheme to lure Hawk back to the ocean. In the sea, Namor considered himself invincible. And this time, he wouldn't let Hawk exploit any weaknesses. That was why Namor had appeared here today. Hawk hovered in midair. He glanced down at the wound on his right shoulder, still seeping blood, then surveyed the scene before him. One enemy above, howling impotently. Another below, raging just as uselessly. He listened to their declarations. And laughed. A pile of scrap metal. A defeated has-been. Bottom feeders. You really think you can take me? Don't forget about me. The instant Hawk's words fell, a woman's voice cut through the air, accompanied by a vibranium aircraft that materialized out of nowhere overhead. Then came another. And another. One by one, aircraft after aircraft dropped their cloaking, all of them bearing the unmistakable craftsmanship of Wakandan engineering. They filled the sky, every weapon system trained directly on Hawk. Hawk turned toward the source of the voice, peering into the cockpit of the lead aircraft. Inside sat a dark-skinned woman, glaring at him with undisguised hatred. He smiled. Wakandan remnants. I was wondering how long you'd stay hidden. My name is Shuri. Inside the cockpit, Shuri's eyes blazed with fury. Her voice tore from her throat in a raw, anguished scream. You killed my father. You killed my mother. You killed my brother. You killed my people. My family was destroyed because of you. My tribe was annihilated because of you. I will have blood for blood. Hawk's lips curled upward. Fine. I'll grant your wish, send you to reunite with your family. With that, Hawk's sixth sense swept across the entirety of the Atlantic in an instant. Once he'd confirmed no other hidden presences lurked in the shadows, his eyes drifted closed. The wound on his right shoulder began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Back in New York, inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Central Command Hub, Sharon watched this unfold and turned to Gwen. See. Hawk was fishing the whole time. Gwen watched Hawk's wound close the instant his eyes shut. She nodded in agreement, but her face remained tense with worry as she stared at the main screen. Her hands clasped together involuntarily, pressing against her chest as she silently prayed for him. After all, Hawk wasn't facing just one enemy this time. He was facing 3. 3 against 1. Shameless. So, Hawk, you have to win. At that very moment, the instant Hawk closed his eyes, Strucker sensed something was wrong. He roared in fury. Fuck. Namor, he's stalling to heal himself. Stalling. Hawk's eyes had already reopened. He heard Strucker's words and looked up at him. Within those eyes, golden light flowed like liquid mercury, rapidly consuming his pupils until they shone with pure, brilliant gold. A mocking smile tugged at his lips. I was stalling. But not for myself. I was giving you and this world one last chance to say your goodbyes. Strucker. Hawk's voice was calm. The instant his pupils completed their transformation into solid gold, his left hand, extended toward the shield aircraft, clenched into a fist. The next moment. Boom. The shield aircraft detonated instantly, erupting into a massive fireball. From within that inferno, a black phoenix spread its wings and burst free, trailing flames as it collided with Hawk's body, transforming him into a figure wreathed in fire. The moment those flames engulfed him, the components of the black phoenix surplus began attaching themselves to his form, piece by piece. When the fire faded, and a faceplate of black crystal descended over his features, Hawk stood fully clad in the black phoenix surplus. As for the shield aircraft, after the explosion, all that remained was a crumpled sphere of twisted metal, still leaking blood from its seams, plummeting toward the ocean below. Standing on the water's surface, Namor stared at the scene in utter shock. Inside her vibranium aircraft, finger poised over the trigger, ready to unleash her people's fury upon Hawk, Shuri froze. Her mind went blank. And Strucker. His consciousness reeled like a ship caught in a tsunami. He gaped at Hawk in disbelief. You killed your own children with your own hands. Heh. Hawk heard the question. He glanced at Strucker, let out a soft laugh, then shifted his gaze to Shuri, still frozen in her cockpit. His voice was cold, yet impossibly calm. In this world, no one can threaten me. However, if I hadn't acted like I cared, these two rats hiding in the shadows would never have crawled out to die in front of me. So, I played along with your little game. Now that you've had your turn, it's mine. Strucker's expression shifted dramatically. Namor watched Hawk rocket toward his wife's aircraft at breakneck speed. He hurled his trident toward Shuri while roaring at the top of his lungs. Shuri, run. Too late. Wham. Get lost. This time, I'm turning your toy into a pitchfork. Clang. The trident that had attempted to intercept Hawk was swatted aside with a single backhand, sent spinning away like a shooting star, its metallic frame humming from the impact. Hawk had already arrived above Shuri's aircraft. No. Princess. Save the princess. Open fire. Open fire. The Wakandan warriors piloting the surrounding aircraft, arranged in a protective formation around their princess, finally registered the demon standing atop her aircraft. Their reactions kicked in a heartbeat later, and they squeezed their triggers. Bang. 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 Rat-tat-tat-tat. FZZZZT. 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 Aircraft-mounted machine gun rounds. Missiles from underwing hardpoints. Laser weapons mounted on vibranium nose cones. Every weapon system opened up at once, unleashing a storm of firepower upon the demonic figure standing atop their princess's aircraft. Below, Namor let out a thunderous roar and launched himself skyward like a missile, hurtling toward Hawk at maximum speed. Don't you dare. Wham. Hawk answered Namor's threat with action. A single punch shattered the vibranium energy shield that Shuri had frantically activated inside her cockpit. Wakanda's vibranium shields. He'd been punching through those since his Bronze Saint days. Now that he was half a step into Gold Saint territory, a mere vibranium barrier was nothing but glass. The shield shattered on impact. Hawk's fist continued through, smashing the cockpit windshield in the same motion. Then, like an eagle snatching a chick, his right hand formed a claw and clamped directly onto Shuri's face, yanking her bodily from the aircraft. The moment Hawk's massive hand closed around her face, Shuri screamed in agony. By then, Namor had nearly arrived. But Hawk spun around. Shuri, still gripped by the face, was thrust directly toward the incoming Namor. Namor froze mid-charge, trident still raised. The surrounding vibranium aircraft immediately ceased fire. Princess. Release our princess. Your Highness. Shuri. Namor stared at his wife, helpless in Hawk's iron grip. He roared at Hawk. Let her go. Hawk laughed. He was genuinely amused now. Scared. Let Shuri go. Namor clutched his trident, glaring at Hawk with murderous rage. Kneel. What? Hawk's right hand tightened slightly around Shuri's face, drawing another agonized scream from her. Behind his faceplate, golden eyes stared down at Namor with absolute, frigid contempt. I said. Kneel. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 193, 297, Hawk, turnabout is fair play. Hawk's voice was soft. But The phantom of the black phoenix projected behind him, overlapping with his silhouette as if they'd merged into one. The phoenix's obsidian talons seemed to fuse with his right arm, 5 fingers clamped onto Shuri's face like curved claws of death. Between those tightening fingers, accompanied by Shuri's screams, blood had already begun to seep. My lady. Princess. Shuri. Namor gripped his trident, staring at his wife whose life now hung on Hawk's whim. His eyes bulged with barely contained fury, twin infernos blazing at the men before him. Hawk's golden pupils remained utterly devoid of emotion. The logic was simple. They'd thrown the first punch. They couldn't complain when he hit back harder. Strucker had tried to use his children as leverage, so Hawk had struck first and killed Strucker's son. Sure, Werner von Strucker had been completely ignorant of his father's schemes. But the kid had enjoyed all the benefits of being Strucker's son. If he could accept the good, he could accept the consequences too. So Hawk felt zero guilt about killing him. The same applied to Namor now. Since Namor had just tried to attack the shield aircraft carrying his 3 children, it was only fair that Hawk return the favor, 2 lives for 3. An eye for an eye. That's right. 2 lives. Shuri was pregnant. Hawk had sensed it from the start. The moment he'd engaged Strucker, he detected Namor's presence lurking nearby, along with another aura. Unfamiliar, yet somehow recognizable. That second presence had been too far away. If Hawk had moved to intercept immediately, there was a strong chance she would have escaped. So instead, Hawk had played along. He'd baited the trap, let himself appear wounded and cornered. And the moment the Wakandan remnant hiding in the distance saw her opportunity and showed herself, he'd reeled her in. An unexpected bonus, really. Shuri's pregnancy was precisely why Namor hadn't dared attack. After Shuri had saved Namor with the heart-shaped herb, one thing had led to another, and now she carried his child. Namor had been overjoyed. Because just as Strucker had said earlier, the higher one's life tier, the harder it became to produce offspring. Higher life forms required more energy to sustain themselves. A banker's son becomes a banker. A politician's son becomes a politician. By the same logic, a god's child would also be a god. So if deities bred like rabbits, the Marvel Universe would be crawling with gods by now. Just look at Odin. How long had the Allfather ruled the 9 realms? Millions of years might be an exaggeration, but 10,000 was a conservative estimate. And how many children did he have? Thor. Loki. Hela. Setting aside that Loki was adopted and Hela had been imprisoned, that was 3 kids in 10,000 years. That alone demonstrated how difficult divine reproduction truly was. In short, Namor hadn't hesitated because of Shuri. He'd hesitated because of the child in her womb. He hadn't wanted her anywhere near this fight. He'd agreed to let Shuri bring her vibranium aircraft to observe, but he'd never authorized her to join the battle. It was only when Shuri had seen Hawk apparently overwhelmed by Namor and Strucker's combined assault that memories of her slaughtered family had flooded back. In that moment of blind rage, she'd charged in. And now. There was no "and now." Their eyes met. Namor stared into the absolute, frigid indifference of Hawk's golden pupils. His mind raced through every option. The next second, he drew a deep breath. His knees began to bend. At that moment, don't fall for it, Namor. Just as Namor was about to kneel, to barter for his child's survival, Strucker's furious roar cut through the air. This bastard has no humanity. Even if you kneel, he won't spare your wife. Namor might not understand Hawk. But Strucker did. More importantly, Hawk had just crushed Wanda, Pietro, and his own 3 children right in front of them. All to avoid being threatened. All to free his hands to deal with them. So, a monster willing to murder his own children without blinking, would he really show mercy just because someone knelt? Impossible. At this point, Strucker's moral compass actually felt superior to Hawk's. Compared to this demon, Strucker considered himself a saint. Namor, already halfway to kneeling, heard Strucker's warning. His eyes snapped back to Hawk, burning with renewed intensity. Promise me you'll release my wife, and I'll kneel. You don't get to negotiate with me. Hawk's tone was ice. His fingers dug deeper into Shuri's face, drawing another agonized scream. Those golden eyes regarded Namor with absolute contempt. Kneel, or die. Namor's left fist clenched. His right hand strangled the trident's shaft. He stared at the demon before him, killing intent so thick it was nearly tangible, then looked at Shuri, her screams growing weaker by the second. He drew a shuddering breath. Ignoring Strucker's continued protests. Thud. Namor dropped to his knees in midair, prostrating himself before Hawk. For the sake of his unborn child, he bowed his head. I'm sorry. I was wrong. You're not sorry for what you did. Hawk's voice was distant, detached. You're only sorry because your wife and child are about to die. Namor's head snapped up, eyes blazing. I knelt. Now let Shuri go. Sure. Hawk's response was flat. His right hand, still gripping Shuri's face like a talon, contracted. After all, he'd never said kneeling would save her life. The next second, Shuri's head burst like a watermelon. Boom. Nu. The moment Shuri's skull exploded, a grief-stricken howl tore from Namor's throat. But his scream didn't last long. Because the next instant, the kneeling Namor was sent flying by a savage kick. Catch. Wham. The moment Hawk crushed Shuri's skull, he flung the headless corpse toward Namor. In the same motion, his right leg drove forward like a thunderbolt, slamming into Namor just as he instinctively caught his wife's body. In that instant, Shuri's headless corpse shattered into fragments. And Namor, still clutching those remains, was launched like a meteor toward the ocean below. Splash. Namor hit the water like a falling comet. The next second, Hawk's eyes blazed with black light. His gaze swept across the vibranium aircraft still hovering nearby, their pilots frozen in shock at their princess's gruesome death. Boom. 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 As Hawk's dark radiance swept past, aircraft after aircraft detonated into fireballs. The souls of every Wakandan remnant plunged directly into the depths of his underworld. Shit. The chain of explosions thundered through the sky, finally snapping Strucker out of his stupor. He'd been paralyzed by Hawk's ruthlessness and sheer brutality. The instant Strucker regained his senses, he found himself staring directly into a pair of golden eyes, cold beyond measure, fixed upon him. His heart seized. The next second, he turned and fled. No hesitation whatsoever. There was no other choice. Faced with someone who didn't flinch at threats, who would crush his own children to avoid being leveraged, who could pop Shuri's head without batting an eye, Strucker finally understood why other Hydra cells called Hawk a Demon King. Moments ago, he'd wanted to avenge his son. Now, he just wanted to get as far away as possible. But running now. Too late. Hawk watched Strucker's fleeing form and let out a cold laugh. His body flickered, and in an instant, he'd closed the distance. He watched Strucker desperately trying to escape, and his right fist shot forward. Black. Phoenix wing rise. Screech. As Hawk's fist thrust outward, a colossal black phoenix erupted from its tip, blotting out the sky. In a heartbeat, obsidian talons seized Strucker, and dragged him downward like a falling meteor toward a small, uninhabited island in the Atlantic below. Boom. The black phoenix clutched Strucker as it streaked across the heavens like a lance of dark fire, then slammed into the island's central rock formation with cataclysmic force. In that instant, a terrifying, overwhelming shockwave exploded outward from the impact point, spreading in all directions like an expanding ring of destruction. Sand. Palm trees. Ancient reef formations. Everything on the island was ground to powder beneath that apocalyptic blast wave, swept up and hurled outward in a screaming wall of debris. Black flames rolled across the island like liquid fire, consuming everything in their path. When the phantom of the Black Phoenix finally faded. When the devastating explosion finally subsided. Where the island's central peak had once stood, there was now only a massive crater. A chasm that seemed to have no bottom. Seawater from beneath the island was already rushing in, cascading downward in roaring waterfalls. And Strucker. He lay at the very bottom of that abyss, his body shattered and broken. His eyes stared upward, wide and helpless, as seawater gradually filled the crater, rising to engulf him, drowning him. Hawk hovered above the ruined island. The phantom of the Black Phoenix loomed behind him. Golden eyes, cold as death, gazed down upon the pit below like a god passing judgment. The next second, his right hand opened. Fingers curled into a grasping claw. Whoosh. Strucker, lying broken at the bottom of the crater, the Mind Stone still embedded in his chest, was yanked upward as if pulled by invisible strings. The instant Hawk's hand formed that claw, Strucker's battered form shot into his grip. And now, Strucker's condition could only be described as utterly, completely pathetic. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 194, 298, Strucker dies, the Mind Stone. Strucker's vibranium frame was utterly demolished. His right arm had simply ceased to exist, vaporized entirely by Hawk's attack. His left shin had split wide open. Even his skull was only half intact, cleaved at an angle as if someone had taken an axe and hacked away one side of his head. As for those nanobots that were supposed to repair his vibranium body instantaneously. Please. Against a saint, especially a silver saint standing half a step into gold territory, such tricks were laughable. It was like claiming the same technique could work twice on a saint. However, Strucker wasn't dead yet. The Mind Stone embedded in his chest remained intact, radiating its power, anchoring his soul to this ruined shell. Hawk gripped Strucker by the throat. This pile of scrap metal, and your delusion that you could use my children as leverage, equally pathetic. Hey. Strucker's voice came out distorted and broken, half his head was missing, after all. Air whistled through gaps that shouldn't exist. But he was laughing. You think you've won? If I remember correctly, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s satellite is watching this very spot. Your fiancée must be watching too. I wonder, did she see the moment you murdered your own 3 children? Strucker's remaining half-lip twitched. The single blue pinprick of light still functioning in his faceplate fixed on Hawk. His broken voice carried an unmistakable edge. What do you think she's feeling right now, after watching you kill your own children with your own hands? Hawk's golden pupils regarded Strucker with cold indifference. So that's your final play? Hey. Strucker's laughter had a strange electronic distortion to it now. I can't wait. Can't wait to see the look on your fiancé's face when you come home. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Central Command Hub in New York. Sharon watched the main screen, Hawk standing there like the Lord of the Underworld descended to Earth. Hearing Strucker's words, she glanced instinctively toward Gwen. Gwen seemed to sense the look and turned to meet Sharon's gaze. Gwen. I believe in Hawk. Gwen turned back to the main screen, her expression soft. He's never let me down. Hawk heard Strucker's taunt. His eyes narrowed slightly. Strucker wheezed out another broken laugh. But the next second, the corner of Hawk's mouth curved upward into a mocking smile. The gold faded from his pupils, revealing his natural deep blue, now glinting with unmistakable amusement as he regarded the men in his grip. Care to guess whether I actually killed those 3 children? Strucker stared into Hawk's amused eyes. His laughter died instantly. At that very moment, an invisible streak of light shot through the air with a soft whoosh, phasing through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surface building as if it didn't exist, before materializing inside the central command hub in a burst of white light. What followed were 2 distinct sounds of bodies hitting the floor. Thud. Ow. My back. HSSSS. Wanda. The instant they'd begun falling, Pietro had already slipped into the Speed Force. With Jean secure in his arms, he caught Wanda, who was holding Billy and Tommy, before she could hit the ground. Only the S.H.I.E.L.D. pilot Mark and his fellow operative actually ate the full impact, sprawling across the floor in an undignified heap. Every operative in the command center turned to stare at the new arrivals. The air went silent for a heartbeat. Then, every gaze flickered to the main screen, where Hawk still held Strucker by the throat. Then back to the pilot climbing to his feet. Then to Pietro holding Jean. Then to Wanda cradling Billy and Tommy. Understanding dawned. The room erupted in thunderous applause. Sharon and Gwen had already pushed through the crowd the instant they'd heard the commotion, arriving before the group that had materialized out of nowhere. Commander. The 2 operatives who'd just face-planted scrambled upright and snapped to attention the moment they saw Sharon. Sharon's eyes went wide. She stared at the living, breathing people in front of her, scarcely able to believe what she was seeing. After all, just moments ago, she'd watched Hawk detonate the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft with her own eyes. She'd seen the pilot still in his seat when it happened. And yet, Sharon suddenly remembered what Gwen had said. Her gaze drifted toward her. And she saw. Gwen had extended her right hand. As her palm opened, countless microscopic particles, too small to see with the naked eye, began flowing from Wanda, Pietro, the 2 operatives, and from the spot where the white light had faded. Like tiny streams converging into a river, they gathered into her palm. In the blink of an eye, the Andromeda cloth necklace had reformed in Gwen's hand. Only, the cloth was now covered in a dense web of fractures. Its luster had vanished entirely, leaving it dull and lifeless. The sense of vitality it had once possessed, that feeling of a living thing, was gone. It had become nothing more than a dead object. Gwen gazed at the reassembled necklace in her palm, looking as though it might shatter completely at the slightest touch. Her mind drifted to a memory. A conversation with Hawk. It had happened after she'd learned that Hydra was using fragments of Hawk's cloth to try replicating Saint technology. Just as she'd told him, very seriously, that he wasn't allowed to sell his blood anymore. She'd also told him, equally seriously, that if his cloth ever shattered again, he wasn't to leave the pieces lying around like he had in London. Bring them back. Give them to her. She would handle it. Hawk had remembered. Gwen's fingers tightened around the Andromeda cloth. Then she turned toward the main screen, toward Hawk. At that moment, Hawk had already received the Andromeda Nebula chain's returning signal. Admittedly, his current power shouldn't have been enough to teleport several people from the Atlantic all the way to New York. But, the Andromeda Cloth's inherent power, combined with his own Cosmo at the moment of eruption, had made it theoretically possible. The key word being theoretically. In theory, Hawk could channel the power of his Cosmo explosion through the disintegrating Andromeda Cloth, using it as a medium to envelop everyone aboard the aircraft. In that split second, he pushed his sixth sense to its absolute limit, guiding the cloth-wrapped group through space to SHIELD headquarters in New York. Hawk admitted there'd been an element of gambling involved. But the situation had already been terrible. And he would never, under any circumstances, allow anyone to think he could be threatened. Worst-case scenario. Wanda, Pietro, and the three kids would all end up reunited in the underworld. It was his underworld, after all. So, why not roll the dice? The result had been favorable. He'd won. Strucker stared into Hawk's amused eyes. A flicker of panic shot through his consciousness, quickly suppressed, as he glared back. You're bluffing. Heh. Hawk heard this and retracted his faceplate, revealing his face. He regarded the half-skulled Strucker, then reached beneath his surplice with his left hand and pulled out his phone. He dialed Gwen. The call connected almost instantly. Hawk. Gwen, did they make it? They did. 7 people. All safe and sound. Gwen's voice came through the speaker. Strucker's composure shattered completely. Impossible. They're dead. Your fiancée killed them herself. Yo. Pietro's voice cut through the phone. Sorry to disappoint, Strucker. We're not dead. Strucker heard Pietro's voice. His mind went blank. Hawk ended the call, pocketed his phone, and turned his attention back to the thing in his grip. I told you. The idea that you could threaten me with children, laughable. Hey. Strucker stared blankly at Hawk. His broken laughter gradually twisted into something venomous. Hawk Phoenix. You win. But I will curse you from hell. Hell. Heh. Hawk regarded the wreck before him. You won't be going to hell. And believe me, death isn't the end for you. It's where my torment begins. You'll spend eternity in my underworld, suffering whatever I see fit to inflict. With that, Hawk was done talking. His right hand thrust forward, 5 fingers plunging directly into Strucker's chest. The agony of having fingers driven through his torso ripped a shrill scream from Strucker. The next second. Crunch. Hawk's fingers closed around the Mind Stone. With a single, brutal yank, he tore it free from Strucker's chest. Then his right hand released. Strucker, his countdown to oblivion now started the instant the Mind Stone had been extracted, plummeted toward the island below in freefall. Crash. The moment Strucker's shattered frame struck the island's surface, a plume of dust exploded skyward. In that same instant, his soul was wrenched from his body and dragged into Hawk's underworld. Just as Hawk had promised. Death wasn't the end of Strucker's suffering. It was the beginning. Once things settled here, Hawk would have all the time in the world for a nice, long chat with his new guest. But for now, the Mind Stone took priority. Hawk raised his right hand, examining the gem he'd ripped from Strucker's chest. The rhombus-shaped Mind Stone pulsed with self-generated blue radiance. Brilliant. Mesmerizing. And intoxicating. Hawk realized that simply holding the Mind Stone had caused the gateway to the 7th sense to tremble, as if something had stirred it from its slumber. Just as I thought. The path to the 7th sense, and the Infinity Stones are the key. Hawk felt the stone's power coursing through him. The thought crystallized in his mind. Just then, the ocean surrounding the island began to churn, boiling and frothing without warning. The next second, a voice erupted from the depths, dripping with hatred, as though rising from the abyss itself, thundering across the entire Atlantic. Hawk Phoenix. I want you dead. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 195, 299, Secure the Mind Stone, then kill Namor. A tsunami of biblical proportions erupted from the Atlantic surface. And hovering at its crest stood Namor, bare-chested, muscles coiled like steel cables. Across his exposed torso, the deep blue runes of Talokan's underwater kingdom pulsed with ethereal light. The trident in his grip hummed with matching energy, a blade of pure oceanic power. The weapon vibrated with an almost living resonance. With each pulse, the sea itself answered in kind. Massive waterspouts, like serpents risen from the deepest trenches, coiled around Namor in a protective formation. Hawk observed the Sea King's dramatic re-entry. His eyebrow arched slightly. However, first things first. He tucked the Mind Stone into his Cosmo. After all, compared to Namor, the stone was infinitely more valuable. As for Namor? Only after the Mind Stone was safely secured did Hawk turn his attention to the figure standing atop the towering wave. Namor's eyes blazed crimson. I want you dead. His voice dripped venom, echoing as though rising from the ocean's deepest abyss. "You should be thanking me." Hawk let out a dismissive snort, regarding Namor with cold amusement. "If it weren't for me, you'd never have broken through." Just as Thor had witnessed the slaughter of Asgardians at Hela's hands, and in that moment of ultimate despair had shed his identity as the god of hammers to become the true god of thunder, Namor was undergoing a similar transformation. After Hawk had forced him to kneel, then crushed his wife's skull barehanded, then kicked her body into fragments right before his eyes. When Hawk's boot had sent Namor plummeting back into the depths, something had changed. In that maelstrom of humiliation, grief, and boundless agony, Namor had finally merged completely with the ocean itself. The same ocean that had endured centuries of human pollution, decades of industrial fishing, countless tons of garbage dumped into its waters. All that accumulated fury, all that suppressed rage, had fused with his own. And in that fusion, he had evolved. Now, only one thought remained in Namor's mind. Kill Hawk. And then drive every last surface dweller from the seas forever. Namor's grip tightened on his trident. He met Hawk's amused gaze head-on. "Yes, I should thank you. And as repayment, today is the day you die. You. A bottom feeder." Hawk's eyes narrowed. "Hrag." Namor was done talking. His trident thrust forward. In an instant, the 3 waterspouts coiled around him, each one massive enough to be mistaken for a sea serpent from legend, received their command. Like leviathans unleashed, they roared toward Hawk from 3 different angles, carrying enough force to shatter an aircraft carrier. The high-velocity rotation of each water column generated horrifying shear forces, even the oxygen in the surrounding air was ripped away. Hydro Serpent Assault. Phoenix Wing Rise. Hawk's faceplate snapped shut instantly. Golden light blazed in his eyes, devoid of any human emotion. Behind him, the projected wings of the Black Phoenix spread to their absolute limit, obsidian feathers seeming to blot out the sky itself. The next second, a Black Phoenix, composed entirely of destructive energy, erupted from his fist, trailing an apocalyptic storm of annihilation as it rocketed toward the 3 raging water dragons. The Phoenix and the serpents collided head-on. Boom. No stalemate. Only detonation, the kind of cataclysmic explosion that occurred when water met fire at their most extreme. The resulting black radiance consumed everything in its path. Where that darkness swept, the seemingly unstoppable waterspouts were torn apart from within. The seawater that had formed them flash vaporized under the extreme temperature of those black flames, then was devoured entirely by the rampaging energy. The shock wave from the explosion shattered the towering wave beneath Namor. That tsunami dissolved into torrential rain, hammering down toward the churning ocean below. But the same shock wave sent both combatants hurtling backward. Beneath them, the violent sea surface was carved open, twin furrows gouged deep into the water by their retreating forms. Hawk shook out his wrist, eyeing Namor, who had used his trident to arrest his momentum. Namor planted the trident and regained his footing. In the same motion, he swept the weapon forward, expression savage, and charged at Hawk once more. Die. The rain that had been falling between them, remnants of that shattered wave, responded to the trident's command. Every droplet elongated instantly, transforming into needles of ice radiating frozen malice. Each one carried the full weight of Namor's fury. The next second, those ice needles became a storm, a blizzard of frozen death raining down on Hawk from every direction. Hawk's eyebrow twitched. With a thought, the wings of the Black Phoenix surplus, normally decorative, snapped together, cocooning him completely. Ting 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 ting. The sound of hail striking metal filled the air. Ice needles shattered against those obsidian feathers, disintegrating into powder on contact. As each needle exploded, it released a burst of extreme cold, attempting to freeze Hawk solid. But Namor's water might be cold. Hawk's fire burned even hotter. Whoosh. Hawk's wings flared open. Black flames, so hot they transcended red and orange entirely, erupted outward, instantly vaporizing every incoming ice needle before they could reach him. But the ice storm had only been a diversion. The instant Hawk's wings had closed around him, Namor had already launched himself forward, trident in hand, a massive sea dragon coiled around his form as if they'd merged into a single entity. His roar and the dragons merged into one as he rocketed toward Hawk. Die. Namor's battle cry harmonized with the dragon's furious howl. The frost-gleaming trident carried the ocean's wrath and Namor's rage alike, striking toward Hawk's chest with absolute, unwavering resolve. Hawk threw a punch. Not Phoenix Wing Rise. Not Phoenix Phantom Demon Fist. Just a punch. The most ordinary, unremarkable punch imaginable, yet one he'd practiced 10,000 times daily, every single day, for over 1,000 consecutive days. This punch had no name yet. But someday, once his Phoenix Cosmo had spread across the universe, it would have won. Like the foundational long fist passed down through generations of martial artists. This punch would be called the Phoenix Long Fist. Clong. The instant Hawk's knuckles met Namor's trident, a visible shockwave expanded in a perfect sphere, pressing the ocean surface below into a massive depression nearly 100 meters across. Crackle. Crackle. Fist and trident remained locked in a violent exchange. Hawk's Cosmo clashed against Namor's oceanic power. Two utterly different yet equally terrifying energies collided, churning the clouds above into a roiling maelstrom. The shadow of the Black Phoenix loomed behind Hawk, blotting out the sky. Black flames roared heavenward. Behind Namor, an endless wall of equally dark ocean waves rose like a living mountain range. The sea itself raged. Rag. Namor gripped his trident with both hands, eyes boring into the executioner who had, even after he'd knelt, still chosen to murder the mother of his unborn child. Die. Hawk's golden pupils remained emotionless. He didn't roar. He never did. Fighting was simple. Only losers screamed and shouted, venting impotent rage through volume alone. Hawk refused to be a loser. He only won. So. Phoenix Ray. Boom. Ga. The instant Namor locked eyes with Hawk's golden gaze, twin beams of searing energy lanced from those pupils. Caught completely off guard, Namor took the Phoenix Ray directly to the face. He screamed, one hand reflexively flying up to cover his scorched features. But that moment of distraction was all Hawk needed. Hawk's free hand seized the trident. His other fist drove into the now defenseless Namor, launching him backward like a rag doll. Wham! Namor plummeted from the sky like a dead fish, smashed from the air directly into the ocean below. Hawk's gaze dropped to the reclaimed trident in his grip. The weapon hummed and vibrated, exerting the pressure of an entire ocean against his palm while simultaneously trying to escape his grasp. But with his Cosmo burning at maximum output, an ocean's worth of pressure was nothing. Right now, Hawk felt like he could lift an entire planet if he wanted. Still, he had no time to deal with this overgrown pitchfork. With a casual flick, the Black Phoenix phantom behind him snatched the trident mid-throw. The next second, the trident vanished from reality, reappearing inside Hawk's Cosmo, pinned beneath the Phoenix's talon. As for Hawk himself, the instant he'd banished the trident, he was already rocketing toward the spot where Namor had splashed down, diving like a missile. Never let a wounded enemy escape. Finish what you start. Namor wanted him dead. What a coincidence. So did Hawk. The bastard had slipped away last time through sheer luck. This time, Hawk intended to see just how lucky Namor could get. Namor, clutching his face as he sank, using the ocean's embrace to soothe the burning agony, detected Hawk the instant he entered the water. Boom. Hawk's Cosmo exploded to its limit. Black light carved through the surrounding water as he streaked downward. The moment he spotted Namor, his form flickered, appearing directly before the Sea King in an instant. Namor raised an arm to block. Wham! A violent burst of bubbles erupted. The energy impact created massive vacuum cavities in the water around them. Namor yanked back what felt like a shattered arm, his mind crying out for his trident. Inside Hawk's Cosmo, the weapon, pinned beneath the Fire Phoenix's talon, sensed its master's call. It began to hum and vibrate. Want your pitchfork back? Don't worry. I'll reunite you with it soon enough. Hawk's fist came down in a devastating overhead strike, hammering into Namor's right arm. Crunch. Namor used the momentum, letting the blow that felt like it had rearranged his internal organs carry him deeper into the ocean's depths. You can't escape. Hawk watched him descend and immediately dove in pursuit, accelerating rapidly toward the plummeting Sea King. In the name of the deep. Even as he plunged toward the ocean floor, Namor's voice began to resonate through the water around them. The next second. Ruriyumumble. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 196, 300, Hawk's Trident. Splash. Above the churning Atlantic surface, the water suddenly began to roil and bubble as if brought to a boil. A circular area roughly 500 meters in diameter appeared to rise, lifting like a massive dome. Then. Boom. A colossal deep-sea leviathan, dead as dead could be, burst through the surface. It hung suspended in the air for a heartbeat before crashing back down with a thunderous impact. Splat. The creature struck the water with enough force to simulate hitting concrete. In an instant, the surrounding sea turned crimson with blood. Within seconds, the marine predators that had been circling, now deprived of their original target, locked onto this massive, delicious-smelling carcass. Shing. Hawk hovered above the ocean surface, watching countless sea creatures tear into the giant corpse below. With a thought, the wings of his surplus detached, transforming into streaks of black light that wove through the leviathan's body in rapid succession. In an instant, the creature was carved into perfectly sectioned pieces. The next second, Hawk ignored the feeding frenzy below, predators now turning on each other in their competition for meat, and turned his gaze toward the Atlantic's depths. Namor had escaped. Just like last time. He'd summoned another innocent sea creature to take the hit, and in that split second of distraction, he'd slipped into an underwater fissure and vanished. 3-on-1 ambush. Strucker was dead. Shuri had died horribly. Namor had fled. But, unlike last time, when Namor had escaped and Hawk had no way to locate his lair, and had been in a hurry to return to New York anyway. This time. Running. You can run, but you can't hide. I know exactly where you live. When I say I'll wipe out your bloodline, I mean every last one of you. Hawk's golden pupils flickered. With a flash of white light, the trident he'd suppressed within his Cosmo reappeared in his grip. The instant it materialized, the weapon began trembling violently, desperately trying to escape his grasp and return to its true master. But Hawk had no intention of letting that happen. He gripped the trident horizontally with both hands. As his Cosmo erupted, he began forcing the weapon to bend. The shaft curved under the pressure. Hum. Whoosh. As the trident bent, its vibrations intensified dramatically. The oceanic power flowing through it surged, attempting to contest the Cosmo radiating from Hawk's palms. In an instant, scalding steam erupted from where Hawk's hands gripped the weapon. Is Hawk trying to snap that thing in half? Back at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Central Command Hub in New York, Sharon watched the main screen, Hawk wrestling with the resisting trident, with a mixture of curiosity and mild regret. After all, that trident should be a divine artifact, right? Like Thor's hammer. The trident of the seas. Gwen nodded beside her. Legend says it was Poseidon's weapon. Sharon's eyebrow rose. Poseidon. Zeus? Greek mythology. Damn. Sharon blinked at Gwen's confirmation. So we don't just have Odin running around, Zeus and the Greek pantheon are real too. Gwen shook her head. Hawk says Zeus definitely exists somewhere in the universe, but probably not on Earth. Sharon's gaze drifted back to the trident on the main screen. Then what about that thing? Who knows? Maybe Poseidon visited Earth at some point, just like Odin did back in the day. Gwen said this absently, her attention drifting upward toward the second floor, toward the rest area where Wanda and the others had been taken. After Wanda and Pietro had arrived, Sharon had arranged for them to be escorted to one of the upstairs lounges. Mainly because Billy and Tommy were hungry and needed to be fed. Just moments ago, after Wanda had finished feeding the twins, she'd noticed the dimness of the room. Rising from her seat, she'd pulled the curtains open. Standing on the first floor, Gwen's eyes met Wanda's through the window above. Their gazes collided across the distance. Gwen offered a small smile. Wanda blinked, then returned it. Gwen looked away. Taking the cue, Wanda turned from the window. Pietro was currently helping Billy, sprawled on the couch, with a diaper change. The diapers had been a rush order, fetched by a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. Wanda walked over and took over from her brother. Pietro scooped up Tommy, cradling him while he waited his turn. Pretty sure we're being held here. Wanda glanced up at her brother. Probably until he gets back. Pietro considered this, then nodded. Above the Atlantic, Hawk continued his battle of wills with the resisting trident. He'd tried to break it once before. He'd failed. This time, he was certain he could snap it if he wanted to, but he chose not to. After all, he wasn't Hela. This weapon, once tamed, could be passed down to his future son with Gwen. What's that? This belongs to Poseidon. Sorry. It's Hawk's war trophy now. So, he'd use it however he damn well pleased. But as a divine artifact, the trident wouldn't submit willingly. Which meant it needed to be broken in. Besides, if he wanted to find Namor's lair, he'd need this weapon's guidance. Same principle as before. When I say I'll wipe out your bloodline, I mean every last one. After all, he was a demon king. And not just any demon king, one whose soul hailed from the east. Compared to his killing intent, the most terrifying devils of Western mythology might as well be saints. Soon. Under Hawk's relentless pressure, the trident had been bent to its absolute limit. Hawk stared at the weapon in his hands. Submit, or die. Almost the instant his words fell, the trident made its choice. At the tip of the central prong, a point of deep azure light flickered into existence. The light shot into his Cosmo with a soft whoosh. The next moment, an entire water world, a planet of endless cerulean seas, materialized within Hawk's inner universe. Simultaneously, the trident in his hands no longer felt like a weapon. It felt like an extension of his own body. Hawk's eyebrow arched. His left hand released its grip. His right hand spun the trident, then drove its tip toward the ocean surface below. Rise. Boom. A column of water, easily 100 meters in diameter, erupted from the sea, shooting skyward like a pillar connecting Earth to the sky. Sharon's jaw dropped. What the? Must be one of the trident's abilities. Hawk's tamed it. Gwen watched the main screen, Hawk standing above the ocean, casually twirling the trident with one hand, summoning water dragon after water dragon as if playing with a new toy. She could sense his satisfaction even from here, and a smile of genuine happiness for him crossed her face. Sharon stared at Hawk treating the Atlantic like his personal playground. Is that thing really that powerful? That fish guy from before didn't seem anywhere near this strong. She was right. If Namor's mastery of the trident could be called entry-level, Hawk was already an expert. Was it just an illusion? Sharon wondered. Unfortunately, it wasn't. Because Namor had never truly possessed this weapon. The trident's core, surrendered to Hawk as proof of its submission, was all the evidence needed. Everyone knew Thor's hammer had been forged from a dying star's core, carrying the weight of an entire celestial body. The trident contained the core of an entire water world. This weapon truly had belonged to Poseidon of Greek mythology. As for why it had followed Namor, the answer was simple. Namor was a descendant of Atlantis. And Atlantis had once worshipped Poseidon as their patron deity. But Namor had only ever been permitted to use the trident. He had never truly owned it. Now, Hawk did. Above the Atlantic, Hawk stood suspended in the air, trident in hand, several water dragons coiling around him. The Black Phoenix surplus disassembled itself, returning to the underworld. His gaze locked onto the coordinates the trident had just transmitted, the location of Namor's lair. The next second, Hawk glanced up at the shield satellite watching from above. Then, without hesitation, he dove into the ocean, trident first. This time, with the weapon's aid, Hawk felt himself merge with the surrounding water. He rocketed toward Namor's stronghold at incredible speed. Ah. Sharon blinked, watching Hawk, who had glanced at the satellite 1 second and vanished beneath the waves the next, signal lost entirely. She turned to Gwen. He's not coming back. Gwen recalled the killing intent still burning in Hawk's eyes when he'd looked at the satellite. Probably not done yet. She genuinely didn't understand why people kept provoking Hawk. He was so gentle, really. That was Gwen's honest assessment. And it was true. When no one was bothering him, Hawk stayed quietly in New York, never venturing anywhere. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., despite wanting Hawk to join the Avengers, had backed off. Sharon had told her as much. Director Hill and Commander Hand had weighed the options carefully. Their unanimous conclusion, Hawk staying peacefully in New York, enjoying a quiet life, was far more cost-effective than recruiting him to the Avengers. And yet, all Hawk wanted was peace and quiet. But people kept coming to pick fights. Getting your entire bloodline wiped out. You deserve it. Gwen thought of Namor, who had sided with Strucker to attack Hawk, and felt zero sympathy. I'm supposed to feel sorry for him. Who's going to feel sorry for me? Gwen thought this to herself, then glanced back up toward the second-floor lounge. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 197, 301, Rise to the Sky, 100 Dragons. The Milwaukee Deep. The deepest point of the Atlantic Ocean. If anyone could somehow breach the seafloor at the very bottom of this abyss, they would discover, to their utter astonishment, an entirely separate underwater world hidden beneath. And there, nestled within that secret realm, lay the undersea kingdom of Talokan. Beneath a crystalline dome that gleamed like transparent quartz, the city sprawled in magnificent splendor. Crystal palaces rose in clusters, radiating a soft cerulean glow. An opulent palace complex fit for royalty. For thousands of years, the Talakanal, descendants of those who had fled the surface world long ago, had made this place their home. The citizens lived lives of leisure and comfort, knowing neither hardship nor suffering. But today, many found themselves staring upward at the crystalline dome overhead with expressions of curiosity and confusion. After all, in the memories of the eldest Talakanal, this protective barrier had only ever been activated during times of extreme crisis. And ever since their king, Namor Mackenzie, had risen to power, the dome had never been raised. Their king had declared it himself, with absolute confidence. From this day forward, Talokan has no need for defense. Only offense. So why today? Just as some of the elder Talakanal were lost in thought, gazing at the activated dome. Without warning, a searing column of crimson light tore through the water above. Ruriyumumble. The blazing pillar parted the crushing ocean like a blade through flesh, its roar echoing through the depths. Under the horrified eyes of countless Talakanal, it descended like a falling meteor, slamming into Talokan's energy shield. In an instant, the entire city shook violently. Alarms shrieked through the water. The sound was piercing, like a tsunami-given voice. Namor. Come out and die. Following the crimson pillar came a figure clutching a trident, Hawk, who had tracked down this hidden sanctuary. No seawater touched him. Telekinesis served as his barrier. Hawk's voice was low, but it carried, piercing through Talokan's protective shell, resonating in every corner of the city. The Talakanal didn't recognize Hawk. But they recognized the weapon in his hand. Wait, isn't that our king's divine artifact? Why does he have the king's trident? Who is he? He's a surface dweller. Whoosh. 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 Look. The king. Just as the citizens whispered and pointed at the trident, countless streaks of light burst from Talokan's royal palace. Namor emerged in full battle regalia, vibranium armor encasing his entire body without a single gap, winged anklets sprouting from his feet. Behind him came an entire company of Talokan's elite warriors. These humanoid soldiers wielded sonic spears capable of shattering diamond through resonance. They were armed to the teeth, looking every bit the part of utterly insignificant cannon fodder. Hawk's gaze swept over the pathetic excuse for a fighting force. He ignored the hydraulic cannons rising from crystal structures below, fixing his attention solely on Namor. His expression was radiant, practically gleeful. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before your people. And I might consider not slaughtering your entire tribe. As everyone knew, Hawk was a man of his word. But did Namor and his Talakanal count as people? Not really. At the very least, if brought before the United Nations, Talokan would never be classified as a human nation. So, kneel or not, they all die anyway. He wasn't saying this for any particular reason. He just wanted to humiliate Namor one more time. Unfortunately, Namor didn't take the bait. After all, fool me once, shame on you. Namor heard Hawk's words and let out a cold laugh. I never expected you to find this place. But since you're here, you can stay forever. As he spoke, a battle cry erupted from behind Hawk. Unnoticed until now, 3 Talokan warriors had merged with the surrounding water, camouflaged, invisible. At the signal, they burst from concealment, sonic spears thrust toward Hawk's back. Weapons capable of pulverizing diamond through vibration alone. Hawk didn't even turn around. He simply spread his arms wide. Whoosh. Searing crimson flames exploded from his body in an expanding ring. In the blink of an eye, the 3 warriors' sonic spears liquefied instantly. As for the warriors themselves, engulfed in that blazing inferno, they were reduced to bleached skeletons in less than a heartbeat. Namor's pupils contracted. Kill him. Kill. Surface dweller, die. Trespass into Talokan. Death. Long live Talokan. At Namor's command, the elite warriors who had been chomping at the bit charged forward with deafening war cries, flooding toward Hawk like a tidal wave. Hawk watched the approaching horde. He didn't throw a punch. Instead, he leaned forward and drew his newly acquired weapon. The Trident of the Seas. Sure, using fists would be faster. But using the trident, that was psychological warfare. As Hawk wove through the ranks of Talokan's finest, their own sacred weapon became the instrument of their destruction. The trident that had once belonged to their king plunged in and out of body after body. Each thrust claimed a life. Blood poured from wounds left by the divine weapon, and in less than 3 minutes, the crimson tide had transformed Talokan's crystalline dome into a canopy of red. Anyone looking up from inside the city would see a sky drenched in blood. Namor hadn't left the dome. He hovered just beneath its surface, right hand extended toward the battle, eyes locked onto the trident in Hawk's grip, his trident, as he desperately tried to recall it. But the weapon's response could best be described as, new number, who dis? As warrior after warrior fell to its prongs, the trident hummed with excitement. Not for Namor. For Hawk. Here's the thing. This was Poseidon's weapon. A divine instrument forged for conquest. It had once accompanied the god of the seas across countless battlefields. And what had Namor done with it? Despite possessing innate oceanic power, the fool had never once tried to develop that power on his own. He treated the trident as nothing more than a conduit, a crutch to channel abilities he was too lazy to master himself. Pathetic. Worse still, this was a weapon of war. And how had Namor used it? To catch fish. To intimidate ordinary sailors. Are you kidding me? I'm a divine artifact. I crave battle. I live for slaughter. Sure, Namor had eventually used it in combat. And what happened? It got slapped out of his hands by Hawk. Repeatedly. Namor might not have felt humiliated. But the trident sure as hell did. If Poseidon himself had wielded this weapon, things would have been very different. But now. Now Hawk was using it like a halberd, mowing through Talokan's soldiers like a one-man Dynasty Warriors game. Every swing drew blood. Every thrust ended a life. Yes. This is what I was made for. Use me. Pierce them. Destroy them. So. Namor who? Don't know him. Never heard of him. Please don't contact this number again, my new master might get the wrong idea. The trident hummed with pure joy. Raff. Splurch. With one final, elegant stroke, Hawk bisected a Talokan warrior from crown to crotch. Dark blood erupted, instantly dissolving into the surrounding water. That was the last soldier foolish enough to face him. The survivors, finally grasping the horror of Hawk's combat prowess, had retreated behind the crystalline dome, faces pale as death, staring at him as though witnessing a demon god. In less than 5 minutes, Hawk had slaughtered 2/3 of their forces. Using their own king's weapon. The surviving warriors, now huddled within the dome's protection, finally seemed to remember something. Their eyes drifted toward their king. Namor's face had gone utterly ashen. Hawk twirled the trident with a flourish, then hooked it over his shoulder with his right hand. His breath was steady, his expression calm, but his eyes glittered with mockery as he regarded Namor. Last chance. Kneel, and call me master. I might consider sparing your life. Might consider. Consider didn't mean definitely. As everyone knew. Namor's expression was thunderous. He stared at the demon who had cornered them at their own doorstep, his voice low and hard. Talokan's shield isn't like Wakanda's pathetic barrier. You cannot breach it. Hawk heard this. He looked at Namor. His lips curved upward. Oh really? Humph. Namor snorted coldly. Talokan's shield also utilized vibranium technology, but it was the lost civilization's original vibranium energy science. Far more advanced than anything Wakanda possessed. So, Namor had absolute faith in his shield. Hawk observed Namor's confidence. He didn't bother arguing. His body began to rise, slowly ascending under Namor's watchful gaze. The next moment. Ryup. Hawk's shirt exploded off his body, revealing his chiseled torso, every muscle carved like marble. His right palm turned skyward, fingers spread wide. No choice. His strongest technique didn't require armor. It required removing it. Ruawayer. As Hawk assumed the stance, a resonant dragon's cry echoed through the entire abyss. Phantom fire dragons began to coil around his body, one after another, before converging into his upraised palm. I gave you a chance. You didn't take it. So be it. Namor Mackenzie. Watch closely, as I slaughter your entire tribe before your eyes. Rosen. 100 Dragons. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 198, 302, Marvel's Sea King, dead. Ruawayer. A thunderous dragon's cry erupted through the ocean depths without warning. Hovering above Talokan, Hawk watched the phantom dragons converge into his fists, then drove both hands downward toward the city below. The next moment. Hundreds of fire dragons exploded from his knuckles. Every single one was corporeal, not mere illusions, but compressed manifestations of Hawk's cosmo pushed to its absolute limit. Solid as steel. Deadlier than anything steel could ever be. The dragons raced each other toward their target, their combined roars shaking the very ocean. They tore through the water like paper, and in the instant Namor's pupils visibly contracted, they slammed into Talokan's energy shield with devastating force. Boom. Blinding light erupted the moment the 100 dragons struck. The smug expression on Namor's face froze solid. Because, one after another, the endless torrent of fire dragons hammered the same point on the shield. Amidst their deafening chorus, a single, crisp sound cut through. Crack. Namor's frozen expression twisted into horror. The next moment. Shatter. The energy shield exploded. The dragons poured through the breach like water through a broken dam, flooding into the city, and slamming directly into Namor before his expression could even finish changing. Namor plummeted toward Talokan's royal palace below. As he fell, he witnessed his hand-picked elite warriors disintegrate into ash beneath the dragon's fury. He watched the energy shield he had placed all his faith in bloom into brilliant flame before shattering completely. Fragments of the barrier cascaded downward like a beautiful crystal rain, glittering shards tumbling through the dragon's roar, showering the city below. The shield that had once protected Talokan now became the instrument of its people's deaths. Thunk. Daddy. Thud. As the crystal shrapnel rained down, the wet sounds of fragments piercing flesh filled the air. In moments, hundreds of Talakanal citizens lay dead beneath that beautiful, deadly storm. Panic erupted. The surviving citizens turned to flee toward the crystal structures behind them. The next moment. Crash. Namor struck like a meteor, smashing directly through one of those crystal buildings, collapsing it instantly and crushing a dozen citizens who had just ducked inside for cover. The invasion alarms shrieked to life, their piercing wail echoing through every corner of what remained of Talokan. Simultaneously. With the energy shield's failure confirmed, Talokan's anti-air batteries activated across the entire city. Azure energy crackled to life atop rooftops throughout the metropolis. Every barrel trained on the figure above, emerging from black flames, clad in obsidian phoenix armor, faceplate concealing all but golden eyes that gazed down upon them like a god observing insects. Fire. 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 Boom. 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 At the soldiers' furious commands, Talokan's defensive batteries unleashed everything they had. Azure energy bolts erupted from every direction, weaving together into an impenetrable net that screamed toward Hawk above. Hawk's right hand opened. His expression was ice. His voice, colder still. Phoenix wing rise. Screech. A phoenix wreathed in black flame burst from his palm. As its wings unfurled, they seemed to blot out the entire city below. The next second, the black phoenix unleashed a cry that shook the entire ocean floor, then dove straight into the oncoming energy barrage and threw it into Talokan itself. Practice makes perfect. After using Wakanda as his warm-up, Hawk had become quite efficient at genocide. Fire dragons to breach the gates. Black phoenix to scour the earth. Against Hawk's ultimate cleansing technique, now fully armored in his surplus, Talokan's anti-air defenses were about as effective as Berlin's flak towers in the final days of World War II. That night, Berlin's anti-aircraft guns never lost. But Berlin did. Boom. The Black Phoenix passed through the energy net without slowing, then crashed into Talokan proper. The next second, Phoenix fire, like divine judgment, flooded every inch of the city. As everyone knew, Phoenix flames burned all things to nothing. Talokan's towering crystal palaces began to boil within the black inferno. Coral-paved streets liquefied instantly into molten slag. Countless Talakanal, faces frozen in terror and disbelief, were vaporized the moment the flames touched them. Even Namor, just rising from the rubble of the collapsed building, was caught in the black tide. The devastating force sent him flying once more, wham, slamming into the massive crystal statue at the city center. A statue carved in his own likeness. Namor's monument shattered on impact. The next moment, before the fragments could even hit the ground, the Phoenix fire swept over them, and they began to melt. Namor crashed to the surface and struggled upright, his form rising rapidly. His eyes blazed with shock and fury. Everything he could see, his beloved Talokan, had vanished. In its place stretched a boiling, chaotic hellscape. Black flames and white steam churned together in a mad vortex. The Talokan he had known was disappearing before his eyes, erased in real time. As for his people, gone. Every last one. Hawk kept his promises. When he said he'd wipe out your bloodline, he meant all of it. Not one survivor. And now. Beautiful, isn't it? Namor heard the almost appreciative tone in Hawk's voice. His head snapped around, expression contorted with rage, eyes weeping blood as he glared at his tormentor. His voice seemed to rise from the deepest abyss. Fury. Hatred. And regret. Reawag. You deserve to die. Namor's roar tore from his throat. His body launched forward, rocketing toward Hawk, fist drawn back as if he intended to smash Hawk's skull with a single blow of pure rage. But. Squelch. Irk. Namor's charge froze mid-motion. His pupils dilated. His gaze dropped to the trident now buried in his chest, sliding through his flesh like a knife through tofu. Hawk let out a cold laugh. The next second. Wham! His form vanished. Trident in hand, he reappeared, pinning Namor against the vibranium mountain that bordered Talokan's ruins. That thunderous impact was the sound of the trident piercing through Namor's body and embedding itself deep into the mountain's face. Hawk released the weapon. He regarded Namor, now crucified on his own divine artifact. Namor's hands gripped the shaft, but he could no longer sense the trident's familiar presence. The weapon had erased every trace of his connection to it. The trident belonged to Hawk now. Completely. Aarg. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Namor had descended into complete madness. He thrashed against the trident, screaming at Hawk, blood streaming from his eyes, his gaze burning with the desire to tear Hawk apart with his bare teeth. Hawk heard the impotent rage and snorted dismissively. Namor continued struggling to wrench the trident free, all while howling at Hawk. You demon. You monster. I'm the one who wanted you dead, why did you have to slaughter my people too? Pinned helplessly to the mountainside, Namor stared at the ruins of Talokan being swept away by the ocean currents. He thought of the citizens who had revered him as their king. Now they were gone. Not even ashes remained. Namor glared at Hawk, eyes streaming crimson. Every word was a bloody accusation. You devil. You fiend. You butcher. I gave you a chance. Hawk cut him off, expression flat. I gave you a chance back then. I told you to hand over the Wakandan remnant. You refused. I also told you, you could refuse, but the price would be your entire tribe's lives. Namor's body went rigid. The next second, his struggles to remove the trident grew even more violent. Suddenly. Creak. The trident shifted slightly within the vibranium mountain. Namor's eyes lit up. Hawk's eyebrow arched. His right foot rose, then stomped down, driving the trident even deeper into the mountain. Now Namor's back was flush against the rock face. He couldn't move at all. Hawk kept his foot planted on the trident, regarding Namor, blood pouring from every orifice, yet somehow still clinging to life. Any last words? Spit. Namor coughed blood, glaring at Hawk with crimson eyes. But his gore-stained lips twisted into a savage grin. If you've got the balls, kill me. Otherwise, I will kill you. Hawk smiled faintly. Happy to oblige. With that, Hawk's right hand shot out, clamping onto Namor's face exactly as he'd gripped Shuri's. In the same motion, he yanked Namor free and rocketed upward, tearing through the ocean surface in a streak of rainbow light before shooting into the sky. He didn't stop until he reached the upper atmosphere. The next moment. Splat. The instant Hawk halted miles above the earth, his right hand clenched. Just as he'd crushed Shuri's skull, he did the same to Namor's. Namor's head burst like a watermelon. Here's the thing. Like Mephisto, Namor was effectively immortal as long as he remained in the ocean. But immortal in water? Then I'll just drag your ass into the sky and kill you there. Simple solution. And so, Marvel Sea King, Namor Mackenzie, dead. But the instant Namor's skull exploded, Hawk's sixth sense screamed. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 199, 303, Poseidon's Message. Miles above the Atlantic. As Hawk's right hand clenched, Namor, immortal within the ocean, died the instant he left it. His skull burst like an overripe melon. The headless corpse began its descent toward the sea below, trailing a ribbon of crimson as it fell. Simultaneously. The moment Namor died, his soul emerged from the ruined body. Hawk's underworld gate swung open, ready to receive Namor's spirit into the depths of his prison, where eternal suffering awaited. But just as those gates yawned wide to claim their prize, Hawk's sixth sense pulsed. The next second, a deep blue point of light flickered into existence. Then Hawk's vision was filled with an endless azure ocean, and rising slowly from its depths came a golden deity. An Olympian god. Poseidon, lord of the seas. At first, Hawk assumed the sea god had come to steal Namor's soul. But, even as Namor's spirit was pulled into the underworld, even as the gates closed behind it, the manifested Poseidon made no move whatsoever. Those golden eyes settled on Hawk. When he spoke, his voice thrummed with divine power. Hawk Phoenix. Hawk's eyebrow arched. He regarded the god before him. Poseidon. Do not be alarmed. I am not here for him. Heh. Hawk let out a short laugh, meeting Poseidon's gaze. Even if you were, I wouldn't be worried. A mere projection can't take his soul from me. Divine projections. He'd seen them before. Hell, he'd killed one not long ago. Jehovah himself. The arrogant old bastard had boasted about being omniscient and omnipotent, apparently believing his own hype so hard that he'd projected himself right in front of Hawk without a second thought. Talk about a death wish. Hawk's thoughts churned, but he maintained a basic level of respect for Poseidon's projection. His surplus remained active. That was Hawk's way of showing courtesy. He had no patience for small talk with projections. You didn't come all this way just to tell me you're not here for Namor. I came for you. Poseidon responded, golden trident in hand, a weapon radiating the same infinite divine power as its wielder. Those golden eyes fixed on Hawk. Then. Thank you. Hawk heard the gratitude, completely unprompted, and frowned instinctively. For what? Whoosh. Poseidon raised his left hand. Below, the Atlantic surface instantly formed a platform of solidified seawater. Atop the platform lay Namor's headless corpse. Poseidon's left hand clenched. The corpse exploded, and from its remains emerged a single droplet. Pure, crystalline blue. The essence of the ocean itself. Hawk observed the azure droplet returning to Poseidon's palm. His brow rose. A law fragment. Yes. You gave it to Namor? No. Poseidon absorbed the fragment back into himself, then turned his attention to Hawk. A faint smile crossed his divine features. He killed me for it. Hawk's pupils contracted slightly. He killed you. The avatar I left behind when I departed Earth. Poseidon's smile remained serene. You've already claimed the trident I left for that avatar, haven't you? Hawk's eyebrow rose again. I assumed he was your descendant. That you'd left it for him. Ha ha ha. Poseidon's laughter rang with divine resonance. He regarded Hawk with genuine amusement. I'm not my brother, the one who'll stick his divine rod in anything that moves. Hawk's brow twitched. Zeus. King of the Olympians. God of the sky. God of thunder. God of storms. King of the gods. Ruler of Olympus. But, more than any of those titles, Hawk preferred to think of Zeus as the god of getting laid. As mentioned before, the higher one's life tier, the lower the probability of producing offspring. Zeus was the exception. Throughout the entire Olympian cosmos, Zeus had fathered an obscene number of children. Because Zeus had adopted a quantity over quality approach. To maximize his offspring, he'd abandoned all standards, mortal, divine, even familial boundaries meant nothing to him. And Poseidon's comment was clearly a jab at his brother while simultaneously denying any blood relation to a dark-skinned descendant like Namor. As everyone knew, when Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades had joined forces to overthrow the second-generation sky god Cronus, Zeus had promised they would share the glory equally afterward. The result? Zeus kicked Hades into the underworld and banished Poseidon to the seas. Neither brother particularly liked Zeus. But Zeus had countless lovers and even more children. Their dislike didn't affect him in the slightest. That didn't stop them from bad-mouthing him openly, though. Poseidon observed Hawk's knowing smile at the mention of his brother. He began to explain exactly why a dark-skinned mortal like Namor had possessed his law fragment. When Earth was newly formed, the Olympians had already taken notice of this young world. However, we withdrew before Jehovah's arrival. Because Zeus struck a deal with the Celestials. He ordered us to vacate this planet. But to protect my kingdom here, Atlantis, I left behind a law avatar. Along with the trident I had forged during my time here, to guard my people. Then Jehovah descended and unleashed the Great Flood. To protect my kingdom, my avatar was severely damaged. It fell into slumber. When I finally awakened, my kingdom had been overrun by these people. Namor killed my avatar and claimed my law fragment. Though honestly, it's a trivial matter, just the oceanic laws of a single planet. The reason I projected here was because I sensed the trident's distress. As Poseidon spoke, his left hand made a summoning gesture. Deep below, the trident still embedded in the vibranium mountainside began to hum. Hawk glanced downward. The trident went instantly silent. Hawk's lips curved upward. His right hand opened, and the weapon shot from the mountain, piercing through the ocean surface to land in his palm. He was quite pleased with the trident's performance just now. Good boy. Once you pledge loyalty, you stay loyal. As everyone knew, partial loyalty is complete betrayal. This applied to weapons even more than people. If the trident had immediately answered Poseidon's call just now, scurrying back to its original master like an eager puppy, Hawk would have destroyed it on the spot. But now, Hawk gripped the trident, facing Poseidon, who held his own Sea Emperor's trident. It's my Phoenix trident now. Ha ha ha. Poseidon blinked, observing the men who had completely claimed his former weapon. He laughed once more. Congratulations. Thanks. Hawk smiled faintly, then his brow arched as he regarded Poseidon. Would you like to take that bastard soul back to your realm? Give him a proper welcome. I can hand him over. As everyone knew, Hawk believed in returning kindness tenfold. So, he didn't mind giving Namor's soul to Poseidon as a reciprocal gift for the congratulations on his new trident. Poseidon shook his head. My realm teems with countless life forms, but I won't allow such filth to pollute my waters. Fair enough. Hawk chuckled. I'll make sure to extend your hospitality along with mine. Poseidon offered Hawk a smile. Without further words, having reclaimed the law fragment stranded in this world, he turned. With a soft pop, he dissolved into ocean mist and departed. But just as Poseidon's projection was about to vanish completely, his voice echoed one final time in Hawk's ear. Jehovah visited Olympus recently. He met with my dear brother. Hawk's eyebrow shot up. Jehovah met with Zeus. About what? Teaming up to take him down. Hawk's mind raced, but before he could ask for clarification, Poseidon's projection had already vanished from Earth entirely. Whoosh! The surplus disassembled, returning to the temple within his underworld. Bare-chested and hovering above the Atlantic surface, Hawk gripped his Phoenix trident, brow furrowed in thought. Shield Central Command Hub, New York. Sharon and Gwen watched the screen with curiosity. The feed had just reappeared, showing Hawk standing motionless in the sky after crushing Namor's skull. From the satellite's perspective, Hawk had been completely alone. Poseidon had projected himself. Forget satellite imagery, even if you were standing right next to him, you wouldn't have seen the sea god. Divine projections could only be perceived by other deities, or by those the gods specifically chose to reveal themselves to. Everyone else could have Poseidon breathing down their neck and never know it. But Hawk didn't brood for long. Because Poseidon's message wasn't worth extended contemplation. So what if Jehovah and Zeus had joined forces? Bring it. Whoever shows up gets dealt with. Jehovah comes. I'll handle Jehovah. Zeus comes. I'll handle Zeus. Simple as that. More importantly, rather than wasting time worrying about a potential divine alliance, he should focus on continuing to grow stronger. One thing mattered above all else. He had the Mind Stone now. So, Hawk's consciousness sank into his cosmo. He gazed at the Mind Stone hovering serenely within that inner universe, eyes burning with anticipation. The next second, he withdrew his attention, glanced toward New York, and vanished from his position. The seventh sense. Here I fucking come. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 200, 304, The Path to Gold Saint. What exactly was the seventh sense? The seventh sense was a higher plane of cosmo-perception and manipulation, transcending the 5 basic senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, as well as the 6th sense of the heart. Furthermore, the seventh sense was the true source of cosmos power, and the starting point on the path to divine territory. Only by comprehending the seventh sense could one set foot in the realm of gods. Because the seventh sense was the first step toward touching divine power. In the 12 Temples arc of Saint Seiya, how had the 5 bronze saints managed to fight their way through and ultimately defeat the mighty gold saints? The answer was simple: through countless near-death experiences, guided by the goddess Athena, they had awakened their seventh sense either by accident or design. Without that awakening, bronze saints stood no chance. Forget withstanding a gold saint's casual strike, a single glance from a gold saint would have killed them on the spot. Since returning from the Atlantic, Hawk had remained in the backyard of 521A Palm Street, sitting cross-legged beneath the large tree, looking every bit like the Buddha seeking enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. Inside the living room, Sharon sat on the couch chatting with Gwen. She glanced at Hawk meditating under the tree, then turned to Gwen with curiosity. How long has he been at it? Since he got back. Damn. Sharon drew a sharp breath, staring at Gwen. That's almost 2 weeks. He's been sitting there the whole time. Gwen nodded. Yeah. Came back and said he needed to meditate. Something about achieving enlightenment. 2 weeks ago, after Hawk had returned from the Atlantic and brought her home from SHIELD headquarters, he'd walked straight to the backyard tree, sat down cross-legged, and announced he was entering a state of enlightenment. Then, 2 weeks of meditation. At first, Gwen had found it novel enough to sit on a chair and watch him. But as the days passed, she'd adopted an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach. Now she just glanced through the living room window whenever she passed by to make sure he was still there. Though she wasn't sure if it was her imagination. Ever since Hawk had started meditating under that tree, the backyard air seemed somehow fresher. And the flowers she'd planted appeared to be blooming more vibrantly than usual. Sharon processed Gwen's response in silence. After a moment, she shook her head and changed the subject. Anyway, that family's been settled. Gwen rose from the couch and headed toward the bar counter to make coffee for Sharon. She glanced at her friend, then returned with 2 cups, handing one over with a smile. Sharon accepted with a word of thanks, then retrieved a folder from beside her, pulling out a stack of documents to hand to Gwen. What's this? Gwen took a sip of coffee, set the cup on the table, and accepted the papers. The first page displayed property information. Jersey City, 123 Westview Lane. Sharon confirmed. That's where they're living now. Gwen didn't respond. She turned past the property page and found herself looking at personal files for Wanda Maximoff and Pietro Maximoff. Of course. Jean, Billy, and Tommy's files were included as well. However, Gwen flipped through the 3 children's documents, her brow furrowing as she looked at Sharon. Why are their surnames blank? Sharon said nothing. She simply met Gwen's gaze and shrugged. Understanding dawned. Gwen let out a soft laugh. What did she say? Sharon knew exactly who she referred to. She said, if you two don't mind, she'd like the children to take the surname Maximoff. Gwen's eyebrow arched. Absolutely not. Whatever else they are, these are Hawk's children. Gwen shook her head firmly at the notion of Hawk's 3 children carrying Wanda's surname. She handed the documents back to Sharon. They'll be Phoenix. End of discussion. Sharon accepted the papers, her gaze drifting to Hawk still meditating beneath the tree. Should we wait until Hawk? No need. Gwen smiled. I handle household matters. Sharon opened her mouth. She studied Gwen's pleasant expression. Actually, Gwen seemed to know what Sharon was about to say. She cut her off with a laugh. It's just a surname. Not a big deal. Sharon let the topic drop. Then she looked at Gwen again. By the way, Jean, the girl, she wants to see Hawk. Gwen glanced through the glass at Hawk still deep in meditation, then turned back to Sharon. He's still working on his breakthrough. No idea when he'll wake up. Let's wait until he's done. Sharon nodded. Fair enough. Oh, Sharon. Gwen's gaze pierced the living room glass, settling on Hawk's meditating form in the backyard. She turned to Sharon with a thoughtful expression. You don't think Hawk deliberately went into meditation just so I'd have to deal with all this stuff, do you? Sharon's mouth opened. Every instinct told her it was time to leave. Her instinct spoke. She listened. Without a word, Sharon met Gwen's beautiful eyes with a polite smile, rose from the couch, and walked straight toward the door without looking back. Ordinary family drama was headache-inducing enough. This situation was something else entirely. Gwen watched Sharon make her escape. After a beat, she laughed and stood to see her friend out. A gentle breeze swept through the backyard, carrying a fallen leaf that brushed past Hawk's brow as he meditated beneath the tree. Deep within his cosmo, standing before the gateway to the seventh sense, Hawk sensed something but paid it no mind. He kept his eyes closed, the mind stone hovering at his brow, continuing to contemplate the final step toward becoming a gold saint. The fifth and sixth senses could both ignite one's cosmo. But only the seventh sense could truly, infinitely, completely burn the cosmo within, granting a saint the power to shatter stars and shake the heavens themselves. Therefore, the seventh sense was the only key to unlocking the infinite energy reservoir known as cosmo. Without it, no matter how strong your cloth, no matter how flashy your techniques, before a true deity, you were nothing but a pretender. But once the seventh sense awakened and you stepped into divine territory, everything changed. Right now, Hawk was confident he could suppress Thor. Even though Thor was a god. And once he awakened the seventh sense, fully entering divine territory, even if Thor also awakened and evolved into a true deity, Hawk could still overpower him. In the physical world, Hawk sat cross-legged beneath the tree, attempting to replicate Bodhidharma's path to enlightenment. Within his cosmo, his consciousness also sat cross-legged before the seventh sense's gateway, using the Mind Stone's power to try battering down the door. But even with the Mind Stone in hand, he still felt something missing. One final step remained between him and piercing through to the seventh sense. Hawk carefully recalled Masami Kurumada's descriptions of the seventh sense in Saint Seiya. In truth, throughout the entire series, Kurumada had never explicitly defined what the seventh sense actually was. He had only written this. A saint who awakens the seventh sense can burn their cosmo, shatter the boundaries of space-time, and achieve light speed, or even surpass it. As for the seventh sense's true nature, Kurumada never said. And that was exactly where Hawk was stuck. He understood the sixth sense's essence, transcending the boundary between life and death to achieve perception beyond the five basic senses. That was why he'd been able to comprehend the sixth sense so quickly. He'd been working backward from the answer to find the process. But the seventh sense? The Mind Stone hovered level with his brow, radiating a soft golden glow. Hawk felt its calming influence soothing the restlessness in his spirit. His consciousness became extraordinarily clear and focused. The next moment, a phrase from his Western philosophy courses surfaced in his mind. Kurumada hadn't described the seventh sense's nature, but Western philosophy had. Hawk's thoughts churned. Under the Mind Stone's influence, his consciousness seemed to drift back to that very lecture. He saw the philosophy textbook. He saw the Western philosophical description of the seventh sense. Time. In Western philosophy, the seventh sense was considered a spiritual transcendence, a perception of time's flow. And the instant Hawk's mind locked onto the concept of time, boom! The fire phoenix erupted into existence, slamming against the gateway that had blocked his cosmos' evolution from silver to gold. The seventh sense's door thundered. But it remained unmoved. Hawk kept his eyes closed, thoughts racing. Now that time had emerged as the key, more connections between gold saints and time flooded his mind. For instance, in a gold saint's perception, time became extraordinarily clear. That was why, in the original series, Seiya had been able to escape even after being stripped of his five senses, by perceiving the flow of time itself. And another thing. In the eyes of bronze and even silver saints, a gold saint's slightest movement appeared to be instantaneous teleportation. This wasn't because gold saints moved too fast. It was because gold saints had comprehended time itself, and transcended it. So, to comprehend the seventh sense, the Mind Stone alone isn't enough. I also need time. Hawk sat cross-legged beneath the backyard tree. His eyes slowly opened, and as they did, brilliant golden light blazed forth from his pupils. The next second, he rose from beneath the tree. One step carried him through the glass door and into the living room. In the kitchen, Gwen had been preparing dinner for herself. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Hawk finally emerging from his meditation. She smiled. Finished with your enlightenment? Almost. Hawk smiled back. I need time. Gwen heard this. She studied the expression on his face. Her eyebrow arched. Bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 201, 305, Time must close the loop. Nepal. The Himalayas. Kamartaj. Almost the instant Hawk teleported himself and Gwen directly from New York, the gates of Kamartaj swung open. Mr. Phoenix. Mrs. Phoenix. This way, please. Master Mordo had clearly been expecting them. He offered Hawk a respectful bow, then gestured for them to follow. Hawk and Gwen thanked him and fell into step behind their guide. They passed through the training courtyard where apprentice sorcerers were practicing their morning exercises, making their way toward the Sorcerer Supreme's reception hall. It had been a year since their last visit. Most of the apprentices from back then were gone. A small number had successfully earned the Vishanti's approval, becoming true sorcerers and remaining at Kamartaj. But the majority had abandoned their training for various reasons, choosing to descend the mountain and return to ordinary life. Of course. A few had also chosen to embrace darkness, joining various dark magical dimensions to become practitioners of the black arts. Like the sorcerer Caecilius, whom Hawk had once encountered at the New York Sanctum. That one had definitely gone dark. Last night, after awakening from his meditation and telling Gwen he needed time, Hawk had originally planned to use the New York Sanctum's portal to reach Kamartaj directly. But after a quick sweep with his sixth sense, he'd been surprised to discover that Caecilius was no longer there. Hawk then considered the current timeline. Right. If his calculations were correct, by now the Caecilius who bore such a striking resemblance to Mads Mikkelsen had already betrayed Kamartaj and was plotting his tribute offering to Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. If last night's assessment had been mere speculation. Then now. Hawk's gaze settled on a figure in the training courtyard. There, clumsily attempting to mimic the senior sorcerers drawing circles in the air, was a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the future Doctor Strange. That confirmed it wasn't speculation. It was happening right now. Gwen had also noticed the future Sorcerer Supreme. After all, she'd watched these sorcerers train before. And this particular novice's movements were so awkward that it would have been impossible not to notice him. But the awkwardness wasn't what caught her attention, it was his face. Gwen studied the men for several seconds before turning to Hawk. Hawk, look at that one, the clumsy guy. Doesn't he look like Dr. Strange from New Amsterdam Hospital? Who? Hawk pretended ignorance, glancing in the direction Gwen indicated. You know him. Gwen looked at Hawk. Don't you remember? Late December last year, I told you about that car accident near Malibu. The victim was this Dr. Strange. He's supposed to be a medical genius. When news broke about his accident, a lot of people at my school were really upset about it. Late December last year. Hawk blinked. Was that when we were in Forks? Oh. Now Hawk remembered. Gwen had mentioned something like that. But she hadn't given a name at the time, and Hawk had been too preoccupied figuring out whether the angels and devils were planning to team up against him to pay much attention. His thoughts churned, but he withdrew his gaze. Looks like it's him. Right. But what's he doing here? Gwen's curiosity was piqued. If not for the morning exercises still in progress, and the Sorcerer Supreme waiting for them, she might have gone over to ask. Fortunately, Mordo answered her question. Stephen arrived 3 months ago hoping we could heal his hands. I see. Understanding dawned on Gwen's face. She turned to Hawk, who showed neither surprise nor curiosity. I heard that after the accident, Dr. Strange's hands were so badly injured he couldn't perform surgery anymore. He sold his Malibu mansion and his Manhattan apartment. Word is he's on the verge of bankruptcy. Reality could be cruel like that. The simple truth was that Dr. Strange, like most Westerners, had a taste for living beyond his means. When crisis struck, he'd gone from millionaire to near homeless in the blink of an eye. But that wasn't Hawk's concern. He wasn't here to make friends with the future Sorcerer Supreme. Soon. Under Mordo's guidance, they arrived at the familiar, antique-styled reception hall. The Ancient One, still dressed in her signature white robes, greeted them with a gentle smile as they entered. Hawk. Sorcerer Supreme. Gwen. Master. Please, sit. Thank you. At the Ancient One's invitation, Hawk and Gwen settled onto the same familiar cushions as before. The Ancient One began preparing tea, her movements practiced and graceful, her demeanor serene. Gwen studied the fragrant liquid in her cup. Master, this tea is Dragon Well tea. A sorcerer friend from the East brought it when he visited. It smells wonderful. Gwen raised the cup to her nose for a delicate sniff, then took a sip. Her eyes lit up. Delicious. Seated beside her, Hawk heard Dragon Well tea and lifted his own cup for a taste. Then he drained it in one gulp. quite good. Take some home if you like it. Thank you. Hawk didn't refuse. If his timeline calculations were correct, the Ancient One would be retiring soon. Leaving fine tea for Dr. Strange would be a complete waste, better that Hawk take it home. After all, hadn't the Sorcerer Supreme, who normally wore the Eye of Agamotto, the Time Stone, on her person at all times, suddenly relegated it to a restricted vault in the library the moment Stephen Strange arrived? Speaking of which, Hawk had always been curious about the circumstances of the Ancient One's retirement. Setting aside the fact that she'd mentioned during their first meeting that she'd already glimpsed the power of a future Virgo. Just considering the original film alone, Hawk had always wondered whether the Sorcerer Supreme had truly died at the end, or merely faked her death. On the surface, she'd appeared to die. But leaving aside the fact that she'd been drawing life-sustaining energy from Dormammu's dark dimension, could someone who possessed the Time Stone really not have foreseen her own assassination by the traitor Caecilius? The most logical explanation was simple: after serving as Sorcerer Supreme for so long, the Ancient One was tired. With Stephen Strange, the Vishanti's chosen successor, finally appearing, she'd seized the opportunity to set down her burden. Bottom line: if Stephen Strange hadn't been chosen by the Vishanti, there was no way, no matter how talented he was, that he could have trained his magical energy to such levels in just a few months. Magic wasn't a casual dinner party. Take Hawk himself as an example. He was already ridiculously overpowered, yet from awakening his Cosmo in 2012 to now standing at Earth's apex where he could say no to anyone from a position of absolute strength, that had taken nearly 4 years. And yet, Stephen Strange had managed it in a few months, to the point where he dared take the Time Stone and bargain with Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. If Strange had been training on his own, without the Vishanti supplying power, how many times could he actually use the Time Stone? Once, sure. Twice, maybe. 3 times would be pushing it. After 4 or 5 uses, it would start consuming his life force. If there wasn't something going on behind the scenes, Hawk absolutely refused to believe it. Still, speculation was one thing. Hawk wasn't about to straight up ask the Ancient One about it. If the person most affected, the Sorcerer Supreme herself, wasn't worried, why should he, an outsider, care? When the dust settled, he'd learn the truth soon enough. No point asking now. He was here on business. After 3 cups of tea, Hawk set down his cup and looked at the Sorcerer Supreme, cutting straight to the point. Sorcerer Supreme, I'd like to borrow the Eye of Agamotto. Then your timing is perfect. The Ancient One smiled at his request. If you'd come a month later, that wouldn't have been possible. Hawk's eyebrow rose. Beside him, Gwen turned to the Sorcerer Supreme. Are you traveling somewhere next month, Master? The Ancient One's smile remained serene. I'm planning to take a vacation. A vacation? Gwen blinked at the Sorcerer Supreme's words. Where are you traveling this summer, Master? She assumed that vacation referred to the Sorcerer Supreme's annual summer trip. Gwen was also thinking about her own summer vacation plans with Hawk. This year's break might be short, only 4 or 5 days, but hearing other people's destinations could provide useful reference. Hawk and the Ancient One exchanged a glance. The latter smiled and answered Gwen. The Phoenix Universe. Gwen nodded reflexively at the response. Then, as if something clicked, she turned to Hawk. Hawk offered a faint smile and steered the conversation away, returning to the matter of borrowing the Time Stone. The Ancient One used her magic to summon Wong. A short while later, Wong arrived at the reception hall. Hawk glanced at Gwen. Coming with me, or? I'll wait here. All right. Hawk nodded and rose from his cushion, preparing to follow Wong to the secret vault behind the library to borrow the Time Stone. But just as he was about to leave, the Ancient One called out. Hawk turned. Sorcerer Supreme. Time must close the loop to take effect, Hawk. Hashtag bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 202, 306, Gwen, Mother of 10. Time must close the loop. Hawk heard the Ancient One's words. He paused momentarily, then understanding dawned, he grasped the meaning behind her cryptic statement. Right. Time must close the loop. His thoughts churned. He turned to the Sorcerer Supreme. Master, is there anything else? The Ancient One held her teacup, regarding Hawk with a gentle smile. The past cannot be changed. Understood. Hawk nodded, exchanged one final glance with the Sorcerer Supreme to confirm she had nothing more to add, then followed Wong, Kamarta's librarian, out of the hall. Soon. With Wong and Hawk's departure, the spacious, antique-styled reception hall held only 2 occupants, Gwen, silently sipping her tea, and the Ancient One, whose eyes seemed capable of seeing through souls, watching Gwen with an enigmatic smile. Gwen drank. The Ancient One poured. The air hung still and quiet. 3 more cups later. Gwen watched the Sorcerer Supreme silently refill her tea yet again. She drew a deep breath and looked up at the woman whose smile never wavered. Do you know what I want to ask, Master? Yes. The Ancient One set down the fairness pitcher and met Gwen's gaze with her serene smile. Gwen blinked at the Sorcerer Supreme's eyes. Then the answer. You haven't asked me yet. But you already know what I'm going to ask. But you haven't asked me now. The Ancient One sat cross-legged on her cushion, hands naturally folded, smiling at the clearly confused young woman before her. Then her right hand traced an arc through the air. In an instant, a dazzling river of time materialized above the tea table. Gwen instinctively looked up at the brilliant temporal stream before her. I know what you wish to ask. And I have the answer you seek. But without your question, I cannot tell you. Because if you don't ask and I answer anyway, then on the river of time, the moment of your question disappears. And when a moment disappears, it triggers a chain reaction, like a stone thrown into still water. The Ancient One explained, then extended a finger to touch the floating river of time above the table. Instantly, where a finger contacted the temporal stream, ripples spread outward. Some faded quickly. Others resonated with the river itself, spawning tributary after tributary. But among these new branches, the starting point remained fixed. The endpoint remained fixed. Only the present, where past and future intersected, showed diverging paths. Gwen watched the Ancient One's demonstration. A phrase Hawk had heard before leaving echoed in her mind. The past cannot be changed. But. Gwen frowned. I understand that the past can't be changed. But isn't the future determined by the present? Why does your demonstration show the future always converging to the same outcome? The Ancient One's smile remained. Why would you want to change the future? Only after seeing the future would you want to change it. The moment you see the future, what you've seen becomes your past. Therefore, the past cannot be changed, because the future you've witnessed is no longer the future. It has become your past. Gwen listened to the explanation, her expression thoughtful. Seeing the future turns it into the past. And the past cannot be changed. Exactly. Then, Gwen recalled how the Ancient One had claimed to know her question before she'd even spoken. Clearly, the Ancient One had already seen the future where Gwen asked her question. Which meant that future had already become the Ancient One's past. The past cannot be changed. Gwen thought this through, then looked at the Ancient One with curiosity. Master, what if I don't ask? According to the Ancient One's logic, once you've seen the future, it becomes the past. And the past cannot be changed. But this past is determined by the present. So, if she didn't ask, then the future wouldn't be the future anymore. And if it wasn't the future, it wouldn't become the past. Gwen studied the Ancient One with genuine curiosity. The Ancient One shook her head with a smile. I have seen the future. It has become my past. So even if you don't ask, my future has already become my past. Your future? Yes. The Ancient One swept her hand across the projected river of time again. Instantly, the river expanded dramatically, revealing its true nature to Gwen. Countless threads, so numerous they defied counting, wove together, layered upon one another, forming what had appeared to be that single brilliant river of time. Each thread represents one person's timeline. And when every being in the universe is layered together, they form this magnificent river of time. But when I glimpse my own future, my future becomes my past. However, that is merely my personal thread. I see. Gwen nodded thoughtfully at the explanation, then drew a deep breath and looked at the Ancient One. So, will Hawk and I have children in the future? She'd heard everything Strucker had said over the Atlantic through S.H.I.E.L.'s satellite feed. Though she'd acted like it didn't bother her. But it had. Especially when Strucker mentioned that higher life forms had increasingly difficult times producing offspring. That had really gotten under her skin. So, after asking her question, Gwen fixed her unblinking gaze on the Ancient One. The Sorcerer Supreme didn't speak in riddles. Yes. 2 boys and a girl. Hearing the answer, seeing the expression on the Ancient One's face, Gwen felt a wave of relief wash through her. She pressed further instinctively. True, someone else had already achieved this dream. But that was someone else. She was herself. The Ancient One observed Gwen's desperate need for answers. She shook her head with a smile. No. Oh. Gwen's expression fell. At that moment, the Ancient One spoke again. At a certain point in the future, you and Hawk will have 5 sons and 5 daughters. Gwen's body jolted. Her eyes went wide as she stared at the Sorcerer Supreme. That many? Yes. That can't be right. Gwen blinked, struggling to believe this future the Ancient One described. I only ever wanted 1 daughter and 2 sons, just like my mom and dad. I figured 3 kids would be perfect. 5 sons and 5 daughters. What, am I supposed to do nothing but have babies? Good grief. What would that make her? A baby factory. Gwen's mind wandered into increasingly absurd territory. The Ancient One heard Gwen's muttered complaints and simply smiled in silence. After a while, still quietly grumbling, unable to fathom why she'd have so many children, Gwen suddenly thought of something. She looked at the Ancient One. Master, I have one last question. The Ancient One regarded her with that same gentle smile. Gwen spoke. Master, you're already aware of Jean, Billy, and Tommy's existence, aren't you? The Ancient One nodded. The past cannot be changed. I know. Gwen nodded as well. Jean seems to have inherited Hawk's abilities, but Billy and Tommy apparently haven't. I want to know, my children. The Ancient One's smile brightened. Jean inherited because she was born before Hawk proposed to you. Billy and Tommy didn't inherit because, by then, Hawk had already proposed. Gwen looked at the Ancient One, confused. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, they'd run full medical scans on Billy and Tommy as a precaution against any contingencies Strucker might have left behind. The results showed perfectly healthy babies. But compared to Jean's data, the differences were stark. Bottom line. Even compared to other children their age, Billy and Tommy's readings were squarely average. But Billy and Tommy carried Hawk's bloodline. Logically, they should have inherited their father's power just like Jean had. And yet, Billy and Tommy appeared to be completely ordinary children. Gwen hadn't thought much of it initially. Maybe Jean had inherited while Billy and Tommy simply hadn't. Genetics could be like that. No big deal. But after hearing that she'd have 10 children in the future, this detail suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Even if her future children didn't inherit anything, Gwen wouldn't consider it a tragedy. But if it were possible, she'd prefer that her children with Hawk inherited his power. After all, Hawk was incredibly strong. If their children inherited that strength and she raised them well, their futures would be extraordinary. That was Gwen's thinking. But the Ancient One's explanation had thrown her completely. What does this have to do with me? Hawk proposed to you. Yes. Gwen nodded, then seemed to remember something. She raised her hand, showing off her engagement ring, her smile radiant as she recalled the moment Hawk had proposed. The Ancient One continued her explanation. Though Hawk isn't a god yet, he already possesses divine authority. And for divine beings, every promise they make isn't merely a promise, it becomes a divine decree. When Hawk proposed, he promised that only children born to you could inherit everything from him. Once that divine decree took effect, Billy and Tommy, born to another woman after that moment, could not inherit Hawk's power, as they are not your children. Gwen absorbed this, then looked at the Ancient One. You're saying Billy and Tommy could have Hawk's power, but Hawk's decree prevents it. The Ancient One said nothing more. She simply lifted her teacup and took a sip. Gwen followed suit, raising her own cup and draining it in one go. The Ancient One poured more tea. Gwen pondered the Sorcerer Supreme's words, gazing at the engagement ring on her finger. Remembering the day Hawk had proposed, a soft, happy smile curved her lips. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower. Chapter 203, 307 The past cannot be changed, the future must not be seen. Hawk had no idea what Gwen and the Ancient One were discussing. The moment Wong led him into the secret vault housing the Time Stone, the Eye of Agamotto, the librarian had turned and left without a word. Hawk wasted no time. He took the Eye of Agamotto from its pedestal and sat cross-legged on the stone platform beneath him. The Eye of Agamotto, containing the Time Stone, slowly opened. At first, a single drop of green light. But as the eye opened fully and the Time Stone blazed to life, emerald radiance instantly engulfed Hawk's entire body. The next second, Hawk opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Stars stretched in every direction, but beneath him, a vast and magnificent river of time flowed like an endless current at his feet. He stood suspended above this temporal river. His river of time. The moment Hawk saw it, he understood. This was his personal timeline. His past. His present. And his future, all contained within this river. No, wait. There was no future. More accurately, his future was visibly approaching the end of his timeline. Though end wasn't quite right either. Past that point, the river became fragmented, flowing in fits and starts, like a stream running dry. Looking ahead, from where he stood to where the river extended outward, he counted 108,657 possible futures. Of those, 107,600 had already reached their terminus, and beyond that terminus, each one fragmented into discontinuous segments. Well, damn. In those 107,600 futures, I have no future. Did I die? But if I died, there shouldn't be any timeline at all. Wait. I must have succeeded. Once he awakened the seventh sense and stepped into divine territory, once he broke through to the eighth sense, his cosmo could merge with the reality stone he already possessed and truly become a parallel universe within the Marvel cosmos. And once the Phoenix parallel universe came into existence, Hawk, as its prime god, would subsume both fate and time into himself. Therefore, his river of time would naturally vanish from the Marvel universe. After all, he wouldn't even be a Marvel universe entity anymore. He wouldn't even qualify as a person in the traditional sense. The time stone simply couldn't perceive his timeline at that point. Just like Odin. The time stone couldn't reflect Odin's timeline in Yggdrasil's parallel dimension. Only when Odin appeared within the Marvel universe could the stone reveal his temporal stream. Hawk considered this, gazing at the countless tributaries extending from the river beneath his feet. He fought down the urge to travel to one of those endpoints and take a look. Because the past cannot be changed. If he viewed his future, it would no longer be the future. A known future wasn't the future, it became the past. And the past could not be changed. Once he witnessed one of his possible futures, he would be locked into accepting that future, whether it was good or bad. Hawk understood this perfectly. Just like Odin and the Ancient One. Those two were cautionary tales of people who had glimpsed their own futures and thereby made them immutable. Odin had peered into the future and seen Ragnarok. That single act transformed Ragnarok from possibility into certainty. That was why Odin had given up, allowing Loki to banish him to Earth without resistance. Because Ragnarok had already arrived. He had no way to stop it. The past cannot be changed. The Ancient One was the same. She had also used the time stone to glimpse her own future, transforming what might happen into what would happen. But whether Odin had found a loophole, Hawk didn't know. He did know that the Ancient One had found one. Well, she hadn't exploited it yet. But when Hawk recalled the Ancient One telling Gwen she planned to take a long vacation in the Phoenix Galaxy after next month, he was absolutely certain she was going to cheat the system. Since the past cannot be changed, simply let the event happen. A fake death was still a death. As long as she died on the established timeline and never reappeared, her personal timeline wouldn't fall into paradox. She was already living in seclusion on Earth anyway. Living in seclusion in the Phoenix Galaxy was no different. Same result either way. Put simply, the Ancient One had seen her own future. Then, by examining other people's futures, she had chosen a timeline that let her circumvent her own fate. After all, in the river of time, every living being's timeline flowed together, forming that vast temporal current. Consider the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. He had used the time stone to see Thanos snap his fingers. He had seen the future where he himself vanished in the snap. That future became his past. So no matter how many times Thanos snapped his fingers, Strange's disappearance was guaranteed. For other beings, the snap was a 50-50 chance of survival. But for Doctor Strange, 100% certainty of vanishing. But the other Avengers didn't know their own futures. So Strange only had to ensure that the fact of his disappearance would occur, then select, through other people's futures, a timeline where he would return after vanishing. After all, the snap was a 50-50 coin flip. And under those odds, getting the exact right combination of survivors, Ant-Man to provide time travel, Hulk and Iron Man to build the time travel device, Black Widow to secure the Soul Stone, was extraordinarily difficult. That was why, when Iron Man asked how many times they'd won, Strange answered, once. All of this boiled down to two rules. The past cannot be changed. The future must not be viewed. Hawk drew a deep breath, suppressed the burning curiosity within him, and turned around. He faced the immutable past, his river of time flowing behind him, and unified his mind with his spirit. The next moment, the Mind Stone materialized at his brow, radiating soft golden light, amplifying his consciousness. Without hesitation, Hawk stepped off the edge, and like a stone in free fall, plunged directly into his personal river of time. He sank to the riverbed and sat cross-legged upon it. Using the Mind Stone, which could amplify consciousness, and the Time Stone, which allowed free movement through temporal streams, these two cheat code artifacts would help him rapidly comprehend the seventh sense's true essence, time perception. The fifth sense's essence was material perception. The sixth sense was heart perception. And the seventh sense was time perception. Gold Saints were powerful precisely because they could perceive time, and transcend it. For them, time could be frozen in place. Equally, time could shift in the blink of an eye. And the best way to comprehend time. Walk the river of time itself. Destination. The beginning of his existence in this universe. Home. Hawk's consciousness trembled. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a dilapidated room that reeked of mold and something metallic. Push. It's coming. Push. Wah. 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 There we go, wait, there's another one. Push. A baby's cry filled the room. Hawk had materialized in the space, invisible to everyone present. He witnessed his own birth, and his sister Anya's birth moments later. Of course. He also saw the woman lying on the bed. Golden hair, drenched in sweat. The moment Hawk saw her face, he finally understood where his sister Anya had inherited those eyes. Clearly. This woman was his and Anya's biological mother. As for his father, Hawk glanced at the man carefully lifting infant him into his arms. Work coveralls. Full beard. Hawk withdrew his gaze and surveyed the decrepit room, especially the gaps in the roof where wind whistled through. He now had a pretty good idea why he and his sister had been abandoned. As for why they had no birth certificates, he'd suspected the reason for years. Hospital births generated records. But in 1995, plenty of women still gave birth at home for religious or other reasons. This family had done it because they were poor. No money for a hospital, so they delivered at home. And because they were poor, he and his sister had ended up on a church doorstep. Hawk accepted this without much emotional turmoil. He'd never been particularly curious about his biological parents in this life. Anya had asked questions when she was little, but as she grew older, she'd stopped asking. They were doing fine now. That was what mattered. Hawk watched the bearded men cradle newborn him with obvious joy. He watched the woman on the bed, exhausted but smiling. Then he turned away, passed through the shabby bedroom, crossed the equally worn living room, stepped through the front door, and looked back at the house number. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at Christmas Eve, 1995. Same house. Same woman. But now she had wrapped 2 bundles in swaddling clothes. Her expression was hollow as she walked toward the street outside. Hawk watched the direction she went. Reluctance. Sorrow. Pain. He sensed her emotions. Then he withdrew his gaze and returned to the house. Same house, but compared to his first glimpse, which had been poor yet warm, all warmth had been utterly extinguished. Hawk also sensed an emotion of loss. He frowned. With a thought, time reversed around him. The scene rewound like a videotape playing backward, images flickering rapidly through his perception. Then he saw the woman at home, caring for infant him and infant Anya. She smiled as she opened the door, and found 2 police officers standing on the threshold. The moment those officers appeared, the smile vanished from her face. Then she collapsed into sobbing. Hawk's gaze settled on the younger officer to the left. He knew that young cop. George Stacy. His future father-in-law. #bonus chapter every 300 horsepower.